In the morning, Gao Yan went to school for a class and then returned to the rental house. The two kinds of medicinal wines he brewed were ready to be taken, and he decided to try the effect, because when he woke up this morning, he actually felt a little sore in his waist, which scared him. It really fulfilled the old saying that there is no bad field, only tired cows. Take 2 cups. Put a small half cup of medicinal wine in each. Drink the kidney tonic first. After the medicinal wine entered his stomach, Gao Yan could clearly feel that his 2 kidneys were getting hot after only 2 minutes. It lasted for 5 minutes. As he returned to normal, Gao Yan twisted his waist and found that the soreness in his waist had disappeared long ago. Good stuff, it's simply a blessing for men, Gao Yan said secretly, and then picked up another glass of wine and drank it. It also took effect after 2 minutes. However, the effect of the medicine was not as strong as the first cup, but he felt warm all over and was particularly energetic. With a thought. Call up the system interface. The data in the column of physique is still 92 points, but long-term drinking of this wine that can enhance physical fitness can definitely enhance physical fitness. How should these 2 kinds of wine be promoted? Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. Such a good thing must not be priced too low. Therefore, the corresponding consumer group cannot be ordinary people. But before obtaining the system, he was an ordinary student and did not know any rich people. Suddenly, 2 objects flashed through Gao Yan's mind. One is his landlord Lin Xiaomin, and the other is his student Gao Weilan. These 2 people are not short of money. If they find the effect of medicinal wine, they will definitely not be stingy with money. So how to set the price? He is sure that these 2 kinds of medicinal wine are unique. If the price is sold at a low price, it will definitely be meaningless. After all, he is not short of money now. After a little consideration, he decided to sell it for 100,000 per bottle. And the amount of a bottle is just the amount of mineral water. But if Lin Xiaomin and Gao Weilan are asked to buy wine directly, they may not be willing to do so. They must feel the magical effect of medicinal wine. It just so happens that I have to teach Gao Weilan martial arts this afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Gao Yan appeared in the house where he taught Gao Weilan martial arts with medicinal wine. Teacher Gao, is that medicinal wine in your hand? Gao Weilan asked curiously. This is a good thing. Drinking it can enhance your physical fitness. Are you sure? Gao Weilan was obviously a little skeptical. Gao Yan said confidently, of course, I will never lie to you. Find a cup and try it. Teacher Gao, you don't want to get me drunk. Do you have any intention? Gao Weilan joked. If I have an intention, I still need to get you drunk. With your strength, if I have any bad intentions, do you think you can still resist? Gao Yan said. Unhappily. That's right. Gao Weilan nodded in agreement. With these few lessons, she has a clearer understanding of Gao Yan's strength. Although she has made considerable progress during this period, she is still not good enough in front of Gao Yan. After a while, Gao Weilan came over with her water cup. The water inside had been poured out, so Gao Yan unscrewed the lid and poured half a cup of medicinal wine into it. He motioned her to try it. Although Gao Weilan was beautiful, she was not a delicate girl. She drank the medicinal wine in the cup in one gulp and nodded, it tastes good. The taste is not important, the effect is important. Wait 2 minutes and you will find its benefits. I will go change clothes first. Gao Yan put down the medicinal wine, then went directly into the room and changed into training clothes. Then the two entered the training room together. The medicinal effect of the medicinal wine also began to take effect. Gao Weilan only felt warm all over, and even her strength increased a lot. Teacher Xiao Gao, your medicinal wine is really amazing. I feel very good. Now. I didn't lie to you. Gao Yan smiled. Gao Weilan nodded, and then her eyes lit up and she said, Teacher Gao, can you give me some of that medicinal wine? No. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. I spent a lot of effort and precious medicinal materials to make the medicinal wine. If you want it, you have to buy it. How much? Gao Weilan asked. 100,000 a bottle, do you want it? Gao Weilan's expression froze. Can it be cheaper? It can't be cheaper. Let me ask you, can you find something comparable to my medicinal wine in the market? Gao Yan asked. No. Gao Yan smiled and said, that's right. If it weren't for the sake of our acquaintance, I wouldn't sell it to you, let alone 100,000, or 1 million. Gao Weilan thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Her family was not bad, but she had never heard of a medicinal wine with such obvious effects. Okay, I'll buy a bottle. That's right. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. After you finish drinking this bottle of medicinal wine, your physical fitness will at least increase by more than 20%. He drinks slowly because he has a strong physique, but Gao Weilan is different. Her physique is only a little better than that of ordinary people. After receiving Gao Weilan's transfer, Gao Yan was in a good mood and continued to teach Gao Weilan fighting skills. After class, Gao Yan reminded Gao Weilan that it is best to drink this wine before going to bed, and half a cup each time will do. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Xiao Gao, but I have a question. If I finish this bottle of wine, can I continue to buy wine from you? Gao Weilan asked. Of course. Gao Yan nodded. The first 3 times are calculated as 100,000. And after the 3rd time, you have to pay more. Thank you. Gao Weilan said gratefully, because in the past hour, she has increasingly experienced the mystery of the medicinal wine. In the past, she would feel tired after a class. But today, not only is she not tired, but she is still energetic and has sufficient physical strength. Men and women who have just broken through the boundaries are very clingy to each other. Gao Yan and Zhujiangyue are the same. So after returning home to take a shower and change clothes, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong Science. Waited outside the school for a while. Zhujiangyue's figure appeared outside the gate, but there was also a light bulb. Song Yufei. Gao Yan, you are good, you won my Jiangyue so quickly. As soon as she got in the car, Song Yufei couldn't help teasing. To be honest, she really didn't think Gao Yan was better than Zhujiangyue's suitors. Why did her best friend like him so much? Gao Yan smiled, not knowing how to respond, while Zhujiangyue blushed and couldn't help tickling Song Yufei. Then the 2 girls made a mess in the back seat, and Gao Yan started the car and drove towards the restaurant. The place to eat was chosen by Gao Yan. A Hunan restaurant, and a small private room was reserved. After the dishes were served, Gao Yan smiled and took out the medicinal wine in a mineral water bottle. Yufei, you caught up today. This wine is a good thing. Ordinary people can't drink it. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Yufei glanced at the mineral water bottle and expressed deep doubts about it. He asked the waiter to bring 2 wine glasses, and then only filled half a glass in each bottle and handed it to Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei. Try it. You will never regret it. Song Yufei, who was skeptical, took a sip of the wine glass, and then commented, the taste is okay, but not as good as expected, far worse than the top wine. The beauty of this medicinal wine is not reflected in the good impression. You will know later, Jianyue, you should drink some too. Yeah. Zhuo Jianyue has already given herself to Gao Yan. Although she is not obedient, she still believes in Gao Yan's words. Come, eat. Gao Yan picked up a piece of chicken for Zhuo Jianyue and asked Song Yufei to start eating. Author's words. Thanks to Guchen for the flowers. The 3 of them chatted while eating. Song Yufei and Zhuo Jianyue took a sip of medicinal wine from time to time. The atmosphere was quite good. Suddenly Song Yufei felt something abnormal in her body, and subconsciously looked at the medicinal wine in the glass. This wine? Do you feel it? Gao Yan smiled proudly. This medicinal wine is not an ordinary medicinal wine. After drinking it, it can enhance your physical fitness and energy. Is it really that magical? Gao Yan, don't you feel it? Indeed. Zhuo Jianyue also echoed, I feel warm and comfortable all over, and I also have quite a lot of energy. She and Gao Yan were playing canyon games in the hotel 2 days ago. She felt slightly uncomfortable today, but at this moment, the discomfort had completely disappeared, and she appeared to be full of energy. Therefore, she felt the medicinal wine more deeply than Song Yufei. Song Yufei's family situation is quite good, and her knowledge is far beyond her age, but this is the first time she has come into contact with the medicinal wine brought by Gao Yan. Immediately, she thought about it and asked, Gao Yan, where did you get this medicinal wine? Call me Brother Yan, and I'll tell you. Gao Yan said jokingly. Brother Yan. Song Yufei shouted decisively, because her grandma is old, and even if there is a health doctor around her, the old lady's physiological functions are gradually declining. If she can get a few bottles of medicinal wine for the old lady to drink, she will definitely live a few more years. Gao Yan said, I brewed this wine using ancient methods. Didn't I owe you a favor before? If you are willing to repay the favor, I can give you 3 bottles. Hearing this, Song Yufei was slightly startled, and then smiled, I still think it's better to keep this favor. Brother Yan, how about I pay for it? Forget it, I'll give you this bottle of wine. Gao Yan shook his head helplessly, feeling a little disappointed. Thank you so much, Brother Yan. Song Yufei reached for the medicinal wine and put it into her bag with great solemnity. On the other side, the family compound. Gao Zhibin returned home carrying a black briefcase and saw his daughter on the sofa in the living room. He couldn't help but joke, why are you free to go home today? Although Gao Weilan works in the city bureau, she rarely goes home. Mainly to express dissatisfaction with her parents for interfering in her work. I'm coming back to see my mom, Gao Weilan said. What about me, the father? Gao Zhibin holds a high position and is usually stern at work, but he is very gentle in front of his wife and daughter. Look at you by the way, Gao Weilan said. Soon. When the food was served, Gao Zhibin instructed Gao Weilan, Xiaolan, go to the wine cabinet and get the half bottle of Mao Tai. Let us, father and daughter, have 2 drinks. Drink this. Gao Weilan took out a bottle of medicinal wine, contained in a mineral water bottle and placed it on the table like a treasure. Okay, just drink this. Gao Zhibin did not refuse. Next, the family of three chatted while eating. There was no so-called rule of not talking during eating or sleeping. However, the chat topics mainly focused on Gao Weilan's work and life. This medicinal wine? When the medicine took effect, Gao Zhibin was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Gao Weilan. Dad, how do you feel? Gao Weilan asked proudly. Where did you get this medicinal wine? Feeling that the fatigue in his body quickly subsided and his energy became abundant, Gao Zhibin's expression became solemn. Bought with money. Gao Weilan said. Where did you buy it? Gao Zhibin continued to ask, what do you think of medicinal wine? Where I bought it is a secret for now. Gao Weilan said proudly, unless you promise not to interfere with my work in the future, I will tell you that this medicinal wine is definitely a good thing. Drinking it can enhance your physical fitness and make you extremely energetic. By the way, Mom, you can too try it. Okay, let me try. Gao's mother quickly took a cup, and Gao Weilan poured half a cup for her. When the medicinal effect took effect, Gao's mother also realized the beauty of this medicinal wine. Lao Gao, this wine? Gao Zhibin waved his hand, let's eat first. After the meal I will have a good chat with this girl. After meal. Study. Gao Zhibin said in a deep voice, tell me, Xiaolan, where did this wine come from? Agree to my conditions first. What conditions? Gao Zhibin started to pretend to be stupid. Dad, stop pretending to be stupid. You can no longer interfere with my work. Gao Weilan said speechlessly. Girl, you also have to understand your mother. Your mother and I only have a daughter like you. Once you are in danger, do you still want us white-haired people to send black-haired people away? Gao Zhibin said seriously. I don't listen to this. Besides, I am already the second best player in the team. How can I be injured so easily? Gao Weilan said unconvinced. Those who drown are those who know how to use water. No matter how skilled you are, you can't beat a gun. Gao Zhibin scolded him angrily. Humph, our Dasha country has such strict management of firearms. How can ordinary criminals get firearms? Gao Weilan became more and more unconvinced. Girl, can't you be considerate of us parents? Seeing that he was too tough, Gao Zhibin started to soften. Dad, I'm begging you. But Gao Weilan didn't take this trick, and directly hugged Gao Zhibin's arm and started acting coquettishly. Gao Zhibin was very pleased with this, but he didn't show it on his face. Seeing that acting coquettishly was of no use, Gao Weilan let go of her father, turned around and walked out of the study. Etc. Gao Zhibin shouted, Girl, if you want Dad to promise you, you must also promise Dad a condition. What conditions? Gao Weilan looked happy. Gao Zhibin said solemnly, there is no problem if you want to perform the task, but you cannot act alone. You must follow the arrangements of your superiors. You must not act on impulse. If you make a mistake, you must follow the arrangements and be transferred to a civilian job. Thank you, Dad, I will definitely obey the orders of my superiors. Gao Weilan happily agreed. Okay, now let's talk about medicinal wine. This time, Gao Weilan stopped trying to pick on Gao Zhibin and told her about buying medicinal wine from Gao Yan. In this case, I will transfer 300,000 yuan to you, and you can buy 2 more bottles from him. Gao Zhibin said that he had just realized the benefits of medicinal wine, and he planned to wait a few days. If the effect of this medicinal wine was really that good, he could give away a bottle of medicinal wine. 9:30 in the evening. Gao Yan sent Shui Jianyue and Song Yufei back to Yangdong Science Department, kissed them briefly goodbye, and then drove back to the rental house. On the way, Gao Yan called up the system interface and checked the data. The 3 milk tea shops provided him with a total of 4.135 million experience points. Among them, 4.05 million was provided by selling mobile phones, and the other 85,000 came from the sales of milk tea. The sales of Bandung Mall and Hengda Mall both exceeded 30,000 yuan. In fact, the real turnover was higher. The system did not display the turnover generated by the recharge card. However, the sales of snack street stores have declined. In addition, with 7 times the rebate, the system's stored funds have exceeded 400 million, reaching 411 million. After returning home, he first sent an arrival WeChat message to Shui Jianyue, and then logged into the stock software. Today, Almay Medical hit the daily limit in the morning, and rose by 5 points in the afternoon, with the closing price reaching 45.77 yuan. After briefly washing up, Gao Yan drank 2 glasses of medicinal wine. Then he entered the bedroom with a book, lay on the bed and read it. At the same time, Yunjing. It's still that big villa. Xiaodai, how's the investigation going? Tu Yun, who was wearing pajamas, asked while lying lazily on the sofa, enjoying the maid's massage. Madam, Xiaodai has let you down. Suddenly, Xiaodai lowered her head and said with shame. Tianyun Club seems to be a gold-selling cave. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is just a high-end entertainment venue. But in fact, Tianyun Club's biggest profit is from selling information. And Xiaodai is the leader of this intelligence force, with late-stage strength. What's going on? Tu Yun waved her hand and dismissed the maid who was massaging her, then sat up from the sofa. Xiaodai continued to report, my subordinates checked Gao Yan's past, but the strange thing is that they didn't find out where his strength came from. In addition, my subordinates also traced the source of his funds, from a futures account overseas. This futures account was opened as Gao Yan, but the strange thing is that Gao Yan has never been exposed to futures, and he even only came into contact with stocks now. Interesting. There was a bright light in Tu Yun's charming eyes. Keep an eye on his futures account to see if he will operate in the near future, and then follow the clues. Also, his strength cannot appear out of thin air. It must be, if there is an expert guiding him behind his back, I will keep an eye on him, so I don't believe he won't reveal his flaws. I obey my orders. Go. Tu Yun waved her hand. Subordinates resign. After Xiaodai left, a look of interest appeared on Tu Yun's charming cheek. I've been very bored lately, and finally someone appears who interests me, so let's have some fun. Thinking of this, she called out, and then a woman with a cold expression came in, bent down, and said, Madam, what are your orders? Under arrangement, I will go to Nandu tomorrow. Okay, ma'am. Nandu, Zijin Lake Villa. Sun Menglong opened the door and entered the study room of the villa with an irritated expression, and said to the middle-aged man sitting behind the desk. Second uncle, when can I leave this villa? Sun Wei glanced at Sun Menglong lightly. Xiaolong, it's not that I don't let you go out, it's the ban imposed by the elder brother. As soon as he heard the eldest brother in Sun Wei's mouth, Sun Menglong suddenly stopped and changed his voice. Second uncle, have you found out the origin of that guy? Sun Wei frowned. We have found out, but we haven't found out yet Second uncle, can you please be more direct? Sun Menglong was stunned and said speechlessly. Sun Wei said, the boy's superficial identity has been found out, but his hidden identity has not yet been found out. I have sent people to the Tianyun Club to buy the boy's information. Let's wait and see. Then second uncle, can I get my revenge? Thinking of being slapped and knocking out a big tooth, Sun Menglong felt a surge of rage in his heart. Sun Wei sighed softly, Xiaolong, you are not young anymore, and you should be past the age of fooling around. The other party is not as old as you, but he is a dark warrior. It is difficult to find one among the younger generation of our Sun family. I think that such a genius appears out of thin air, and it is best not to act rashly before finding out where he is, so as not to bring disaster to my Sun family. But Sun Menglong was not convinced. Second uncle, you think too highly of that kid. It's not about being arrogant, but being cautious. Sun Wei pointed out, our Sun family has been able to remain undefeated for many years. First, we have Huajin warriors in charge for generations, and second, we know how to advance and retreat. Sun Menglong also gradually calmed down. Second uncle, can you help my dad to beg for mercy? Don't blame me, my second uncle, for not helping you. In the past, you were just messing around. After all, you didn't offend anyone. But this time you did it at Tianyun Club. The person behind Tianyun Club, even the old man, is quite good. Out of fear, after that, the man called someone and asked Big Brother to give an explanation. Fortunately, you were not in Nandong. Otherwise, believe it or not, Big Brother would break your legs. Now, you'd better not appear in Big Brother's sight. Otherwise. Hearing this, Sun Menglong couldn't help but shuddered. Thank you, second uncle, for reminding me. I understand. Don't worry, I will stay in the villa. Honestly, these days. The next morning, Gao Yan received a call from Gao Weilan. Then he went back to the rental house to get 2 bottles of medicinal wine and went to the gate of the community. Soon, a white Grand Chikino arrived. Give. Gao Yan handed 2 bottles of medicinal wine to Gao Weilan. Thank you, I'll transfer the money to you right away. You're welcome. After chatting for a few more words, Gao Weilan had to go to work, so he drove away. At this moment, Song Yufei drove into a quiet alley. There is an old house deep in the alley. This house is the ancestral home of the Song family. Miss Third, you are back. When the housekeeper at the door saw Song Yufei, a smile appeared on his old face. Grandma Wang, how is my grandma doing during this time? Song Yufei hugged the old housekeeper's arm affectionately. Grandma Wang is grandma's dowry maid. Because she has never married, she has a unique status in the Song family. The young lady's body is quite strong, but she misses the third young lady more. The old housekeeper said with a kind face, by the way, if I remember correctly, the third lady should be in school, right? I got something good and brought it back for Grandma. As they talked, they walked through the front and middle yards and came to the backyard. They happened to see a white-haired old lady lying on the armchair in the yard, basking in the sun. Grandma, I'm back to see you. Song Yufei trotted forward. My daughter is back, let Grandma see her. The old lady sat up from the armchair, slowly. Song Yufei quickened her pace and reached out to hold the old lady's arm. Grandma, don't be excited, be careful not to sprain your old waist. Okay. Okay, I'll listen to my daughter. The old lady smiled happily. Looking at the grandparents and grandchildren, the old housekeeper went out with satisfaction to prepare snacks and tea. The grandparents and grandchildren chatted for a while. Song Yufei suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal wine, like offering a treasure. Grandma, I brought you something good. Good, good, my daughter is thoughtful. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. She didn't care what her granddaughter brought. As long as her granddaughter was thoughtful, she would be very happy. Grandma, don't underestimate this medicinal wine. I'll go find a cup now so you can taste it. Soon, Song Yufei found a wine glass and poured half a cup of medicinal wine, too. The old lady, Grandma, try it. The old lady has always had a good alcohol tolerance. Even at an old age, she has to drink a few sips every day. So, she didn't refuse, but took the wine glass and drank a sip, smiling, and said, "It tastes good." "It tastes good," then you quickly drink all the cup. Good. Good, Grandma will drink it now. Song Yufei didn't point out the effect of the medicinal wine, but planned to give the old lady a surprise. Sure enough. After 2 minutes, the old lady felt the mystery of the medicinal wine, but she did not show any shock. Instead, she said calmly, "Nan Nan, where did you get this wine?" "Grandma, what do you think of this medicinal wine? Is it magical?" Hearing the old lady mention the medicinal wine, Song Yufei immediately understood the effect of the medicinal wine. The old lady nodded. "It is indeed very magical, but Grandma is more curious about where Nan Nan got the medicinal wine from." Song Yufei no longer kept it a secret and smiled. "A friend gave it to me." "Then your friend is really generous. Is it a man or a woman? Is he your boyfriend?" The old lady smiled and joked. Song Yufei waved her hand. "No, he is my best friend's boyfriend. Because I helped him, he gave me a bottle of medicinal wine. I know that you are old and should need this medicinal wine, so I drove to deliver it to you." The old lady nodded. "Nan Nan, do you know the value of this medicinal wine? It should be very precious. At least I have never heard of such a magical medicinal wine." Song Yufei said seriously. "Yes, such good things are priceless." The old lady also agreed very much. "In fact, when I was young, Grandma was very weak. Later, your grandfather spent a lot of money to get 3 ancestral pills from a miracle doctor for me, and asked me to take 1 pill every month. After taking these 3 pills, my body became strong and I rarely get sick. Since then, if it weren't for these 3 pills, I would probably have to go ahead of your grandfather." Speaking of this, the old lady paused before continuing. "The effect of this medicinal wine is very similar to that pill, but it works faster. After drinking only half a cup of wine, Grandma feels 5 or 6 years younger." Hearing what the old lady said, Song Yufei immediately realized that she had obviously underestimated the effect of the medicinal wine. At the same time, she was also hesitant about whether to use the favor that Gao Yan owed her to get more medicinal wine from him. "Nan Nan, you can leave a small half of this bottle of medicinal wine for Grandma, and keep half for yourself, and the other half for your parents," the old lady said again. "No need." Song Yufei waved her hand. "Grandma, I can still get this kind of medicinal wine." "Really?" The old lady suddenly became excited. Although she was already very old, she still couldn't resist the temptation of this kind of medicinal wine that could prolong life. In her opinion, it was good to get a bottle of such precious medicinal wine. I didn't expect that her good granddaughter could continue to get it. Of course it's true, how dare I lie to Grandma? Song Yufei said hurriedly. Then where did your bestie's boyfriend get this wine? The old lady asked. I heard him say that he brewed it using the ancient method and used a lot of precious medicinal materials. Song Yufei explained. At this time, the old housekeeper came with snacks and tea. After he put it down, the old lady said to her, Shower, go and get my brocade box. Okay, miss. The old housekeeper entered the room and came with a brocade box in a short while. The old lady took the brocade box and opened it, and took out two things from it. One was a bank card, and the other was a bracelet carved from glass type. Imperial green jadeite. Nan, this card contains Grandma's coffin money, a total of more than 50 million, all used to buy medicine wine. I originally planned to pass this bracelet to you before I died, but now I'll give it to you in advance. As she spoke, the old lady took the bank card and stuffed it into Song Yufei's hand, and put the bracelet on her hand. No, Grandma, I can't take it. Song Yufei quickly declined. My dear, don't you listen to Grandma? The old lady pulled her face. You can find this medicinal wine, which means you have made great contributions to our family. This is Grandma's reward for you. If you don't want it, Grandma will be angry. Song Yufei refused for a while, and when she saw that the old lady was really angry, she reluctantly accepted it. That afternoon, Gao Yan was reading in the classroom. He had already reviewed this course, and now he came to the classroom to read extracurricular books. This is. The phone vibrated slightly. Glanced at it, it was Song Yufei who sent him a WeChat message. Brother Yan, I want to buy some medicinal wine from you, is it okay? Naturally talented, of course, it depends on how much you buy. Song Yufei, of course the more the better. Naturally talented, I will sell you 3 bottles at most, and if you buy more than 3 bottles, I will add a favor. Song Yufei, okay, it's settled, I'll come to Nandu University to find you. There are more than 10 minutes before the get out of class ends, so Gao Yan agreed to her. 20 minutes later. At the gate of Nandu University, Gao Yan walked straight to a red BMW parked not far away, opened the passenger seat and sat on it, then said to Song Yufei, drive forward. Okay. Gao Yan said, how much do you want to buy? Song Yufei said, it depends on how much you sell a bottle. Gao Yan said, the first 3 bottles are 100,000, how about 1 million from the 4th bottle? Song Yufei did not mean to bargain at all, okay. After a while, Gao Yan brought Song Yufei to the rental house, and directly took 5 bottles of medicinal wine with the empty mineral water bottles prepared in advance and handed them to her. I'll give you 5 bottles first. If you want more, you have to wait for a while. Isn't this bottle full? Song Yufei pointed to the large bottle of medicinal wine next to her. Gao Yan smiled and said, the effect of this bottle of wine is different. What effect does this bottle of wine have? Song Yufei asked curiously. Kidney tonic. Gao Yan said. Suddenly, Song Yufei blushed. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Gao Yan. You are not using it yourself, are you? You are superficial. Kidneys are not only for men, but also for women. Kidneys are the foundation of innateness. The stronger the kidneys, the more energy you have. The 2 kinds of medicinal wines I sell to you can replenish everything, very comprehensive, and this one focuses on replenishing the kidneys. Song Yufei nodded thoughtfully. Can you sell me a bottle of this medicinal wine? Yes. Gao Yan nodded, and quickly put another bottle of kidney replenishing Medicinal wine in Song Yufei's hands. After getting the medicinal wine, Song Yufei asked Gao Yan for her bank card number and logged into the mobile bank to transfer the money directly. Soon, Gao Yan's bank account had 3.3 million more. After sending Song Yufei away, Gao Yan went to the market to buy 10 wine bottles and 100 kilograms of white wine, and bought enough medicinal materials to make 10 bottles of medicinal wine. Among them, 8 bottles for strengthening the physique and 2 bottles for nourishing the kidney. After doing these things, Gao Yan suddenly felt a little idle. He called up the system panel and took a look. The upgrade experience has exceeded 65 million. It seems that Tianyun Club also has a gambling stone shop. It is better to go to the gambling stone to brush the upgrade experience. Thinking of this, he immediately drove to Tianyun Club. When his car just drove into Tianyun Club, Tu Yun received the news of Gao Yan's arrival. She couldn't help but chuckled and said, "I was thinking about how to contact him, but I didn't expect him to come directly to my door." Gao Yan, who had a clear goal, went directly to the gambling stone field in the club. Relatively speaking, the gambling stone shop of Tianyun Club is more high-end and advanced. There are not many raw stones here, and there are only more than 100 pieces in total. But whether these raw stones have windows or not, the price is more than 1 million. Especially the Stone King that is as tall as a person, it is worth 88 million. The mind moved. Gao Yan used the golden eye directly on the Stone King. When the golden eye showed the true value of the raw stone, Gao Yan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This Stone King has windows, and not just one window, but 3 windows. One window reveals a glass shade of imperial green. But what came out of the second window was bean seeds. The third window opened, but there was no jade. The glass imperial green is already the most top-grade jade, which is why this stone is priced at 80 million. According to the introduction of the accompanying waiter, the boss spent a lot of money to get this stone from Haimean, but the price was too high. It has been placed here for more than half a year, and no one dares to take action. Today is the year 2015 of the Chinese New Year. Housing prices are not that exaggerated. The average house price in Nandu is around 20,000 yuan. If you spend 80 million yuan to buy a house, you can buy 40 houses for 100 meters. Therefore, even if a glass imperial green is opened in a window, no one would dare to bet. After all, glass is very valuable, but it depends on the size. If there is only a small piece, it will be good if it can be sold for several million. What's more, 80 million is really not a small amount. It is not easy for even a company with a market value of billions to mobilize 80 million in funds, let alone a private person. Many people think it would be easy for wealthy bosses with billions or tens of billions to spend tens of millions. This is not the case. Most wealthy people's assets are composed of company equity, stocks, real estate, funds, etc., but they don't have much cash on hand. Just like ordinary people, their main assets are houses and cars, and holding 1 or 200,000 in cash is considered good. Closer to home, Gao Yan already knew the true value of this Stone King through the golden eyes. So, he said to the waitress beside him, "I want to buy this rough stone, how should I trade it?" Upon hearing this, the waitress's eyes suddenly changed when she looked at Gao Yan, with admiration, passion, and eagerness. "Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. I will call the manager of Gambling Stone Shop for you right now." "Okay." Gao Yan was busy with 5 things and used golden eyes on the other 5 rough stones. It has to be said that the quality of the rough stones here is quite good. 2 of the 5 rough stones actually contain jade. After buying one of them, you can easily earn 5 million. Do you want to take it together? After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to give up. As the saying goes, too much is never enough. The Stone King has been able to make him a fortune. Soon, the manager of gambling stone shop arrived. Hello Mr. Gao, I am. The manager of gambling stone shop first introduced himself politely, and then talked about the purchase of Stone King. He said that Gao Yan was a diamond customer of their club and he could get a 30% discount on all purchases, so he only had to pay for 56 million. You can win this Stone King. When Gao Yan heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. He just ignored the fact that he was a diamond card user. Here, he had to thank Deng Yu. The other party was just a kid who gave away money. When he punished him in the future, he would probably show some mercy. Sign the purchase contract and transfer the money. In just a few minutes, Stone King, which had not been sold for more than half a year, had become Gao Yan's. Inside the office, Xiao Dai came to report, Madam, Gao Yan bought that Stone King. Really? Tu Yun was slightly startled. This Stone King was actually a thank you gift given to her by a certain warlord in Burma. It had been kept here for more than half a year, but she still hadn't taken action. Come on, let's go see the excitement. That kid made 2 attempts at the Qin family's Hungyun Stone Square, and both times he made big profits. Now, the Stone King, which is as tall as one person, has been moved to the stone removal area. Because the Stone King is too large, it requires 3 stone removal masters to operate it together. The news that Stone King was bought spread quickly. Not only the members in Gambling Stone Square came to see the excitement, but also other members of the club came after hearing the news. Little brother, you are really generous. To be honest, I have also fallen in love with this Stone King. Unfortunately, because of the price, I have never dared to do it. You still have the courage. A middle-aged man with a Chinese character face praised, while also secretly guessing Gao Yan's origin. Gao Yan smiled and said nothing. By the way, little brother, this is my business card. What do you call me? Little brother? The middle-aged man took out his business card and handed it over. Gao Yan took the business card and looked at it. The other person was the CEO of a real estate company named Yi Haiba. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Gao Yan. I wonder who your father is? Yi Haiba continued to ask, because he had never heard of any big boss in Nandu whose surname was Gao. Mr. Yi, I am not from Nandu, I just go to school in Nandu. Gao Yan explained, because he also understood that the other party was trying to find out his details. That's it. Yi Haiba suddenly understood. No wonder he couldn't get the number right. It turned out he was not from Nandu. By the way, Mr. Gao, our company has recently developed a villa community called Yujinjiwen. If Mr. Gao wants to buy a villa, you can contact me directly and I will give you a discount. When he heard that the other party was the boss of Yujinjiwen, Gao Yan looked a little strange. Mr. Yi, if only I had known you a few days earlier, I just bought a villa in Yujinjiwen a few days ago. Haha, doesn't this mean that young Master Gao and I are destined? Yi Haiba laughed and said, well, young Master Gao, since you have bought a villa under my company in advance, how about I give you a set of high-end furniture? That's no need. Gao Yan waved his hand. If I buy it next time, Mr. Yi can just give me a discount. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. How could Gao Yan easily accept something from others? Seeing Gao Yan refuse, Yi Haiba did not force him. Okay, if Mr. Gao buys it next time, I will give you a 20% discount. Thank you, Mr. Yi. While the two were chatting, the Stone King had been fixed. Just then, Gao Yan found that Yi Haiba's expression was a little wrong. He looked along his line of sight and saw a woman wearing a brown cheongsam, high heels, extremely graceful, charming and noble temperament, stepping into the gambling stone shop. Behind her, there was a young woman in black. Yi Haiba just took a look and quickly retracted his gaze, fearing that he would offend the other party. Soon, the woman walked in front of Gao Yan and the others. Yi Haiba's expression tightened and he hurriedly said politely, "Hello, Mr. Tu." "Yeah." Tu Yun nodded gently, but his eyes fell on Gao Yan. "Hello Gao Yan, I am the owner of Tianyun Club, let me meet you." While speaking, Tu Yun stretched out her hand. "Hello, Mr. Tu." Gao Yan also reached out his hand and shook hands with the other party. He originally thought that the other party's hands would be very delicate, but unexpectedly, when shaking hands, he found that the other party's fingers and palms were all calloused. Yi Haiba's eyes changed. As far as he knew, this Mr. Tu was very mysterious. Even though he had been a member of Tianyun Club for several years, he had only met him twice. And every time they met, the other party acted like a queen, especially cold. At first, some people couldn't stand it. Wanted to have something happen with this queen. As a result, something happened that night, and he broke his legs in a car accident. Afterwards, several more such incidents happened, and everyone suddenly realized that this was a rose with thorns, and it was not to be provoked. Now, this thorny rose was obviously coming for Gao Yan, whom he had just met. Could Gao Yan, who could make Tu Yun look at him differently, be an ordinary rich second generation? Immediately, Gao Yan realized that Mr. Tu was probably not an ordinary person, but probably a warrior. But this is the real world, unlike in novels where one can judge the other person's cultivation and realm through their breath. Although Gao Yan suspected that Tu Yun was a martial arts practitioner, he could only tell what level the opponent was by fighting against her or watching her do it. "Gao Yan, after you finish untying the stone, can we have a drink together?" Tu Yun invited. "Okay." Gao Yan nodded. He was the boss of Tianyun Club, so he had to give him face. At this time, Master Jiasher also greeted Tu Yun, his top boss, and then asked Gao Yan what he thought of Jiasher. "I don't know how to interpret stones either, so let's discuss it." Gao Yan waved his hand. Although he had clearly touched the entire rough stone, through his golden eyes, there was no need to reveal anything more. After some discussion, the master stone solver decided to adopt a more conservative solution, starting with the glass interface and expanding the interface first. After all, this is a stone king worth 80 million. No carelessness. At this time, the members who came to watch the excitement were also whispering about Gao Yan's identity and origin. Because Tu Yun put too much pressure on him, Yi Haiba took the initiative to distance himself after he started to unravel the stone. When asked by an acquaintance, he briefly introduced Gao Yan's identity. He is not a native of Nandu, but probably a super-rich second generation from somewhere else. The reason why he is considered to be the super-rich second generation is very simple. Those who can stand here all have a certain status, because they also understand the rich second-generation group. It sounds very high-end, but it is actually not as mysterious as imagined. Before the rich second generation took over their family's property, their living expenses were at most higher than ordinary people. Not to mention the ordinary rich second generation, even 99% of the people present would not be able to easily spend tens of millions. Chi-chi. The harsh grinding sound continued, as well as the scattered stone powder. Under the polishing of several stone-cutting masters, the interface of the glass species was quickly expanded. Soon, a stone-cutting master washed it with a small water gun and found that the interface polished from both directions was glass jade. Originally, the interface of the glass jadeite was only 3 centimeters in diameter, but now it has more than doubled in diameter. Immediately, the masters of stone analysis showed excitement and continued to expand the interface in the direction of the jadeite. Time passes gradually. Half an hour later, a brand new glass imperial green interface appeared, with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. After illuminating it with a strong flashlight, it can be concluded that the depth of this piece of glass jade is more than 10 centimeters. Then, the volume of this piece of glass jadeite can almost be judged. Master Gao, congratulations, this rough stone is probably going to rise. Sharply, Yi Haiba came up to congratulate him, because the glass seeds revealed had already exceeded the price of the original stone, and now Gao Yan had made a few million. Thank you. Gao Yan smiled calmly, but said in his heart, where have we been? Now? You will be even more shocked later. After determining the approximate size of the jadeite, several stone-cutting masters became more cautious and adopted the most conservative solution. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. The entire piece of imperial green glass was completely unlocked. For a moment, everyone present looked at Gao Yan with envy. Because someone knowledgeable has already given the price, at least 120 million. And the entire Stone King has only been solved less than 1/6. Mr. Gao, do you want to sell this jade? Tu Yun asked with a smile. Mr. Tu, do you have any ideas? Gao Yan asked. Yes, this jadeite is of good size and suitable for carving into an ornament. Tu Yun nodded. When they heard this, the people around them felt bad. Taking such top-grade jade carving ornaments was simply a waste of natural resources. You must know that whether it is used to make bracelets, earrings, rings, etc., it is the top-grade jade jewelry. At the same time, it also directly revealed Tu Yun's wealth, and he did not take more than 100 million in his eyes at all. How much is Mr. Tu willing to pay? Gao Yan asked. How about 130 million? Tu Yun said with a smile. Just 120 million. Gao Yan said, after all, this Stone King is priced at 80 million. I only spent 56 million to buy it and I have made a profit. But I have a request. What request? Tu Yun asked, is it possible that you have any thoughts about me? Don't get me wrong, Mr. Tu, my request is if the 120 million can be given to me in batches. Gao Yan quickly said that if 120 million were directly deposited into the account, the extra experience would be swallowed up by the system after the upgrade. That's no problem. Finally, the two parties discussed that they would pay him 35 million first, and then call him the remaining 85 million 10 minutes later. Soon, the two parties signed the transfer agreement. Tu Yun also ordered someone to transfer a huge sum of 35 million yuan into Gao Yan's account. And 35 million experience points have also arrived, and the upgrade experience has exceeded 100 million. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Soon, the system was upgraded successfully, with an additional advanced lottery, 2 free attribute points, and the system's return multiplier reached 8 times. However, the experience gained from level 8 to level 9 skyrocketed to 500 million. When Gao Yan returned to the stone-solving area, Gao Yan gave each of the several stone-solving masters 18,880 yuan to spend and asked them to continue to work on the stone-solving. The subsequent stone-breaking process was much faster, and there was no need to be as cautious as before. System, use advanced lottery. Anyway, the stone-breaking period was quite boring, so Gao Yan decided to use the lottery. Ding, start the advanced lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill data I. Would the host like to fuse it? Wait a minute. Gao Yan shouted. With the experience of fusing the golden pupil, Gao Yan estimated that there would be some problems with the eyes, and it would definitely not be appropriate to fuse in front of everyone. So, he walked straight towards the bathroom. Locking himself in the toilet cubicle, Gao Yan began to order the fusion of the data I. As expected. As soon as the fusion started, his eyes became extremely sour and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Fortunately, he came to the bathroom, otherwise if he fused on the spot, he would inexplicably shed tears, and he would be regarded as a lunatic. Soon, the fusion was completed. Gao Yan also learned how to use the data eye. The data eye is somewhat similar to the golden eye. The golden eye reads the data and value of dead objects, while the data eye reads the data of women. Gao Yan is very suspicious that the guy who created the data eye is an LSP. The difference is that the data eye has no restrictions on use. After washing his face, Gao Yan walked out of the bathroom, returned to the stone-breaking area, and then used the data eye on Tu Yun. Immediately afterwards, the other party's information appeared in his mind. Name, Tu Yun. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance, 96. Figure, 95. Charm, 98. Constitution, 90. Spirit, 85. Strength, middle stage of Huajin. Identity, owner of Tianyun Club. Favorability, 50. Special, 100. Appearance, figure, charm, etc. can be intuitively felt. What surprised Gao Yan was that Tu Yun was actually a master of Chinese martial arts in the middle stage of Huajin. No wonder the other party had calluses on his hands. However, the opponent's physique is only 90 points, but he, whose strength is only at the peak of dark power, has a physique of 92 points. This is mainly because he added points. Otherwise, the peak of dark power does not have such a strong physique. He still has 2 free attributes in his hand. He had offended Sun Menglong of the Sun family before. After a little hesitation, he decided to add 2 attribute points to his physique to enhance his own strength. Gao Yan thought and added a little bit of physique. Then there was a surge of heat in his body, which disappeared after a while. But Gao Yan felt that his physique had strengthened a bit. Keep adding more. The familiar heat flowed out again. Calling up the system interface again, the data in the physical fitness column has become 94 points. If we just talk about physical fitness, it should be comparable to the warriors in the late stage of Huajin. After all, Tu Yun's physique in the middle stage of Huajin is only 90 points. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. But another 85 million arrived. Now the system has been upgraded to level 8, so the 85 million will be returned 8 times by the system. The previous 35 million is still returned 7 times. When purchasing rough stones before, 20 million was transferred from the system account, leaving 402 million. 35 million returned 7 times to 245 million. 85 million returned 8 times to 680 million. Therefore, the funds stored in the system account have reached 1.327 billion. Looking at this number, Gao Yan looked a little dazed. A few weeks ago, he was still a poor student working for living expenses and tuition. Unexpectedly, in just a few weeks, he already had wealth that many people would struggle to earn in a lifetime. For a moment, he felt an impulse in his heart. Do you want to spend some money in revenge? It's just that he was poor before. How should he spend so much money? He only thought about buying a house, a car, clothes, etc. But now there are so many talents on the internet. When I go back, I will check online to find out how to spend money. Time passes slowly. For more than an hour, the size of the Stone King continued to shrink. With the efforts of several stonebreaking masters, more than 10 pieces of jadeite, large and small, were solved. These jadeites vary in size and quality. The best is a piece of ice type Imperial green, but it is not large in size and is estimated to be around 8 million. The total value of more than 10 pieces of jadeite exceeds 10 million. The other members sighed after seeing it. The previous glass Imperial green has been sold for 120 million yuan. Even if all the rest are cut off, it will be considered a big profit. Now, another 18 million yuan worth of jadeite has been cut out. The key is that there is still half of this Stone King untied. It took another 2 hours. The remaining half of the rough stone was finally cut, and more than 20 pieces of jadeite with varying values were cut out, with an estimated price of 32 million. In the words of onlookers, this was a stab at the jadeite nest. 120 million plus 0.18 plus 0.32 is equal to 170 million. The jadeite cut by the Stone King is worth 170 million. After deducting 56 million, it is 114 million. In just a few hours, I made a small goal. In fact, they don't know that Gao Yan has system rebates, otherwise they would go crazy with jealousy. There were voices praising and complimenting Gao Yan all around, and Gao Yan also had dozens of business cards in his hand. Later, Gao Yan took a few photos of dozens of jadeite pieces with his mobile phone, and then sent them to Manager Song of Dafu Jewelry, and asked on WeChat, Manager Song, do you want to accept these jadeites? Manager Song replied almost instantly, Young Master Gao, where are you? I'll come find you right away. This guy participated in 2 biddings, which could be regarded as helping Gao Yan raise the price. Therefore, Gao Yan was also prepared to give him some benefits. 30 minutes later, Manager Song was led into a private room by Gao Yan's butler at Tianyun Club, accompanied by a jade appraiser. After some identification, Manager Song gave a price of 48 million. Gao Yan said, 50 million, no bargaining. After a slight hesitation, Manager Song agreed, because Dafu Jewelry had recently received a new batch of high-end jade jewelry orders, and was worried about where to purchase jade from. There happened to be 2 pieces of ice jade in Gao Yan's batch of jade. It can be said that when I feel sleepy, someone will give me a pillow. And through 2 contacts, he also knew that Gao Yan was a man of his word, so he agreed to the price so happily. Shortly after signing the contract, Gao Yan's bank account received another 50 million, with experience reaching 135 million, and the system account increased by another 400 million, reaching 1.727 billion. Seeing that Gao Yan had received the money, Manager Song took Jade and left in a hurry. "Mr. Gao, my wife invites you." As soon as the transaction was completed, the woman in black who was standing next to Tuyen came to invite her. Following the other party into a battery car, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into the stock software. Today, the stock price of Aomei Medicine did not rise significantly, only rising by 3 points. Based on the information in my mind, the share price of Aomei Pharmaceuticals will not rise significantly from Tuesday to Friday. After reading many books on stocks, Gao Yan vaguely guessed the banker's intention, which was probably to shake out the previous batch of retail investors who still held the Australian and American stock prices. After all, Aomei Pharmaceutical has been falling for so long. In just 2 weeks, it has risen by 30 yuan, which can be regarded as cashing out at a high level. But the next week, the stock price will skyrocket again. Because next week, Aomei Medicine's new drug will be officially launched. A few minutes later, the battery car arrived outside a pavilion on a lake. As the lake breeze blew, a strong smell of hot pot drifted towards Gao Yan. He looked towards the pavilion and found that a table of hot pot had been placed in the pavilion. "Here we go, come in and sit down." Tu Yun, who had changed her clothes, greeted Gao Yan. "I know you are from southwest China, so I ordered someone to prepare a table of hot pot. Mr. Tu is interested." Gao Yan was polite and authentic. After sitting down, Gao Yan was not polite. When he saw that the bottom of the pot was already boiling, he picked up vegetables and put them into the pot. The dipping sauce was prepared. After more than 10 seconds, Gao Yan took a slice of cooked fat beef, wrapped it in the dipping sauce, and put it into his mouth. To be honest, the taste of this hot pot is not as good as that made with super hot pot base, but Gao Yan found that the taste of this fat beef is quite good. It makes up for the lack of flavor in the hot pot base. Later, Gao Yan tried other dishes one by one, and he found that the taste of these dishes was far better than those on the market. What surprised Gao Yan even more, Tu Yun also followed him and picked up the chopsticks to cook the hot pot. She looked very elegant when eating, but she ate no slower than him. So, less than 20 minutes. The two of them ate all the more than 20 dishes that were prepared in large portions. If Tu Yun were an ordinary person, Gao Yan would be surprised by how much she eats, but since she is a martial artist, she would be willing to do so. Generally speaking, the stronger your physique, the greater your food intake. Soon, someone brought new ingredients, and the two continued to eat. More than 10 minutes passed. Gao Yan was finally full, and then he poured himself a glass of frozen watermelon juice, and said with satisfaction, "Have a good time, thank you Mr. Tu for the hospitality, Mr. Tu. I have an impatient temper, so if you have anything to say, you might as well speak up." "Why, can't I treat you to hot pot if you have nothing to do?" Tu Yun asked, with a smile. "So Mr. Tu just invited me to eat hot pot? Otherwise, in that case, I'm full, so I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Tu Yun didn't say anything, but there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, because she felt that Gao Yan, the little kid, was playing a trick of retreating in order to advance. But gradually, her expression became dull, and then she smiled speechlessly. Because Gao Yan, this guy, is really gone and never comes back. Madam, do you want to go and bring him back? Xiao Dai, who had been standing outside the pavilion, asked. No. Tu Yun waved her hands. Although she was a little depressed, she was more interesting. Anyway, this kid was in Nandu, and there would be many opportunities to play with this brat slowly in the future. After driving away from Tianyun Club, Gao Yan frowned. He didn't understand why Tu Yun looked at him differently. If she was just a rich woman it would be fine, but she was a middle stage Huajin master, which was worth his vigilance. His originally drifting mentality stabilized again. He returned to the rental house and took a shower first. Then he flirted with Shui Jianyue on WeChat. But soon, Gao Yan cried out that it was a mistake, because since breaking through that relationship, Shui Jianyue, who was originally quite reserved, actually became bold. After being teased by him, she also began to fight back and sent him a few photos that made him look hot. After the chat ended, Gao Yan took the last book and flipped through it. In less than 10 minutes. He finished reading the rest of the content, closed his eyes and savored it. And felt that he had gained a lot. Decided to buy some more books tomorrow. He had finished reading more than 10 books he bought last time. With a thought, the system panel appeared again. Today, the total revenue of the 3 milk tea shops increased by several thousand yuan, just reaching 90,000 yuan, but the growth mainly came from the Wanlong store and Hengda store. The potential of the snack street is limited. It is very good to maintain a daily turnover of more than 15,000 yuan. The upgrade experience increased by 2.11 million again. Under the eightfold rebate, the system funds increased by 16.88 million. At this time, Tianyun Club. In a villa. Xiao Dai is reporting, Madam, the futures account you asked me to keep an eye on has made new moves today, and has made at least 200 million US dollars in the foreign futures market. So powerful? Tu Yun was slightly stunned. It seems that I underestimated that guy. There should be a very powerful trading team behind him. Is there any way to find that team? Xiao Dai shook her head. Xiao He has tried his best, and he can't catch the opponent's flaws at all. Tu Yun waved her hand. Okay, keep watching. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that the system controlled the account. Although Xiao He's hacking skills were very powerful, it was impossible to catch the flaws of the system. As for the fact that they could find that account, it was just that the system deliberately released it to give Gao Yan a legal source of funds. No words were spoken all night. On Wednesday morning, the weather in early autumn was getting hotter and hotter. Huh. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt that his body had become much stronger. He called up the system interface and saw that his physical fitness had reached 95 points. If he guessed correctly, this physical fitness came from the medicinal wine. Suddenly, he had an idea. My physical fitness is stronger than Tu Yun, who is in the middle stage of Huajin. Maybe I can try to break through to Huajin by myself. Thinking of this, Gao Yan simply washed up, changed his clothes and went downstairs to practice boxing. After practicing a few sets of boxing, Gao Yan felt refreshed. He had already reached the peak of Anjin, and he had already touched the threshold of Huajin. This made him very happy. If he could break through to Huajin with his real ability, he would save an upgrade card. If he drew an upgrade card in the future, he could improve his strength to Danjin. The strongest talent in Yangdong province. If he reaches Danjin, he can do whatever he wants. He went back to the rental house, took a shower, changed clothes, and went downstairs again. As soon as he entered the elevator, he found Qian Bauer in it. Gao Yan smiled at her. "Good morning, senior sister." "Good morning, junior brother," Qian Bauer said with a flickering look in her eyes. Although she was relatively calm that morning, she couldn't help blushing every time she thought of that incident. Therefore, she didn't go home for the past few days, for fear of running into Gao Yan. Even when she went to the housing authority to sign, she deliberately staggered the time with Gao Yan. Unexpectedly, when I went home for the first time last night, I ran into Gao Yan as soon as I went out today. "Have you had breakfast? If not, let's have breakfast together." Gao Yan took the initiative to invite. "No, no need." Qian Bauer quickly refused. "There is another meeting at the company, I have to go there." "Senior sister, you have worked hard, but you have to take care of yourself, no matter how busy you are," Gao Yan said with a smile. "Thank you, I got it." The elevator reached the first floor. Qian Bauer sped up and walked out of the unit door, then drove away quickly. Seeing this, Gao Yan secretly touched his nose. It seems that this senior sister is a little afraid of me. Time, in a flash, it came to Friday again, and next week, there will be this period of exams. On Wednesday, the share price of Aeon Pharmaceuticals only rose by 2 points. And on Thursday, the share price of Aeon Pharmaceuticals only rose by 1 point. As expected by Gao Yan, there were many retail investors who cashed out at high prices. Unfortunately, as soon as the stock was posted, it was snatched away by someone, and it was not his turn at all. And this morning, the share price of Aeon Pharmaceuticals not only did not rise, but fell by 2 points. Gao Yan searched for news about Aeon Pharmaceuticals on his mobile phone, and found that there was news on the internet that was unfavorable to Aeon Pharmaceuticals. If he hadn't known the result earlier, maybe he would have sold the stock to cash out like other retail investors. As for the revenue of the milk tea shop, it entered a stable period on Wednesday and Thursday, providing 2.11 million upgrade experience points every day, and the system return can reach 16.88 million every day. In other words, he can earn more than 16 million every day. In a month, it is almost 500 million. At lunchtime, Gao Yan's phone rang, and the call was from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, I'm Gao Yan, who are you?" "It's me, Gao Yan, I'm Xiatao." After hearing this name, Gao Yan thought for 2 seconds before remembering who the other person was. Xiatao was his high school classmate. The relationship between the two sides was neither good nor bad, just ordinary classmates, and they hadn't contacted each other for 2 years, but the other party suddenly contacted him, which surprised Gao Yan. So Gao Yan asked, "Xiatao, are you okay?" "Xiatao, hi, it's like this, I accompanied Han Fei to Nandu to buy a car. Didn't I remember you were at Nandu University, so I called you to have dinner together." The Han Fei mentioned by Xiatao was also their high school classmate, and he was also Zhuo Jianyue's pursuer. He confessed to Zhuo Jianyue 3 times in high school, and Zhuo Jianyue just rejected him the first 2 times. After seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, Zhuo Jianyue told the teacher after the 3rd confession. Because Zhuo Jianyue was a top student and the college entrance examination was imminent, the teacher severely reprimanded Han Fei in class, which made Han Fei very embarrassed. Thinking back to this, Gao Yan suddenly understood that Han Fei's invitation to dinner was fake, and he probably wanted to invite Zhuo Jianyue, because he was the only one who could talk to Zhuo Jianyue in high school. So, Gao Yan asked, besides me, who else? Xie Tao said, originally, we also invited Zhuo Jianyue, the school beauty. But she refused. Didn't you have the best relationship with her in high school? See if you can invite her out for dinner together. Hearing this, Gao Yan laughed. Most likely, Han Fei failed to invite Zhuo Jianyue, so he thought of him and wanted him to help invite someone. But they didn't know that Zhuo Jianyue was his girlfriend now. Thinking of this, he said, okay, I'll call her now, there shouldn't be any problem. Xie Tao said happily, haha, Gao Yan, you are really smart. Don't worry. Brother Fei said that if you really invite someone out, he will give you a red envelope of 500. After hanging up Xie Tao's phone, Gao Yan called Zhuo Jianyue again and told him that Han Fei wanted to invite her to dinner through him. Regarding this, Zhuo Jianyue was speechless, but she joked that Han Fei is so interesting, he actually asked his boyfriend to help him date his girlfriend. Isn't it? Gao Yan also smiled, how about we go have a meal together, just in time to make him give up? Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhuo Jianyue said. Gao Yan, then I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuo Jianyue, well, okay. Gao Yan, kiss me. Zhuo Jianyue, moo. After ending the call, Gao Yan called Xie Tao again and told him that Zhuo Jianyue had agreed. About 2 minutes passed. Gao Yan received a WeChat friend request, and the profile picture was exactly that of Han Fei. His profile picture was taken while sitting in a BMW, and he was wearing sunglasses coquettishly. After clicking pass, Han Fei sent a voice message, is it Gao Yan? I am Han Fei. I'm born with talent, it's me. Fiang Sheng, brother, thank you for inviting Zhuo Jianyue. The place to eat has been decided, it's at Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant. Hearing that Han Fei had decided to eat at Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant, his expression became a little strange. I am born with talent, okay, I understand, what time is the scheduled time? Fiang Sheng, 6 o'clock, please tell Zhuo Jianyue. I'm born with talent, okay. Later, Han Fei sent a red envelope of 500 yuan. Looking at the 500 yuan red envelope sent by Han Fei, Gao Yan was speechless. With a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan, would he care about 500 yuan? So it was not charged. On the other side, in a restaurant, Xie Tao and Han Fei were also eating. Taozi, do you think my confession this time will be successful? Han Fei asked with some anxiety. That's for sure. Xie Tao said with certainty, Brother Fei, you are now a man driving a BMW X3. What's more, you also prepared a luxury watch worth 88,000 for her. If I were a woman, I would be so moved that I would throw myself into your arms. Screw you. Han Fei said angrily, but his mood improved a lot. Then he picked up his phone, looked at it, and said with a smile, that idiot Gao Yan didn't accept the red envelope. Xie Tao joked, the poorer a person is, the heavier his self-esteem is. Of course, it is also possible that that guy wants to take the opportunity to curry favor with you, Brother Fei. 2. Han Fei nodded. In the past 2 years, his father had fawned over a big boss. The big boss gave his father 2 projects and earned almost 10 million in 2 years. So he took the opportunity to ask his father for some money to buy a car. He studied at Nanjing University of Communication. In fact, he could just buy a car at Nanjing University. Although Nanjing is not a provincial capital city, it is quite developed. It's just that he knew that Zhuo Jianyue was studying in Nandu, so he came here to buy a car and took the opportunity to show off his strength. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and bought a watch worth 88,000 to see if he could impress Zhuo Jianyue and let her become his daughter. Friend. Hanyang City, the ancestral home of the Qin family. Now the person in charge of the Qin family is not the eldest Qin Jijun, but the second eldest Qin Zhihui. The reason is simple. The boss, Qin Jijun, serves in the military and is the chief combat instructor of a special forces unit. Second master, this is the information you want. The subordinate handed a folder to Qin Zhihui. Although Qin Zhihui can also use a computer, he has a habit of reading paper information rather than viewing it on a computer. Taking the folder and opening it, Qin Zhihui lowered his head and looked at it. 5 minutes later, he raised his head and looked at his men. What do you think of this, Gao Yan? The subordinate said solemnly, Second master, according to the information we have investigated, this Gao Yan has bet on stones 3 times, but each time the price went up sharply. As the saying goes, nothing can be done more than 3 times. No matter how lucky he is, he cannot win twice. He has won every bet, so my subordinates concluded that the other party must be good at betting on stones, so we might as well get in touch. Hearing this, Qin Zhihui couldn't help but look thoughtful. In late August, the Qin family would send people to Haimen for the triennial gambling competition. This gambling battle is related to the Qin family's shipment share in the next 3 years, and the interests involved are tens of billions. But the Qin family is not sure at all. Originally there were 2 stone gambling masters in the Qin family. One died of old age 5 years ago, and the other had an accident 1 month before the last gambling competition and was seriously injured and paralyzed in bed. Although the Qin family has also deliberately cultivated many stone gambling experts, there is still a big gap compared with the 2 stone gambling masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only finished 3rd in the betting competition last time. Now that the gambling battle is about to begin, the Qin family has also collected a lot of information about the other 6 families. The 6 families all invited top stone gambling experts to participate, making it clear that the Qin family would be eliminated from the top 3. Therefore, Qin Zhihui was very distressed about this matter. Some time ago, Qin Lin, the manager of Nandu Hongyun Stone Shop, reported to him the news that he had discovered a master of stone gambling. So, he ordered someone to investigate. Although Nandu is not the territory of their Qin family, it is still relatively simple to investigate a person's information. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zhihui made a decision: send someone to contact Gao Yan. If his stone gambling skills are really good, you can recruit him to join our Qin family. Okay, second master, my subordinate will handle this matter personally. His subordinate nodded. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan arrived at the gate of Yangdong University of Science on time. Zhuo Jianyue had been waiting at the gate in advance. When she saw Gao Yan's car, she quickly opened the door and got in. Wipe it off. Gao Yan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Zhuo Jianyue. The weather was really hot. Even after standing at the school gate for a few minutes, there was sweat on her forehead. Help me, Zhuo Jianyue said coquettishly. Gao Yan smiled, picked up the tissue, and carefully helped Zhuo Jianyue wipe the sweat on her forehead. After wiping, he kissed her moist lips like a dragonfly. Hateful, you always take advantage of others. Shi Wen said coquettishly. Do you want me to take advantage of others? Gao Yan said while starting the car. You dare. Shi Wen was like a cat with its fur standing on end. Just as Gao Yan was driving Shi Wen to the brothers' hot pot restaurant, Han Fei and Xia Tao had already arrived at the hot pot restaurant in advance. And Han Fei was holding a bunch of red roses in his hand. His expression was full of excitement, expectation, and a little bit of trepidation. 5:25. An Audi A4 arrived at the brothers' hot pot restaurant. After parking the car, Gao Yan and Shi Wen pushed the door and got out. Together. Then Shi Wen hugged Gao Yan's arm. Han Fei, who was standing at the door of the hot pot restaurant, was stunned when he saw this scene. The goddess he had been in love with for many years actually hugged a man's arm intimately. Oh my God, that man seems to be Gao Yan. Xia Tao shouted in shock. He never dreamed that Gao Yan, a loser, could actually chase Shi Wen. In his opinion, although Gao Yan and Shi Wen were close, the only thing Gao Yan could show off was his grades, but he failed the college entrance examination. So in his and Han Fei's opinion, Gao Yan and Shi Wen were impossible. But for a moment, in addition to envy, he also felt a strong sense of jealousy and a bit of gloating. Because Han Fei deliberately wanted to pursue Shi Wen, but Shi Wen already had a boyfriend, and found a boyfriend who was inferior to him in every aspect. Now there is a good show to watch. The next moment, Han Fei rushed forward angrily, staring at Gao Yan with resentment. Gao Yan. What do you mean? Nothing. Gao Yan said calmly, I forgot to tell you at noon, Jianyue is my girlfriend. Are you worthy? Let her go. Han Fei couldn't accept this reality and roared. At this time, Shi Wenu's pretty face turned cold, and she said to Han Fei in a bad tone, Han Fei, I don't allow you to insult Gao Yan, you apologize to him immediately. Why? Facing Shi Wenu's scolding, Han Fei's anger rose, and with a strong sense of grievance, he pointed at Gao Yan and asked, Shi Wen, tell me, how can he compare to me? Why don't you find someone else, but you have to find such a poor loser? To be honest, before obtaining the system, Gao Yan was not as good as Han Fei in terms of family background, appearance, and wealth. Even now, Gao Yan has improved his appearance by adding points, but there is still a certain gap compared with Han Fei. Hearing Han Fei's derogation of Gao Yan, Shi Wen was very angry. She said angrily, Han Fei, listen carefully, in my eyes, Gao Yan is the best, he is better than you in every way, so you don't have to waste your thoughts, Gao Yan, let's go, I don't want to see this kind of person again. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, he didn't expect Han Fei to behave so badly. At this time, Qinghao walked out of the store and shouted loudly, Brother Yan, this is your fault. As a shareholder of our hot pot restaurant, it's okay if you don't come here at other times. But today, you didn't even enter the door. This is a bit unreasonable. At this point, Qinghao greeted Shi Wen again, hello, sister-in-law. Shi Wen smiled shyly at Qinghao. But Han Fei and Xia Tao felt a little unbelievable when they heard Qinghao's words. Although Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant has only appeared in Nandu for a few weeks under Qinghao's operation, it is not only famous throughout Nandu, but also in Yangdong province. Moreover, Qinghao also found a lot of people to write a lot of soft articles and post them on the internet. Afterwards, internet celebrities came to the store to check in intermittently. Seeing that the traffic was good, other internet celebrities followed suit. Therefore, the current Brothers Hot Pot restaurant has become a good place for internet celebrities to check in. Han Fei put the place to eat at Brothers Hot Pot restaurant, which can be regarded as coming here because of its reputation. But he never expected that Fang Yan was a shareholder of this restaurant. At this time, Xia Tao, who was watching the fun, came up and asked, curiously, "Gao Yan, are you really a shareholder of this restaurant?" "Yes, the owner of this restaurant, Qing Hao, is my classmate, so I have a small share." Gao Yan didn't want to show off this matter. But Qing Hao said with a bad taste, "Brother Yan, you are being modest. You have 30% of the shares of our hot pot restaurant. How can you say that you are a small shareholder? Besides, our hot pot base is also from your hands. Without you, there would be no Brothers Hot Pot restaurant." Hearing Qing Hao's words, Xia Tao couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Although he didn't know how much profit a hot pot restaurant could make, he could judge from the popularity of the restaurant that this restaurant was normal. Gao Yan has 30% of the shares of this hot pot restaurant. At least he should get 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a month. In a year, the dividends would be 2 or 3 million. Look at Han Fei again. Although he bought a BMW X3. But he asked his family for the money. One is the first generation of rich people, the other is the second generation of rich people. The difference is obvious. No wonder Shui Jianyue chose Gao Yan. As for Han Fei, his face was very ugly at the moment. He threw the flowers in his hand to the ground and turned away. Seeing this, Xia Tao hesitated and said to Gao Yan, "Gao Yan Shui Jianyue. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were together, otherwise, I wouldn't make that call. I'll leave first, let's meet again in the summer vacation." After explaining, Xia Tao chased after Han Fei. Although Gao Yan is more powerful than Han Fei now, he and Gao Yan have no friendship, not to mention that the two parties are not studying in the same city at all. Even if they want to lick, there is no chance. However, he didn't want to offend Gao Yan, so he made a special explanation to clear his relationship. "Okay, meet again in the summer vacation." Gao Yan nodded in response. "Brother Yan, how did I cooperate?" Qing Hao proudly asked for credit. Gao Yan rolled his eyes at him. "Okay, stop playing tricks, is there any room in the restaurant?" "Yes, those two guys just booked a private room. Now that they're gone, it's just right for you and your sister-in-law." After a while, the three of them came to a small private room on the second floor. Gao Yan didn't worry about ordering dishes, but Qing Hao arranged it directly. Qing Hao accompanied them for a while, but he hesitated to speak many times. "Is there something?" Having been together for 2 years, he naturally knew Qing Hao very well. He guessed that he had something to do when he saw his expression. "Brother Yan, our hot pot restaurant's business is getting better and better. This week's daily turnover has reached 300,000, and the 2 branches are almost finished. So, our Brother Hot Pot restaurant has great potential. Are you really not going to continue to invest?" "Howzy, I explained this matter clearly enough last time, so you don't have to persuade me again." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Okay." Qing Hao was a little depressed. Not long after, Qing Hao left the private room because there was something to deal with in the store. "Gao Yan, the hot pot restaurant is doing so well, and the branch will surely be very good. Why don't you invest in it?" Shui Jianyue asked in surprise. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, "I sold the hot pot base recipe to Qinghao for 500,000 yuan, but Qinghao later gave me 30% of the shares. Maybe Qinghao doesn't care, but his family has an opinion on this. Do you? Remember Tang Yi? Yes. Shui Jianyue nodded. Gao Yan continued, she is Qinghao's cousin. When the hot pot restaurant opened last time, she talked to me alone and compensated me 1.5 million yuan. And signed a formula transfer agreement. At this point, Gao Yan stopped again. Shui Jianyue looked thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, Qinghao's parents are very optimistic about the prospects of the hot pot restaurant. They took this 1.5 million just to kick you out and not give you the opportunity to invest with them. Smart. Gao Yan praised. Qinghao is a bit impulsive, and his parents should also understand this, so they took this 1.5 million to draw a line with me. Shui Jianyue chuckled, then do you regret taking this 1.5 million? What do I regret? Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. After I sold the hot pot base recipe to Qing Hao, it had nothing to do with me. It was Qing Hao who insisted that I take 30% of the shares of this store. Okay, let's not talk about this, continue eating, and after dinner, I'll take you somewhere. He planned to take Shui Jianyue to Yujinjiwen after dinner. Although the newly purchased villa has been renovated and comes with furniture, it has no daily necessities. So, he entrusted Siyu to help with shopping. After dinner, Gao Yan drove Shui Jianyue to Yujinjiwen. Get out of the car. Shui Jianyue looked at the villa curiously, and then looked at Gao Yan. Don't tell me, you bought this villa? Yes. I'll take you to visit. Gao Yan grabbed Shui Jianyue's hand and entered the villa, and visited it. From top to bottom, inside and outside. Do you like it? Gao Yan hugged Shui Jianyue and stood on the balcony of the villa, smiling. And asked. I like it. If you like it, come and live here. Is it true that you want me to live here? Is it true that someone wants to do bad things? Shui Jianyue said with a smile. Yes, I just want to do bad things. Gao Yan smiled and straightened Shui Jianyue's body, and then kissed her cherry lips. Early next morning, Gao Yan woke up in high spirits, not feeling tired at all. This was all the effect of the medicinal wine, which strengthened his kidneys. Even after a hard night's work, he would immediately revive with full blood. After sleeping for a few hours, Jiangyu, it's time to get up. Gao Yan gently shook Shui Jianyue's body. No, I still want to sleep for a while. In front of outsiders, Shui Jianyue behaved very coldly, but in front of Gao Yan, Shui Jianyue was like a little girl who loves to act coquettishly. Seeing this, Gao Yan reached out and pinched Shui Jianyue's nose. It wasn't until she felt difficulty breathing that she opened her eyes. I hate it, let me sleep a little longer. Gao Yan smiled and said, get up, we have to go to the Magic City. I have already booked the tickets. If you are not full, go to sleep in the car. Why are you going to the Magic City? Shui Jianyue asked. Buy a watch. Gao Yan said. Can't I buy it in Nandu? Shui Jianyue was puzzled. The watch I want to buy is only available in Shanghai. Gao Yan said that when he went to Magic City this time, he not only planned to buy a watch for himself, but also planned to buy one for Shui Jianyue. After all, after they confirmed their relationship, he didn't give her any gifts except a bottle of medicinal wine. It would be fine if he was just a poor boy. But now that he has more than 1 billion in cash, it would be extremely stingy to give him nothing. And after experiencing being looked down upon by Han Fei and treated as a poor loser yesterday, he also understood the truth. Sometimes, people can't be too low-key and have to show off their strength appropriately. Shi Jiangyue is so beautiful, even if they know she has a boyfriend, many people may not give up. If he can show enough strength. Those who want to poach corners must also weigh their own capabilities. Therefore, Gao Yan not only wants to buy a watch, but also wants to buy himself a supercar. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yan and Shi Jiangyue appeared at the Nandu high-speed railway station, hand in hand. This appearance attracted the attention of many people. However, the main thing is to look at Shi Jiangyue. After all, she is even more radiant after being nourished by Gao Yan. I guess many people are secretly cursing a flower stuck in cow dung. Soon, the two checked their tickets and boarded the train. Gao Yan booked business class, and it didn't cost much more anyway. There was no need to wrong himself, not to mention that he had his girlfriend accompanying him. It takes almost 3 hours to get from Nandu to Magic City. Therefore, not long after getting in the car, Shi Jiangyue held Gao Yan's arm and rested her head on his shoulder and fell asleep. After all, she had consumed a lot of energy last night. Gao Yan was quite energetic and brought up the system interface with a thought. Yesterday's upgrade experience increased by another 2.11 million, and system accounts increased by 16.88 million. It takes 500 million experience to upgrade from level 8 to level 9, and the current experience is just over 140 million. Calculated at 2 million per day. That's only 60 million experience per month. It will probably take half a year to upgrade. Fortunately, the internet company's progress is going quite smoothly. The decoration has been completed and the employees have moved in and officially started working. However, Gao Yan, the boss, only showed his face and continued to be the hands-off shopkeeper. This made Fang Zhenzhen both love and hate her. What I love is a boss who doesn't care about things. She can use her hands and feet freely. What I hate is that when the company was just starting up, the boss didn't care about anything and asked her to take care of everything big and small. Even though she had a high degree of education and had been a supervisor in a large Wall Street company. But when managing a company, I still feel a little overwhelmed. Under Fang Zhenzhen's arrangement, Han Weilin has already led the programmers to work in advance. Therefore, the PC website of the discount mall has been successfully set up and the app website is currently being produced. It is estimated to be completed in 3 days. Gao Yan issued an order to Fang Zhenzhen that the website must be online within a month. Because of this, Fang Zhenzhen was so busy that she had to contact the supply channels or manufacturers non-stop. Sir, do you need a meal later? At this time, the business class flight attendant arrived. Shoo. Gao Yan put his finger up to his mouth and pointed at the sleeping Shi Jiangyue. The flight attendant lowered his voice with understanding. Thank you, we won't have a meal. Gao Yan whispered. Yes, sir. The flight attendant smiled at Gao Yan and went to ask other passengers. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and logged into the stock software. Yesterday morning, the stock price of Aome Pharmaceutical fell by 3 points, knocking out some retail investors, and then rose again in the afternoon. Overall, it still rose by 1 point on Friday. Wait until next Monday, and the stock price of Aome Pharmaceuticals will skyrocket again. According to the information in my mind, from Monday to Wednesday next week, the price will rise by the limit. The market will be closed for half a day on Thursday. After the market opens in the afternoon, it will rise by 8 points. It will rise 9 points on Friday, when the stock price will reach 76.82 yuan. Gao Yan's purchase price is only 15.5 yuan, which means that by the end of next week, he will earn 61 yuan per share, and the total value of the stocks he holds will be close to 40 million. At this moment, Gao Yan received a WeChat friend request. After clicking it, I saw that the avatar was a cartoon avatar with the nickname Yubao. After passing friends, the other party immediately sent a text, "Tall and handsome guy, I am Jing Xiaoyu, do you remember me?" After thinking for a moment, Gao Yan remembered who the other party was. Also his high school classmate. However, he had a deep impression of Jing Xiaoyu. Why? Because Jing Xiaoyu's appearance in the class was second only to Zhuo Jianyue, and she was good at dressing up and had a super good figure. Many boys stole glances at her. Although Gao Yan was relatively taciturn at that time, he was also a teenage boy after all, so he was naturally not immune to the vulgarity. He was even teased by Jing Xiaoyu, which made him blush. Born to be a talent. Hello Jing Xiaoyu, how did you know my WeChat ID? Because Gao Yan didn't have a mobile phone in high school and didn't contact other classmates after entering college, he didn't join the class WeChat group. He joined the QQ group, but he was busy with schoolwork and part-time jobs before, so he basically didn't log into QQ. Yubao, I asked Xiatao for it. I heard that you made a fortune and are a shareholder of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant? Seeing Jing Xiaoyu's reply, Gao Yan felt complicated. This is really the saying that if you are poor in the city, no one will ask you, but if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. If Xiatao hadn't mentioned that he was a shareholder of the Hot Pot Restaurant, and he was still as poor as before, Jing Xiaoyu probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to add him. After chatting with Jing Xiaoyu for a while, Gao Yan took the initiative to end the topic. He didn't plan to have a deep chat with the other party. At this moment, in an apartment near Shanghai Media University, Jing Xiaoyu glanced at the screen of her mobile phone and couldn't help but sigh. She was afraid that she couldn't complete the guild task this month. Thinking of the hint of the guild agent, Jing Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Is she really going to take that step? She started live streaming last summer vacation. Because of her high appearance and hot body, she received a lot of gifts as soon as she started live streaming. In a month, she actually got 35,000 yuan. Instantly, she felt that this money was too easy to make. Then, she signed a contract with a guild with a good reputation. After the guild invested a lot of resources, her popularity and income soared in the second month. The monthly income directly exceeded 100,000 yuan. After having money, Jing Xiaoyu moved directly out of the school dormitory and rented a nice apartment near the school. Later, shotguns were replaced with cannons. Buy designer bags and clothes. Throw away all the low-cost cosmetics and replace them with high-end cosmetics. That cost 5,000 to 6,000 sets. After all the expenses, I almost spent all the money I earned from the live broadcast. However, she didn't feel anxious because she felt she had no money and just started live streaming to make money. In the third month, her income reached a new breakthrough, and an older brother directly gave her more than 200,000 yuan. Including other fans' purchases, the monthly income directly reaches 220,000. But in the fourth month, there were problems with her live broadcast. The eldest brother, who gave her more than 200,000 yuan last month, asked her to meet in private. After she politely refused, the big brother never came to her live broadcast room again. Without the support of her elder brother, her popularity during live broadcasts also plummeted. Therefore, the live broadcast income in the fourth month was only 80,000 yuan. The sudden drop in income also indirectly affected Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast mentality, causing the live broadcast income in the fifth month to drop to 50,000 yuan. At this time, the guild's manager also talked to him and asked her to win back her eldest brother, quickly. But Jing Xiaoyu couldn't let go of that face. However, under pressure from the guild, she regained her strength in the sixth month and barely regained some popularity. Over the next few months, a new eldest brother appears. After buying some gifts, he will ask her to meet in private. The purpose is of course self-evident. After she cruelly refused, those elder brothers also left one after another. Moreover, these big brothers also have their own circles in private. After the incident spread, Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room was no longer visited by big brothers. Naturally, her income plummeted. Especially in the past May, her income was only a little over 10,000. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Her monthly rent, water, electricity, cosmetics, living expenses, etc. add up to 15,000 yuan. If she buys a few more sets of clothes, the small 20,000 yuan will be gone. If you don't save money when you make money, you won't be able to get the money out when times get tough. Now her savings are less than 20,000. If her popularity remains like this, she won't be able to last long. As for moving back to the dormitory, she had not thought about it. After she moved out of the dormitory, by making money through live broadcasts, the roommates behind her back were very shady. If she moved back, wouldn't she let them make fun of her? Yesterday, the guild's manager called her again to put pressure on her. Feeling irritated, she accidentally clicked into the WeChat class group of her high school days and happened to see Xia Tao chatting about Gao Yan. She didn't have a deep impression of Gao Yan. She only knew that he was a relatively ordinary boy. The only thing that impressed her deeply was that he was Zhuo Jiangyue's deskmate for a long time. Out of curiosity, she searched for Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant on the internet and found that this hot pot restaurant is really popular. Recently, many internet celebrities have gone to the hot pot restaurant to check in and take videos. So, she privately obtained Gao Yan's WeChat ID from Xia Tao. As for the reason, of course she wanted to deceive Gao Yan to support her. After all, Gao Yan is a shareholder of an internet celebrity hot pot restaurant, so he should not be short of money. But she was a little hesitant and didn't choose to add Gao Yan's WeChat account until this morning. But after chatting, she still didn't have the nerve to speak, and felt a little embarrassed. At this time, the phone rang. Jing Xiaoyu frowned when he saw the note. After struggling for a while, she finally picked up. Sister Li, what's the matter? Sister Li is the agent of the guild behind her. Sister Li said, Xiaoyu, the company has just received news that at the end of this month, Huiyu.com will join forces with major guilds to hold a large-scale PK event. Mr. Zhao said that as long as he can reach the finals, the company will provide an S-level resource. Hearing this news, Jing Xiaoyu was not as happy as she expected. She also wanted S-level resources. The key is, can she reach the finals with her current popularity? Not to mention the finals, even the rematch would be tough for her. Hearing the silence on the phone, Sister Li persuaded, Xiaoyu, people. Sometimes you have to be flexible. You know what you have been doing in the past few months. The company is not a charity. Although this month is a bit slow, the guild will at least give you some resources. But if your popularity still doesn't break through, I'm afraid the company will have no choice but to give up on you. To put it bluntly, in the live broadcast industry, it's all about youth. Once the company gives up on you, you won't get any recommendation resources unless you don't do this. Okay. Otherwise, it will be difficult to turn around. Jing Xiaoyu said bitterly, sisterly, I know. Sisterly continued, Xiaoyu, to tell you the truth, although Mr. Shen has not been to your live broadcast room in the past few months, he still appreciates you. As long as you agree to meet him and have a meal, he will I guarantee you will enter the semi-finals. Hee hee. Jing Xiaoyu sneered in her heart, saying that they were meeting for dinner. But after meeting, some things were beyond her control. And there are only 0 and countless times to break the bottom line. If she gives up her bottom line this time, it might not be easy to pick it up again. In fact, the main reason is that Mr. Shen is a bit difficult to talk about. If the other person is a little more eye-catching, she may not be so entangled. However, she did not refuse directly, but replied, sisterly, I will think about it. Okay, I won't force you either. Sisterly said, but Xiaoyu, more than half of this month has passed, but your turnover this month is still short of 80,000. You didn't complete the task last month. If you still can't complete the task this month, your basic salary will probably also be lost. Cancel. Upon hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but clenched her fists. After signing the contract, she made a lot of money for the company, but the basic salary the company gave her was only 3,000 yuan. She hasn't completed the task for a month, and the company actually wants to cancel her basic salary. This is too cold-blooded. As for this sisterly, she said that she would not be forced, but she was forced to submit by completing the task and canceling the basic salary. So, she said, sisterly, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task this month. Sisterly, okay, Mr. Shen, don't let him wait too long. Hearing the other party mention Mr. Shen again, Jing Xiaoyu was so angry that she hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, seeing Jing Xiaoyu hang up first, sisterly couldn't help but have a sneer on her face, you ungrateful little girl. Pretend to be reserved, right? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. You know, Mr. Shen said that as long as she helps Jing Xiaoyu submit, she will also receive 100,000 yuan in benefits. Dear fellow passengers, you are traveling on. Listening to the radio sound coming from the carriage, Gao Yan also put away his cell phone, then turned to Zhuo Jianyue, who was sleeping soundly on his shoulder, and shouted softly, baby, wake up, we should get off the car. The dazed Zhuo Jianyue opened her eyes, are you here so soon? Quickly, you've been asleep for more than 2 hours. It's not your fault, who told you last night? However, Zhuo Jianyue immediately realized that it was still in the car and quickly swallowed back the rest of his words. Wipe it, I didn't expect you would still have drool while sleeping. Gao Yan handed Zhuo Jianyue a tissue. The other party subconsciously took it, then turned it aside and wiped it, but found that there was nothing. He immediately understood that he had been deceived by his boyfriend, and immediately glared at Gao Yan, you know how to bully others. Seeing Zhuo Jianyue pouting, Gao Yan couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. Then stretched out his hand to pull her into his arms, okay, don't be angry. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get off the car. Real? Of course it's true. As the two talked, the high-speed train also drove into the platform. A few minutes later, Gao Yan led Zhuo Jianyue out of the high-speed rail. Station, took a taxi, and went straight to the Bulgari Hotel. Although Bulgari is also a hotel, their restaurant is more famous. For this trip to the magical capital, Gao Yan also made an itinerary in advance. Today we will have dinner at Bulgari at noon and check in. Went to Patek Philippe to look at watches at 2 p.m. After buying the watch, go shopping. Go to the bar in the evening and get to know each other better. I'll go to the car show tomorrow morning to look at cars, and if there's anything suitable, I'll take it. In the afternoon, take the high-speed rail back to Nandu. Tens of minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Bulgari Hotel. After checking in and making a reservation at the restaurant, the two entered the room to freshen up briefly, before going to the restaurant hand in hand. As soon as she sat down, Shi Wen asked in a low voice, "Isn't it cheap here?" Gao Yan nodded. "I ordered the chef's tasting set menu, which costs 1,688 yuan per person, plus a 15% service fee. It's so expensive." Shi Wen stuck out her tongue secretly. Although her family was in good condition, it was her first time to spend money in such a high-end place. "Don't worry, baby, I'm not short of money now, and I'm not afraid that my child will not have money for milk powder in the future." Gao Yan squeezed Shi Wen's silky little hand. "I want to show off, but I didn't say I wanted to marry you." Shi Wen spat. "If you don't marry me, who else can you marry?" While the two were flirting, the bread was served before the meal. It looked thick in appearance, but when it was broken open, a stream of steam came out. And it tasted hot and delicious. Then came the appetizer soup, and the main dish was Australian young cow, which had a delicate texture and was mixed with milky flavor. It took more than an hour to finish the meal. But what Gao Yan wanted to complain about was that the portions of these dishes were too small, and he was only half full. The final bill was over 4,000. Overall, the experience of dining here is quite good, and the taste of the food is also quite good, but Gao Yan is still more keen on Chinese food. After returning to the room, Gao Yan directly called the butler of the presidential suite and said that he wanted to rent a car for use in the afternoon. The housekeeper said that for users of the presidential suite, the hotel can provide a Mercedes-Benz S-Class for free. If you need a better car, there will be an additional fee. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class is pretty good, and Gao Yan didn't deliberately pursue more expensive cars. It's 10 minutes until 2 o'clock. Gao Yan and Shi Wen took the hotel car to the Patek Philippe headquarters in Jing'an district. "Sir, miss, welcome to the Patek Philippe main store. I'm Lisa. It's my pleasure to serve you." As soon as I walked in, I was greeted by a beautiful clerk. "Hello, Lisa." Although it was his first time to come to such a place, Gao Yan didn't panic at all. He had more than 1 billion, which was enough to buy this store. He had nothing to panic about. "Excuse me, sir, what's your name? Do you have any reservations in advance?" Lisa continued to ask. "Gao, this is my girlfriend, Miss Shua. My mobile phone number is 0749. Gao Yan replied. "Okay, Mr. Gao, Miss Shua, please come with me." Lisa directly took Gao Yan and Shi Wen to a separate room, served them tea and drinks, and then asked Gao Yan's needs. Gao Yan said, "I plan to buy 2 watches, one for me to wear and one for my girlfriend. Also, I want ready-made watches. If you need to pre-order, you don't have to give me a recommendation. As for the price, it should be less than 2 million. Okay, Mr. Gao and Miss Shua, I think there are a few watches that suit your temperament very well. I'm going to get them for you to take a look at." Please. Wait a moment. Lisa got up and left. Gao Yan, you are crazy for buying such an expensive watch. As soon as Lisa left, Shi Wen couldn't help but whisper. Gao Yan hugged Shi Wen. Don't worry, honey, our family is really not short of money. Do you still remember Tianyun Club? I went there again later. And bought a rough stone from Gambling Stone Square. I cut it into a large jadeite. You made more than 100 million, and you followed me in a daze. I neither confessed my love nor gave you a gift. It would be fine if I didn't have money, but now that I have money, why can't I still express my feelings? So, you can't refuse this watch today. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Shi Wen was indeed very moved. She did not confess her love to Gao Yan when they were together, and Gao Yan never gave her a gift. She had felt regretful before. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan always remembered him, and her love for Gao Yan increased a lot. However, she still felt a little painful when she thought that Gao Yan wanted to buy such an expensive watch. She hesitated slightly, nodded, and said softly, there are many ways to express your feelings, and you don't have to spend so much money. I will accept it this time. Don't spend so much money on me next time. She is a thoughtful and smart girl who knows that at some point, she has to give her boyfriend face and accept his love, instead of thinking that I am teaching her boyfriend a lesson for your own good. Sure enough, after listening to Shi Wen's words, Gao Yan was greatly benefited. Don't worry, honey, although I have made some money, my mentality is not wandering. You have to listen to me this time in Magic City. If I how about asking for your opinion before I buy anything for you? Thank you, husband, you are so kind. Shi Wen kissed Gao Yan on the cheek. Soon, Lisa came over with several watches. 3 for men and 3 for women. The prices for men's models are 880,000, 1.28 million, and 1.6 million, respectively. The prices for women's models are 378,000, 600, and 8,000 and 1.7 million. After some selection, Gao Yan chose the 5270P001, which cost 1.6 million yuan. However, Shi Wen chose the one with the lowest price, which was 18K rose gold. Fancy it? Gao Yan asked Shi Wen, don't you want to see anything else? Just this one, I like it very much. Shi Wen said. Okay, just these 2 watches. Lisa, where can I check out? Gao Yan pointed to the 2 watches and asked. Hearing this, Lisa was slightly startled. She didn't expect these 2 young guests to be so sincere. In just over 10 minutes, they decided to buy a watch worth nearly 2 million yuan. 10 minutes later, Lisa thoughtfully sent Gao Yan and Shi Wen out of the store and handed them the gift bags. Congratulations, Lisa, you've won 2 more orders. You're in for a treat tonight. After sending Gao Yan away, Lisa returned to the store and was immediately congratulated by the clerks. Feeling the envy and jealousy of her colleagues, Lisa felt quite happy and said with a smile, I am also lucky. I didn't expect that Mr. Gao looked so young, but he was not ambiguous at all when giving money by swiping his card. It's the easiest transaction I've made since I started in the industry. If you stay in the luxury goods industry for a long time, you will find that the rich may not care about the price when buying things, but they are extremely picky when it comes to goods. It often takes days or even months to close an order. In order to get a deal, she spent more than 2 months with a rich man before closing the deal. Does it look good? In the car, Shu Jianyue stretched out her wrist in front of Gao Yan and asked. It looks good, the watch looks good, and the wrist looks even better. Gao Yan said with a smile. You're so good at talking, tell me honestly, how many girlfriends have you had before? Shu Jianyue joked. In order to appear in front of you with the most perfect appearance, I found dozens of girls to gain experience. Gao Yan said jokingly. Okay, you actually have dozens of ex-girlfriends. Shu Jianyue pretended to be angry, but in fact she knew that Gao Yan was teasing him on purpose. She knew that Gao Yan's family had undergone such a big transformation in 2 years, so there was no time for love. What's more, if this guy is really an experienced player, he won't hide in the bathroom in shame because of his abnormal performance for the first time. When she thought of this, she couldn't help laughing. Universal Shopping Mall, one of the top shopping malls in Shanghai. It has a complete range of brands and is home to specialty stores of all major top brands. Most girls love shopping in shopping malls. Shu Jianyue has rare looks, but her hobbies are similar to most girls. Entering the mall hand in hand, Gao Yan obviously felt that her mood became more active. There's nothing else to do in the afternoon. If you like to visit every store, that's fine. Gao Yan was considerate and genuine. That's what you said, don't cry tired? Shu Jianyue smiled, and then hurriedly pulled him into a clothing store. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Shu Jianyue has visited more than 10 clothing stores, but hasn't bought a single piece of clothing. Baby, don't just go shopping and not buy. How many things can you buy? Gao Yan persuaded. You don't understand. Shu Jianyue shook her head. For us girls, shopping is the greatest fun. By the way, are you tired? If so, let's take a rest. To be honest, with Gao Yan's physique, this amount of exercise is nothing at all, but for some reason, he feels a little tired inside. On the other hand, Shu Jianyue's physique was obviously far worse than his. But after visiting more than 10 stores, not only was she not tired, but she seemed more energetic. This made him couldn't help but wonder, would a woman's visit to a store trigger the buff effect? Since you're not tired, let's go to that place. Shu Jianyue pointed to a men's clothing store. That's a men's clothing store. Gao Yan reminded. I know. Shu Jianyue responded. After entering the men's clothing store, Shu Jianyue quickly picked out 2 sets of men's clothing and asked Gao Yan to try them on. Gao Yan also obediently came to the fitting room and changed into a set of clothes. After he walked out of the fitting room, Shu Jianyue, who was waiting outside, stood on tiptoes to straighten his collar. Smelling the fragrance of his girlfriend, Gao Yan felt warm inside. Is he handsome? In front of the full-length mirror, Gao Yan made a POS and asked. Handsome, you are the most handsome in my heart. Shu Jianyue praised, as the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and Gao Yan's appearance was just a little better than that of ordinary boys, but the more she looked at him, the more she liked him, and the more she looked at him, the more obsessed she became. Then, at Shu Jianyue's urging, Gao Yan entered the fitting room again and put on the second set. It has to be said that Shu Jianyue's eyesight is indeed very good. The 2 sets of clothes she picked perfectly brought out Gao Yan's temperament and figure. Originally, his charm was only 80 points, but after he put on the clothes Shu Jianyue picked, it increased by 5 points. Waiter, we want these 2 sets of clothes. Where can we pay? Shu Jianyue asked the shopping guide. Ma'am, please come here to pay. I'll do it. Gao Yan was about to pay the bill, but Shu Jianyue hugged his arm. Husband. These 2 sets of clothes are my return gift to you, so I should pay for it. But I don't have much pocket money and can't afford too much. Don't be dissatisfied with expensive clothes. Of course I won't dislike it. I like everything you buy. Gao Yan said with a smile, reaching out and touching Shu Jianyue's head, but feeling a little emotional in his heart, he was so lucky to have such a sensible girlfriend. I don't know since when, girls have taken it for granted that boys treat them well, and if they don't go their way at all, they will threaten to break up. Shu Jianyue has good looks, a beautiful figure, a good personality, and is also very sensible. To be honest, it is difficult to find such a girlfriend, even if you are holding a lantern. Therefore, Gao Yan decided that he could never let go of such a girlfriend in his life. Let's go. After paying the bill, Shu Jianyue returned to Gao Yan, hugged his arm intimately and walked out of the men's clothing store. As for how much it cost, Gao Yan didn't ask. However, when he was trying on clothes, his eyes glanced at the price on the tag. 2 sets of clothes should cost 7 or 8,000. Although Shu Jianyue's family is relatively good, the living allowance her family gives her is 5,000 a month, which is pretty good. This girl won't just eat instant noodles when she returns to school, right? As for giving her money directly, I guess she won't want it. Fortunately, she also has a good best friend, Song Yufei, so she can say hello to her privately and ask her to pay more attention to this silly girl. The time, unknowingly, has come to 5:30. After Shu Jianyue bought 2 sets of clothes for Gao Yan, he also bought several sets for Shu Jianyue. Originally, he wanted to buy those top brands, but Shu Jianyue rejected them, so he replaced them with some domestic brands, which cost about 8,000 yuan for 3 sets. That's almost it. Let's find a place to eat in the mall, Gao Yan suggested. Arriving at the food and beverage floor inside the mall, the two finally decided to go to a barbecue restaurant for dinner. Just arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant, I happened to see a pretty girl coming from the opposite side, and she seemed to want to come to the barbecue restaurant for a meal. Shu Jianyue? The other party shouted tentatively. Are you Jing Xiaoyu? Shu Jianyue responded and found that the other person was actually her high school classmate, Jing Xiaoyu. Is it her? Gao Yan also secretly thought that it was a coincidence that he just added his WeChat account in the car today and chatted for a while. Unexpectedly, he met here by chance. Seeing Shu Jianyue and Gao Yan intertwining their fingers, Jing Xiaoyu asked curiously, "This is your boyfriend, can you introduce me to him?" In fact, before acquiring the system, Gao Yan had not changed much. But after obtaining the system, he had a more confident temperament, and his appearance also improved a lot. Jing Xiaoyu didn't have a deep impression of him, so she didn't recognize Gao Yan for a while. Of course, Jing Xiaoyu has also changed a lot in the past 2 years. Her appearance has become more mature, her figure has become better, and especially Xiongda has grown a level compared to high school. With a thought, Gao Yan used the data eye on Jing Xiaoyu, and her data was immediately presented. Name, Jing Xiaoyu. Age, 20. Height, 169 centimeters. Appearance, 91. Figure, 98. Charm, 95. Physical fitness, 62. Spirit, 77. Strength, Battle 5. Identity, student and female online anchor. Favorability, 0. Special, 100. Seeing Jing Xiaoyu's identity, Gao Yan understood why her WeChat nickname was Yubao. Isn't this the usual naming convention for online anchors? But he was a little surprised to see that the other party's special was 100 points. Special 100 means that the other party is still a perfect virgin. If she already has a boyfriend, the special will drop to 95, and if she has had 2 boyfriends, it will drop another 5 points. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyu did not recognize Gao Yan, Shi Wen chuckled and said, "You don't know him, is he Gao Yan? Gao Yan? You are Gao Yan? You have changed so much that I didn't recognize you." Jing Xiaoyu said with a surprised look. "You have changed a lot. Since we met here, let's have a meal together." Gao Yan invited generously. "I see you are also here, why don't we have a meal together?" Shi Wen also invited. Jing Xiaoyu hesitated a little and agreed. After the 3 families entered the store, they asked for a corner seat. After ordering, Shi Wen and Jing Xiaoyu started chatting. Gao Yan, who was ignored, was not annoyed. He poured a cup of lemon tea for each of the 2 women. After the dishes were served, he took the initiative to start grilling meat. Chatted for a while. Shi Wen went to the bathroom. Jing Xiaoyu's eyes shifted to Gao Yan. "Gao Yan, you are much more handsome than before. What surprised me even more is that you actually won the campus beauty of Zhui University. I guess many boys in our class are heartbroken." Gao Yan smiled and said nothing. But Jing Xiaoyu asked without giving up, "Tell me, how did you catch the beauty of Zhui University?" Gao Yan chuckled and said, "Actually, we didn't chase each other much, we came together naturally." "Yeah?" Jing Xiaoyu sighed with emotion, "I really envy you." "What's there to envy? Your conditions are also very good. Isn't it easy to find a boyfriend?" Gao Yan joked. "How can I have time to fall in love? Apart from classes, I am also busy with live broadcasts." Jing Xiaoyu deliberately revealed that she was the anchor. "I didn't expect you to be an anchor." Gao Yan pretended to be surprised. "Based on your conditions, your popularity should be pretty good, right?" Jing Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and said, "It was okay in the first few months. After all, the netizens watching the live broadcast are all pursuing novelty. But there are so many beauties on the internet, and there is a lot of room for LSP to choose. If there is no excellence, there will be no choice. If you don't keep your fans, it's easy to become a has-been anchor. Take me for example, I'm almost a has-been now. If I continue like this, I might not even be able to pay the rent. I heard that you beautiful female anchors have big brothers to protect you. Don't you?" Gao Yan asked again. He had watched the live broadcast before when he was tired, but it was just for free and he had never received any reward. Hearing Gao Yan mention his eldest brother, Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but sneered, and said sarcastically, "It's not easy to get your eldest brother to protect you. After all, your eldest brother's money doesn't come from strong winds. They may reward anchors who like them on a whim, but for them to protect you for a long time, either you, the anchor, have extraordinary talents, or they have taken a fancy to you. As for the kind of big brother who doesn't care about anything and firmly supports you, it is really rare." 2. Gao Yan nodded. Any profitable industry is not easy. Often outsiders only see thieves eating meat, but not being beaten. Gao Yan, do you usually watch live broadcasts? Seeing that Gao Yan didn't answer, Jing Xiaoyu could only take the initiative to ask. Before, she knew that Gao Yan was rich and wanted to trick him into being her eldest brother. But after learning that Gao Yan and Shi Wen were in love, she knew that it was possible. Not much sex anymore. However, she still wanted to try. If she couldn't fool Gao Yan, she would either choose to be fucked by Mr. Shin's pig, or she would choose to quit the live broadcast circle. After all, she signed a 5-year contract with the guild, and the liquidated damages were as high as 1 million. Once the guild gives up on her, there is no chance of her turning around. Unless she gets 1 million to terminate the contract. Watch it occasionally. Gao Yan said. Then do you have a favorite anchor? Jing Xiaoyu continued to ask. That's not true. I usually click in randomly. Gao Yan said. Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu noticed the watch on Gao Yan's wrist, and her breathing slowed down. If she saw it correctly, this watch seemed to be a Patek Philippe. She used to pay attention to this brand and even fell in love with a women's watch under this brand. Unfortunately, that watch cost more than 300,000 yuan. It's simply not affordable. Thinking of this, she asked, Gao Yan, this watch you have is very nice, what brand is it? Gao Yan smiled, it's a small brand, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu rolled her eyes secretly and thought to herself. Patek Philippe is still a small brand, I really thought I didn't understand anything. At the same time, she raised Gao Yan's wealth level by another level. Although she didn't know the exact price of Gao Yan's watch, Patek Philippe's watch was definitely not much lower, at least dozens of W. At this moment, Shi Wen, who had gone to the bathroom, came back and said with a smile, What are you talking about? We are talking about the live broadcast, Jiangyu, don't you know, Jing Xiaoyu is still an anchor. Gao Yan said very frankly. At this time, Jing Xiaoyu noticed the rose gold watch in Shi Wen's hand. Again. Shi Wen had covered it with her sleeves before, so she didn't see it. Now, after the other party went to the bathroom, he pulled up his clothes slightly. The wristwatch was exposed on the sleeve. If she read it correctly, the rose gold watch Shi Wen was wearing was exactly the one she had chosen, and the price was more than 300,000 yuan. So, did Gao Yan buy this watch for Shi Wen, or did Shi Wen's family buy it for her? However, she felt that it was more likely that Gao Yan bought it for Shi Wen. Because she knew that Shi Wen's father was a civil servant and his family's financial situation was not bad, but no matter how rich he was, he would not let his daughter wear such a precious and conspicuous watch to show off in the market. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble to be reported by someone who is interested. Thinking of Gao Yan buying a watch worth more than 300,000 yuan for Shi Wen, she felt envious and jealous in her heart. She envied Shi Wen's good luck. In high school, Gao Yan was quite transparent, and no one else bothered to talk to him. Shi Wen was the only one who did not discriminate against Gao Yan, but got along well with him. Now that Gao Yan has developed, the two of them have come together naturally. If she had caught the potential of Gao Yan in high school, how could she be forced to cater to a pig-headed brother now? Soon. The ingredients were served, and the three of them chatted about their high school days while grilling meat, and the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. After eating a barbecue, Jing Xiaoyu offered to invite Gao Yan and Shi Wen to the KTV. But Gao Yan politely refused, because he found that Shi Wen looked tired. She didn't feel that the buff was blessing her when she went shopping before. Now that the buff disappeared, she felt unbearable, and even her calves were aching. Jing Xiaoyu didn't force it, but she exchanged phone numbers with Shi Jiangyue. Then, the three of them left the global center together. Are you two going back to the hotel? Xing Xiaoyu asked again. Yes. Which hotel are you staying in? If you are on the way, just take a taxi. Xing Xiaoyu said again. That's not necessary. The hotel sent us a car. There's no need to take a taxi. Let's just ask the driver to take you back first. Shi Jiangyue took the initiative. Wow, what hotel are you staying in that actually has a private car service? Xing Xiaoyu said in surprise. It seems to be called Bulgari. Shi Jiangyue said. Bulgari Hotel? Xing Xiaoyu's voice suddenly became louder. I heard that the hotel is very expensive. It seems that only the presidential suite has a private car service. You don't want to stay in the presidential suite. They are all ordered by Gao Yan. I don't know the details. Shi Jiangyue didn't want to show off, so she excused herself because she didn't understand. Gao Yan, are you staying in the presidential suite? Xing Xiaoyu decisively changed the target. Well, yes. Gao Yan nodded. Then can I go visit? Xing Xiaoyu asked. This? Gao Yan couldn't help but look at Shi Jiangyue. The other party smiled. Of course there is no problem, even if you stay there. For one night, it is no problem. There is more than one bedroom anyway. Jiangyu, thank you. I love you so much. Xing Xiaoyu said in surprise, but she was even more envious of Shi Jiangyue. As far as she knew, the presidential suite at the Bulgari Hotel cost more than 100,000 yuan a night. Even if her annual salary reached 1 million, she would not be willing to spend so much money to stay there. Late? Gao Yan bought Shi Jiangyue a luxury watch worth more than 300,000 yuan and took her to live in a presidential suite worth more than 100,000 yuan. So, his annual income must be several million, and his net worth should be at least over 10 million, right? For a moment, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Why can't I meet such a good boyfriend? Soon, the hotel driver drove up. He opened the door for them and invited them to get in. Seeing this, Xing Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel envious. The three of them sat in the back row. Gao Yan and Xing Xiaoyu sat by the window, and Shi Jiangyue sat between them. After getting in the car, the two girls chatted in a low voice again. Gao Yan's heart moved, and he called up the system interface to check the data of the 3 milk tea shops. The mobile phones of the 3 milk tea shops have been sold out today. At the same time, because it is the weekend, the sales of milk tea are also higher than usual. When closing at night, the turnover of the milk tea shops may exceed 100,000. At this time, Gao Yan found that the upgrade experience was increasing rapidly, at a rate of 19.8 each time. Suddenly, he became a little confused. Where did these experiences come from? At this time, his mobile phone rang. It was Qian Bauer, a senior sister, calling. Combined with the experience growth just now, could it be that Qian Bauer's game company's new game is on sale? As soon as the call was connected, Gao Yan had no time to speak, and Qian Bauer's excited voice came from the microphone. Junior, our new game has just been launched. So fast, senior sister has worked hard. Gao Yan said. Qian Bauer, it's not hard, I have to thank you for your investment. Otherwise, our game can't be launched so quickly. After chatting for a few more sentences, Gao Yan hung up the phone. Because the car is a closed space, and the two girls stopped chatting when Gao Yan called, they all heard that the person talking to Gao Yan was a girl. He took the initiative to explain, I invested in a game company. The boss of the company is a senior sister who graduated from our school. She called to tell me that the new game has just been launched. You don't need to explain, I believe you. Shi Wen hugged Gao Yan's arm and said, but she was quite happy in her heart. Gao Yan took the initiative to explain, which showed that he cared about her and worried that she would misunderstand. Isn't this to reassure you? Gao Yan said with a smile. Jing Xiaoyu on the side couldn't help but ask curiously, Gao Yan, you also have a game company? I am a streamer, although I am not very popular, but I can still help you promote it. I am just a shareholder, I don't care about the company's business. Gao Yan explained, but if you are willing to help promote it, it would be great. Okay, tell me the name of the game, and I will download it when I get back. Okay, I'll ask what the game is called. So, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Qian Bauer to ask her the name of the game. After receiving the reply, he told Jing Xiaoyu the name and searched it on the software store. Qian Bauer's company makes paid games. The purchase cost is 19.8 yuan. It was only about 2 minutes after it was put on the shelves, but the number of downloads has already reached 86. Of course, this is just a software store. If other software stores are included, there must be more than 86 people. After paying 19.8 yuan, Gao Yan tried it. He rarely plays games, but after playing this game, he still finds it interesting. Similarly, Shi Wen and Jing Xiaoyu also paid to download and support it. So, the three of them played the game in the car. More than 20 minutes later, Jing Xiaoyu said, Gao Yan, your game is still quite playable, but unfortunately, it is a paid game. If it were free, I believe more people would come to play it. Why do you think so? Gao Yan asked. Jing Xiaoyu said, players in our country like free games. Look at the popular games now, which one is not free? Of course, it is not really free for you. You can use props, skins, or card draws to charge. After listening to Jing Xiaoyu's words, Gao Yan also felt that it made sense. Our Chinese people like free games. Just paying has already blocked a large group of people from the door. Even if free games are actually more expensive than paid games, everyone still likes so-called free games. Thinking of this, Gao Yan sent another WeChat to ask how many people bought Qian Bauer's previous game. Qian Bauer replied that the previous game had been on sale for more than half a year, and a total of 800,000 sets were sold at 15 yuan per set. That is to say, the game sold a total of 12 million yuan. However, not all of this money goes to the game company, and it has to be shared with the platform. Large platforms have to share 30% to 40%, and small and medium-sized platforms have to share 20%. If calculated at 30%, only 8.4 million yuan will be received. After deducting the development costs, employee wages, and taxes, it would be good to have a net profit of 2 million. No wonder Qian Bauer's capital chain was directly broken when the second game had problems, and he had to rely on selling houses to raise funds. Then, Gao Yan asked Qian Bauer again what the estimated sales volume of the new game was. Qian Bauer told him that the new game was much more playable than the previous one, and because the previous game had accumulated a certain reputation and fans, the estimated sales volume of the new game should be able to reach 1.5 million. If we calculate based on the sales volume of 1.5 million, the game can eventually sell 30 million. After deducting the 30% platform commission, there is still 21 million left. After deducting the 20% tax, there is still 16.8 million left. After deducting the development costs and employee salaries, the profit should be able to reach 10 million. Gao Yan owns 50% of the shares of the game company, so he can get 5 million. Of course, it is impossible to share all the money earned, and some money must be left to develop the next game. In fact, Gao Yan doesn't care how much money he can get. He owns 50% of the company's shares, and the system recognizes that the company belongs to him. For every game sold, he can get 8 times the rebate. If this game can really sell 1.5 million sets, then the system rebate alone will be more than 200 million. About 40 minutes later, the Mercedes arrived at the Bulgari Hotel. The driver got out first and opened the door for Gao Yan and the others. "Uncle, you have worked hard today, you keep this red envelope." Gao Yan took out a red envelope and stuffed it into the driver. The driver was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No need, Mr. Gao. This is my job, the company paid us. The company is the company, what I give is what I give, accept it." The driver wanted to refuse, Shi Wen also helped to persuade him, and the driver finally accepted it, but he expressed sincere gratitude to Gao Yan and the others. Watching Gao Yan and his 3 companions enter the hotel, the driver felt warm in his heart, thinking that Mr. Gao was young, but he was particularly good at being a man. The 3 entered the hotel and took a special elevator to the presidential suite on the top floor. As soon as he entered the room and turned on the lights, he saw the luxurious layout and facilities in the room, and Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but be shocked. "Gao Yan, Jiangyue, can I take a photo?" Jing Xiaoyu asked after regaining consciousness. "Of course, you can take any photo." "Thank you, then I won't be polite." Then Jing Xiaoyu took a mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the room and himself. Gao Yan said to Shi Wen, "Are you tired? I heard that the hotel has a SPA project. I heard that you will feel very relaxed after the treatment. Do you want to try it?" After a slight hesitation, Shi Wen agreed. Then, Gao Yan sent an invitation to Jing Xiaoyu, who was busy taking photos and posting on WeChat moments. "Jing Xiaoyu, we are going to go to a SPA too. Relax, you can go too. Why don't we forget it, or we'll have to spend money again." Jing Xiaoyu said a little embarrassed. "It's okay, it won't cost much." Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Shi Wen also persuaded, "It's quite boring for you to be alone in the room, so let's go together." Finally, Jing Xiaoyu agreed. Under the arrangements of the butler of the presidential suite, Gao Yan and his party arrived on the 8th floor of the hotel. Because you have to take off your clothes when going to the SPA, if it was just Gao Yan and Shi Wen, they could share a room, but with Jing Xiaoyu, they would need 2 rooms. Gao Yan was in a room alone, and Shi Wen and Jing Xiaoyu were in a room. 90 minutes later, Gao Yan walked out of the room, sat down on the sofa in the rest area, and asked Shi Wen about the situation in that room. However, the second woman had done one more skincare project than him, and it would take half an hour to finish. So he stayed in the rest area playing with his mobile phone and waiting for them. Suddenly he remembered that the game had been on sale for more than 2 hours. So he asked Qian Bauer about the sales situation on WeChat. Qian Bauer told him that the current sales volume is very good. Within 1 hour of being put on the shelves, sales reached 18,000 units, and Within 2 hours, sales had exceeded 30,000 units. Now he is celebrating with the company's employees and asked him if he can go. Gao Yan told her that he was not in Nandu at the moment, and reminded Qian Bauer not to forget his previous promise. This time Qian Bauer was not vague and said that he would go to her house on Monday night to fulfill his promise. Because Gao Yan didn't understand it at all, he didn't know whether the sales data was good or bad. However, Qian Bauer took his employees to celebrate, indicating that the data should be good. So, he asked Qian Bauer. Qian Bauer told him that this sales data is already quite good. You must know that the last game only sold more than 3,000 units in the first hour of its launch. There are 3 reasons why the new game can sell 18,000 sets in 1 hour. First, the game is more playable than the first set. Second, the company spent money to promote it. Third, the fans of the previous game have accumulated. Qian Bauer also mentioned that thanks to the 5 million he invested, without the 5 million, the company would have no money to use for promotion. Moreover, she also told Gao Yan good news. Because the sales in the first hour were outstanding, several platforms said they would give a good recommendation to their game tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Shu Jiangyue and Jing Xiaoyu finally walked out of the room. How do you two feel? Gao Yan asked. Shu Jiangyue smiled and said, it's very good. I feel like my whole body has become more relaxed. Yes, after finishing it, I feel that my skin is much more supple and compact. Jing Xiaoyu also said that because she often stayed up late to broadcast live broadcasts, it was very harmful to her skin and even her mental state was not very good. However, after finishing this SPA, she felt that her whole person was completely renewed. In fact, she had gone to a SPA before, but the effect was far inferior to that of the Bulgari Hotel. She can only say that you get what you pay for. Okay, let's go back to the room. Gao Yan nodded. He had to go to the car show tomorrow to see cars, so he had to rest early. Gao Yan, Jiang Yu, I want to live broadcast in the room for a while, and can I help you promote the game? After returning to the room, Jing Xiaoyu looked at the two of them and said, okay, you can go live in your room. By the way, which platform are you live broadcasting on? After you start broadcasting, I'll go get some gifts. Gao Yan said. There is no need for gifts. After all, you two invited me to dinner and stayed in the presidential suite. Jing Xiaoyu waved her hand. I heard that if you buy gifts, your popularity will be much higher, right? Gao Yan asked. Jing Xiaoyu said, it's like this. If you give a gift like a luxury cruise ship, the whole site will be blown up. It will also rain red envelopes. Many people will come in to grab the red envelopes. Then how many people usually watch your live broadcast? Gao Yan asked again. Jing Xiaoyu said, at its peak, there were tens of thousands of people, but now it is no longer possible. There are only a few hundred people every time it is broadcast, and sometimes there are only 1,000 or 2,000 people. It's useless to promote the game if there are too few people. In this case, you start broadcasting quickly, and I will give you gifts to increase your popularity and sell more games. Gao Yan said. Okay, then I'm not polite, but I can give you my share. That's no need. Gao Yan waved his hand, just help me promote the game in the future. Next, Gao Yan and Shu Jiangyue entered the master bedroom, while Jing Xiaoyu entered the second bedroom alone. After closing the door, Jing Xiaoyu threw herself directly on the soft big bed. The experience of the previous few hours flashed through her mind, and she secretly thought that this was the life she wanted to live. For a moment, she couldn't bear it in her heart. She felt envious of Shi Wen Zi. After thinking about it for a while, she realized that there was still a live broadcast. So, I quickly started broadcasting on my mobile phone. She did not play the game immediately, but introduced the hotel where she lived in the live broadcast room. It was just as she expected. When water friends learned that she was in Bulgari's presidential suite, they were very interested. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly exceeded 1,000. Later, at the request of water friends, she took them to visit the entire presidential suite except the master bedroom. The luxurious layout made many water friends exclaim in surprise. The number of people in the live broadcast room also increased to more than 2,500. Seeing that the time was almost right, Shi Xiaoyu said, "Because I am in the hotel tonight, I will broadcast live to you with my mobile phone, so it is not convenient to sing and dance. It just so happens that I found a more fun game today, so I will guest star as a game anchor for you today." And Gao Yan has entered Shi Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. However, he is a newbie account that has just been registered, and he does not even have the qualifications to speak. He first recharged 50,000 yuan. Then he studied the gifts of Huyu Live Broadcast Network. There are many kinds of gifts. The lowest is 10 cents, the highest is 5,000, and there are also free gifts. The one worth 5,000 is a luxury cruise ship. Every time a ship is swiped, the whole site will float on the screen once, and red envelopes will rain, and the red envelopes contain tiger food. Tiger food is a free gift, and 1 million tiger food is worth 1,000 yuan. When Shi Xiaoyu started playing the game, Gao Yan swiped a luxury cruise ship for Shi Xiaoyu. Sure enough, as the luxury cruise ship was swiped, the whole site began to float on the screen. Red envelopes began to rain on the screen of the live broadcast room. At this time, a large number of tourists began to pour into the live broadcast room. Seeing someone brushing a luxury cruise ship, Shi Xiaoyu was stunned. When she saw the 4 words "I was born with talent," she immediately understood that it was Gao Yan who brushed it. However, she was still very excited and thanked Gao Yan. It must be said that after a year in the live broadcast circle, Shi Xiaoyu's acting skills have also been trained. The result of brushing a luxury cruise ship is that the number of people in Shi Xiaoyu's live broadcast room soared to more than 7,000. However, this popularity is false. Most of them are here to grab red envelopes, and after grabbing them, they will leave again. So, after seeing the popularity begin to decline, Gao Yan brushed another luxury cruise ship. Soon, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to soar again, and soon broke 10,000. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room, Shi Xiaoyu was very excited. She hadn't broken 10,000 for a long time. And as Gao Yan brushed out 2 luxury cruise ships, it also led to the water friends in the live broadcast room to brush gifts. Next, every 2 minutes, Gao Yan would refresh a luxury cruise ship. When he finished refreshing the luxury cruise ships, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 50,000. The popularity of these 50,000 people is relatively weak. If Gao Yan did not continue to promote luxury cruises, many tourists who came to grab red envelopes would leave the live broadcast room. It was just as he expected. 10 minutes after Gao Yan stopped viewing the cruise ship, the popularity of the live broadcast room dropped to more than 30,000, and it continued to drop. Being able to maintain 20,000 people in the end is pretty good. After completing the task, Gao Yan also exited the live broadcast room and found that the private message prompt reached 99 plus. Most of those who sent him private messages invited him to their live broadcast rooms. In addition, many female anchors have sent seductive texts or photos, and some have even directly sent their WeChat accounts. It seems you are quite popular. Shi Wen couldn't help but joked after seeing the contents of these private messages. They are not here for my people, but for my money. Gao Yan smiled and closed the private message function directly to prevent anyone from sending him messy private messages again. It's getting late, let's go to bed. Gao Yan closed his phone and put it aside. Want to play Canyon? Shi Wen turned over and pressed against Gao Yan's chest. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get up tomorrow? Gao Yan said with a smile that he was no longer Wu Xiaoman. Although he was also a newcomer to the canyon, his own background was extremely strong. Except for the first time, he could kill Shi Wen every time. Don't be afraid, Shi Wen said provocatively. You asked for it, so don't blame me for being rude. Gao Yan chuckled, turned over and pressed forward. Early next morning, Gao Yan gently removed the hands and feet that were wrapped around him. Put on your clothes and go to the bathroom to wash up before walking out of the room. It's still 7 o'clock in the morning. Although Shi Wen took the initiative to initiate the fight last night, after only one round, the opponent shouted no. Although he didn't fully enjoy his girlfriend, he didn't force it either. Therefore, after waking up early, you still feel energetic. He glanced at the closed second bedroom next door. Gao Yan was going to go to the hotel gym to exercise. After arriving at the gym, Gao Yan found that the hotel's gym was no worse than a high-end gym. He had also worked part-time in a high-end gym. However, during this time, there were not many people coming to the gym to exercise. He stretched his body briefly, then came to run on the treadmill. After running for 30 minutes and making a few more sets of equipment, Gao Yan was a little disappointed. Such an amount of exercise would make him even sweaty. Mainly because his physique is too strong. What's more, dark strength warriors can close pores and lock in heat. Even though he didn't use the dark strength warrior's ability, he still didn't break a sweat. Since he wasn't sweating, he didn't bother to take a shower. Went directly to the hotel restaurant. After breakfast, he returned to the presidential suite and found Shi Wen still sleeping soundly. So, he called the butler in the presidential suite to arrange for 2 breakfasts to be delivered to the room. Then, he woke Shi Wen and knocked on Jing Xiaoyu's door to signal her to get up. I didn't sleep well last night. Why are there dark circles under my eyes? Seeing Jing Xiaoyu, Gao Yan asked strangely. I broadcast live until 3 o'clock last night, Jing Xiaoyu said embarrassedly. You are working too hard, Shi Wen said in surprise. It's not that I work too hard, it's mainly that I haven't been so popular for a long time and I can't bear to stop broadcasting, but it's all thanks to Gao Yan's reward. Jing Xiaoyu said bluntly that although the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped a lot after Gao Yan left the live broadcast room, it still remained at more than 20,000 people in the end, and even when she finished the broadcast at 3 o'clock, there were still more than 10,000 people. At her peak, she only had more than 10,000 people. The past few months have been extremely slow. There are usually only a few hundred people, but occasionally I can get a recommendation, and the popularity can exceed 1,000. Gao Yan made 50,000 yuan last night. However, other water friends also bought more than 10,000 gifts piecemeal. This is the advantage of having a big brother. The big brother can also drive other water friends to follow suit and increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. Without the support of a big brother, it is too difficult for an anchor to become a big anchor. Also, the contract between the guild and the website is 73%. The guild will take 30% of the remaining 70%, and she will get 40%. Therefore, for a gift of 10,000, she can get 4,000. Of course, she still has to pay taxes, so she only gets more than 3,000. Just then, there was a knock on the door. But the hotel delivered breakfast. Looking at this sumptuous breakfast, the idea that Jing Xiaoyu had last night suddenly became more intense. While the two women were having breakfast, Gao Yan said, "We are going to the car show later. Jing Xiaoyu, do you want to go with us? Is it the luxury car show on Qingpu Road?" Jing Xiaoyu perked up and asked. "Yes." Gao Yan nodded. Jing Xiaoyu frowned slightly. "I heard that you need to buy tickets in advance to participate in that auto show. If we go today, I'm afraid we won't be able to get in." "Don't worry about this, the hotel will provide us with tickets," Gao Yan said. Live streaming of luxury cars can also attract a certain amount of popularity. You can try it. Then thank you, Gao Yan, Jing Xiaoyu said happily. After the two girls had breakfast, they spent more than 10 minutes putting on simple light makeup, and then took the hotel's Mercedes-Benz and went straight to the car exhibition hall. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at our destination. The car showroom doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Therefore, many people lined up outside waiting to enter. Wow, there are so many people lining up. Looking at the queue of people through the car window, Shu Jiangyue couldn't help but exclaimed. "Mr. Gao, Miss Shua, our hotel has contacted the organizer of the auto show in advance. You don't have to line up, you can go in through the staff passage." At this time, the driver uncle spoke. "Okay, then please ask the driver to contact the organizer." Gao Yan thanked him. Soon, the uncle driver took Gao Yan and the others to a small door on the left side of the gate, where staff were already waiting. Knowing that Gao Yan and the other three were VIPs of the Bulgari Hotel, he politely led them in. There are still 10 minutes left before the car show opens. In addition to a large number of luxury cars and staff models, there are also some tourists in the exhibition hall. Obviously, these tourists also entered in advance through the special channel. Most boys prefer luxury cars. It can also keep a close eye on many luxury cars. But Gao Yan has not paid attention to information about luxury cars. The luxury cars he knows are limited to BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, etc. After getting permission from the staff, Jing Xiaoyu started the live broadcast on her mobile phone. However, at Gao Yan's request, he and Zhu Jiangyue were not allowed to appear in the mirror. "Jing Xiaoyu, you can live broadcast, Jiangyu and I will go shopping first." "Okay." Jing Xiaoyu nodded and started taking pictures of the luxury cars in the exhibition hall. After wandering around for a while, Gao Yan fell in love with the dark blue Bentley Mulsanne. There was also a tall car model standing next to the car. He asked, "Beauty, if I want to buy a car, who should I contact?" The car model said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will call someone for you right now." After a while, the salesperson arrived. After a brief exchange, the other party introduced the car's performance and data to Gao Yan. Gao Yan waved his hand. You don't need to introduce so much, because I don't understand it either. Just tell me how much it will cost me to buy this car? The salesperson smiled and said, Mr. Gao, because this car is an extreme version, the landing price will cost about 6 million. Can I pick up the car after paying for it? Gao Yan asked again. Mr. Gao is like this, because there is only one of this car, and our auto show will take 3 days. Therefore, we can only pick up the car after the show is over. The salesperson replied. Well, go and ask for instructions. If you can pick up the car today, I will buy this car. Gao Yan thought for a moment. Okay, Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. The salesperson left immediately. But Zhuo Jiangyue whispered, Honey, do you really want to buy such an expensive car? Gao Yan nodded. I have opened a new company. When doing business in the future, it will be easier to have a luxury car. When Gao Yan said this, Zhuo Jiangyue said nothing more. After a while, the person in charge of the other party arrived. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. What surprised Gao Yan was that the person in charge of the other party was also a young man, only 22 or 23 years old. The other party asked with a smile, Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Li Chaonan, the person in charge of the Bentley car exhibition area. I heard that you want to get this car? Gao Yan explained, Yes, Mr. Li, I am not from Shanghai. I will leave this afternoon, so if I can pick up the car today, I will buy it. Li Chaonan looked thoughtful. Mr. Gao, do you think this will work? If you buy this car today, how about we transport it to your city for free after the auto show is over? Okay, I want this car. Gao Yan thought about it and agreed. The other party was willing to help transport it to Nandu, which saved him a lot of trouble. Hearing Gao Yan's agreement, Li Chaonan was also quite happy and said with a smile, Mr. Gao, please come here, let's go to the VIP room to sign the contract. When they arrived at the VIP room, a waiter brought them tea and snacks. Li Chaonan also took the opportunity to chat with Gao Yan. Brother Gao, where are you from? Judging from your age, you are still a student, right? Gao Yan nodded. My hometown is Southwest, and I am currently a sophomore at Nandu University. Then Brother Gao came to Shanghai specifically to buy a car? Li Chaonan asked again. That's not true. Gao Yan waved his hand. I brought my girlfriend to the Magic City. I knew there was a car show here, so I stopped by to have a look. I saw this car was pretty good, so I came up with the idea of buying it. Brother Gao is so brave. He will buy a car worth more than 6 million yuan. Li Chaonan praised. By the way, we have a group of car enthusiasts here in Shanghai. I wonder if Brother Gao is interested in joining? Is it okay if I'm not from the Magic City? Gao Yan said. Sure. Li Chaonan smiled and said, the conditions for joining our group are to have at least one car worth more than 1 million yuan. Most of them have good abilities. Occasionally we will also hold some self-driving tours or competitions. In addition, the people in the group, the boss occasionally throws out some cooperation projects. Okay, let me add one. Gao Yan did not refuse. After all, this was also a channel to expand his network of contacts. Then I'll add you on WeChat first, and then add you to the group. Li Chaonan took out his phone and said. You swipe me, or I'll swipe you. Let me scan you. Soon, the two added WeChat, and Li Chaonan's WeChat nickname was Li Air. Later, Li Chaonan pulled him into a WeChat group of motorcycle enthusiasts in Shanghai. As soon as he entered, Li Air said at everyone, "I invited a big shot to join the group, and he won a Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 6 million yuan without even raising an eyebrow. Come and worship me. 6 million is not a small amount of money. You can buy a house even in a place like Shanghai." Therefore, after Li Chaonan's news was sent out, the originally quiet group of writers suddenly became lively. Wearing underwear to go shopping, real boss, please be humbled. Raising a dog and naming it after your ex-boyfriend, is the boss the little brother? If so, do you want to fall in love? I am Lolita. Kissing you with a cigarette in his mouth, damn Zhong Xiaoming, can you be disgusting in the group every day? Night raid on male brothel, where is the boss? Send a photo to my sister. Looking at the nicknames of these group friends, Gao Yan suddenly felt that everyone in this group was a talent. Shi Jiangyue, who was sitting next to Gao Yan, also saw these names and couldn't help laughing. Their names are so interesting. At this time, Li Chaonan said with some embarrassment, "Brother Gao, don't pay attention to these guys. These guys have some abnormal brains. Just say hello in the group." So, Gao Yan edited a text and sent it. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Yan, I am new here, please take care of me." Later, Gao Yan sent 10 red envelopes worth 200 yuan to the group. Suddenly, the group started frantically grabbing red envelopes, and then started fighting for various pictures. At this time, Li Chaonan's employees sent the car purchase agreement, and Gao Yan temporarily withdrew from the group of car enthusiasts. He briefly read the contract and signed it. Then he paid for the car by swiping his card. "Brother Li, my girlfriend and I plan to continue shopping. Let's talk when we have time," Gao Yan said to Li Chaonan. "Okay, brother Gao, I am also a small local snake in the Magic City. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me." "Okay, if you need anything, be sure to find Brother Li." After leaving the VIP room, Gao Yan took Shi Jiangyue and continued to stroll around. Suddenly, he noticed Shi Jiangyue's eyes lingering on a big red sports car for a few seconds, and asked with a smile, "Do you like it? It feels pretty good looking." "Then let's ask how much it costs." So, Gao Yan asked the car model standing next to the car, and the other person told them that this was a Ferrari 488, priced at more than 3 million. "Baby, how about I buy it for you?" Gao Yan looked at Shi Jiangyue. "No." Shi Jiangyue shook her head, "This car is expensive and ostentatious. Besides, I'm still in school. Why would I buy such an expensive car?" "Then do you like it?" Gao Yan asked again. "Like? Why do you want to take care of so much?" "But..." Gao Yan raised his hand and interrupted Shi Jiangyue, "Baby, you have forgotten our agreement yesterday. This time in Magic City, you listen to me. If I buy anything in the future, I have to discuss it with you. Besides, although we don't show off, you are rich, but you can't be underestimated. You have so many suitors in school. If your car is this car, won't it scare away many suitors? In this way, you can avoid a lot of trouble, right? Okay, I will listen to you this time, and you can't buy me such expensive things again." Shi Jiangyue hesitated slightly, but agreed. "Beauty, go call the salesperson of this car." After a while, Li Chaonan came. "Haha, brother Gao, have you taken a fancy to this Ferrari 488? Li Chaonan laughed. It's not me, it's my girlfriend who's attracted to me. Gao Yan explained, brotherly, this car also belongs to your family? Isn't that right? Li Chaonan smiled and said, both the Ferrari and Bentley booths belong to our family. There are so many cars in the showroom, but you, the young couple, chose mine. Isn't this fate? We are indeed destined. Since we are so destined, brotherly, why don't you give me a discount? Gao Yan responded with a smile. Li Chaonan said boldly, we must fight. These two cars are also the highest priced. The landing price is around 3.8 million. So, you can give us 3.6 million. However, the car must be at the auto show before it can be sent to you in Nandu. Thank you so much, brotherly. Gao Yan thanked him. Then, as before, he went to the VIP room again and signed and paid. After buying two cars, Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue continued to visit the showroom. It has to be said that the organizer also put a lot of effort into getting several top-notch luxury cars with prices exceeding 20 million. For example, Bugatti Veyron, Koenigsegg CCXR, Pagani Zonder, Ferrari FXX, and so on. But it gave Gao Yan a lot of experience. He can accept a car selling for several million, but a car is worth more than 20 million. Even if he has more than 1 billion, he still feels that anyone who buys such a car is taken advantage of. It's almost time. Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue found Xing Xiaoyu and asked her if she wanted to leave. Xing Xiaoyu didn't expect that this outdoor live broadcast of luxury cars would be so effective. After nearly 2 hours of broadcasting, the popularity actually soared to 20,000. The gifts received were almost over 10,000 yuan. I was worried about how to complete the mission yesterday, but now I am only a few thousand yuan away from the mission goal of 80,000 yuan, and I can complete it easily. Now, the guild has no reason to hold her back. Therefore, when Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue asked her if she wanted to leave, she was still a little reluctant to leave. However, no matter how reluctant she was, she chose to end the live broadcast and leave with Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue. Gao Yan, Jiangyu, you have to go back to Nandu in the afternoon. I'll treat you to lunch. Don't refuse. Okay, let's check out of the hotel first, and then have lunch together. Gao Yan nodded. After eating lunch invited by Xing Xiaoyu, Gao Yan and Shi Jianyue went straight to the high-speed rail station. Not long after, we were on the high-speed train back to Nandu. She didn't know whether it was because she didn't have a good rest or because she was used to sleeping in the car. Within a few minutes of getting in the car, Shi Jianyue fell into a deep sleep, holding his arm. Gao Yan's mind flashed back to the previous scene in the restaurant. During the meal, Xing Xiaoyu actually rubbed her foot on his calf. Was it an accident? Or was it intentional? He felt that it was more likely to be intentional. Because his legs are standing vertically, if the other party wants to touch him, he must stretch out his legs. Secondly, the other party has not put on shoes yet, which is obviously intentional. At that time, he calmly retracted his legs, and then used the data eye to check Xing Xiaoyu's favorability score. The result was that it had soared to 70 points. Favorability below 60 represents ordinary friendship. Above 60 points and below 70 points are good friends, above 70 points and above 80 points are secret love, above 80 points and below 90 points are passionate love, and between 90 and 99 points, generally speaking, they will be together until death. If it reaches 100 points, it means never betraying Now, Zhuo Jianyue's favorable impression of Gao Yan has reached 95 points, which is considered very high. When the relationship between the two deepens in the future, it may even grow. But it is still difficult to reach 100 points. As for Jing Xiaoyu's 70 points, it was very embarrassing. The other party only regarded him as a friend, but he acted in a seduced manner, and this was despite knowing that he had a girlfriend. So, what is the other party's intention in doing this? In fact, Gao Yan had already vaguely guessed something. Jing Xiaoyu's profession is a female anchor, and the main source of income for female anchors is to receive gifts from fans, among which Big Brother level fans will play a huge role. Therefore, he guessed that Jing Xiaoyu took a fancy to his financial resources and wanted to develop him into her eldest brother. But Jing Xiaoyu is 100 points special. This also shows that the other party still has a certain bottom line. To be honest, there is a certain gap between Jing Xiaoyu's appearance and Zhuo Jianyue's, but she is still a beauty with a score of 90 or above. Especially her figure is quite good. If he said that he didn't like Jing Xiaoyu's body, it would be false, but the key was that Jing Xiaoyu and Zhuo Jianyue knew each other. Based on this, he couldn't act rashly. He didn't want things to happen in the sure field in the future. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Gao Yan got rid of distracting thoughts and picked up his mobile phone to ask Qian Bauer about his game sales. Qian Bauer didn't reply to him immediately. It took a few minutes before he sent him some data. More than 10 hours have passed since it went online last night. Game sales have exceeded 100,000 units, and sales are expected to reach 150,000 units within 20 hours. Because 3 major platforms have already launched recommendations for this game. Almost 3 hours passed. When the high-speed train arrived in Nandu, Gao Yan woke Zhuo Jianyue in advance. Then get off the bus together. After leaving the high-speed rail station and going to a nearby parking lot, Gao Yan first drove Zhuo Jianyue back to Yangdong University of Science and Technology. Then he drove back to the rental house. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the community, a person appeared and stopped his vehicle. "Hello, Mr. Gao, we are from the Qin family in Hanyang. Can we talk to you?" the man said after Gao Yan rolled down the window. Hanyang Qin family? Gao Yan was a little surprised. He seemed to have no connection with the Qin family. No, Hongyun Stone Square was the property of the Qin family. When the other party said, "We can send a car to pick you up at Wu's private kitchen at 6 o'clock tonight. I wonder what Mr. Gao's business is like." "That's no need. Just send me your address and I'll go to the appointment on time." Gao Yan nodded and then drove into the community parking entry unit door. Taking the elevator upstairs, I happened to see Lin Xiaomin and Lin Moer's mother and daughter going out. "Sister Lin, are you going out?" Gao Yan smiled and greeted. "Yeah, Moer has just finished the college entrance examination, and there's nothing big going on in my company, so I'm going to take Moer on a trip." Lin Xiaomin explained with a smile. "Is that so? How did Moer do in the exam?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Pretty good," Lin Moer said. "By the way, brother Gao Yan, where have you been these past few days? I don't even have a chance to come to your house for dinner." "I went out for something," Gao Yan said. "Well, when you come back from your trip, I'll make a meal to celebrate for you." "Real?" Lin Moer's eyes lit up, and her foodie nature was clearly revealed. "Is it possible that I can still lie to you? Just call me in advance before You come back, so I can buy groceries in advance. Gao Yan said. Then it's settled. Lin Moer said quickly. You kid, you really don't know how to be polite at all. Lin Xiaomin said. Angrily, but then she said to Gao Yan, Xiao Gao, I'll trouble you. To be honest, she is also very greedy for Gao Yan's cooking skills. It's okay, Sister Lin. The house Gao Yan rented was far below the market price. The last time he was attacked, Lin Xiaomin also took the initiative to help contact his old classmates, so she was kind to him. After watching the mother and daughter enter the elevator, Gao Yan took out the key and entered the room. Lin Xiaomin, who was in the elevator, looked thoughtful. This little girl seemed to have changed a lot during this period. Not only his appearance and temperament, but his personality has also undergone major changes. After returning home, Gao Yan put down his shopping bags first, then went into the bathroom and took a simple shower. Picking up his phone, he found that not only Zhuo Jianyue had sent him a WeChat message, but also Jing Xiaoyu had sent him a WeChat message. Zhuo Jianyue was asking him if he had arrived home. After chatting with Zhuo Jianyue for a few words, Gao Yan clicked on Jing Xiaoyu's WeChat. Gao Yan, have you and Jianyue arrived in Nandu? Tian Shengwakai, thank you for your concern, we have arrived. Yubao, by the way, I just checked the sales of your game, it has exceeded 100,000, which is amazing. Tian Shengwakai, really, I didn't pay much attention. Yubao, how about this, I will help you promote the game when I live broadcast. In the evening. Tian Shengwakai, thank you. Yubao, you're welcome, we are all friends, to be honest, I really should thank you. Originally, Gao Yan just wanted to chat for a few words and then send Jing Xiaoyu away, but he didn't expect that the other party was quite talkative. And it took more than an hour to finish chatting. Seeing that it was still early, Gao Yan drove to the snack street in the university town. The milk tea shop was doing very well. As for the other milk tea shops on this street, they seemed a little deserted. And even one milk tea shop had posted a transfer advertisement. Gao Yan had no intention of buying one. Because the capacity of the snack street was limited, opening another milk tea shop would probably completely squeeze out the other shops. Therefore, there was no need to do this, and leave a way out. If you want to open a branch, Nandu is so big that there is plenty of space. After a while, Gao Yan entered the milk tea shop with a few ice creams. I'll treat you to ice cream, come and get it if you want it. After staying in the milk tea shop until 5:20, Gao Yan set off for Wu's private kitchen. When Gao Yan drove to the restaurant, there were still 10 minutes before the agreed time. However, the young man who stopped the car before was standing outside the gate of the private kitchen waiting for him. Under his guidance, Gao Yan entered a private room. The middle-aged man in the box stood up with a smile. Mr. Gao, I am Lu Yun. Please forgive me for inviting you without permission. After a few pleasantries, the two sat down. At first, Lu Yun did not talk about business, but just chatted. After dinner, at Lu Yun's suggestion, they moved to the tea room. Drinking the tea made by the tea master, Lu Yun smiled and said, Mr. Gao, as far as I know, you have a high level of attainment in gambling on stones? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan smiled and said, Mr. Lu misunderstood. I am a complete newbie in stone gambling. I only rely on luck. Mr. Gao is too humble. Some people have been gambling all their lives, but they can't compare to you who made 3 moves. Lu Yun said meaningfully. Hearing this, Gao Yan was not surprised. If the Qing family came to his door, they must have thoroughly investigated his stone gambling. So, he said, Mr. Liu, you might as well speak up if you have something to say. If you continue to boast like this, I will be embarrassed. Lu Yun said again, Mr. Gao should know that raw jadeite is the most important industry of our Qin family, right? Gao Yan nodded, I heard a little bit. Lu Yun continued, our Qin family and 6 other families joined forces, to control the jadeite mines in the Black Burma country. At the same time, we have the final say on how much we ship every year. Hearing what Lu Yun said, Gao Yan was a little surprised. He had heard about the situation in Haimen. He originally thought that the Qin family only had a raw stone mine in Haimen. Unexpectedly, the Qin family was one of the people in charge of the village. You know, the Black Burma side is quite chaotic, and there are many warlords. The Qin family can become one of the 7 major rough stone dealers. It is estimated that there is also a large armed force in Black Burma, or a certain warlord is supported by them. After all, the value of raw jadeite is too great. Without soldiers and guns, it is impossible to protect the raw stone mine. Gao Yan was a little surprised. Why did Lu Yun tell him this? Could it be that he wanted to recruit him? At this time, Lu Yun changed the subject, although the annual shipment volume of rough stones is determined by our joint discussion, in addition to the basic 10% of each family's shipment volume, the other 30% needs to be divided among 7 families through stone betting. The Qin family wants me to help you bet on stones? Gao Yan reacted instantly. Good. Lu Yun nodded, secretly praising Gao Yan for his quick response. Every 3 years, the 7 of our families will have a gambling battle. Originally, our Qin family also had 2 extremely outstanding stone gambling masters, but one of them died a few years ago. Passed away, and the other one had an accident. The new gambling battle is about to begin, but to be honest, our new generation of stone gambling experts in the Qin family are still a little behind, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to enter this gambling battle. Top 3. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Liu, to be honest, you really made a mistake. I am not an expert at betting on stones at all. The 3 times I bet on stones, I relied on luck. Luck is something that is difficult to grasp at all. Mr. Gao, don't be too busy refusing first. Let me tell you the conditions offered by our Qin family first. Lu Yun raised his hand. If Mr. Gao can help us get 3rd place, we can reward you 50 million, and 2nd place 100 million. If you win 1st place, we can give you 300 million in cash as a reward. Hearing the conditions given by the Qin family, to be honest, Gao Yan was really moved. At present, he has more than 140 million upgrade experience. If he only relies on his current income, even if he adds the game company, it will take a long time. Upgrade. But if you get the 300 million reward from the Qin family, you can greatly shorten the upgrade time. Moreover, it seems to be 300 million, and the total amount returned by the system is 2.7 billion. After pondering for a moment, he raised his eyes and looked at Lu Yun. Mr. Liu, I would like to ask you, what are the rules of this gambling battle? Lu Yun did not hide anything and introduced Gao Yan in detail. The gambling battle is divided into 3 games. In the first game, each family prepares a rough stone in advance, cuts it on site, and then scores it according to its value. The highest value 100 points. The 2nd place 90 points, the 3rd place 80 points, the 4th place 70 points, and so on. In the second game, the stone gambling experts sent by each company selected a rough jade stone from the newly mined jadeite rough stone within the specified time and cut it, and still scored according to the value. As for the last game, it is a one-on-one gambling battle. You have to gamble 6 times in a row, and you will get 10 points for each win. Finally, the person with the highest total score can get 1.5% of the 30%, the second place can get 10%, and the third place can get 0.5%. After listening to the introduction, Gao Yan asked thoughtfully, "How many people will the Qin family arrange to participate in this gambling fight?" Lu Yun said, "Each family will send 3 people." "Then who has the final say among these 3 people?" Gao Yan asked again. Lu Yun said, "It all depends on your ability. If Mr. Gao can convince the 2 stone betting experts of our Qin family, you will be the main player in the betting battle. Of course, even if we don't win the top 3, we will. I'll give you 10 million for your hard work." "Okay, Mr. Lu, can I think about it for a while?" Gao Yan thought for a while and said that he could only use his golden pupils 10 times a day. The first session was fine. Instead of selecting rough stones on the spot, he could finish it in a few days. But it's more difficult in the second game. You need to select the most valuable ones from a large number of rough stones. As for the difficulty of the last game, it is not easy. Therefore, he was not absolutely sure about this gambling battle. "Okay, as long as Mr. Gao gives me a reply within 3 days," Lu Yun said, with a smile. After returning to the rental house, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. The lottery can only appear every time the system is upgraded. It would be great if he could buy the number of lottery draws with money. Maybe he could also increase the level of the golden pupil. In this way, even if he uses it 20 times a day, he will be more confident. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan began to take stock of the milk tea shop's income in the past 2 days. 900 mobile phones were sold in 2 days, and the 3 milk tea shops also created a sales volume of 200,000, thus gaining 4.25 million experience points. In addition, the sales volume of the game company on the first day of 24 hours was also released, just over 150,000, reaching 150,200 sets, and the sales amount was about 3 million. It just made the upgrade experience exceed 150 million. The system return amount increased by 58 million, and the system storage funds exceeded 1.852 billion. It seemed that the time was almost up. Gao Yan went to put 2 cups of medicinal wine and drank them, then lay on the bed and prepared to check the phone for a while, before going to sleep. "I have finished reading all the books I bought. I will buy them tomorrow." Suddenly, he had an idea and logged into HuYu Live again. He followed Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room last night, and found that Jing Xiaoyu had already started broadcasting. Click into the live broadcast room. It was found that Jing Xiaoyu's popularity tonight was still good. The live broadcast at the luxury car show last night and this morning increased Jing Xiaoyu's attention. Therefore, not long after he started broadcasting tonight, his popularity broke 5,000, and it is still growing. Moreover, Jing Xiaoyu is playing the game of Gao Yan's company. After thinking about it, Gao Yan recharged another 50,000. Then he bought a luxury cruise ship. After swiping 50,000 last night, Gao Yan became the number 1 in Jing Xiaoyu's weekly and monthly rankings. Therefore, as soon as he swiped gifts, the fans asked Jing Xiaoyu to welcome guests as soon as possible, saying that the big brother is coming. Knowing that Gao Yan is coming again, Jing Xiaoyu is secretly happy. Thank Gao Yan. Next, Gao Yan swiped the remaining recharged money into a luxury cruise ship. After swiping, the number of people in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room has exceeded 80,000. It has already passed the peak period of last night. However, people who are famous are often criticized, because Gao Yan only swiped gifts in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, so there were many weird voices, and some people even questioned that Gao Yan was a fake big brother. In this regard, Gao Yan didn't care, and he quit after swiping. Then 2 minutes later, Jing Xiaoyu sent him a thank you WeChat message and a cool selfie. This made Gao Yan, who had just had 2 cups of medicinal wine, feel warm in his heart. Suddenly, he had an idea and entered Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room as a tourist. He threw a data eye at Jing Xiaoyu, but found that the favorability was still 70. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. The favorability didn't increase, but she sent him a cool selfie. When he thought about the fact that she rubbed his calf with her foot in the restaurant at noon, he was almost certain that Jing Xiaoyu wanted to hook up with him and train him to be her big brother. If it weren't for the data eye, Gao Yan would really have the illusion that Jing Xiaoyu liked him, since he already knew the other party's thoughts. Gao Yan had no intention of paying attention to Jing Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought again about the Qin family inviting him to participate in the gambling fight. Although the golden pupil can only be used 10 times, his memory is very abnormal now, and he can train himself to be a gambling expert by learning about raw stones. Thinking of this, he used his mobile phone to collect information on how to identify jadeite raw stones on the internet and watched it. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of the apartment, seeing that Gao Yan hadn't replied to his WeChat for several minutes, Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown slightly. It didn't make sense. Although he was not as beautiful as Zhuo Jiangyue, his figure was far better than Zhuo Jiangyue. Why didn't Gao Yan pay attention to him? Could it be that this is a good man? But she immediately thought that this speculation was ridiculous. In this era, good men are rarer than pandas. As long as they are men, there is no man who does not cheat. Thinking of this, she sent a few photos stored in the album to Gao Yan, and asked in a note, Gao Yan, do you think it looks good? Gao Yan, who was looking at the information, also saw that Jing Xiaoyu sent another WeChat. Since he already knew Jing Xiaoyu's plan, he was not interested in paying attention to the other party. On the other side, Jing Xiaoyu was playing games live while waiting for Gao Yan's reply. But half an hour had passed, and Gao Yan still didn't reply to her. For a moment, she was a little discouraged. Could it be that she was so much worse than Zhuo Jiangyue? Gao Yan had a good chat with her this afternoon, and just now he had brushed 50,000 in the live broadcast room? Is this guy playing hard to get for me? Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyu thought of a possibility, and her lost confidence returned, and at the same time, there was a sarcastic smile on the corner of her mouth. He wanted to play tricks with me to see who could beat whom. In the past year as an anchor, she has seen all kinds of tricks, but in the final analysis, those LSPs who played tricks on her were all for her body. To be honest, she was not as self-disciplined as she imagined. She just didn't want to throw away the most precious thing too early, because she always remembered a sentence her mother taught her, that what she couldn't get was the most precious. In short, it was to wait for the price. If her character was really so chaste and strong, she would not consider succumbing to the pig like Mr. Shen. Fortunately, with the help of Gao Yan, she has successfully passed the test this month, and her popularity has also exceeded the peak period. If she can keep the current fans, she will not worry about the pressure from the guild in the next few months. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the school classroom honestly. Today officially begins the exam week. Therefore, as soon as he came to the classroom, he smelled a tense atmosphere. Even Qinghao, who was busy opening a branch, returned to the classroom and flipped through the books at the last minute. In fact, college exams are really not that difficult. As long as you listen carefully and take notes, you can basically pass the exams. Even many subjects allow flipping through the books, and the contents of the test papers can basically be found in the books. But even so, some people still fail. For example, former roommate Zhou Yuchao. Brother Yan, is this your Patek Philippe? As soon as he sat down next to Qinghao, Fatty Qing glanced at the watch on Gao Yan's wrist, and couldn't help but pulled Gao Yan's hand and said with a covetous look. Brother Yan, your watch is not cheap, right? It's okay, more than 1 million. Gao Yan whispered. Oh my! Qinghao exclaimed again, more than 1 million, I heard from my cousin that you made a lot of money by gambling on stones. It seems that you really made a lot. Although Tang Yi revealed that Gao Yan made money by gambling on stones, he did not reveal how much he made. Qinghao subconsciously thought that Gao Yan only made a few 100,000, but now it seems that Gao Yan made more than he thought. Not bad. Gao Yan smiled. Brother Yan, tell me, how much did you make? Qinghao asked, curiously. More than 100 million. Hearing that Gao Yan made more than 100 million, Qinghao almost burst into tears and couldn't help asking, you are the chosen one, right? I think so too. Gao Yan nodded seriously. If he was not the chosen one, how could he get the system? Hey, Brother Yan, can you take me with you? I want to make some money too. Gao Yan glanced at Qinghao. I only make money by gambling on stones by luck. To be honest, I don't know much about gambling on stones. You only see me making money. There are many people who lose money. You should run the hot pot restaurant well. If you can open hot pot restaurants all over the country and go public like Haidaleo, your net worth will be at least tens of billions. Why envy me? That's right, Brother Yan is right. Qinghao nodded in agreement. By the way, the 2 branches will open at the same time this Friday. You must come to support them then. That's no problem. Gao Yan nodded. After a while, the invigilator arrived and the exam officially began. Before obtaining the system, the exam was not difficult for Gao Yan, not to mention that after obtaining the system, his memory and comprehension abilities were greatly improved. Therefore, this level of exam is child's play for him. In the blink of an eye, the first half of the day passed. Brother Yan, I think I will fail this time, said Qinghao, who had an unsatisfactory test result. It's okay, at most I can take a makeup exam. Anyway, you are a local of Nandu, so you don't have to go back to your hometown. Gao Yan smiled. That's right. Qinghao nodded. He was not a pessimistic person. At this time, Shi Wen sent a WeChat to ask Gao Yan how the test went. Gao Yan was naturally full of confidence. Shi Wen's school exams will not start until next week, but their school's vacation time is similar to that of Nandu University. Shi Wen, by the way, I have decided not to go back to my hometown during the summer vacation. You should not either, right? Gao Yan, I have to go back for a few days to deal with some things, and then rush back. He had to make a deal with his adoptive parents as soon as possible. Anyway, his household registration had been moved to the school when he was in college, and his adoptive parents had no way to make things difficult for him. In fact, going to college now is not like before. It doesn't matter whether the household registration is moved or not. But he still chose to transfer his household registration at the beginning. It is estimated that at that time, he had already made up his mind to cut off ties with his adoptive parents. After a while, Gao Yan and Ching Hao came to the second floor of the school cafeteria. They ordered a spicy hot pot, a pork rib stew with potatoes, a plate of green pepper and potato shreds, and 2 servings of rice. At the beginning, Gao Yan was really poor, and Ching Hao was pretending to be poor. The two of them mostly ate on the first floor and rarely came to the second floor. Now, both of them are not short of money, so naturally they eat much more abundantly. Not long after they sat down, a man and a woman came next door. The two looked very close, but Gao Yan and Ching Hao were both very uncomfortable because the woman was Bai Wei. See, what I said before, I said that Zhou Yuchao couldn't control this woman. It hasn't been long, and they broke up, Ching Hao said proudly. Naturally, Bai Wei also found Gao Yan and Ching Hao. Seeing Gao Yan, she felt very uncomfortable, especially when Gao Yan called him trash before. So, she had an idea and said to the boy next to her, "Honey, have you seen that guy? He used to harass me. How about you teach him a lesson?" The man, Bai Wei, called her husband didn't look like a student in terms of age or appearance. His name was Wu Jipeng, and he was a supervisor in a foreign company. He met Bai Wei in a bar and they were currently in a passionate relationship. Therefore, after hearing his girlfriend's complaints, he subconsciously glanced at Gao Yan, and then a bit of disdain appeared on his face. "Don't worry, baby, it's not easy to teach a student a lesson. Tell me his name and I'll find someone to deal with him." "Husband, you're so nice." Bai Wei pressed her body against Wu Jipeng. "By the way, that guy's name is Gao Yan, and he opened a milk tea shop in the snack street. If possible, it's best to make his milk tea shop go out of business. It's a small matter." Wu Jipeng waved his hand disapprovingly. "Husband promises you that within 3 days, his milk tea shop will definitely close down." "Husband, you're so awesome." Although the cafeteria was a little noisy, Gao Yan was at least a master of the peak of dark energy, so the voices of Bai Wei and Wu Jipeng fell into his ears. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. He didn't expect Bai Wei to be so vicious. She just ignored him, but she actually encouraged her new boyfriend to mess with him and even wanted to ruin his milk tea shop. If he didn't hear it, it would be fine. Now, he already knew that this couple wanted to mess with him with bad intentions, so there was no reason to respond passively. He had to take the initiative. He had dinner with Ching Hao calmly, and then left the cafeteria as if he knew nothing. "Haozi, go back to school first, I have something to go out for," Gao Yan said to Ching Hao. "Okay, there are exams in the afternoon, don't forget the time," Ching Hao reminded. "Don't worry, I won't forget it." After Ching Hao left, Gao Yan called Li Feng. The call was quickly connected, and Li Feng's respectful voice came. "Boss. Old Li, how is your injury?" Gao Yan asked. Li Feng, "Boss, after this period of recuperation, my injuries have recovered a lot. It will take more than a month to recover." "Boss, you called me, is there something for me to do?" Gao Yan, there is indeed something. Can you do it? Li Feng said, it should be no problem. Those below Mingjin can be dealt with, but those at Mingjin level may not be able to. Gao Yan, not a warrior, just an ordinary person. Li Feng, that's no problem at all. Boss, what do you need me to do? Gao Yan, come to Nandu University first. About half an hour later, Li Feng appeared outside Nandu University, came to. Gao Yan, bowed and saluted, boss, I'm here, what do you want? Okay, don't be so polite. Gao Yan waved his hand, then told Li Feng his request and threw his car keys to him. After handing the matter over to Li Feng, Gao Yan went straight into the school. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Jiping drove away from Nandu University with satisfaction, but he didn't notice that an Audi A4 had quietly followed him more than 10 meters behind him. He drove all the way into the city, and then drove into an underground parking lot. He stuffed the car into the parking space. He turned off the engine and got out of the car. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and a tall and strong man appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a heavy slap hit him on the cheek. He was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and was slapped to the ground by this slap. Who the hell are you? After reacting, Wu Jiping was furious and couldn't help but yell at the tall and strong man who knocked him down. Li Feng remained silent and kicked Wu Jiping in the chest with a cold face. Bang! Amid Wu Jiping's screams, his body flew up, then hit a column several meters away, and then rolled to the ground. A sense of fear spread rapidly in Wu Jiping's heart. Looking at the cold man walking towards him, he no longer felt angry, but only felt aggrieved and frightened. He raised his hand and shouted, "No, brother, let's talk it out." But Li Feng still had no intention of speaking. He stepped forward and kicked Wu Jiping several times, making him scream. "Brother, stop hitting me. Who are you? At least let me die knowingly," Wu Jiping cried. Li Feng stopped, stared at Wu Jiping from above, and said in a cold tone, "Remember, some things are best not to do, and don't be stupid enough to be used as a gun by others. Today I am just giving you a small lesson. If you still don't know what's good for you, your end will be even worse. Believe me." As soon as the voice fell, Li Feng raised his foot and dropped it. Suddenly, the ground he stepped on suddenly broke into pieces. Wu Jibin stared blankly at the broken ground, a chill surged in his heart, and a smelly liquid flowed out. Fortunately, the kick was on the ground, what if it was on his head? After a while, Wu Jiping got up from the ground in a mess. He trembled back to the car, leaned on the seat, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and took out a lighter. Pa pa pa. But he didn't light it after several attempts. Finally, he simply gave up on lighting the fire, and Li Feng's words before leaving flashed in his mind. He was not stupid, especially at this time, his brain was working very fast. Obviously, he had offended someone, and someone sent someone to threaten him. But who sent this cruel man? After a little thought, he thought of a possibility. At noon, his new college girlfriend asked him to teach a college student named Gao Yan a lesson and to destroy the other party's milk tea shop. He naturally agreed to his new girlfriend's request. And he had already thought of a plan. After all, in his opinion, it was a simple matter to deal with a college student who had not yet left school. But before he could take action, the cold man in black appeared. After thinking about Li Feng's words, he was almost certain that this man was sent by the college student. Suddenly, a surge of anger surged in his chest. Nima, a student dared to Threaten me. But his eyes unconsciously looked at the broken ground outside the window, and suddenly, his anger was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Then the three words, "can't afford to offend," appeared in his mind. At the same time, he also felt a little more resentful towards Bai Wei, the woman. It was all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, how could he be beaten like this? On the other side, Gao Yan was already taking an exam. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message. From Li Feng, "Boss, the matter has been settled. I will send the car back to the university." Gao Yan replied, "No need, you drive the car first." Li Feng, "Okay, boss." Time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and today's exam was over. There will be another half-day exam tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Qinghao, Gao Yan was about to go to the milk tea shop, but received a WeChat message from his senior sister Qian Bauer, "Come to my house at 7 o'clock tonight. I will fulfill my promise, and I will not wait for you after the time." Gao Yan quickly replied with 2 words, but he had a little more expectation. In his heart, he appreciates beautiful women, and he appreciates talented beautiful women even more. It was 6:50 in the evening. The setting sun was still pouring out its afterglow. Gao Yan came to the door of the senior sister upstairs with a fruit basket and knocked gently. Then the senior sister's voice came from inside, "I'm here." "Wait a moment." The door opened, and the beautiful figure of senior sister Qian Bauer appeared in Gao Yan's sight. Noticing Gao Yan's eyes, her cheeks blushed slightly. "Come in." "Okay, senior sister." Gao Yan entered the room with a fruit basket. Suddenly, he had an idea and threw a data eye at the senior sister. But when he saw the number behind the favorable impression column, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The senior sister seemed to have a high favorable impression of him. Gao Yan did not expect that senior Qian Bauer's favorability level for him would reach 80 points. What did he do? Will the senior sister have such a high opinion of him? In fact, he didn't know that Qian Bauer was a relatively traditional girl. In addition, she also had a heroic plot. When her gaming company was in the most difficult time, she had to sell the house she didn't want to sell to raise funds. At this time, Gao Yan appeared. Although he bought her house, he still left it for her to live in and gave her. The company invested 5 million to help her tide over the difficulties smoothly. This made her vaguely feel that Gao Yan was the hero who saved her, so she had a great impression of Gao Yan, but this level of affection definitely did not reach the level of love. But after she got drunk, she was taken home by Gao Yan and slept on the same bed. Although this was just a misunderstanding, with her traditional personality, she would inevitably have some strange feelings for Gao Yan. After all, except for her relatives, she had never held the hands of any other boy since she was a child, let alone slept in the same bed with a man. "It's my first time visiting my home. I didn't know what to buy, so I bought a fruit basket for my senior sister. I hope you don't mind." Gao Yan handed the fruit basket to Qian Bauer. "I quite like eating fruit," Qian Bauer said quickly. As soon as she said the words, her cheeks turned red again. "Thank you." "You're welcome." After putting the fruits away, Qian Bauer asked again, "By the way, have you had dinner?" "I just made dinner, how about we eat some together?" Hearing this, Gao Yan raised his eyes and looked at the dining table placed in the living room. There were 7 or 8 dishes on it. It was obvious that her dinner was not cooked casually, but carefully prepared. It's a coincidence that I didn't have dinner, senior sister, so I'm not. Welcome, Gao Yan said with a smile. Then go wash your hands first. Soon. The two sat down. Junior, do you want to drink? Qian Bauer asked. If you want to drink, I will have a few drinks with you. Okay, just drink it. Then wait. Qian Bauer got up and came back soon with a bottle of Maotai. She said, this wine was collected by my grandfather before. It tastes very good. You can try it. While talking, Qian Bauer opened the lid of the wine and poured a small cup for Gao Yan, and then poured it for himself. Qian Bauer put down the bottle and raised his glass. Junior, I salute you with this glass. Thank you for saving the company from crisis. Senior's words are serious. I am optimistic about my investment in your company. Besides, isn't the new game a big hit? Gao Yan responded with a smile and a toast. Cheers. Cheers. The two wine glasses collided in midair, and then they drank the wine in the glasses with their necks tilted slightly. How's it going? I didn't lie to you, did I? Qian Bauer asked with a smile, his expression slightly satisfied. Yes, the taste is mellow and long-lasting, and it also has a subtle fragrance. It is a good wine. Gao Yan praised, while also thinking about it. Why not use Matai to brew a large bottle of medicated wine and drink it yourself? Qian Bauer was very happy to receive Gao Yan's approval. She picked up her chopsticks and gave Gao Yan a piece of bacon. She said, I learned how to make this bacon from my grandma. Try it and see if you like it. Love to eat. Gao Yan put the bacon into his mouth, ate the meat, spit out the bones, and nodded. This bacon is indeed very delicious, unlike other bacon that tastes salty. Southwest people have the habit of making preserved meat. However, a large amount of salt must be applied to make cured meat, mainly to prevent the meat from deteriorating. Therefore, cured meat generally tastes salty. Yeah, this is our family's unique skill. You can bring two back later. It's not good to eat and take at the same time. Gao Yan smiled. It doesn't matter, it's not worth much money. Qian Bauer said disapprovingly. After a few glasses of wine, Qian Bauer's face gained a nice blush, and she gradually relaxed after being a little nervous. In fact, her character is carefree and informal. It was just because of that oolong incident that she felt a little embarrassed and nervous when facing Gao Yan. Gao Yan, do you know how many downloads our game has today? Qian Bauer asked with a smile as he let go. Seeing you so happy, it must be better than yesterday. Gao Yan guessed. Well, before 6 o'clock, we had already sold over 200,000 units. Qian Bauer's voice couldn't help but rise a lot. Tomorrow there will be several platforms that will recommend our game. We had previously estimated that this game would sell the most 1.5 million units, now it seems that at least 2.5 million units can be sold, and maybe 3 million units. Congratulations, senior sister, I'll give you a toast. I respect you too, after all, you are also the major shareholder. Unknowingly, a bottle of Matai was drank by Gao Yan and Qian Bauer together. The blush on Qian Bauer's face had spread to the roots of his ears. We also ate a lot of food on the table. Because Qian Bauer's cooking skills are indeed good. Still drinking? Qian Bauer asked. No, it's not good to be drunk. Gao Yan said with a half-smile. Immediately, Qian Bauer realized the meaning of his words and stared with almond-shaped eyes. Do you want to laugh at me? Don't dare. Gao Yan said quickly. You have it. Really not. After some laughter, the atmosphere between the two became much closer. Gao Yan's heart moved and he threw another data eye at Qian Bauer. Then I discovered that the favorability level had reached 82 points. After the meal, Qian Bauer began to collect the dishes and chopsticks. Gao offered to help, but was refused. But before washing the dishes, Qian Bauer made Gao Yan a cup of strong tea, cut a plate of fruit, and turned on the TV for him to watch. Looking at the slender figure busy in the kitchen, Gao Yan couldn't help but think of the words good wife and loving mother in his mind. Soon after washing the dishes, Qian Bauer did not come to the room, but returned to the master bedroom. About 20 minutes passed. Qian Bauer changed into a set of hanfu and appeared in front of Gao Yan again. She must have just taken a shower, her skin looks quite moist. If Qian Bauer's charm in other clothes is only 95, then her charm in hanfu is close to full. No wonder she charmed a large group of boys at the New Year's party. Does it look good? Feeling Gao Yan's slightly hot gaze, Qian Bauer asked. She didn't know why. But she didn't hate Gao Yan's gaze at all. It's beautiful, it's so beautiful. Senior sister, you are so suitable for wearing hanfu. Gao Yan replied seriously. Come with me. Qian Bauer took Gao Yan into the study, where a guzheng was already placed. She came to sit in front of the guzheng, smiled brightly at Gao Yan, and then lowered her head and plucked the strings. Qian Bauer's guzheng skills were so good that even though Gao Yan was a layman, he could still understand it. He was sitting on the wooden sofa, closing his eyes and listening. Faintly, he seemed to capture the voice of his senior sister. After a while, when the sound of the piano disappeared, Gao Yan also raised his eyes and met Qian Bauer's eyes. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds, and Qian Bauer lowered his head in panic. Ba bang bang. Gao Yan applauded, Senior sister, you play the guzheng so well, even better than you did at the welcome party. The next afternoon, in a bedroom decorated as a training room, a man and a woman are engaging in rapid exchanges. After a while, the woman was kicked away by the man. But the woman didn't feel any discouragement or dissatisfaction. Instead, she got up from the ground, quite excitedly. Yes, this couple is Gao Yan and Gao Weilan. Teacher Xiao Gao, how are you doing? Have I made much progress? Gao Weilan looked at Gao Yan and asked. Gao Yan said, you are enough to cope with the original 5 of you. Hee, thanks to your teachings, by the way, and your medicinal wine, the effect is also very good. Gao Weilan said with a smile, I already played against our king's team yesterday. Although I still lost, the king's team said that what I lack now is actual combat experience. In fact, my strength has surpassed him. Gao Yan said, so, your team has recognized you, and you can follow him to handle major cases in the future. Gao Weilan nodded, indeed, Team Wang said that if there is a big case next time, I will be allowed to join. Then congratulations, you can finally get what you wanted. Gao Yan said. Again. Thank you, teacher Xiao Gao. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Gao Weilan extended the invitation. Not tonight, I have an appointment. Gao Yan shook his head. He had an appointment with Lu Yun tonight. Night. Tianyun Club. In the private room of the restaurant, Gao Yan and Lu Yun chatted while eating. This time it was Lu Yun who was invited by Gao Yan. Mr. Lu, I would like to know the specific time and place of the gambling fight. Gao Yan said. This is not a secret. The date of the gambling fight is August 15th, and the location of the gambling fight is in a small town in Black Burma. Lu Yun said. Gao Yan was slightly relieved when he heard this time. He still had 1 month to go. With his current learning ability, he could turn himself into a stone betting expert in more than a month. Mr. Gao, what do you think? Are you willing to cooperate with us? Lu Yun asked with a smile. Okay, I have a condition. Gao Yan said. Speaking. I need information on identifying rough stones. Gao Yan said. Jadeite rough is one of the main sources of income for the Qin family. The family has also trained stone gambling experts. The information in this area must be very complete. Asking them for information will definitely be better than it's easier to collect it yourself. This is no problem. I can arrange for someone to deliver it to you tomorrow. However, we also have a small request. What request? In 1 month, let's have a competition with our Qin family's stone gambling expert. This is no problem. After they settled down to business, Gao Yan and Lu Yun started chatting again, mainly talking about things in the martial arts world. Lu Yun himself is a member of the Qin family, a famous martial arts family. His cultivation level is not low. He has reached the early stage of Anjin, but his understanding of the martial arts world is far better than that of Li Feng. Gao Yan said, Brother Lu, I heard people say that the peak of our martial arts was during the Republic of China, and the current martial arts world has even declined. Is this true? Hearing this, Lu Yun looked at Gao Yan strangely. Who did you listen to? Ahem, I heard about it on the road, isn't it? Gao Yan said. Of course not. Lu Yun chuckled and said, the reason why people think that the Republic of China period was the pinnacle of martial arts is that there were many master-level martial arts masters in the Republic of China, but in this era, there is not a single grandmaster, right? Gao Yan nodded subconsciously. Just listen to Lu Yun continue. In fact, it is not that there are no martial arts masters in the contemporary era, on the contrary, there are more. As for the lack of martial arts masters today, there are actually 2 major reasons. First, now is a world of hot weapons. No matter how strong the martial arts masters are, they can be overheated. Weapons? Gao Yan nodded again, it was indeed true. Lu Yun said again, secondly, now that our country is peaceful and the people are safe, martial arts masters have no place to use their skills. In addition, the country will not deliberately promote martial arts. Having said this, Lu Yun paused. As for the current martial arts world, compared with the martial arts world in the Republic of China, it is definitely stronger than that time. You should know that the poor are poor in culture and rich in martial arts, and those who practice martial arts must eat well, eat well. During the Republic of China, how many ordinary people could have enough to eat? How could they practice martial arts if they didn't even have enough to eat? But it's different now. No matter how poor a family is, it's no problem to have enough food. A slightly better family doesn't have a problem eating meat. Not just every day, but also every once in a while. So, the current martial arts training environment, it is much stronger than during the Republic of China. At this time, Gao Yan expressed his doubts, since the martial arts in our era are stronger than those in the Republic of China, why do most people on the internet think that Chuanwu is not good? Have you, the martial arts family, Never thought about rectifying Chuanwu's name? In recent years, many martial arts masters have appeared on the internet, but it turns out that these martial arts masters are all clowns. This also makes countless Chinese people think that Chuanwu cannot be fought, and is just some deceptive thing. Lu Yin smiled. The reason is actually very simple. The country does not promote it. Secondly, why do the truly strong people care about the clowns? You may not understand this. Let me give you an example. It's like adults care about kindergarten children. The clamor? Speaking of this, Lu Yin sighed softly in his heart. The biggest reason is that times have changed. Our Daxia country does not need to use force to strengthen the country, but there are still many masters in the army and police force. I see. Gao Yan suddenly realized. At this time, Lu Yun said with some doubt, Brother Gao's strength has also reached the level of dark energy. Your master should also be a master. Didn't he tell you about this? No. Gao Yan shook his head. We don't have many opportunities to meet. When we meet, he only guides me to practice and never talks about anything else. This conversation has brought the two closer. 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan returned to the rental house. With a thought, he called up the system panel. The income from the milk tea shop and the game company in the past 2 days has added more than 12 million upgrade experience to him. As for the system return, at 8 times, the system's storage funds have reached 1.95 billion, not far from 2 billion. In the live broadcast room of the apartment in the Magic City, Jing Xiaoyu seemed a little absent-minded today. Before, she concluded that Gao Yan was playing hard to get with her. Therefore, she did not take the initiative to find Gao Yan again. But it has been 2 days. Gao Yan neither contacted her on WeChat nor came to her live broadcast room again. Faintly, she felt that she might have guessed wrong this time. Although after Gao Yan's 2 rewards, the popularity of her live broadcast room not only recovered, but also exceeded the previous popularity. On Sunday, even if Gao Yan's reward was deducted, she received 12,000 gifts. Last night, which was Monday, she received more than 9,000 gifts. The money she got was also 6,000 to 7,000. However, this result is not enough to make it to the semifinals in the near future. This is also why she took the initiative to hook up with Gao Yan, wanting him to help her get into the finals. Once she reaches the finals, she will be promoted to one of the top anchors. Even without the support of the eldest brother, her achievements in the next year will not be too bad. Thinking of this, she suddenly became a little anxious. Picked up the phone and sent Gao Yanfa a WeChat message. Gao Yan, are you asleep? Gao Yan, who was looking at the gambling stone information, saw the message sent by Jing Xiaoyu, and couldn't help but outline a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and didn't pay any attention to the other party's intentions. It's Wednesday morning. Business school, in the grade 13 classroom. Now that the exam has ended, the results will be announced next week. Those who have not failed the class are ready to welcome the arrival of summer vacation life. Those who fail will be asked to make up the exam. This class is a class meeting class, led by monitor Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng sat behind the desk. He clapped his hands and said loudly, "Please be quiet, students. The main content of our class meeting is to discuss where to go for the last activity of this period. Every student present can speaking. I hope everyone's suggestions will be realistic. After all, we only have more than 5,000 class fees left." As soon as he finished speaking, someone started giving advice. Monitor, I think the Baihalantian Club is pretty good. It only costs 98 yuan. To eat, drink and play. It has a swimming pool, a hot spring, and you can also play basketball, badminton, etc., and there is also an esports hall. The most important thing is that there the buffet is also quite good, and it's right in our southern city, so we can go there in the morning and come back in the evening. I know that there is a relatively unique farmhouse 30 miles away from the city. The per capita consumption is up to 50 yuan. You can fish, catch crayfish, boat, pick fruits, etc. In addition, they can also provide us with a picnic place and vegetables. You can pick everything in the fields, and if you want to eat meat, you can buy it from them, and the price is not high. An objectionable voice sounded, "It's so hot now, and the sun is so scorching. Outdoor activities are not afraid of tanning girls' skin." The girls who were originally very interested all backed down when they heard this. Later, others made suggestions one after another. Finally, a total of 4 places were screened out, 3 of which were indoors. And only 1 was outdoors. After voting, a resort in a county below Nandu City was selected. This villa can not only eat, drink and have fun, but also has many places to visit. It can basically meet everyone's needs, and can be purchased in groups. The one-day ticket price is only 120 yuan. Of course, if you stay in the hotel, the price is extra. This class is almost over. Gao Yan's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that the caller's address was Magic City. Looking at the number, he was almost certain that it was a call from the shipping worker, because Li Chaonan sent him a WeChat message in the morning. The 2 cars he bought were already on their way to be shipped and should arrive this morning. As soon as the call was connected, a man's voice came from inside. "Are you Mr. Gao Yan Gao? I am Zhao Xiaoming, an employee of Luhong Shipping Company. The 2 vehicles you have consigned have arrived in Nandu City. Where do you plan to transport them? Place to sign for." Gao Yan covered his phone with his hand and said, "I'm Gao Yan, and I will send the specific address to your phone." "Okay, sorry to disturb Mr. Gao." "You're welcome." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan sent 2 addresses to the other party and made notes. The Bentley Mulsanne was sent to the community where he lived, and the Ferrari 488 was sent to Yangdong Science. He also sent Shujianyue's phone number and name. Sent it. The other party responded to the text message and said that he already knew. Later, Gao Yan sent another WeChat message to Shujianyue, "Baby, your car has arrived. Please sign for it later." Shujianyue, "I understand, husband." "Thank you, husband." At this time, Su Lingfeng on the stage raised his voice and said, "Now that we have chosen the place, let me ask which students will drive there. If there are many cars, we don't need to charter a car." "Squad leader, I'll drive there." Zhou Yuchao quickly agreed. "Okay, Zhou Yuchao, how many people can fit in your car?" Su Lingfeng asked. "It can carry 4. Zhou Yuchao said. "Squad leader, I can also get a car, but I don't drive." Yang Yu also said. "I can help Yang Yu drive." A tall boy introduced himself. "I can do it too." Another boy shouted quickly. "My driving skills are excellent. My grandfather is a driver and my father is also a driver. I learned to drive at the age of 13. I am a 3rd generation driver who is trustworthy. I just don't know if your driver is serious or not," someone joked. It elicited a burst of laughter. Facing the angry boys, Su Lingfeng didn't know who to look for, so he said to Yang Yu, classmate Yang Yu, since it is your car, you can choose a classmate to be the driver. Gao Yan, how about you help me drive? Yang Yu looked at Gao Yan. Hearing this, Gao Yan frowned. Yang Yu had been quiet for a while. Could he be planning to do something wrong again? He shook his head. Sorry, classmate Yang Yu, I plan to drive there too. You'd better find other classmates. Gao Yan has a car? Everyone in the class was surprised to hear that Gao Yan could drive by himself. Is it possible to make such a profit by opening a milk tea shop? How long ago did you buy a car? Gao Yan's refusal made Yang Yu a little disappointed. In the end, she chose a girl to drive. There are more than 30 people in this class in total. After final statistics, there were actually 7 vehicles, each with 5 people in them, which was more than enough, and personnel were allocated on the spot. 4 girls were assigned to Gao Yan's car, 2 of them were Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding. Apart from Yang Yu, they are the 2 girls with the best looks in the class. They all took the initiative to be assigned to Gao Yan's car. The event is scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday. The departure time is 8 o'clock, and the whole drive will arrive at the school gate at 7:50. After class, Gao Yan hurriedly left the classroom. As soon as I walked out of the teaching building, I received a WeChat message from Wang Yuding. Little cutie, Gao Yan, please take good care of me tomorrow. I'm born with talent, you're welcome. Wang Yuding took the initiative to add him on WeChat before, but after Gao Yan responded perfunctorily a few times, the other party stopped sending him WeChat messages. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan's figure appeared outside the community. About 2 minutes later, a truck appeared. After confirming Gao Yan's identity, some workers carefully drove the car down. After all, a luxury car costing more than 6 million yuan would cost tens of thousands just to scratch it, so they couldn't help but be careless. Mr. Gao, do you need to check? Thank you, no need. Gao Yan gave each of them a packet of huazi and a red envelope. They accepted it after a slight refusal. After thanking Gao Yan, they drove the Ferrari to Yangdong Science. Get in the car and start the ignition. Gao Yan drove directly into the community. The gas in the car was full, and Li Chaonan obviously asked someone to fill it up. So after parking the car in the parking space, Gao Yan sent Li Chaonan a WeChat message to express his gratitude. And at this moment, although Gao Yan drove the car into the community, there were many onlookers talking at the entrance of the community. Among them were 2 security guards from the community. Security guard A took the information found on his cell phone and said to Security guard B, I found it. It's a Bentley Mulsanne. The landing price is probably more than 6 million. Security guard B was stunned when he heard the price. It's more than 6 million. We who have been security guards all our lives can't afford it. I thought Gao Yan was a poor student before, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Security guard A nodded with deep understanding. Yes, this guy is too low. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Security guard B, but let me tell you something. This is a pretty good statement. He is not arrogant or domineering at all. Even he is kind and gentle to us security guards. As he spoke, he took out a flower stick from his ear and lit it, which Gao Yan had just handed to them. More than 30 minutes later, the truck arrived at Yangdong Science Department. Shui Jiangyue had received the call in advance, so he and Song Yufei came to the school gate in advance to wait for the arrival of the truck. When Song Yufei learned that Gao Yan had given a Ferrari 488 to her best friend, she was also shocked. Out of concern for her best friend, she also secretly investigated Gao Yan's identity and background. But what made her feel strange was that Gao Yan's identity and background could not be simpler, but he himself was extremely mysterious. First of all, he not only blocked the pressure from competitor Deng Yu, but also forced Deng Yu to quit obediently. Then he took out an extremely magical medicinal wine. Nowadays, everyone in her family drinks a cup of medicated wine almost every day, and the effect is extremely obvious, especially her grandmother, who has become dozens of years younger under the nourishment of medicated wine. Even she herself has benefited a lot. The truck stopped. After Zhao Xiaoming confirmed Shu Jianyue's identity, he arranged for someone to unload the truck. Soon, a bright red Ferrari 488 appeared at the entrance of Yongdong University of Science and Technology, and the onlookers took photos and talked about it. "Let me go, that's Shu Jianyue. I didn't expect to be so rich that he actually bought a Ferrari 488. No wonder she refuses to accept the pursuit of those rich second generations. It turns out that she is a rich second generation herself. I'm afraid this car costs 2 million, right? How is that possible? This car costs close to 4 million. Nima, 4 million is too rich. Yufei, do you think I'm too high profile?" Shu Jianyue said uneasily when she heard the comments coming from around her. "So what if it's high profile? We don't steal or rob," Song Yufei said nonchalantly. "Besides, I also agree with Gao Yan's words. We don't show off our wealth, but we can't be underestimated. Let's go, go for a ride." "That's right, get in the car." Shu Jianyue nodded, and her mentality returned to normal. Amidst the roar of the engine, the Ferrari gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. But the news that Shu Jianyue bought a Ferrari 488 quickly spread in the circle of Yongdong Science and Technology as if it had wings. The time came to noon. Gao Yan also received information from the Qin family. The data is divided into two parts, one part is recorded in paper form, and the other part is stored in a USB flash drive. To read the data in the USB flash drive, you have to buy a computer. So Gao Yan drove to the city. "I bought a laptop worth more than 10,000 yuan. When he got home, he inserted the USB flash drive into his computer, clicked on the information inside, and started viewing it. The information in the USB flash drive teaches people how to identify rough stones and the value of various jadeite from simple to profound. Those paper materials are the notes made by dozens of stone betting experts, and the various experiences of identifying rough stones for so many years. Gao Yan's memory and understanding are both quite strong. If you read this information once, you can understand most of it. After reading it twice, you can almost fully understand it. So, he spent the whole afternoon looking at the information in the USB flash drive. When the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he had read the information on the USB flash drive twice. After closing his eyes and thinking about it for more than 10 minutes, Gao Yan was certain that with the information he had mastered, he had broken away from the category of novice and became a senior stone betting expert. At this time, the phone rang. It was Shu Jianyue who called and asked him to have dinner with him. So, Gao Yan hurriedly turned off the computer, went downstairs, and drove towards the city. Night. Back at the rental house, Gao Yan summoned the system panel and looked at the upgrade experience. After deducting the experience generated by the milk tea shop, He estimated that the sales of that set of games were much higher than yesterday. At least 250,000 units were reached. The upgrade experience successfully exceeded 170 million, and the system storage funds also exceeded 2 billion. Looking at the upgrade experience, Gao Yan still felt that it was too slow. The game company's ceiling for paid games is limited, and it is impossible to bring him experience in the long term. Fortunately, in more than 10 days, Almay Pharmaceutical stocks will be harvested, which will also provide him with a lot of experience. If he helps the Qin family win first place and gets a bonus of 300 million, the system will almost be upgraded. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, keep reading the information. Picking up the paper information, Gao Yan looked through it carefully. Unknowingly, it was already early morning. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yan quickly took a shower and drank 2 glasses of medicinal wine to sleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Gao Yan got up and went downstairs to box first. After 2 punches, he felt that he was one step closer to breaking through and transforming his strength. 7:40. Many grade 13 students from the business school have already arrived at the school gate, including the squad leader Su Lingfeng. He also drove a car today, but it was not a luxury car, but a domestic SUV worth more than 100,000 yuan. At this moment, a black Cadillac drove slowly. After the car stopped, the door opened and Zhou Yuchao, who was dressed like a slut, stepped out of the car and greeted everyone. This car does not belong to him, but to his father. Even so, Zhou Yuchao also received compliments from many classmates, especially his 2 roommates Wan Ming and Lu Wei. Do you know what kind of car Gao Yan drives? Zhou Yuchao asked. It seems to be an Audi A4, which is far inferior to your Cadillac, brother Chao. Lu Wei complimented. That's right, brother Chao, how about I help you drive today? Wan Ming also agreed. Can you drive? After hearing what Lu Wei and Wan Ming said, Zhou Yuchao felt quite relieved. Yes, I got my driver's license after graduating from high school, and I also practiced with the car at home. My skills are definitely good enough. Wan Ming quickly assured. Okay, you drive. Zhou Yuchao threw the key to Wan Ming. Thank you, brother Chao. Wan Ming said excitedly. Look, BMW X6. Suddenly, Lu Wei shouted. Then, a black BMW X6 arrived. The door opened and Qinghao jumped out of the car. Zhou Yuchao's face darkened when he saw that the car belonged to Qinghao. He wanted to drive his father's car to show off, but before he could show off enough, he was suppressed by the fat guy Qinghao. The price of BMW X6 is nearly 1 million, which is already a luxury car in the eyes of students. Therefore, many students ran up to watch when they saw that it was Qinghao's car. 2 minutes later, another car arrived. It was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. And the driver was Yang Yu. Everyone was not surprised by this, after all, Yang Yu's family background had long been no secret. Driving a G-Class worth more than 2 million was not unusual. And today Yang Yu's outfit was also quite cool, with a white t-shirt on the upper body and a snow-white short skirt on the lower body, revealing 2 slender and straight thighs, a pair of white shoes on the feet, and a white baseball cap on the head. Look, what car is that, so handsome? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Then everyone's attention was attracted to see a Bentley Mulsanne slowly approaching. Oh my God, this is a Bentley Mulsanne, the landing price is at least 6 million, it can't be someone in our class. Soon, the Bentley Mulsanne stopped. Gao Yan got out of the car. It's Gao Yan. Oh my god, this car is Gao Yan's. Too luxurious. Maybe it's rented? Someone couldn't help but say sourly. Rent a shit, don't you see this car hasn't been registered yet, it's obviously a new car, another boy said contemptuously. When Zhou Yuchao saw this scene, his face suddenly turned pale, and his heart was full of frustration. With this Bentley Mulsanne, his Cadillac suddenly became dull. Let me go, brother Yan, you are so awesome. When did you get a Bentley Mulsanne? Why didn't I know? Qinghao trotted forward and said enviously, while stroking the car body. Although his family has a lot of assets, the Qing family has always kept a low profile. Even his father's car only cost more than 2 million yuan. Therefore, he is also very coveted for this Bentley Mulsanne, which is worth more than 6 million. Gao Yan, is this your car? At this time, squad leader Su Lingfeng came up and asked. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. You really hide your secrets. You are the one who hides your secrets the most. In our class, Su Lingfeng said with a smile. Although he was a little envious, he was not jealous. He has a good mind and magnanimity, and he has been fair in his dealings. During the 2 years he served as squad leader, everyone admires him. Therefore, he does not feel jealous because Gao Yan owns a luxury car, because he feels that instead of being jealous Gao Yan, it's better to build a good relationship with him. Maybe there will be a place for him to ask for help in the future. Thank you, Monitor. Gao Yan smiled modestly. Brother Yan, quickly give me the key and let me experience what this 6 million luxury car feels like. Qinghao said again. Take it. Gao Yan handed the key to Qinghao. Wang Yuding and Zhang Feifei were quite excited because yesterday they took the initiative to get a ride in Gao Yan's car. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan's car turned out to be a luxury car worth more than 6 million. Where did he get so much money? Yang Yu looked at the Bentley Mulsanne that had been driven by Qinghao, but she was quite confused. She knew that Gao Yan's milk tea shop was doing very well, but how long had it been open? Even if the daily profit exceeds 10,000, it is still only a few 100,000. Including the 2 million from selling the hot pot base recipe, it's just over 2 million, which is not enough to buy a car. Is he a mortgagee? She felt that this possibility was very high. She only had a total of more than 2 million yuan in assets, but she went to mortgage a car worth more than 6 million yuan in order to show off. If Gao Yan was the boss of some company and needed to keep up appearances, she would understand. But Gao Yan was just a student, so he opened a milk tea shop. There is no need to keep up the facade at all. Suddenly, she looked down upon Gao Yan's actions. It just so happened that this guy had humiliated her so much last time that he could take the opportunity to regain his position. So, she stepped forward and said, Gao Yan, your vanity is too strong. If I guessed correctly, your car is mortgaged, right? It won't be long before the summer vacation. Your milk tea shop business will definitely be greatly affected. Without income, you may not be able to pay the monthly payment. Seeing Yang Yu come out to criticize Gao Yan, Zhou Yuchao was very excited and immediately taunted him, I'm just telling you, how can you have so much money? It turns out that you were trying to make yourself fat. Gao Yan is not talking about you, everyone is talking about you. It's a classmate, you pretend to be stupid, is it interesting? That's right, I think someone is crazy. I really thought it would be great to see a shabby milk tea shop. Lu Wei was also jealous of Gao Yan, so he also mocked him. Okay. At this time, Su Lingfeng couldn't help but frowned and said, "We are all classmates, do we need to speak so harshly?" Why, when Su Lingfeng saw someone buying a luxury car, he licked a green lotus to flatter him? Zhou Yuchao sneered. Squad leader, don't get along with some people. Some people just don't like others. At this time, Gao Yan said, whether my car is fully paid or mortgaged, I have a half-cent relationship with you. I really don't care about it. You can't say that even if you are tall. We are all classmates. Don't we care about you? Seeing this scene, Yang Yu was quite happy and said jokingly, "Thank you so much for caring about me." Gao Yan glanced at Yang Yu with disdain. Some people like to persuade you under the guise of caring about you. To put it bluntly, it's better to be irritating. Haha, I think someone is just tough talking. What will you do when you can't afford the monthly payment? Zhou Yuchao continued to mock. Can't afford the monthly payment? Gao Yan glanced at Zhou Yuchao playfully. Let's not mention that my car is fully paid. Even if it is a mortgage, the income from my milk tea shop is not enough to pay the monthly payment, but don't forget, I am still the shareholder of the Brothers Hot Pot restaurant, no matter what a month I've scored dozens of W's, so you really don't have to worry about me not being able to pay the monthly payment. But since you care about me so much, I'd like to thank you here. Hearing Gao's words of thanks to Yang Yu, Zhou Yuchao, and Lu Wei for the revolt, the other students laughed unkindly. As for Yang Yu, the faces of the three of them are not very good looking. Gao Yan, I'm sorry. I was misled by someone and said something I shouldn't have said. I hope you can forgive me. At this time, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and stood up to apologize. The reason why he apologized was that Gao Yan was no longer the Gao Yan he used to be. He and Gao Yan had no big hatred to begin with, and there was no need to offend anyone for Zhou Yuchao's sake. Seeing Lu Wei apologizing, Zhou Yuchao felt very unhappy. In his opinion, Lu Wei was betraying him. Okay, we are all classmates, and I am also a stingy person. I forgive you. Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly. Thank you, thank you. Lu Wei said quickly, then he looked at Zhou Yuchao and said pointedly, some people are very jealous and don't want others to be kind. Our classmate bought a luxury car. We should be happy for him. We have to jump out and look for trouble. I was almost misled. You should be careful with this kind of person in the future. Maybe one day he will jump out from behind and give you a knife. Seeing what Lu Wei did, everyone present was almost petrified. Damn, this guy is too shameless. Just now he followed Zhou Yuchao to mock Gao Yan. As soon as he knew that Gao Yan paid the full price for the car, he immediately reacted. What's even more incredible is that he actually had the nerve to mock Zhou Yuchao. Lu Wei, you bastard, are you looking for death? Sure enough, after hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Yuchao was furious, rushed forward and raised his hand to greet Lu Wei's face. Even after being slapped, Lu Wei was not convinced and kicked Zhou Yuchao to the ground. And he planned to pounce on him and continue to teach Zhou Yuchao a lesson. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng caught him in time and had someone stop Zhou Yuchao, who got up from the ground and wanted to rush up. Su Lingfeng said with a cold face, "This matter is over here. Neither of you two should cause trouble again." Otherwise, don't blame me. I will report it to the school and give you both a punishment. Gao Yan, who saw this scene, did not speak the whole time. To him, the behavior of these two people was like dog eating dog. Zhou Yuchao was not a good guy, and Lu Wei's character was not much better. As for Yang Yu, who started the trouble, it seems that the lesson given to her last time was too light, and she will be dealt with slowly when there is an opportunity. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yang Yu subconsciously. Perhaps understanding the meaning in his eyes, the other party subconsciously shrank his neck and hid behind the crowd. The time came to 8 o'clock. Everyone in the class has arrived. Su Lingfeng announced his departure. There were 4 girls in Gao Yan's car. As soon as they got on the bus, the 4 girls chatted non-stop and seemed very excited. Chatted for a while. They then shifted their target to Gao Yan. Gao Yan, do you have a girlfriend? Regarding Wang Yuding's question, every time she took the initiative to send WeChat messages to Gao Yan before, Gao Yan would always ignore her. After feeling Gao Yan's attitude, she didn't want to stick to someone else's cold. But things are different now. Gao Yan is very likely to be a very powerful second-generation rich man. If she can become his girlfriend, she will be willing to do so even if she is hot-faced, but cold-butt. Gao Yan naturally knew what Wang Yuding meant, smiled, and said, already have it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding's eyes couldn't help but darken. When did it happen? Why haven't we heard about it? Yeah, tell me. Zhang Feifei echoed. Of course you haven't heard of her. She is not from our school, from Yangdong Science Department. Gao Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding and Zhang Feifei were silent. Yangdong's Science Department is much better than Nandu University. It is not only one of the top universities in Yangdong, but also ranked among the top universities in the country. Congratulations. After a while, Wang Yuding said against her will. Thanks. Gao Yan responded calmly. It's almost 9 o'clock. 7 cars drove into Dahua Resort Villa one after another. This resort is cheap, mainly because it is a bit far from the city and the investment is not high. The target customer groups are students and companies engaged in team building. As the squad leader, Su Lingfeng gathered everyone together again and gave a brief introduction to the villa. If you like outdoor activities, you can go fishing, boating, playing basketball, etc. If you like indoor activities, you can play cards, billiards, surf the internet, or play games. Dinner starts at 11:30 noon, and the dining mode is a buffet. Gao Yan, let's go boating? I don't know what Wang Yuding was thinking. After being silent for a while, she actually invited Gao Yan again. Haozi, are you going? Gao Yan asked Qinghao. Go. Qinghao nodded. So, Gao Yan, Wang Yuding, Zhang Feifei, and Qinghao went to the boating place together. After putting on life jackets first, the 4 of them got on a small boat together. Gao Yan and Qinghao picked up the oars and plunged them into the water, and the boat gradually floated towards the center of the lake. As for Wang Yuding and Zhang Feifei, they picked up their mobile phones and started filming as soon as they got on the boat. When the boat reached the center of the lake, the 2 stopped rowing and allowed the boat to float on the lake. Haozi, is the business of the hot pot restaurant okay during this period? Gao Yan asked, casually. Qinghao, the old store has limited space and its turnover has reached its limit. If we want to increase our turnover, we can only wait for the new store to open. The two girls who were taking pictures also showed great interest when they heard Gao Yan and their conversation. Zhang Feifei couldn't help but ask, "Qinghao, Gao Yan, how much can your hot pot restaurant sell every day?" Qinghao chuckled, "Not much, only about 300,000. So much?" The two women looked surprised at the same time. "What about profits?" Zhang Feifei continued. "Qinghao Dao, our food quality requirements are relatively high, so the profit is much lower than that of ordinary hot pot restaurants, only about 30% of the profit. 30% profit is quite a lot, so you two can earn almost 100,000 a day?" Wang Yuding said with a shocked face. "Almost." Qinghao nodded. "Qinghao, I heard that you hold 70% of the shares. So, your monthly dividend is more than 2 million? Zhang Feifei calculated. "It's not that many. The hot pot restaurant has just opened, and its turnover only rose to 300,000 last week." Qinghao said modestly. "Qinghao, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about seeing me?" Zhang Feifei blinked. Although Qinghao is a bit fat, he earns 2 million a month and can earn 2 million. His body shape and appearance are nothing. In fact, Gao Yan is also a good choice, and the business of his milk tea shop is also very good. Unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend. Hearing Zhang Feifei's words, Qinghao was also quite impressed, but he still waved his hand and said, "I have no intention of falling in love now. My biggest wish is to make the hot pot restaurant bigger and stronger." "Not strong enough now?" Zhang Feifei was puzzled. "Certainly," Qinghao said matter-of-factly, "this Friday, the two branches will open at the same time. Once the performance of the branches increases, we will consider continuing to open branches. Didn't you see that I come to school very rarely during this period? Mainly because I'm so busy that I don't have time to fall in love. Are you going to open a branch so soon?" Zhang Feifei said unexpectedly, and at the same time she became more and more tempted. One store can earn 2 million yuan a month, and 3 stores can earn 6 million yuan. The 2 branches have nothing to do with me. They belong to Qinghao alone. Gao Yan added with a smile. "Gao Yan, why don't you continue to invest?" Wang Yuding asked, puzzledly. She really didn't understand why Gao Yan didn't continue to invest even though the hot pot restaurant was so profitable. "I started my own online company and was quite busy, so I didn't continue to invest in hot pot restaurants." Gao Yan said that if Fang Zhenzhen heard Gao Yan's words, she would definitely despise him mercilessly. "It's just you. The company has been open for so long. And you have been here a few times. Don't you feel guilty for saying this? My God, you two are so amazing. You're only your sophomore year and you already have your own career." Zhang Feifei and Wang Yuding couldn't help but sigh. Originally they thought Gao Yan just opened a milk tea shop, but they didn't expect that he had secretly created an internet company. Stayed on the lake for almost an hour. Gao Yan and Qinghao picked up the oars again and rowed back, because at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already shining brightly. After landing, Qinghao said, "Brother Yan, start playing pool." Unfortunately, when we arrived at the pool hall, we found that all 6 tables were occupied. A company was holding a team-building event here today. Unable to play pool, a group of 4 decided to go online. After playing a few black games, squad leader Su Lingfeng reminded everyone in the group that they could go have a meal. To be honest, the buffet prepared by the resort is quite rich. After tasting it, I found that it tastes quite good. After meal. Qinghao originally proposed to play cards with the boys in the class. But Zhuo Jiangyue sent a video, so Gao Yan asked him to go over first and took his cell phone to the side to answer the video. Chatted with Zhuo Jiangyue for more than half an hour. She complained to Gao Yan that, since she received the Ferrari 488 yesterday, there had been a lot of talk about her in the school, and people would pay attention to her wherever she went, making her afraid to leave the dormitory at will. Gao Yan comforted her that this situation was only temporary and would be fine in a few days. In fact, a Ferrari 488 is nothing. But who is Zhuo Jiangyue? She is the famous school beauty of Yangdong. The two combined together create such a large amount of topics. After hanging up the video, Gao Yan was about to go to the chess and card room when out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Yang Yu on the lawn not far away. Thinking of his provocation in the morning, he couldn't help but shout, "Yang Yu!" As soon as he heard Gao Yan's voice, Yang Yu subconsciously felt something bad and turned around and ran away. Seeing Yang Yu running away with a guilty conscience, Gao Yan ran after him without even thinking, and said jokingly, "How did I warn you last time and tell you not to cause trouble? How dare you do it today? Make trouble, wait until I catch you, and see how I deal with you." Hearing Gao Yan's threat, Yang Yu became even more panicked and ran faster. Then tragedy struck. In panic, Yang Yu tripped over something, and then threw herself forward. Fortunately, there is grass under our feet and the ground is relatively soft. Even so, Yang Yu was stunned. When Gao Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help being frightened. He quickly rushed up to help Yang Yu up and asked, "Are you okay?" "Asshole, I fell like this, do you think you're okay?" Yang Yu looked at Gao Yan angrily. Gao Yan retorted, "Who told you to run? If you don't run, you won't fall." "Yang Yu, if you don't chase me, will I run away?" Gao Yan curled his lips and said, "Why are you running if you don't feel guilty?" Yang Yu was speechless by Gao Yan's words, and she became even more angry. She had fallen like this, but this guy didn't let him get away with it at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She suddenly picked up Gao Yan's arm and bit him hard. Gao Yan was startled. He didn't expect Yang Yu to actually bite someone. Immediately, there was a pain on the skin of his arm, and he subconsciously wanted to use his strength to knock open the other person's teeth. However, considering that if he really did that, he might knock out all the teeth in Yang Yu's mouth, so he endured the pain and shouted, "Yang Yu, I'm warning you, relax your mouth immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Faced with Gao Yan's threat, Yang Yu not only had no intention of relenting, but instead raised her head and glanced at Gao Yan, as if to say, "I just won't relent. What can you do to me? You're not letting go, are you? You really think I can't do anything to you, right?" Gao Yan laughed evilly, raised his other hand and slapped Yang Yu's buttocks. There was a pop sound, and Yang Yu's body trembled slightly. "Hurry up and let me go, otherwise, I will continue to fight." But Yang Yu seemed very stubborn. Instead of letting go, she bit her harder. Gao Yan was also very angry and raised his hand to give her 2 slaps again. Pain hit her. Yang Yu secretly cursed Gao Yan as a bastard, and her eyes became misty, but she still refused to let go. "Very good, why don't you let go? Let's see who of us can survive." Gao Yan sneered and continued to raise his hand and lower it. He slapped Yang Yu several times in succession until he made a sound. Just hearing this sound, Gao Yan felt something was wrong. Fortunately, after these few slaps, Yang Yu realized how powerful Gao Yan was. and finally relented. "Are you a dog?" Gao Yan looked at the 2 rows of purple teeth marks on his arm and couldn't help but said angrily. But the strange thing is that Gao Yan did not get a response from Yang Yu. So, he raised his eyes and saw that Yang Yu's cheeks were red at this moment. His eyes were misty, and he was biting his lower lip, seemingly very uncomfortable. "Hey, are you okay?" Gao Yan asked. "Gao Yan, you are a bastard, I hate you so much." Yang Yu glared at Gao Yan fiercely, and then limped away from the place. "There's something wrong." Looking at Yang Yu's leaving figure, Gao Yan couldn't help but curl his lips. Secretly, glancing at the teeth marks on his hand, he didn't know how to explain it to Shi Wen Zi if he saw it on Friday. A thought came to my mind. He mobilized the dark energy in his body to stimulate the skin at the wound. After a while, he found that the tooth marks began to gradually become lighter, and he couldn't help but feel happy, so he continued to use dark energy to stimulate the skin. About half an hour passed. The tooth marks have almost completely disappeared, and there are still some shallow marks, but even if Anjin is not used, they should be completely gone by tomorrow. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon in a blink of an eye. The last activity of this level 13 period is a successful conclusion. Before leaving, Su Lingfeng asked a boy in the class who was better at taking photos to take some group photos for everyone. Send the accompanying girls back to school. Gao Yan went to the Snack Street milk tea shop for an inspection. Shen Lingling took advantage of the fact that there were not many people buying milk tea and said to Gao Gao, "Brother, we have been notified that the holiday will start next Wednesday. I can no longer work part-time. I have to open school before I can continue to work part-time." "Where's Yue?" Gao Yan asked. "She will continue to do it," Shen Lingling said. "That's good. Anyway, during the summer vacation, the flow of people in the Snack Street will be greatly reduced. It's okay to lose one person." Gao Yan said, "Well, next Tuesday, the employees of our 3 milk tea shops will have a dinner together. Let's discuss what we want to eat in the group first, and let me know when we've decided so I can book a place in advance." "Thank you, senior brother, you are great," Shen Lingling said happily. "It's been a while since I thought about the Wanlong and Hengda stores." So, Gao Yan decided to go to those 2 stores to inspect them. After the inspection, Gao Yan found no problems, so he called Shi Wen Zi and asked her if she was free in the evening. Unfortunately, she has officially joined Associate Professor Qiniren's project team. "I am currently recording experimental data in the laboratory and will not finish until 9:30 p.m. Thinking of the idea of making mitai into medicinal wine, he decided to go to the mall to purchase a batch of mitai. However, 10 bottles of medicinal wine were brewed in the rental house, which already took up a lot of space, so Gao Yan decided to make it in the villa. The price of mitai in 2015 is not that fierce. The market price is 880 yuan per bottle, and you can get a discount if you buy a box. However, Gao Yan purchased 20 boxes from the mall in one go. After some haggling, the price of the last box of wine was 5,200 yuan. The mall was also very enthusiastic about big customers like Gao Yan, and immediately arranged for people to deliver the wine to the location designated by Gao Yan. While the employees at the mall were carrying wine, Gao Yan bought 10 more glass bottles specially used for soaking wine. Then the shopping mall will send him to the villa Yujinjiwen, Villa number 15. Not long after Gao Yan drove back, the mall also drove a small truck and delivered 20 boxes of Maotai liquor. After sending away the mall employees, Gao Yan did not stay in the villa because he planned to return to the rental house to continue reading the notes from the stone gambling expert sent by the Qin family. After he finished reading these notes, he was ready to go to the gambling stone workshop for actual combat. Time flies, and it's Friday afternoon. The income in these 3 days directly exceeded 180 million, and the funds stored in the system also reached more than 2.1 billion. It is worth mentioning that the share price of Aomei Pharmaceuticals reached 76.82 yuan at the close of trading at 4:30 this afternoon. For Gao Yan, it has increased by more than 61 yuan. However, next week, this stock will have several daily limits, and eventually, the stock price will strongly exceed 100. Tonight, after Gao Yan and Shi Wen met, they only had one dinner before they couldn't wait to arrive at number 15 Eugene. Why are you in such a hurry? It's all held in. After all, we are all young men and women. Shi Zhang's words tonight did not disappoint Gao Yan. After all, her medicinal wine was not in vain. After drinking half a cup of medicinal wine every day, her physique increased by almost 5 points in a week. Gao Yan's physique also increased by 1 point, reaching 96 points. Early Saturday morning, Gao Yan was boxing in the courtyard of the villa. As he continued to fight, a certain level in his body seemed to be broken, and the energy and blood in his body surged. At the same time, the places that could not be reached with strength in the past became particularly unobstructed, and every inch of the body could be reached at will. Have I entered Huajin? Gao Yan couldn't help but whisper, with an expression of surprise on his face. With a thought, he brought up the system panel. God level income system, level 8. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 75. Constitution, 97. Spirit, 88. Charisma, 85. Revenue return multiple, 8 times. Lottery, none. Experience, 187.35 million. Stored funds, 2.1458 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 0. After entering Huajin, his physique increased by 1 point, his spirit increased by 2 points, his charm increased by 5 points, and even his appearance increased by 3 points. Gao Yan knew that he had just stepped into Huajin, and his physique should improve a little in the future. If combined with medicinal wine, his physique might directly reach 100 points. Afterwards, Gao Yan felt a little uncomfortable, but some greasy substances appeared on his skin. It must be that he stepped into the Huajin, and the Qi Jin shook out the impurities in the body. After going back and taking a shower, Gao Yan felt refreshed. I heard movement coming from the kitchen downstairs. When he went downstairs, he saw that Shi Wen Zi had already gotten up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. What did you do? Gao Yan stepped forward and hugged her, resting his chin on her shoulder and asked. Stop itching. Shi Wen Zi said with some resistance. Soon, breakfast was placed on the table. This was the first time Gao Yan had breakfast cooked by Shi Wen Zi. Baby, where are we going to play today? Gao Yan asked, while eating breakfast. It's up to you to decide. Shi Wen Zi said very casually. With the person you like, you are happy even if you stay in the house together. If you are with someone you don't like, no matter how fun the place is, you won't be interested in it. If it's up to me, then let's go gambling on stones. Gao Yan said. Is it too risky to go again? Shi Wen said worriedly. Gao Yan said to himself, don't worry, during this period I have been honing my knowledge in stone gambling, and if you weren't by my side, I would never lose. He has thoroughly understood the information sent by the Qin family. In terms of theoretical knowledge, ordinary stone gambling experts are no match for him. The only difference is their practical experience. Honglu and Shifeng, Gao Yan and Shi Wen arrived hand in hand. There are also many old customers in the stone betting shop. Gao Yan witnessed the two surges in stone betting. Therefore, when they saw Gao Yan, everyone greeted him warmly. Among them, manager Song from Dafu Jewelry was the most enthusiastic. Last time, the jade he bought from Gao Yan was considered a great contribution to Dafu Jewelry, and his boss directly gave him a bonus of 200,000 yuan. Therefore, in his eyes, Gao Yan is his god of wealth. How can he not be enthusiastic? At the same time, the manager of Hengjin Jewelry was also quite enthusiastic. However, after greeting Gao Yan, he quickly picked up his mobile phone and sent Tang Yi a WeChat message. In his opinion, if this man doesn't take action, he will definitely deliver the goods. Young Master Gao, I haven't been here for a while. Qin Lin came up to him and said with a smile that he was a branch of the Qin family, and he was the one who spread the news about Gao Yan to the Qin family. Hello, Mr. Qin. Gao Yan returned the greeting with a smile. Suddenly, Qin Lin changed the topic. By the way, young Master Gao, as the saying goes, arriving early is worse than arriving by chance. A batch of rough stones from Laoqing happened to be delivered early this morning. I wonder if young Master Gao is interested? Gao Yan's eyes lit up. Of course I'm interested. If Gao Yan hadn't thoroughly understood this batch of information from the Qin family, he would naturally not understand the difference between the old pit and the new pit. To put it simply, the texture, internal structure, gloss, hardness, density, and tightness of mineral crystal particles of Laoqing jadeite are better than those of Xinqing jadeite. Therefore, the value of jadeite from Laoqing rough stone is generally much higher than that of Xinqing jadeite. Naturally, the price of Laoqing rough stones will be even more expensive. Then please Master Gao, follow me to the backyard warehouse. Under the leadership of Qin Lin, Gao Yan and Shi Wen came to the backyard of Beishifeng. The backyard was originally a house, but now it has been converted into several warehouses. Outside one of the warehouses, there were two tall and strong young men guarding them, and their waists were bulging, obviously hiding weapons. Brother Lin. Seeing Qin Lin arriving, the two young men greeted him politely. Open the warehouse. Qin Lin nodded. Then, the two of them took out a key and unlocked the two locks on the warehouse door, and then pushed open the two thick iron doors. Young Master Gao, there are a total of 120 pieces of Laoqing rough stone here. No matter how big or small, they are all worth 2 million each. What do you think? Qin Lin said with a smile. No problem. Gao Yan has no intention of bargaining at all, because he knows that there are fewer and fewer Laoqing rough stones nowadays, and they are generally not sold directly, but are often auctioned. Therefore, the price of 2 million is really not expensive, and Qin Lin's quotation has already given Gao Yan a lot of discounts. However, these old pit rough stones do not have windows. If you want to cut out jade, it will test your eyesight and experience. Honey, would you be interested in picking out 2 pieces? Gao Yan asked Shi Wen. I'd better forget it. Shui Jianyue shook her head. If she lost the 2,000,000 pieces of rough stone, she would be so distressed that she couldn't sleep. Gao Yan smiled and did not force it. He asked Qin Lin for a strong flashlight. Then turned on the flashlight and shined it on the rough stones one by one. After checking several rough stones one after another, the Laoqing rough stone was confirmed without a doubt. The density and hardness of Laoqing jade is relatively high. The same is true for rough stones. Generally speaking, Laoqing rough stones come from river beds that have been washed by water for a long time, and have also experienced weathering, earthquakes, etc. Therefore, for experienced stone gambling experts, you can almost tell whether it is an old pit by taking a look and touching it. At the same time, the size of Laoqing rough stones will not be too large. Seems relatively rounded. How to identify whether there is jade in the original stone is generally based on the texture, color, smell, etc. of the original stone. Gao Yan did not use the golden eyes immediately. Instead, he made the selection based on the knowledge he had learned about stone gambling. It took almost an hour. Gao Yan selected 10 pieces from more than 100 Laoqing rough stones. Then used golden eyes on the 10 Laoqing rough stones one by one. I'll go. When Gao Yan used up all 10 golden eyes, he couldn't help but secretly exclaimed it was indeed the Laoqing rough stone. Each of the 10 rough stones he picked had emeralds inside. However, the value of jadeite in only 5 rough stones exceeds 2 million. And among these 5 rough stones, only 2 rough stones rose sharply. The 2 rough stones that have risen sharply must be one. In order not to shock the world, he decided to take 2 more rough stones that made a small profit, and one that made a loss. Mr. Qin, I want these 5 rough stones, Gao Yan said to Qin Lin. Young Master Gao is no longer picky? Qin Lin asked with a smile. No, just these $5. Gao Yan shook his head. Okay. So Qin Lin called his employees to move the 5 rough stones to Jieshe district, just out of the backyard. An old man with snow-white hair wearing a tang suit arrived with a young man and woman. Mr. Wu, you are here. As soon as he saw the old man, Qin Lin greeted him politely. Xiao Qin, I heard that your stone workshop has a new batch of rough stones from Laoqing, and I came here to take a look, Mr. Wu said with an arrogant expression. Qin Lin laughed and said, Haha, Mr. Wu, you are really well informed. The goods just arrived this morning, and you received the news so quickly. Now, the raw stones from the old pit are placed in the warehouse in the backyard. I will ask someone to take you to choose. I have some things to deal with here. I will come to serve you after I finish them. You take care of your own things, don't worry about me, an old man. Mr. Wu waved his hand impatiently and strode towards the backyard. At this moment, 5 employees came out of the backyard, each holding a piece of raw stone from the old pit. Old Wu glanced around and suddenly shouted to an employee holding a rough stone, wait a minute. When the other party stopped, Old Wu quickly came to the employee, lowered his head to look at the rough stone in his arms, and after just a few seconds, his eyes flashed, and then he said to Qin Lin, Xiao Qin, I like this rough stone. What's your price? Qin Lin shook his head and pointed at Gao Yan. Sorry, Old Wu, these 5 rough stones have been bought by young Master Gao, otherwise, you should go to the warehouse to take a look, there are all good goods inside. Although Gao Yan and the Qin family have not settled the cooperation, their Qin family has high hopes for Gao Yan, so how could he offend Gao Yan for no reason? As for Old Wu, although the other party has a high status, he respects him. Mainly because the other party is a master of jade carving. In terms of identity and background, the Qin family is really not afraid of him. Young man, is this rough stone yours? The next moment, old Wu's eyes fell on Gao Yan. Hello, Mr. Wu, I did pick this rough stone. Gao Yan nodded. I am Wu Shilin, can you give me this rough stone? Mr. Wu revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Gao Yan had never heard of his name, but looked at Qin Lin. Qin Lin hurriedly introduced, Mr. Gao, let me introduce you to this Mr. Wu, who is one of the few jade carving masters in the jade carving industry. The price of any work that has passed through his hands is often multiplied several times. Secondly, Mr. Wu's gambling stone skills are also quite superb. The last sentence is Qin Lin's hint to Gao Yan. It means that Wu Shilin's gambling stone skills are good, and he probably sees that there is a big item in this rough stone. If you want to sell it, you have to think it through. In fact, Gao Yan would not sell it without Qin Lin's reminder, because the rough stone that Wu Shilin liked was the second most valuable among the 5 rough stones. The cut-old pit jade is worth at least 50 million. So, he smiled and said, sorry, Mr. Wu, I plan to cut this rough stone myself. For fun. What's wrong with you? It's your honor that my teacher likes your things. Don't be ungrateful. At this time, the man in the couple who came with Wu Shilin said in an extremely dissatisfied tone. Hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless. What era is it? There are still such idiots. For a moment, Gao Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Wu Shilin, but said to Qin Lin, Mr. Qin, let's go to pay the bill. Wait. At this time, Wu Shilin shouted again, young man, give me a face. I am willing to offer 5 million, and you transfer this rough stone to me. Not for sale. Gao Yan responded coldly, who are you? I don't even know you. Do I need to give you face? Seeing that Gao Yan didn't give him any face, Wu Shilin's face became ugly. As for his disciple, he was even more furious. His teacher was not popular and respected wherever he went, but now a young boy dared not to take his teacher seriously. So, he turned to Qin Lin and asked, Mr. Qin, my teacher finally fell in love with a rough stone. You have to think of a way. Otherwise, we have to consider the cooperation between our 2 families. There are fewer and fewer jade carvers nowadays, and jade carving masters are even rarer. Therefore, every time they produce a work, they will be sought after, and the price will far exceed the price of the material itself. In March this year, a jade carving by Wu Shilin sold for a sky-high price of 100 million Hong Kong dollars at Christie's Hong Kong auction house. The value of the jade carving itself is only 20 million. In other words, a piece of jade raw material will increase in value several times through his hands. Although machines can also be used to carve exquisite jewelry, the things carved by machines are the same and lack a charm. Therefore, the Qin family usually cuts top-quality jadeite and has it made into jewelry by jade carving masters instead of machines. The chief jade carver of their Qin family is a student of Wu Shilin, and he also respects this teacher. The value of jade carvings made by him can at least double. At the same time, 2 of the 3 top jade carvers of the Qin family are also students of Wu Shilin, and the value of their works can also increase by several %. If Wu Shilin is offended, his 3 students may be forced to leave the Qin family. Of course, this possibility is unlikely. After all, the Qin family is not an ordinary family. If those three people want to leave, they have to consider whether they will offend the Qin family. Once the Qin family is angry, they will not get good results. But what he needs to worry about is the cooperation between the Qin family and Wu Shilin. Wu Shilin makes 2 top-quality jade carvings for the Qin family every year. The 2 jade carvings he made for the Qin family last year were sold, and the Qin family made a profit of more than 100 million. Moreover, it was not only a monetary profit, but also a gain in connections. Because top-quality jade carvings are rare in the world, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. Wu Shilin is hard to offend, but is Gao Yan easy to offend? The other party is related to the Qin family's triennial gambling battle, which involves tens of billions of interests. What's more, this rough stone was originally selected by others. Now Wu Shilin wants to rely on his old skills and jump out to snatch the rough stone. If he really lets Gao Yan give up the rough stone to Wu Shilin, he is sure that the cooperation between the 2 parties will be ruined. The key is that Gao Yan has the confidence to fall out. He himself is a strong man at the peak of engine, and behind him there is a mysterious teacher who is at least a Hua Jin. Qin Lin thought quickly in his mind and said, Mr. Wu, businessmen, pay attention to credibility. This rough stone was selected by Mr. Gao based on his ability. Your student's approach is a bit unreasonable. As for the cooperation between our 2 families, that is a contract signed in black and white. If you break the contract casually, you will really think that the Qin family is a fool. Speaking of this, Qin Lin stared at Wu Shilin's student with sharp eyes, but he was so frightened that the student backed away and shouted in panic, What do you want to do? Qin Lin came from a martial arts family. Although he was not a master, he had finally entered Mingjin. It was quite easy to intimidate an ordinary person with his eyes. You bastard, you have the right to speak here, but you still haven't apologized to Xiao Qin. When Wu Shilin saw Qin Lin getting angry, he didn't dare to take the big shot again. Fortunately, Qin Lin didn't target him directly, but his students. He had no choice but to borrow Poxiadonkey, so he scolded his students sharply. It is true that he is a master of jade carving. When cooperating with the Qin family, the Qin family also wants to please him, but this does not mean that the Qin family is inferior to others. On the contrary, the Qin family is simply not someone he can afford to offend. It really angered the Qin family. If they sent a martial arts master, they could easily send him to death. Even the forensic doctors couldn't find any problems. Of course, the Qin family would not do this. If they did, their reputation would be ruined. Which jade carving master would dare to cooperate with them in the future? But then again, if he's not afraid of 10,000, he's afraid of the worst. He doesn't want to risk his life. After being scolded by Wu Shilin, the student did not dare to refute and quickly apologized to Qin Lin. Qin Lin waved his hand. There's no need to apologize to me, just apologize to Mr. Gao. Young Master Gao, I'm sorry. The male student bent over in frustration. Gao Yan said calmly, Okay, I accept your apology. Don't make such a mistake in the future. What age is it? You still come here to buy and sell, by force. When he heard this, the male student's face turned red. Wu Shilin's face didn't look very good either. At the same time, he also reflected in his heart. He had been praised too highly over the years, and was he a little too arrogant? What happened today was that the master and the apprentice were not reasonable at all. They didn't agree, but they actually threatened Qin Lin with cooperation. It was really wrong. So, he took a deep breath. This little brother, Shao Qin, the old man, also wants to tell you, I hope you don't care about it. Seeing this, Gao Yan was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Wu Shilin could actually lower his face and apologize. But he looked down upon him. So he said, Wu Lao's words are serious, as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Haha, good words can't be exchanged, little brother, if you are of any use, to the old man in the future, the old man can help you once for free. Wu Shilin laughed. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. Gao Yan said. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to the backyard to select rough stones first. And we'll meet again in the stone removal area later. I'll see you later, Mr. Wu. Young Master Gao, you made a profit this time. How to say? Gao Yan asked, puzzledly. Although Mr. Wu has a bad temper, the value of the jade in his hands will be doubled several times. Qin Lin said with a smile, if you take a jade worth 20 million and let him carve it into finished jewelry, it will be worth at least 100 million. I'll go, you're so awesome. Gao Yan was also surprised. Qin Lin said, furthermore, Mr. Wu is quite stubborn. Even if our Qin family pays a high price, he is only willing to make 2 works for us every year. So, he is willing to do it for you once, which is really a profit. It seems I'm lucky. Gao Yan smiled. While talking, the two came to the VIP room, signed the contract first, and then Gao Yan also took out his bank card and paid 10 million. Over there in Jieshur district, Master Jieshur was already waiting for Gao Yan to arrive. And those old customers, knowing that Gao Yan was going to take action again, also occupied favorable positions. However, after Gao Yan and the others arrived, everyone subconsciously made way for them to pass. Young Master Gao, which of these 5 rough stones do you want to solve first? Master Jieshur asked respectfully. Let's take this piece. Gao Yan pointed to the piece in the middle. Although there was jade in this rough stone, it was worth at most 500,000, with a loss of 1.5 million. Okay. The stone-cutting master immediately took action and fixed the rough stone first. Because the rough stone was not large, he adopted a conservative cutting method. There was no green when the knife went down. Everyone felt a little disappointed, but Gao Yan remained calm, but he felt that Shu Jianyue grabbed his hand a little harder, and it was obvious that she was worried about Gao Yan. Don't worry, even if this piece collapses, won't there still be 4 pieces left? Gao Yan comforted Shu Jianyue in his ear. Soon, the stone master made a second cut. Still no green yet. The size of this rough stone is not large, and there is no green in the 2 swords. It is almost foreseeable that there is no possibility of a big rise. The third knife still didn't see green. After the 4th cut, there was still no green, but red. But a red jadeite was cut out. Among red jadeite, coxcomb red is the most valuable. The red jadeite cut from this rough stone is orange red and is the lowest value red jadeite. Young Master Gao, do you want to take action with 200,000 yuan? At this time, Manager Song from Dafu Jewelry came forward and asked. No need, cut it out and talk about it later. It took more than 20 minutes to extract a piece of red jadeite. Although The color was not good, the water quality reached the level of waxy jadeite. Young Master Gao, do you want to take action with 500,000 yuan? Manager Song quoted again. Can. Gao Yan did not bargain this time because the value of this piece of red jade was not high. Even if it was made into jewelry, the profit would only be tens of thousands of yuan. Young Master Gao, which piece will you untie this time? Master Jiesher asked. Just solve this. Gao Yan pointed to the rough stone that Wu Shilin was interested in. This time, Master Jiesher also adopted a conservative solution. Once the knife goes down, you will see Z directly. After identification, it turned out to be the violet ice species. Husband, are these violets valuable? Shui Jianyue couldn't help but ask. After seeing everyone's reactions, Gao Yan explained, purple is the most valuable color, so violet ice jade is the most valuable type of ice jade. So, the price of this rough stone has increased significantly? Shui Jianyue said happily. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded and signaled Master Jiesher to continue. It took half an hour to completely cut out the violet jade. It has to be said that Laoqing rough stones are easy to produce rare jadeite. If it were just an ordinary ice jade, this piece of jade would cost up to 30 million, but just because it is violet, the value has directly increased by 20 million. 50 million, we Hingjin Jewelry want it. Tang Yi arrived late, but the time was just right, just in time to see Gao Yan cut out the violet ice seed. Manager Song, who originally wanted to quote, was speechless. He was thinking about how much to quote, but unexpectedly, he was overtaken by this woman, Tang Yi. However, although the violet ice species is not as good as the glass species, it is still a rare treasure. Even if it is purchased at a premium, it is still cost-effective. So, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 52 million. 55 million. Tang Yi continued to quote. At this time, Manager Song lost his temper. Tang Yi was the president of Hingjin. He was just the manager and had different licensing rights, so he was naturally at a disadvantage in bidding. If the premium is 2 million, the boss will not blame him. If the premium is 5 million, let alone bonuses, it will be fine if he is not scolded by the boss. Therefore, he could only withdraw from the bidding in frustration. 60 million. At this time, a voice sounded, and it was Wu Shilin who arrived with his 2 students. Tang Yi, who was already confident of winning, was immediately speechless when he found out it was Wu Shilin. Wu Shilin was the master of jade carving and held an extremely special status in their jewelry world. She had visited Wu Shilin before, but unfortunately, she was sent away without even meeting him. As for the reason, she wanted to invite Wu Shilin to help them create a treasure for their Hingjin jewelry. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Tang Yi, the president of Hingjin Jewelry. Tang Yi greeted respectfully. Is Tang Ruchuan yours? It's my father. Tang Yi said. Wu Shilin nodded. Xiao Tang, you also like this piece of violet? Yes, Mr. Wu, but you have also taken a fancy to it. The junior will not dare to compete with you, otherwise my father will probably have to reprimand the junior when he finds out. Tang Yi said with a complacent smile. Mr. Wu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, the one with the highest bid gets it. Just keep bidding. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi immediately cursed secretly. This bad old man was really bad. She wanted to take the opportunity to make Wu Shilin owe her a favor, but unfortunately, this old guy was not willing to appreciate it at all. But she couldn't offend him, so she could only say helplessly, old Wu is joking, 55 million is already the highest price this junior can offer. Wu Shilin nodded, then looked at Gao Yan and said sincerely, little brother. Do you want to sell this piece of violet? Since Mr. Wu has spoken, there is no problem. Gao Yan smiled and nodded. 50 million jadeite sold for a high price of 60 million, so he certainly had no reason not to sell it. Haha, thank you little brother for making it happen. Wu Shilin said happily. Soon, the two parties completed the transaction under the witness of Qin Lin. Not only the upgrade experience has increased by 60 million, but the system rebate has reached 480 million. Seeing that Gao Yan had earned 58 million from the rough stone he bought for 2 million, Shi Wen was secretly happy for her boyfriend, and she also felt a sense of admiration for her boyfriend in her heart. Her boyfriend's ability to make money was really strong. Even if I have more babies in the future, I won't have to worry about not having enough money for milk powder. Bah, what was I thinking? Baby, why are you blushing? Seeing Shi Jiangyue's face, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile and asked. Nothing, I'm just happy for you. Half of this is due to you. Gao Yan said. Why? Shi Jiangyue was puzzled. Because you are my lucky star. I hate it, you just know how to fool people. After some teasing, he continued cutting stones. The third piece of rough stone also increased, but not by a huge amount. Finally, Gao Yan sold the jadeite to manager Song for 2.4 million. The situation of the fourth rough stone was similar. The cut jadeite was sold to Tang Yi for 2.6 million. There is only one last piece left. It is also the most valuable rough stone. Just after cutting it with a knife, the stone master exclaimed, and then after rinsing the surface with water, an extremely pure piece of jade that looked like transparent glass appeared in front of everyone. Let me see. Wu Shilin strode forward, squatted in front of the original stone and looked at it, and then said excitedly, looking glass type, this color is too pure. This kind of water. Seeing Wu Shilin who was so excited, Gao Yan also had a smile on his face. It took a while. The master of stone interpretation did not continue to open the face, but continued to expand the scope of unlocking this face. Because it was a glass seed, he did not dare to be careless, so he became more and more careful. It took him more than 2 hours to free a flawless piece of locking glass seed. Thank you for your hard work, Master Mao. Give me your bank account number. Gao Yan said to Master Jiashi. Master Jiashi immediately understood that Gao Yan was going to reward him. And the amount of the reward would be at least 100,000 yuan. Sure enough, after he gave his account number to Gao Yan, within a minute he received a text message with the amount of 660,000. For a moment, he was moved and excited at the same time. Thank you, Gao Yan repeatedly. Little brother, if I offer you 100 million, how about selling me this piece of looking glass? Wu Shilin stared at Gao Yan with burning eyes. 100 million. Tang Yi also quoted. 120 million. Wu Shilin said decisively. Seeing the resolute Wu Shilin, Tang Yi rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Wu, why don't we cooperate? We Hingjin Jewelry will take this piece of jade and make it into jewelry by you yourself. We at Hingjin Jewelry only need half of it. How? This is a beautiful idea, little girl. Let's each rely on our abilities. Wu Shilin glanced at Tang Yi angrily. He took this piece of jade, and if it was carved into jewelry, the profit would be at least 3 times greater. Tang Yi felt angry and shouted, 150 million. In fact, the market price of this piece of looking glass is only about 100 million, so it was a bit irrational for her to call it 150 million. 160 million. Wu Shilin followed the quotation, but there was a painful expression on his face. 200 million. Tang Yi quoted again. You're crazy girl. Wu Shilin said angrily. Mr. Wu, you still have the same conditions as before, how about you think about it? Seeing Wu Shilin's angry look, Tang Yi felt that she had made the right move. In the end, Wu Shilin chose to surrender. Because Tang Yi has raised the price too high, if he continues to increase the price, maybe the other party will continue to raise the price, and even if he wins, the gain will outweigh the loss. On the contrary, if he cooperates with Tang Yi, he can get half of the jade without paying a penny. Seeing Wu Shilin agree, Tang Yi was relieved. She was also worried that Wu Shilin would continue to raise the price. If the other party really desperate to win the jade, not only would she not get any benefits, but she would also offend Wu Shilin. Of course, Gao Yan was the happiest. The jade, originally worth 100 million yuan, was sold for a sky-high price of 200 million yuan. Seeing that Tang Yi helped him raise the price, he didn't care about that matter with her in the past. Gao Yan, can you step aside and talk? Tang Yi said to Gao Yan. What's the matter, Sister Tang? Gao Yan asked with a smile. You know that 200 million is not a small amount, so you want to pay on credit? Gao Yan frowned. Of course not. Tang Yi quickly said, what I mean is, can you give me a few hours? After all, I need to spend time to collect such a large sum of money, 200 million, but don't worry, it won't be until early tonight at the latest, the money will definitely be credited to your account. Okay, I can keep the jade until early morning. If it exceeds this time, I can only sell the jade to others. Gao Yan said. Don't worry, there will definitely be no problem. Tang Yi assured. Tang Yi did not disappoint Gao Yan and called at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then the two parties found a place to trade, paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan's upgrade experience directly soared by 452 million, leaving him just over 40 million away from the upgrade. As for the system's stored funds, it has reached 4.2 billion. It can be said that his net worth has doubled. And there are more than 100 million in funds in the card. It seems that his system can be upgraded to another level before cooperating with the Qin family. How about going to the stone gambling shop in Tianyun Club tomorrow to earn another tens of millions to upgrade the system? Gao Yan suddenly had an idea. That's it. Now his strength has broken through to Huajin, and his physique is stronger than Tu Yun in the middle stage of Huajin, and his hands and feet can be slightly enlarged. The upgrade is tomorrow. If you make money today, you should reward yourself. So, Gao Yan took Shui Jiangyue around Nandu and bought a lot of things. Shui Jiangyue did not persuade Gao Yan not to spend money randomly, because she was a smart girl, and Gao Yan led her to spend money because he wanted to share the joy of success with her. It is not a wise act for you to pour cold water on him at this time. And she could also see that Gao Yan was also a person who knew how to exercise restraint, and would not become arrogant or not know his last name just because he made some money. It's evening. Wu Jiping's swollen cheeks, which had been injured for several days, finally subsided. So, he made an appointment with Bai Wei again. He had already guessed that the previous beating was caused by this woman. At that time, he planned to cut off the relationship with the other party. But considering that they had just hooked up and spent more than 20,000 yuan on that woman, breaking up like this was really a loss. Therefore, he decided to play with each other before breaking up. "Husband, where have you been these past few days? I miss you so much." As soon as she arrived at the hotel room, Bai Wei's whole body clung to her. "The company arranges a business trip, but I can't help it." Wu Jiping made an excuse at random. In fact, he had been recovering in the hospital for the past few days. While talking, Wu Jiping was about to kiss her. But at this time, Bai Wei reached out to block his mouth. "Wait, husband, how? Did you do what you promised me before?" Wu Jiping became furious when he mentioned this matter. He suppressed the evil fire in his heart and said perfunctorily, "Don't worry, what I promised. You will be completed." "No, I want you to do it right away. I'll get angry when I see that guy's arrogance." Bai Wei said bitterly, because she knew that Gao Yan actually had a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan. If it drags on any longer, Wu Jiping will know about it and may not dare to offend Gao Yan. Wu Jiping must find someone to beat him up before he knows about it, and then destroy his milk tea shop. Hearing Bai Wei's threat, Wu Jiping was angry, but he coaxed, "Baby, don't make trouble. I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Let's make out first. After we finish making out, I will arrange for someone to fuck that guy." "No, you have to do something first, otherwise, I won't let you touch me," Bai Wei said insistently. Bai Wei's refusal again completely angered Wu Jiping. Thinking of the scene of being beaten in the underground parking lot, he could no longer control his anger and raised his hand to slap Bai Wei in the face. He even cursed, "What the hell do you think you are, a chaste and fierce woman, and you won't touch me? Why didn't you say you wouldn't touch me when you were collecting my things? You dare to hit me?" Bai Wei, who covered her cheek, stared at Wu Jiping with disbelief and hatred. "It doesn't matter if I hit you, you are the king of heaven, I can't hit you." While roaring, Wu Jiping fired his bow left and right at Bai Wei. "Ah, bastard, I'll fight you." Bai Wei, who had been slapped several times, also reacted and started to fight back. She stretched out her hand and scratched Wu Jiping's face. 5 blood marks suddenly appeared on the other person's face. "How dare you fight back, you stinky bitch." Feeling the sting on his cheek, Wu Jiping was furious and kicked Bai Wei down with one foot. Even so, Wu Jiping's anger did not subside, and he continued to beat Bai Wei. Bai Wei was beaten until she screamed and called for help. A guest who happened to pass by the door heard Bai Wei's cry for help and called the police directly. In the end, both of them were taken to the police station. There was a dog-eat-dog fight in the police station. Gao Yan naturally knew nothing about this matter, otherwise he would definitely applaud. Nanyun Ma family. The Ma family is also a martial arts family, and like the Qin family, it is one of the 7 major dealers of jadeite raw stones. In the last gambling fight, their Ma family won the first place with an absolute advantage. Therefore, in the past 3 years, they have controlled 2.5% of the export share and earned more than 20 billion. Now, a new gambling contest is coming, and the Ma family also knows that the Qin family has been planning to take back the first place in this contest. Therefore, they are also very concerned about the actions of the Qin family. As the head of the family, Ma Songbai called his younger sister Ma Xiangyu who was responsible for intelligence work, and asked, "Little sister, has the Qin family made any moves recently?" Ma Xiangyu is already in her early 40s and is slightly plump. If you underestimate her, you will definitely be in big trouble, because she is also a widow, and she is the kind of widow who likes to play with young men. There are even rumors that her husband was killed by her own hands. Moreover, she has a perverted possessiveness. Even if she is tired of playing with young men, she will not allow other women to touch them. In order to prevent those young men from betraying her, she will have them castrated after being tired of playing. Therefore, she has a nickname called the Black Widow. She is known as the two great widows of the North and the South, together with the poisonous widow, Tu Yun, the owner of Tianyun Club. Ma Xiangyu said confidently, "Brother, the Qin family has not made any extra moves, don't worry. With the few gambling stone experts of the Qin family, not to mention compared with us, even compared with other families, they are slightly inferior." But Ma Songbai did not rest assured, but said in a deep voice, "Based on my understanding of him, Qin Zhihui is not a person who easily accepts his fate. I guess he also knows that our people are monitoring them. So, step up the investigation for me, and make sure to find out if the Qin family has other tricks. If so, we must destroy their tricks in advance." Hearing this, Ma Xiangyu's expression was also stern, and he said sinisterly, "Brother, don't worry, if the Qin family has tricks, I will definitely not give them the opportunity to use them." The next morning, Tianyun Club, Gambling Stone Square. Gao Yan became famous after winning the Stone Queen last time. Therefore, after his arrival, he was sought after far more than Hong Yun. Shifeng. In particular, well-informed people even found out that Gao Yan cut a piece of looking glass in Hong Yun Shifeng yesterday and sold it for a whopping 200 million yuan. 200 million is not a small sum in any city in Daxia. Isn't it worth fawning over a man of genius who can make 200 million in just one day? Shui Jiangyue did not follow Gao Yan today. The reason is simple. Last night, the addicted woman once again provoked Gao Yan, but was beaten severely by Gao Yan. She is still lying on the bed in the villa to recover her strength. Compared with last time, Gao Yan's ability to identify rough stones has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if he doesn't use the golden eyes, he is sure to earn enough money to upgrade here today. A selection. Gao Yan selected 8 rough stones. Using his golden eyes to scan around, he nodded secretly. Only one of the 8 rough stones he picked was missed, and there were jadeite in the other 7. It is a pity that these 8 rough stones do not contain top-grade jadeite, like glass or violet ice. But the combined value of the jadeite in the 7 rough stones is worth over 50 million. After settlement, the 8 rough stones totaled 12 million. However, he is a diamond card user and can get a 30% discount. Therefore, he only spent 8.4 million to get these 8 rough stones. Young Master Gao, I have a rough stone that I'm not sure about. Could you please help me with my palmai? Yi Haiba, the boss of Yujinjuan, came up and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, it's okay to see, but I can't guarantee whether I can see it accurately." Gao Yan did not refuse. "Don't worry, Master Gao, I understand the rules," Yi Haiba said quickly. Soon, Gao Yan came to the rough stone that Yi Haiba had chosen. It was an open rough stone and an oval-shaped rough stone with a diameter of more than 40 centimeters. The opening is apple green ice jade. The reason why Yi Haiba was undecided was probably related to the price of the rough stone, because the price of this rough stone was 5.5 million. Yi Haiba was a silver card member. Even with a 10% discount, it would cost 4.95 million. To get it, Gao Yan knelt down and picked up a strong flashlight, shining it on the jade cut surface, and then made some identifications on the material, smell, etc. of the rough stone. I have a vague idea in my heart. According to his judgment, it is unlikely that this rough stone will rise sharply, but it should be able to rise slightly. How about Mr. Gao? Yi Haiba, who was standing aside, asked nervously after seeing Gao Yan stand up. We should be able to make a small profit, Gao Yan said. Then let me borrow Gao Xiao's good words, Yi Haiba said happily, and quickly called the waiter to express that he wanted to get the rough stone. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan nodded secretly. This Yi Haiba is courageous and good at being a good person. Don't expect some people to come to you to ask for your opinion. If you don't want to say it, they insist on asking you to say it. After you say it, they don't listen. Then they come to you and tell you that they should have listened to you if they had known better. Back to business. Gao Yan's 8 rough stones have been moved to the Jieshur district. At the same time, he sent a WeChat message to manager Song of Dafu Jewelry, asking him to come to Tianyun Club as soon as possible. The reason why Tang Yi was not informed. She just spent 200 million to get the old piece of glass yesterday. I'm afraid her company's cash has been exhausted. Even calling him here would be useless. Young Master Gao, which piece do you want to cut first? Master Jieshur asked. How many stone interpreters do you have here? Gao Yan asked. There are 6. Call them all here, and each one is responsible for cutting a piece, Gao Yan said. Soon the other 5 stone masters arrived, and after greeting Gao Yan, they started working. Knowing that Gao Yan is a master of stone gambling, everyone came to watch. Even Yi Haiba is no exception. As for the rough stone he took, he was not in a hurry to untie it. About 20 minutes passed. Manager Song hurried over. Young Master Gao, am I not late? Manager Song asked with a smile. It's not too late. At this moment, one of the 6 rough stones has been cut off, and the other 5 have also turned green. This made the stone-cutting master, who had cut it down, very depressed. Fortunately, Gao Yan didn't mind and let him continue cutting the 7th rough stone. More than an hour passed. All the emeralds in the 7 original stones were extracted. Among them, 2 pieces of ice jade are the most valuable, adding up to 45 million, while the other 5 jadeite pieces together barely reach 5 million. And everyone knows that Gao Yan won these rough stones for 8.4 million yuan. And in just a few hours, he made more than 40 million yuan. It was faster than robbing a bank. Do you accept 50 million? Gao Yan said to Manager Song. Take it, of course. Manager Song said hurriedly. With his eyesight, he could tell that the market price of these 7 pieces of jadeite was hundreds of thousands higher than 50 million. If they were all made into jewelry, there would be a profit of at least 5 million. Moreover, the price of jadeite is rising every year. If you store this batch of jadeite, you might be able to earn millions more next year. Sign the contract and pay. Soon, Dafu Jewelry transferred a huge sum of 50 million into Gao Yan's account. The upgrade experience directly reached 500 million, which was more than 2.5 million, but he didn't care, so he just gave it to the system. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Gao Yan said silently. Ding, the upgrade is successful. Congratulations to the host for reaching Level 9. You will be rewarded with a top-level lottery, 5 free attribute points, and the card mall will be opened. Oh my god! Gao Yan almost exclaimed. He originally thought that the system would only reward high-level lottery, but he didn't expect to be rewarded with a top-level lottery, and the attribute points also reached 5 points. What surprised him even more was that there was a new function. System, why is the upgrade reward so generous this time? Gao Yan asked curiously. System, every time you upgrade to level 9, there will be a big prize. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized, and then set his eyes on the card mall. Hey, this card mall is interesting. The card mall is refreshed once a week, and 3 types of cards will appear each time. And the cards in the mall can be purchased with money. For example, this time there are 3 types of cards in the card mall. The first type is the bad luck card. There are 10 cards in stock, and each card is sold for 1 million. After using it on the target, it will be unlucky for 24 hours in a row. The second type of card is a rare card called a partner binding card. There are only 3 cards in stock, and the unit price is 10 million. It can be bound to the opposite sex with a user's favorability of more than 90 points. After binding, the other party will never betray the host. This card is good. For the Sea King, it is simply a magic weapon and a cuckold terminator. The last type of card is the Danjin experience card. There is only 1 card in stock and the price is 100 million. After using the card, the user's strength can be increased to the peak of Danjin, which lasts for 1 hour, and there are no sequelae. At this moment, the refresh time displayed in the card mall is only more than 10 hours. So, Gao Yan decided to clear all these 3 cards first. 10 bad luck cards, buy, a total of 10 million. 3 partner binding cards, buy, a total of 30 million. 1 Danjin experience card, buy, cost 100 million. All 14 cards are stored in the system space. If you want to use them, you can directly extract them, but after extracting them, you can't put them back. Yujinjiwen, number 15. After Gao Yan came back, he went upstairs to take a look. Shui Jiangyue was still sleeping. It seemed that she was really tired last night. At the same time, Gao Yan secretly warned himself that he should be more restrained in the future and not tire his girlfriend out. Entered the study quietly. Gao Yan called up the system interface. God level income system, level 9. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 75. Constitution, 97. Spirit, 88. Charm, 88. Income return multiple, 9 times. Lottery, top lottery once. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 4.5325 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 5. Looking at the data panel, Gao Yan thought to himself, 5 free attribute points were correct again. Which one should I put the points on? First of all, appearance. After breaking through the transformation, his appearance also increased by 3 points. These 3 points of appearance mainly come from the skin and have nothing to do with facial features. Therefore, he has now entered the category of handsome guy, but he is not in a hurry to improve his appearance. As for physique, His physique is as high as 97 points now, and it can be improved through medicinal wine, so there is no need to add more points. As for charm, it is a comprehensive reflection of appearance, temperament, clothing, etc., and there is no need to waste attribute points on it. Therefore, the best choice is to increase mental power. Improving mental power does not seem to increase strength directly, but it will be reflected in memory, comprehension, speculation, thinking, wisdom, etc. This is of great benefit to Gao Yan himself. So, Gao Yan spent 10 minutes to slowly increase his mental power to 93 points. For a while, many forgotten childhood memories also emerged in his mind. For example, the memory of his time in the orphanage clearly emerged in his mind. Originally, he planned to return to Nandu after returning to his adoptive parents' home during the summer vacation. Now, he plans to go to the orphanage. After all, it was the orphanage that adopted him after he was abandoned. Now, he is not short of money, and it is time to give back to the orphanage. It is worth mentioning. After the system upgrade was completed, Gao Yan knew the experience required for the next upgrade, which was 2 billion. It is really difficult to upgrade. But he is not in a hurry to upgrade now. After all, in terms of strength, he is already in the early stage of Huajin, and in terms of wealth, he has more than 4 billion in cash. If it is just cash, I am afraid that there are not many people in the whole Daxia who can take out more than 4 billion in one go. Take a deep breath. The most critical moment has come. System, start the top lottery. Ding, the top lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an advanced upgrade card, a virtual currency card, and a super recovery card. Hearing the system's broadcast, Gao Yan was a little surprised that there were actually 3 prizes in the top lottery. The first is the advanced upgrade card, which can be used for any skill he has mastered. For example, the fighting master can reach the fighting grandmaster after using it. At that time, his strength can reach the middle stage of Huajin. If used on the golden pupil, it can directly upgrade the golden pupil to the advanced level. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yan decided to use it to upgrade the golden eye. Because the strength of the initial stage of Huajin is enough, not to mention that he has the Danjin experience card, so he is absolutely safe. As for the golden eye, it is still at the primary level. If it is upgraded to the advanced level, he is very curious about what changes will happen. So, he took out the advanced upgrade card and silently recited to use the golden eye. The upgrade card turned into golden light and sank into his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, his eyes began to feel a strong soreness and swelling. And tears flowed out of his eye sockets uncontrollably. About 2 minutes later, both eyes returned to normal. After wiping away the tears with a tissue, Gao Yan couldn't wait to understand the function of the advanced golden eye. First, the number of times the golden eye can be used is no longer limited. Secondly, the golden eye also has a function similar to time tracing. Of course, this time tracing is also time limited. For example, if he uses the golden eye to check the study, he can see everything that happened in the study within 3 days. If this function is used to investigate a case, as long as the crime scene is not more than 3 days old, it is estimated that no criminal can escape his eyes. In addition, the golden pupil also has the functions of night vision and telescope, and this telescope function is an expanded version, which can penetrate any obstacles you want to penetrate. Thinking of this, Gao Yan's heart moved, and he used the golden pupil to check the situation of the milk tea shop in the snack street. The next moment, countless scenes passed by in front of his eyes, and then they stayed in the milk tea shop in the snack street. Today is the weekend, and the milk tea shop is doing good business. Chen Yue, Shen Lingling and other 4 employees are busy at the counter. Then, he used the golden pupil on Xingchen Network Technology Company, and then the situation of the entire company appeared in front of him. Most of the employees were working, and some were lazy. As for Fang Zhenzhen, the president, he was working in the office while cursing him as the boss. Gao Yan was not surprised at all. After all, he paid the money and rented the office building, and almost all the things were thrown to Fang Zhenzhen to worry about. There are a lot of things to do when a company is just starting. Fang Zhenzhen, who is managing a company for the first time, likes to take on a lot of responsibilities, so it would be strange if she is not tired. This skill is great. After closing the golden pupil, Gao Yan secretly said that if he wanted to know about the industry under his name in the future, he would not need to go there in person, but just use the golden pupil to check it out. Moreover, he could see more things than if he went there in person. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought about whether he could use the golden pupil to see the home of his adoptive parents. So, he used the golden pupil again. But it failed. It turned out that the golden pupil also had a distance limit. At present, his limit could see 97 kilometers in radius, which was just the same as his mental power. Nandu was thousands of kilometers away from Jiangsu City. Unless his mental power exceeded 1,000. Let's talk about the second prize, the virtual currency card. This card will provide 5 million virtual currencies every day. After binding, these 5 million virtual currencies can be exchanged for the currency of any platform. But you can't withdraw cash. If you don't use it up every day, it won't be added to the next day. Hee, isn't this forcing me to swipe money online? Gao Yan laughed secretly. So he took out this virtual card and bound it. As for the super recovery card, it can restore him to the best condition of the day when he is extremely tired or injured. In other words, even if he does not sleep for a day, he can restore himself to the most perfect condition by using this super recovery card. Unfortunately, the use of this card is also limited, and it can only be used once a day. It was almost noon. Gao Yan walked out of the study and prepared to make lunch for Zhuo Jianyue himself. But when he passed by the bedroom, he thought of the 3-partner binding cards he bought. With a thought, Gao Yan took out a partner binding card and used it on Zhuo Jianyue. There was no special feeling. I don't know if it succeeded. But the system should not lie to him. It took nearly an hour for Gao Yan to make a hearty lunch. Just when he was about to go upstairs to call Zhuo Jianyue, he didn't expect her to come down by herself. Honey, are you cooking? It smells so good. Looking at Zhuo Jianyue, who was wearing pajamas and had messy hair, Gao Yan said to her, hurry up and wash up and get ready for dinner. Kiss first. Your mouth stinks, no kiss. Gao Yan said deliberately. Zhuo Jianyue blew a breath into her palm and put it in front of her nose too. Smell it, you lied to me, it doesn't stink at all, kiss quickly. In desperation, Gao Yan pecked her face. At this time, Zhuo Jianyue quickly kissed Gao Yan on the lips, then ran away with a series of smug smiles. Looking at Zhuo Jianyue's back, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look, as if Zhuo Jianyue had become closer to him. With a thought, he threw out a data eye. Then he secretly shouted, wow. It turned out that Zhuo Jianyue's favorability towards him had skyrocketed to 100 points. It was only 95 points yesterday, and it would never rise to 100 points in one night. It seems to be the effect of the partner binding card. After dinner, the two cleaned up together, changed clothes, and went to the cinema to watch a movie. After watching the movie, Shi Wen was attracted by the claw machine outside the cinema. Unfortunately, her skills were too poor. She put in more than 20 coins, but didn't pick up any. Finally, Gao Yan couldn't stand it anymore, and showed off his skills in front of his girlfriend. He used the remaining 5 coins to pick up 5 dolls for her. This made Xiaozhua very happy. He hugged Gao Yan and kissed her several times. After walking around the mall again, he had dinner in the mall. Then he sent Xiaozhua back to Yangdong University of Science. In an apartment near Shanghai Media University, Xing Xiaoyu was communicating with fans in the WeChat group, but the result of the communication made her very disappointed. The Anchor PK competition of Huyu Entertainment will start in 3 days, but her situation is not very optimistic. Although Gao Yan's 2 rewards have brought her back to her peak, but she has no extraordinary talent, and Gao Yan has not appeared since the second reward, so her popularity is declining every day. Especially yesterday, the peak number of people in the live broadcast room has dropped below 10,000. And the Anchor PK competition will soon be held. If she can't make it to the semifinals, she will be in a difficult situation during the PK competition. The reason is very simple. Tiger Entertainment's traffic is limited. During the competition, the website will definitely put traffic on those anchors with outstanding performance. And the fans' attention will also be attracted by those participating anchors. If she doesn't participate, her traffic will be pitifully small. It is estimated that she will be beaten back to her original form as soon as the competition is over. At that time, she will either succumb to the uglier-looking Mr. Shen and let the other party support her, or leave the live broadcast industry sadly. The Magic City Media, where she studied, is only a third-tier college. Even if she gets a diploma, it is difficult to find a good job in Magic City. But if she participates in the competition, it is difficult to stand out without the support of the big brother. So, she placed her hopes on ordinary fans, hoping that they would support her during the competition. How to support? Of course, real money support. But most of her fans are freeloaders, and only a few people give her real money. After a few days of communication, some fans also expressed their support, but after statistics, all the fans who verbally expressed their support can only provide more than 5,000 yuan in rewards. And this is just a verbal statement. On the day of the competition, they may not fully fulfill their promise. She has already got the rules of the competition. The preliminary round will last for 3 days. At least 10 PK matches will be held every day. Then the website will select 1,000 anchors to enter the semifinals based on the PK data of 3 days. Because her popularity has recovered during this period, the guild also expressed that it will give her some support. But she knows that this support will not be too strong. And the agent has repeatedly hinted to her that Mr. Shen is impatient. Although Mr. Shen is a little ugly, he has money. If she disagrees, there are many female anchors who want to stand out and agree. What should I do? Putting down the phone, Xing Xiaoyu was in a dilemma. Give in? But she felt sick when she thought of Mr. Shen's face. But if she didn't give in, she was afraid that the end of this PK competition would be the end of her anchor career. Suddenly, she thought of Gao Yan again. Before, she thought Gao Yan was playing hard to get, but after so many days, even if she took the initiative to send messages, Gao Yan didn't pay attention. To her. She realized that she was wrong and too self-righteous. He didn't want to play hard to get with her at all, but was too lazy to pay attention to her. But think about it, he is young, handsome, rich, and has a girlfriend like Shi Jianyue. Even if he doesn't have a girlfriend like Shi Jianyue, it's not difficult to find a beautiful girlfriend. What qualifications does she have to develop the other party into a fish in the pond? But she was unwilling to give up just like that. Thinking of this, she decided to make a last gamble. Even if it was a bargain. For Gao Yan, it couldn't be a bargain for Mr. Shen, the pighead. So, she immediately used her mobile phone to book a high-speed rail ticket to Nandu, and then went into the bedroom to pack her luggage. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan was lying on the big bed in the villa, flipping through a book on management. He bought it yesterday. Now that his learning ability is so strong, he doesn't want to live up to his ability, so he wants to absorb as much knowledge as possible, so as not to become a nouveau riche in the eyes of others. Unknowingly, the time has come to 11 o'clock. Put down the book in his hand. Gao Yan was also ready to sleep. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. Picked up the phone and saw that it was Jing Xiaoyu. He didn't want to pay attention to this woman. So he hung up the phone directly. But the other party called again. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan picked up the phone, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. The phone was connected. Jing Xiaoyu's voice came, Gao Yan, I'm at the high-speed rail station, can you pick me up? Which high-speed rail station? Gao Yan asked in a daze. Jing Xiaoyu said, your high-speed railway station in Nandu. Gao Yan, why did you come to Nandu? Jing Xiaoyu, can you pick me up first? There is no one in the high-speed railway station now. I am a little scared. Suddenly, Gao Yan frowned and hesitated whether to go. Perhaps Jing Xiaoyu also felt Gao Yan's hesitation, and said pitifully, please, Gao Yan. Then just wait, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan got up, changed into some clothes, took the car keys, and drove straight to the high-speed rail station. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan arrived, parked the car nearby, and then came to the exit of the high-speed rail station and saw Jing Xiaoyu standing alone at the exit. Gao Yan. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, a look of surprise appeared on Jing Xiaoyu's face, and she pulled the suitcase and ran towards him quickly. Looking at Jing Xiaoyu, who was dressed in JK attire, Gao Yan's expression was slightly raised, and he said calmly, give me the suitcase. Thanks. Jing Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and put the suitcase handle into Gao Yan's hand. Then put his arm around her. This intimate behavior made Gao Yan frown again, but he did not struggle and led the other party to the parking place. When she saw this Bentley Mulsanne, Jing Xiaoyu was surprised again. Is this your car? Yeah. I bought it at the Shanghai Auto Show last time. Gao Yan signaled that she could let go, then opened the trunk and stuffed the suitcase inside. This car is quite expensive, isn't it? After getting in the car, Jing Xiaoyu looked around and asked. Not bad, more than 6 million. Gao Yan said. Oh my God, more than 6 million. Jing Xiaoyu exclaimed. Before, she thought that Gao Yan was worth tens of millions at most, but now it seems that she still underestimated him. At the same time, she was a little regretful. She was busy live broadcasting at the auto show, and she didn't notice that Gao Yan had low-key bought a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan. If he had known that Gao Yan was so bold in taking action, she would definitely not have had the idea of developing Gao Yan into a backup. More than 10 minutes later, Gao Yan drove to the Marriott Hotel. After parking the car, Gao Yan got out of the car, took out his suitcase, and said to Jing Xiaoyu, who was still sitting in the passenger seat, "Get out of the car, and I'll help you book a room in the hotel." Jing Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and she still chose to get out of the car. Soon, Gao Yan opened a high-end suite for Jing Xiaoyu. He handed the room card to Jing Xiaoyu and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You go up and have a rest. I'll be back first," etc. Jing Xiaoyu shouted, "Gao Yan, can you send me up?" Marriott Hotel, in a superior suite. Gao Yan put down his suitcase, sat down on the sofa, looked at Jing Xiaoyu, and asked, "Tell me, what is your purpose of traveling all the way to Nandu?" He had no intention of going around in circles with Jing Xiaoyu, because he had checked her favorability level again. Compared with before, not only did it not improve, but it dropped to 65 points. "I said I fell in love with you and couldn't help but come to see you. Do you believe it?" Jing Xiaoyu blinked and said, "Speak humanly," Gao Yan said angrily. He had data to test his favorability. No woman could deceive him emotionally. "Why don't you believe it? If I didn't have a good impression of you, why would I come to Nandu to see you?" Jing Xiaoyu said unwillingly. "Okay, if you continue to go around in circles, I will really leave." Gao Yan drank softly and stood up, pretending to leave. "You are so boring," Jing Xiaoyu said a little depressed. "Well, actually, I came here this time to ask for your help." Gao Yan said nothing, waiting for her to continue. Seeing that Gao Yan was uncooperative, Jing Xiaoyu had no choice but to tell the truth about her situation. After listening to Jing Xiaoyu's story, Gao Yan did not show sympathy, but said, "Why do you have to be the anchor? Why don't you do something else?" Jing Xiaoyu came to Gao Yan, this time, with a go-for-broke mentality. Therefore, she did not intend to hide her thoughts, so she said with some regret, "Of course being an anchor can help me make money faster. I am addicted to magic. Metropolis Media is just an ordinary 3-store building. After graduation, it is difficult to find a job in the city, let alone a job that satisfies you. Moreover, new employees can only earn a few thousand yuan a month. If you want to find a job in the city, if you work hard to buy a house in a place like this, you may not be able to afford it even if you work hard all your life. On the contrary, as an anchor, even when I was at my worst, I was earning more than 10,000 a month, and at my peak, I could earn hundreds of thousands. If it were you, would you be willing to give up?" 2. Gao Yan nodded. "If it were me, I wouldn't want to give up." "In that case, why didn't you agree to that, Mr. Shen, and why did you come to me instead?" Gao Yan asked again. "I can't help it. He's so ugly that I can't bear to eat it. When I think of his pimple-covered face, I feel sick." When he mentioned Mr. Shen, that face flashed through Jing Xiaoyu's mind again, and she couldn't help it. I shivered. Just listen to Jing Xiaoyu continue. "As for me coming to you, firstly, I think you are a good person, and secondly, we are all classmates after all. Instead of taking advantage of other bastards, it is better to take advantage of you. After all, the wealth does not go to outsiders. God damn it, don't let outsiders do it." Gao Yan wanted to laugh a little and said, "What if I refuse?" "Then you're not a man." While talking, Jing Xiaoyu took another step forward, so that their bodies were close to each other, and they could even hear each other's breathing. Facing Jing Xiaoyu's teasing, Gao Yan did not panic, but instead put his arms around her waist. Feeling the mischievous hand on her waist, Jing Xiaoyu trembled slightly. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and said contemptuously, "I thought you wouldn't be tempted. Why, you can't help it anymore? This is an advantage brought to your doorstep, don't take advantage of it." Gao Yan smiled, then stopped and took a few steps back, sitting on the sofa. Again. Jing Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward, sat directly on Gao Yan's lap, put her arms around Gao Yan's neck, and asked softly, "Old classmate, can you really bear to see me being raped by an old man? Why don't you save me?" At this time, Gao Yan's hands became irregular again, causing Jing Xiaoyu's body to stiffen slightly. Gao Yan continued, "It's not impossible if you want me to save you, but I like obedient girls. You will listen to me. Words?" At this point, Gao Yan paused slightly, and his tone turned cold. "I will never be soft on those who betray me." While speaking, Gao Yan gradually exerted force on his hands, and Jing Xiaoyu suddenly let out a cry of pain, but noticed Gao Yan's cold and ruthless eyes. She subconsciously covered her mouth, but the tears in her eyes were spinning. Deep in her heart, he was even more afraid of Gao Yan. Gao Yan did this, not because he had any bad taste or a mental abnormality, but because he saw that Jing Xiaoyu, a woman who was very utilitarian, might give her a vaccination in the future if she didn't get one in advance. A few cuckolds. But looking at the pitiful Jing Xiaoyu, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel a little unbearable, and his voice became gentle. "Xiaoyu, tell me, what is your choice?" Hearing Gao Yan's gentle words, for some reason, Jing Xiaoyu felt a strange emotion in her heart. There was fear, joy, and awe, but she had no regrets. Sensing the change in the expression on Jing Xiaoyu's face, Gao Yan took the opportunity to throw a data eye and found that the other party's favorability level had soared to 81 points. This? He couldn't understand why Jing Xiaoyu had changed so much. Was she a jerk? Jing Xiaoyu did not answer her choice with words, but with practical actions. Looking at the cheek that was leaning toward him with his eyes closed, Gao Yan moved his hand. Amidst Jing Xiaoyu's exclamation, the other person's body fell into Gao Yan's arms. Then, Gao Yan lowered his head and kissed those two moist lips, gently. After a while, Gao Yan felt that Jing Xiaoyu had difficulty breathing, so he let her go. Jing Xiaoyu still closed her eyes tightly and dared not open them. Her body was like mud in Gao Yan's arms. She swore that she would not be able to resist anything Gao Yan did to her at this time. At the same time, she also recalled the scene of being kissed by Gao Yan just now. Thinking about it, she couldn't help licking her lips. After a while, she was a little confused as to why Gao Yan didn't continue. She opened her eyes and found that Gao Yan was smiling at her. She closed her eyes again, subconsciously out of shyness. At this time, she felt Gao Yan approaching again, and then her lips were kissed again. Gradually, Jing Xiaoyu lost herself in this wonderful experience. Separated again. Gao Yan threw out a data eye once and found that Jing Xiaoyu's favorability soared again, reaching 88 points. Almost, he said secretly, then picked up Jing Xiaoyu and walked towards the big bed. More than half an hour later, Jing Xiaoyu was weakly attached to Gao Yan's arms, and Gao Yan used the data eye again. Yes, as he expected, it just reached 90 points. With a thought, he took out the partner binding card and used it on Jing Xiaoyu. Using the data eye to continue checking, the other party's favorability has reached 100 points, which means never betraying. In the future, he doesn't have to worry about Jing Xiaoyu betraying him or Cheating on him. This partner binding card is so easy to use. I wonder if the card mall will appear again in the future? Gao Yan said secretly. With a thought, Gao Yan called up the system interface and entered the card mall. A new week has arrived, and the card mall has also refreshed 3 new cards. The first card is the diarrhea card, which is priced at 100,000 and has 10 cards in stock. The second card is the encounter card, which is priced at 1 million and has 5 cards in stock. After using it, you will encounter a beauty with a score of more than 90 points within an hour. The third card is the God-level gunmanship experience card, which is priced at 10 million and has 3 cards in stock. After using it, you will become a godlike gunman in the next hour. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan cleared the library layer of these 3 cards, spending a total of 36 million. In the afternoon of the next day, Gao Yan put Xing Xiaoyu on the high-speed train back to Shanghai, and then he drove to school. All exam results have been announced. All his subjects are A or above, so he can wait for the summer vacation with peace of mind. Qinghao failed 1 subject, which was not a big problem. As for Zhou Yuchao, he failed almost every subject, which was a bit miserable. It is worth mentioning that last Friday, 2 branches of Brothers Hot Pot restaurant opened in Nandu at the same time. How is the business at the branch? Gao Yan asked casually. He just sent a flower basket to the branch when it opened, stayed for a while and then left. He was busy with other things on Saturday and Sunday and didn't have time to ask Qinghao. Qinghao, who was originally a little depressed because he had to take the makeup exam, immediately became energetic when Gao Yan mentioned the hot pot restaurant. He said with joy, "It's better than expected." The revenue of the Qingbei store exceeded 400,000 yuan on the opening day. The Qingnan store was slightly worse, but it also exceeded 350,000 on the opening day, and the sales of the 2 stores continued to increase on Saturdays and Sundays. Congratulations then, Gao Yan said with sincere blessing. On the same day, Councillor Fan Xian announced the holiday time. Summer vacation will begin this Thursday, which happens to be June 27th. 4:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yan logged into the stock software and took a look at the stock price of Almay Medicine. It was exactly the same as the information in his mind. It went up to the limit and the closing price reached 84.5 yuan. The daily limit will continue to rise tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, when the stock price will directly exceed 100. Wait until next Wednesday to sell the stock. Snack Street, Meat Milk Tea Shop. Have you all thought about what you want to eat tomorrow? Gao Yan asked the 4 girls, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling. Brother, in the past few days, I have been seeing Brother's Hot Pot restaurant in my circle of friends. I heard that the taste of this hot pot restaurant is quite good. How about we go eat hot pot? Shen Lingling said. Yes, I have seen it in my circle of friends. I heard that the business of this hot pot restaurant is very good. If you go there late, you will have to queue for a long time. Another shop assistant agreed. This is no problem. Gao Yan smiled. The owner of Brothers Hot Pot restaurant is my friend. I can reserve a seat in advance without queuing. Let's do it this way. The time will be set at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. The dinner place will be at Brothers Hot Pot restaurant in the south of the city. The employees of the other 2 stores will take taxis there, but as for you, I will drive you there. After staying in the milk tea shop for a while, Gao Yan was ready to leave. But Qin Yue caught up with him. With a thought in his heart, Gao Yan threw a data eye at Qin Yue. His favorability was at a level of neither high nor low, just 70 points. What's up? Gao Yan looked at her and asked. Senior brother, can I advance 2,000 yuan in salary? Qin Yue, who had no longer bowed her head, began to bow her head again. What is it used for? Gao Yan asked. Grandma is sick and needs money for treatment. Qin Yue whispered. Is 2,000 enough? Gao Yan asked, do you need to go home and see your grandma? Enough. Qin Yue nodded. Grandma kept it secret from me before she was hospitalized. I didn't know until today, when my little sister secretly called me and said that the medical expenses were not enough, but Grandma wouldn't let me go back, saying it was a waste of money. Where is your hometown? Gao Yan asked again. Southwestern Yanshan City. Qin Yue said. What a coincidence, I'm also from the southwest. Have you heard of Jiangzhou City? Gao Yan asked with a smile. I heard it. Qin Yue nodded again. Let's do this. I'll give you an advance of 3,000 yuan. Your grandma will also need to supplement her nutrition after she is discharged from the hospital. As he spoke, Gao Yan transferred 3,000 yuan to Qin Yue on WeChat. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Yue said gratefully. Want to go back? Gao Yan asked again. Think. Qin Yue said decisively. Gao Yan said, I plan to drive back to my hometown after the holiday, but I will only stay for a few days. If you want to go back before the holiday, let me know so that you can save some travel expenses. Qin Yue looked up at Gao Yan, as if she wanted to see something from his face, and felt a little hesitant in her heart. Don't think too much, it's really a smooth journey. Even if you don't go back, I will still go back. After his mental power exceeded 90 points, Gao Yan's mind became extremely smart and he instantly captured Qin Yue's thoughts. In fact, he did not lie to Qin Yue. He did intend to go back, but he had not planned to drive before. After all, driving more than 1,000 kilometers is really tiring. It's not as convenient as flying. Thank you, senior brother, I want to go back. Okay, Thursday is the day off and we can leave on Friday morning. Is that okay? Okay, let's go back to work. Waving his hand, Gao Yan turned away. As soon as I walked to the community, the phone rang. After picking up the phone, an irritable female voice sounded, Boss Gao, do you know what day tomorrow is? What day? Gao Yan does not answer questions. Fang Zhenzhen said angrily, it seems you really don't know that our computer and app will be officially launched tomorrow. Shouldn't you, the boss, come to the company to take charge? So fast? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenzhen was speechless and was too lazy to talk. Nonsense with Gao Yan, it will be online at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, do you want to come or not? Before Gao Yan could continue to respond, the other party hung up the phone. Gao Yan didn't get angry or mind about this. After all, he was a boss who took things too far and left everything to Fang Zhenzhen. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Gao Yan lay on the sofa and opened the Huyu Live network. He directly ordered the virtual currency card to recharge 5 million into his Huyu account, and then changed his nickname to I am not Brother Yan. Then he clicked into Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. Jing Xiaoyu had just started broadcasting and was chatting with the fans in the live broadcast room. However, compared with yesterday, Jing Xiaoyu looked very radiant today. As for the popularity of the live broadcast room, there are only more than 1,000 people for the time being, and it is rising at a slow rate. Today is Monday, and the weekly rankings are refreshed. Because it has just started, Jing Xiaoyu's weekly and daily rankings are the same person, and the reward value is 5,000, which is 50 yuan. Because Gao Yan changed his nickname, Jing Xiaoyu did not notice Gao Yan's arrival and continued to chat with the fans. Compared with yesterday, her mentality has changed a lot. No longer anxious, but full of confidence, because the man has promised her to send her to the finals. I am not Brother Yan, I sent Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X1. I am not Brother Yan, I sent Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X2. I am not Brother Yan, I sent Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X3. I am not Brother Yan, I sent Yubao Luxury Cruise Ship X10. Seeing the entire screen occupied by luxury cruise ships, Jing Xiaoyu was stunned, and then ecstatic. After seeing the nickname I am not Brother Yan, she immediately understood that the man was here. At the same time, a strong sense of security rose in her heart. It is really good to have a man to protect her. Thank you Brother Yan, thank you Brother Yan for. Jing Xiaoyu's tone stagnated, because Gao Yan had not stopped and continued to swipe gifts. At this moment, he had swiped 15 luxury cruise ships. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also skyrocketing. At the same time, a large number of red envelopes fell from the sky, and dense red envelopes rained in the live broadcast room. 2 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan, who had swiped 100 luxury cruise ships, finally stopped. The number of people in the live broadcast room also exceeded 50,000 in just 2 minutes. The public screen was swiped 666 neatly. At this time, Jing Xiaoyu sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, husband, why are you brushing it this time? Tian Shengwakai, don't like it? Yubao, I like it, but the PK competition has not started yet. If you brush it now, it will be a waste. Tian Shengwakai, don't worry, I don't lack this little money. I will broadcast well and give you a surprise when you compete. If Gao Yan used real money to brush, it would really hurt, but the gifts he brushed were all from virtual currency cards, so it didn't matter at all. Yubao, thank you, husband, I love you. In a villa in Shanghai, an ugly and bloated middle-aged man was looking at his mobile phone with a gloomy face, and the screen of the mobile phone was Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. Fuck, where did this I am not Brother Yan come from? Yes, this person is Mr. Shen, who pressed Jing Xiaoyu step by step and wanted to force her to surrender. Seeing that this woman was about to surrender, she didn't expect Qing Yaojin to come out halfway. Thinking of this, he clicked into a WeChat group at everyone does. Anyone know where I am not Brother Yan came from? This WeChat group was created by a rich man from Tiger Entertainment. There is only one requirement to join the group, which is to give the anchor at least 1 million gifts. Seeing Mr. Shen's speech, those who knew the situation laughed secretly. Mr. Shen had been coveting Yubao for a long time and colluded with the guild behind Yubao to suppress Yubao. It was just to take down Yubao. Moreover, he asked other rich people in the group to give him face and not give Yubao gifts. Everyone is an online player and is happy to give him face. Without the protection of the big brother, Yubao's popularity plummeted in the past few months. Just when the net was about to be closed, I am not Brother Yan appeared. Many people can imagine Mr. Shen's furious look. Mr. Han at Mr. Shen, that I am not Brother Yan is a new account registered. Less than a month ago. With the 500,000 tonight, a total of 600,000 has been given to Yubao, and it has not been given to other anchors. It should be for Yubao, and perhaps knows Yubao in real life. Mr. Shen, impossible. If she can know such a rich man, why wait until today to give? Wu Xiaodao, could it be a small account opened by Yubao herself? Mr. Shen, this is even more impossible. I know her income and she can't afford 600,000 to give. Handsome to no friends, old Shen, I'm not saying anything bad about you. If you want to win her over, just spend money directly. Why play these twists and turns? Now that someone has picked the peach, I think you deserve it. Handsome to no friends is a rich second generation. He is a little uncomfortable with Mr. Shen's behavior. If you want to win Yubao, you can give more gifts. If she is willing, everyone will be happy. If she is not willing, change your target. Why use some unpresentable means to deal with a female anchor? Actually, to put it bluntly, I still don't want to spend more money. Mr. Shen has been playing on the Huyu platform for 3 years. He is said to be a super rich man, but in 3 years, the gifts he swiped are only about 1.5 million. Faced with the ridicule of being too handsome to have friends, Mr. Shen was very angry, but he couldn't afford to offend him. He could only pretend that he didn't see it, and directly sent a message in the group, "Who can help me get my WeChat account that is not Brother Yan? I'll go talk to him." After Gao Yan swiped 100 luxury cruise ships, he quit Huyu Live. Prepare to take a shower. Suddenly, a friend request came. Clicked it and saw that the nickname was Shen Baiwan, and the avatar was a black Rolls-Royce. Friend request, I am not Brother Yan, I have something to talk to you about. So, Gao Yan clicked to accept. As soon as he added the friend, the other party sent a message, Brother, are you a little bit unkind? Gao Yan was a little confused, what do you mean? Shen Baiwan, Yubao is the anchor I have been eyeing for a long time, brother. Are you trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? A light flashed in Gao Yan's mind, and he immediately understood who this guy was. Wasn't he the ugly Mr. Shen who had forced Xing Xiaoyu to submit again and again? Suddenly, he had a sneer on his face and replied, What's wrong with you? Targeting me? I just have a lot of money. It's none of your business if I want to give gifts to the anchor. Seeing Gao Yan's reply, Mr. Shen couldn't help but get angry. Boy, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Born to be talented, is it illegal to be arrogant? A poor guy who can't afford gifts and only knows how to use despicable means to force a female anchor, and he has the nerve to come to me and bark, get out. After sending the message, Gao Yan directly blocked Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen was too lazy to type, so he directly used voice to curse back, but just after sending it, he found that Gao Yan had already blacklisted him. Little arm bastard, I'm going to kill you. Mr. Shen was furious and threw his phone in anger. Gao Yan didn't take this incident seriously. He went into the bedroom to get some clothes and went straight to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Gao Yan drank 2 cups of medicinal wine, then picked up a book and went into the bedroom, intending to finish reading the book and go to bed. Time passed. Gao Yan frowned slightly because he heard a slight movement from the bedroom. He subconsciously used the golden pupil. He saw his door quietly opened from the outside, and then a man in black, wearing a hat and a mask, entered the living room. What's going on? Gao Yan looked a little weird. He put down the book in his hand and quietly got out of bed, flashed to the door, and then opened the bedroom door. The intruder who heard the movement subconsciously looked up. The two men's eyes collided with each other. The other party's eyes were cold and cruel, and he was obviously not a good person. Suddenly, the other party moved. Mixed with a strong gust of wind, he rushed straight towards Gao Yan. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether there is a problem once he makes a move. The moment the other party rushed towards him, Gao Yan judged that this person was a martial artist at the level of dark energy. In an instant, the other party had already rushed in front of him, with a cold and grim smile on his face, and then his right hand turned into a palm knife, cutting through the air and slashing towards Gao Yan's neck. At this moment, Gao Yan moved. He saw him clench his fist and hit the intruder's chest like lightning. In the other party's horrified eyes, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall of the living room with a bang, and then slowly slid down from the wall like a piece of paper. Hitting people is like hanging a painting. This is one of the iconic methods of the martial artist of Huajin. An expert in Huajin. The intruder shook his dizzy head and shouted in disbelief. "Who are you?" Gao Yan walked up to the other party and asked condescendingly, "Why did you attack me?" The other party remained silent. And Gao Yan's mind was also working quickly, guessing who sent this person. "Dang you? The other party is just an ordinary rich second generation, and he should not be able to send an expert in engine. Otherwise, after Li Feng failed, he would not come to seek peace. So, if it is not Dang Yu, then this person's arrival is related to the martial arts family. He beat Sun Menglong of the Sun family in Tianyun Club before, and this person may be related to the Sun family. Of course, he agreed to cooperate with the Qin family during this period. And the gambling fight involves the share of gambling stones. It may also be related to the enemies of the Qin family. Thinking of this, Gao Yan kicked the intruder unconscious, then called Lu Yun and said bluntly, "A dark force warrior broke into my house and wanted to harm me. I suspect that he was sent by your competitor. I have subdued him." Lu Yun's voice sounded, "Then Mr. Gao, are you okay?" Gao Yan, "I'm fine." Lu Yun, "That's good, Mr. Gao, how about this, I will send someone to take the other party away. No matter whether we can interrogate anything, our Qin family will give you an explanation, okay?" Gao Yan, "Okay, send someone, I'm here now." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan took out the unfinished book from the bedroom and sat on the sofa to continue reading, waiting for Lu Yun's people to arrive. At the same time, Nanyun and Chuncheng. In a private room of a high-end club. More than a dozen handsome young men were guarding a middle-aged wealthy woman. Some were beating her legs, others were pinching her shoulders, and some were feeding her fruits and wiping her mouth. The wealthy middle-aged woman did not show any expression of enjoyment, but looked very calm and indifferent. Obviously, she was used to such a scene. At this time, the box door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Went straight to Ma Xiangyu, and whispered in her ear, "Miss, the Dark Wolf has already taken action, and good news should come soon. Well, if you have any news, report it immediately." Ma Xiangyu said lightly that she didn't think Dark Wolf would miss, because Dark Wolf was one of the top 10 Dark Power Masters under her command. In order to train this group of people, the Ma family spent a lot of money, connections and resources. Although the Dark Wolf is only ranked 9th among these 10 people, it is still more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. If this matter is not related to the Ma family's income in the next 3 years, she can at most send a Ming Jin warrior there. After her eldest brother Ma Songbai reminded her before, she stepped up her investigation into the Qin family, and then discovered that Lu Yun, one of Qin Zhihui's important assistants, actually went to Nandu some time ago. Then her people followed the clues and discovered that Lu Yun had been in contact with a college student named Gao Yan. While investigating Gao Yan, they discovered that Gao Yan was actually an expert at gambling on stones. Coincidentally, when the intelligence officers were preparing to conduct further investigations on Gao Yan, they saw Gao Yan cutting out a piece of stone at Hongyun Stone Square. Violet, high ice species. And a piece of old pit glass species. After the intelligence personnel reported the news to Ma Xiangyu. But it shocked her, and she suddenly understood that the Qin family seemed to have made no unnecessary moves, but they had secretly found an extremely young stone gambling expert. Although it has not yet been determined whether Na Gao Yan will play on behalf of the Qin family. However, out of the desire to nip the danger before it happened, Ma Xiangyu decided to deal with this arrogant statement. Time passes. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ma Xiangyu's face darkened. She called the middle-aged man into the box, and drove out all the young people in the box. Is there no news from Dark Wolf yet? Not yet. The middle-aged man's face also showed a bit of doubt and worry. To deal with an ordinary person with Dark Wolf skills, the whole process should not take more than 5 minutes. But it has been 10 minutes now, and there is no news from the Dark Wolf, so there is a high possibility of something happening. Miss, with Dark Wolf's strength and experience there shouldn't be any problems. Why don't we wait? The middle-aged man thought for a while and then said, Ma Xiangyu nodded, but there was a bad feeling in her heart. Her sixth sense has always been accurate. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and there was still no news from Dark Wolf. Ma Xiangyu couldn't sit still and said in a deep voice, immediately send an order to Nandu's informants to go to the target location to check. Yes. The middle-aged man took the order. Tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Gao Yan put down the book in his hand, stood up and opened the door. He found 3 people standing outside the door. The leader was Qin Lin from Hongyun Stone Workshop. Behind him were 2 strong men whom Gao Yan also recognized. They were the ones who guarded the Laoqing rough stone warehouse before. It's Mr. Qin, come in. Qin Lin and the other 3 entered the room, and their eyes fell on the man who fainted in the corner. Do you know who he is? Gao Yan asked. Qin Lin looked at the 2 people. Although he was also from the Qin family, he was responsible for legitimate business and had almost no contact with the secret business. Therefore, he did not know them and only placed his hope on the 2 people he brought. On people. These 2 people were temporarily arranged by the Qin family. His true identity is that he was privately trained by the Qin family, to specialize in fighting and killing. Brother Lin, young Master Gao, this person seems to be the Dark Wolf under that bitch, Ma Xiangyu. One of them said. Are you sure? Qin Lin's expression changed. He had heard about Ma Xiangyu for a long time. He was considered the number 2 figure in the Ma family and had the information channels of the Ma family. Let's not talk about the rumors on the surface. In private, this bitch was a very ruthless person. Can't be wrong. Qin Shursen said with certainty, I once saw this guy take action during a mission. The guy broke into a gang alone and killed dozens of people in that gang. Although the guy's cultivation was just in the early days of Engine, the assassination methods were quite powerful, but I didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of young Master Gao. Having said this, he couldn't help but glance at Gao Yan, with a hint of admiration and curiosity in his eyes. Although he also knew that Gao Yan was at the pinnacle of Engine, he was so young and had little actual combat experience, but he was able to capture the dark wolf without any damage. Suddenly, his eyes glanced at the wall behind Dark Wolf. What are those traces? Because he discovered that there was a faint figure on the wall, and the words, "Beating someone is like hanging a painting," suddenly popped up in his mind. It's impossible. This Gao Yan is so young, how can he be the master of Huajin? Who is Ma Xiangyu? At this time, Gao Yan asked. Upon hearing Gao Yan's question, Qin Shisan quickly said, "Back to young Master Gao, this Ma Xiangyu is the second in command of the Ma family in Nanyun. She has the intelligence channel of the Ma family. This woman has a very vicious personality. She has a nickname Black Widow. At the same time, the Ma family is also one of the 7 major bookmakers of Haidian Stone merchants. On the surface, it is a partner with our Qin family, but in fact, it is also our competitor. It is estimated that the Ma family knows about the relationship between our Qin family and you. Cooperate. I'm worried that you won the Ma family in the gambling battle, so I sent someone to assassinate you." Qin Lin was a little surprised, because he felt that Qin Shisan's attitude towards Gao Yan was also inappropriate. So that's it? Gao Yan was stunned, and then said to Qin Lin, "Mr. Qin, take this man away." "Thank you, young Master Gao, for your understanding," Qin Lin said quickly. "Don't worry, this matter happened because of our Qin family. We will definitely give you an explanation." "Okay, I'll wait." Gao Yan nodded. "Farewell." The 3 of them took the unconscious Dark Wolf downstairs and got into the car, but Qin Lin subconsciously glanced at Qin Shisan. This Qin Shisan has always been unruly, and even he has superficial respect for him. Therefore, until now, he has not figured out why the other party is so respectful to Gao Yan. "Brother Lin, I suspect Gao Yan is a master of energy transformation." "How is that possible?" Qin Lin said in disbelief that a martial arts family like the Qin family could only cultivate one Hua gene in each generation. How could Gao Yan be the Hua gene at such an age? You know, the old man of the Qin family only entered Hua gene in his 40s. "Brother Lin, haven't you noticed that there are no signs of fighting at all in Gao Yan's room, which means he defeated the enemy with one move? I wonder if you have noticed the wall behind the floor where Dark Wolf is lying. The figure of Qian, if I guessed correctly, was hit by Gao Yan and slid down the wall." At this time, Qin Shichi suddenly turned Dark Wolf's body over, and there was indeed snow-white wall powder on his back. He said in shock, "Brother 13's guess should be right, then Gao Yan really may be master of transformation. You will know if you have interrogated Dark Wolf." Qin Lin said solemnly, thinking in his mind, if Gao Yan is really a powerful warrior, then the cooperative attitude between the Qin family and him will have to change. Late at night, Hanyang, Qin's house. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhihui is very busy every day, so he does not rest now. At this time, Lu Yin came to report. "Let him in." Qin Zhihui said lightly that Lu Yun was one of his most trusted assistants and would not disturb him at this time if there was nothing important. "Master, I have 2 things to say." Lu Yun said in a deep voice. Explain. Qin Zhihui did not raise his head and was still processing the documents in an orderly manner. First, Ma Xiangyu of the Ma family sent her dark wolves to assassinate Gao Yan. Lu Yun said. Hearing this, Qin Zhihui frowned and looked up at Lu Yun. Then Gao Yan is not injured, right? In his opinion, although Gao Yan was at the pinnacle of Anjin, he was still young and probably lacked actual combat experience. However, An Wolf was a master of assassination. Without warning, Gao Yan was likely to be injured or killed. Lu Yun shook his head. He was unharmed and captured Dark Wolf alive. Oh. Qin Zhihui's face showed a slightly surprised look. Gao Yan was able to capture Dark Wolf alive. Just listen to Lu Yun continue. After I knew the news, I arranged for Qin Lin to take Qin Shisan and Qin Shiqi there. As a result, Qin Shisan discovered that Gao Yan was very likely to be a master of energy transformation. Then, after they woke up the Dark Wolf, they conducted an interrogation and confirmed this fact. See. Hearing this, Qin Zhihui couldn't help but take a breath. You're not mistaken, are you, a 20-year-old energy transforming master? Confirmed without a doubt. Lu Yun's expression was solemn. Dark Wolf was hit against the wall by one of his moves and immediately lost its combat effectiveness. If he wasn't a master of energy transformation, it would be difficult to do it. Interesting. Qin Zhihui looked thoughtful. He put down the documents in his hands and began to pace in the study room. After a while, he said, even ordinary Danjin masters can't cultivate a 20-year-old Anjin. Come on, it seems that the master behind Gao Yan is much stronger than we thought. Master, should we continue to cooperate with him? Lu Yun asked. Certainly. Qin Zhihui nodded. However, the cooperation method must be changed. If he can help us win the first place in this gambling battle, we can give him 30% of the profit generated from the extra 15% share. 30%, isn't that too much? Lu Yun said in shock. You must know that the profit for a 10% share of rough stones is at least 10 billion a year. If you win the first place in the betting competition, you can make an additional 15 billion in profit, which is 45 billion in 3 years. If Gao Yan is given 30% of the profit, that would be 13.5 billion. Qin Zhihui glanced at Lu Yun indifferently. He was quite satisfied with Lu Yun's abilities in all aspects, but the layout was still a bit lacking. He continued, how can the value of a Danjin Grandmaster be compared with money? The high saying is 20, he became Huajin at the age of 18, and he has the guidance of Grandmaster Danjin behind him. Do you think it is very likely that he will become a Grandmaster of Danjin in the future? Lu Yun nodded. It was indeed very big. Qin Zhihui continued his analysis. Even if he cannot become the Grand Master of Danjin, his master is. If something happens to Gao Yan, won't his master intervene? In this regard, Lu Yun did not deny that hitting the younger ones would bring out the older ones. Qin Zhihui glanced at Lu Yun and said, you are also a warrior yourself, but your understanding of warriors, who should be high-level warriors, is still insufficient. Although the world is dominated by thermal weapons, many people have overlooked one problem. Those who use thermal weapons are also ordinary people. Without thermal weapons, a Mingjin warrior can easily defeat them. Let alone the great master of Danjin. Grandmaster Jin cannot stop someone if he wants to kill him, and the greatest value of Grandmaster Dan Jin is beheading. Speaking of this, Qin Zhihui's face became a little more meaningful. And Lu Yun also showed a look of sudden realization. Therefore, Grandmaster Dan Jin also calls it a humanoid nuclear weapon. Qin Zhihui added. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. Lu Yun bowed. Qin Zhihui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Okay, you will go to Nandu tomorrow to show the goodwill of our Qin family. At the same time, killing all the intelligence personnel of the Ma family in Yangdong will also be in. Explanation to Gao Yan. Yes. Lu Yun responded in a deep voice, with a chill on his face. Other side. The appearance of the dark wolf did not bring any psychological discomfort to Gao Yan. It's getting late. He is ready for bed. This time, Jing Xiaoyu played a WeChat video for him. Did the live broadcast go well tonight? Gao Yan asked. It went so well, thanks to your support, husband. Jing Xiaoyu said. Excitedly, when I started broadcasting, there were still more than 100,000 people. Thank you, husband. You're welcome. As long as you obey, I will give you more in the future. Gao Yan said with a smile. Husband, I miss you. Jing Xiaoyu suddenly said, Can I come to Nandu to see you this week? Gao Yan said, I miss you too, but I will go back to Jiangsu on Friday and should be back next week. You can come over then. Jing Xiaoyu, well, I will listen to you. Gao Yan, okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. Jing Xiaoyu, Mama, I love you. After hanging up the video, Gao Yan put down his phone and began to lie on the bed and fall asleep. 8 o'clock the next morning. Gao Yan drove to the upstairs of Xinchen Technology Network Company. Then take the elevator to the 16th floor. Hello, what can I do for you? The company's front desk asked politely. You are such a failure as a boss that even your own employees don't recognize you. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded, and it was Fang Zhenzhen, who was dressed in a professional suit, coming from behind. Hello, boss, hello, Mr. Fang. From Fang Zhenzhen's words, the front desk knew that the young man in front of her was actually the boss of the company, and greeted her with some fear. Gao Yan smiled at her, and then said to Fang Zhenzhen. It doesn't matter, I can rest assured that you can help me manage the company. But Fang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at him. Watching the two leave, the front desk couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The boss shouldn't bother with me, right? Gao Yan followed Fang Zhenzhen to her office, and then listened to her report. I have to say that Fang Zhenzhen's ability is indeed very good. She contacted many brands in person, and the discounts were quite good. In addition, she also contacted many advertisers and secured recommendation positions on major platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and Penguin. Once the Sunday Mall goes online, it will attract a large number of recommendations. She also spent a lot of money, and the initial 300 million yuan in funds were almost gone. Fang Zhenzhen said, if the online data is good, it would be best to continue to promote it, but the company's funds are insufficient. What do you think about this, boss? Isn't it just funds? Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly. Then, I will inject another 500 million into the company. If it's not enough, 1 billion will do. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenzhen looked at Gao Yan in surprise. Are you kidding? Would I joke about this? The first thing I'll do is inject 500 million into the company. Just spend it. If the money is not enough, just tell me. While talking, Gao Yan pretended to pick up the phone to operate like this. But in fact he asked the system to transfer 500 million to the company's account. Less than 2 minutes later, the financial manager knocked on the door and came in. "Boss, you're here?" Zheng Hui was a little surprised to see Gao Yan, and then reported to Fang. "Xinjin, Boss Fang, 500 million has just been deposited into the company account." "I know, Sister Zheng, it's the new funds injected by the boss," Fang Xinjin said. "Then Boss Fang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work first." After Zheng Hui left, Fang Xinjin said in a complicated tone, "Your only advantage is that you pay me easily. Working for you, at least I won't worry about funds. Work hard, and when the website has achievements, I'll give you a raise." Gao Yan smiled proudly. He had to be nice to the toolman, and in the future, he only needed to lie down to gain experience and count money. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The website and app of Sunday Mall were also launched at the same time. At the same time, ads and push notifications of Sunday Mall began to appear on major platforms. With the efforts of ads and push notifications on major platforms, the number of app downloads and website views are also rising rapidly. In the president's office, Gao Yan drank coffee leisurely, but Fang Xinjin seemed a little nervous. "You know, this advertisement cost more than 100 million yuan. If the results are not ideal, it will be a big blow to her. After all, this project was built by her." In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." It was Han Weilin, the manager of the technical department, who came. "How are the data, Manager Han?" Fang Xinjin asked hurriedly. Han Weilin smiled and said, "Boss, Mr. Fang, within an hour, the total number of views on our website reached 125,000, and the number of downloads of the app was also very good, with 240,000, 13,000 orders, and the sales amount reached more than 30 million. Fang Xinjin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this. Data. This is morning, not the peak of traffic, so this data is already quite good. As for the number of orders, it is not surprising, because all the products on the website are sold at 20% off. Don't underestimate the power of 20% off. For example, a mobile phone that sells for 5,000 yuan only costs 4,000 yuan after the discount. In addition, the focus of the Sunday Mall is the discount on Sunday. When that day comes, everyone will know how terrifying the discount will be. But Gao Yan still seems very calm, because he already knew the sales amount through the system. It has only been online for an hour, and more than 30 million experience points have been brushed. Wouldn't it be hundreds of millions in a day? Then, 2 billion upgrade experience is nothing. Manager Han, please notify the supervisors and managers of each department to come to the small conference room for a meeting. At this time, Gao Yan said, "Okay, boss." After a while, the company's small conference room. The supervisors and managers of each department have arrived. Except for Zheng Hui and Han Weilin, who he personally recruited, everyone else is relatively unfamiliar with him as a boss. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Yan slowly said, "After this period of hard work, our product is finally online. Judging from the data, it is quite good. As a boss, I would like to thank everyone for their efforts." "Boss, you are too kind, it's all right." "Yes, boss, the salary you give is not low, it is natural for us to work for you." Someone immediately flattered him. Gao Yan raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. "Stop flattering, let's get down to business. First, Mr. Fang will get 3 times his salary this month. Supervisors and managers will get 2 times their salary, and all employees will get double their salary this month. No amount of chicken soup can compare to a salary increase, so when Gao Yan just announced the news, everyone in the conference room cheered without restraint. Even Fang Xinjin smiled a little more. She earns 1.2 million yuan a year, an average of 100,000 yuan a month, and tripled salary is 300,000 yuan. Although she is also from a wealthy family, 200,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount. After the meeting, Gao Yan said to Fang Xinjin, "Mr. Fang, I'll leave the company's affairs to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "You're leaving now?" Fang Xinjin looked at Gao Yan in surprise. This was the first day the company's product was launched. "If I don't leave, you're going to treat me to a meal?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Fang Xinjin couldn't help but complain, "I really don't know what to say about you. You don't care about your company, but you are willing to invest. But you care, but you are leaving after only 1 hour in the company." "That's because I believe you," Gao Yan said seriously. "Oh, I almost believed it," Fang Xinjin said contemptuously. "I think you just want to be a hands-off boss." "Haha, I didn't expect you to see through it." Gao Yan admitted it without any embarrassment. "Get out," Fang Xinjin said unhappily. "Okay." The next moment, Gao Yan decisively left. Seeing his leaving back, Fang Xinjin laughed. "This guy is really, it's a good thing you met me. If it were someone else, he would have taken away your company's assets long ago." But to be honest, although Gao Yan, the boss, is a little unreliable, he trusts her without reservation, which makes her feel warm in her heart. Downstairs is the senior sister's game company. Since we are all here, Gao Yan simply went to the game company to see his senior. Because Qian Bauer had introduced Gao Yan to all the employees, there was no situation where the front desk didn't recognize him. "Hello, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao, you are here." With the arrival of Gao Yan, the employees of the game company also greeted him. "Is Mr. Qian here?" Gao Yan asked casually. "In the office." "Thank you." Gao Yan went directly to Qian Bauer's office and raised his hand to knock on the door. Qian Bauer's voice came from inside, so he pushed the door open. Seeing Gao Yan, Qian Bauer's eyes flashed with surprise. "Why are you here? Isn't it to see you?" Gao Yan said with a smile. "What's so good about me?" Qian Bauer said shyly. With a thought, he threw a data eye at Qian Bauer, and his favorability level actually reached 85 points. It has improved by 3 points, compared to the last time at her house. "Senior, I'm afraid you don't know anything about your charm." With his smooth tongue, he has deceived so many girls, Qian Bauer said sweetly in his heart. "My conscience, I tell the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll ask a few employees to come in and ask." As he spoke, Gao Yan really wanted to look for someone outside. "Return," Qian Bauer shouted quickly. After some laughter, Gao Yan took the initiative and asked, "Senior sister, how is the sales situation of our company's games?" Qian Bauer said, "It's very good. It has exceeded 2 million sets, and the current increase is quite good. More than 3 million sets is not a problem, and the company is already preparing to develop new games. Even if there are 3 million units, the sales amount will be less than 60 million. To be honest, Gao Yan already looked down upon him. "Senior, have you ever considered making free games?" Gao Yan asked. "I don't have any plans for the moment." Qian Bauer said. Why? Gao Yan asked. Qian Bauer said, free games are not as easy as you think. Today's free games are dominated by Goose Factory. They control the traffic channels. If your game becomes popular, you will either wait to be acquired or someone else will copy it. Then use the traffic magic weapon to overtake you and squeeze you out. Therefore, from the beginning, we did not plan to make free games. Instead, we would rather make paid games. Although the income is far less than free games, after accumulating a certain amount of experience and technology, we made if it's a good game, the future is pretty good. I see. Gao Yan nodded, understanding why Qian Bauer played a paid game. Stayed here for half an hour with Qian Bauer. Gao Yan had to leave, because he received a call from Lu Yun, who asked him to meet. When they met again, Gao Yan clearly felt that Lu Yun's attitude towards him had changed significantly, becoming more polite and even somewhat respectful. After greetings and sitting down, Lu Yun said apologetically, "Young master Gao, let me first report to you the beginning and end of the whole thing." Gao Yan nodded. Lu Yun continued, "The Ma family is a martial arts family in Nanyun. Although their background is not as good as our Qin family, they have developed extremely rapidly in the past 10 years. At the same time, the Ma family is also one of the dealers behind the Jadeite Rough, and he was the top player in the last gambling competition. In other words, the Ma family sent someone to assassinate me. Is it also related to this gambling fight?" Gao Yan interjected. "Indeed." Lu Yun nodded. "I also mentioned to you last time that our Qin family originally had 2 veteran stone gambling masters. One passed away 5 years ago, and the other had a car accident before the last gambling fight and has been paralyzed. Although there is no evidence, we are almost certain that Mr. Chen's car accident was probably caused by the Ma family." "Then you haven't thought about going back for revenge?" Gao Yan asked curiously. "Why haven't you thought about it?" Lu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "However, the Ma family had already taken precautions and protected the stone gambling master under their command. We tried several times but ended in failure." Suddenly, Lu Yun changed the topic. "By the way, our family leader also knew about your assassination, and ordered all spies and informants of the Ma family in Yangdong to be removed. This is also a warning to the Ma family. At the same time, we sent people to Nandu to try to avoid things like last night happening." At this point, Lu Yun paused before continuing. The head of the family said that after all, you are implicated for our Qin family, so as long as you help us win the first place in the gambling competition, in the next 3 years, the Jadeite Rough, we can give you 30% of the profit." "How much is the 30% profit?" Gao Yan asked. "About more than 10 billion. Lu Yun smiled. "So much?" Gao Yan was shocked. 300 million became more than 10 billion, just because of one assassination? Suddenly, Gao Yan felt a little more vigilant. After all, apart from the system, he still didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. Lu Yun saw Gao Yan's confusion and explained with a smile, "Brother Gao, don't worry too much. In fact, there is a reason for giving you 30%, and this is on the premise that you win the first place." "What's the reason?" Lu Yun continued, "Because you are a Huajin master. A young Huajin master like you is very likely to become a Danjin Grandmaster in the future, and befriend a future Danjin Grandmaster with more than 10 billion. It's still a good deal." You are quite calm. Gao Yan smiled and said that Gao Yan, the master of Danjin, was indeed very confident. After all, he had a system. It had only been more than a month since he obtained the system, but he had already become Huajin. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Our purpose is to make friends with you, not to offend you. Naturally, the more calm the better, otherwise, if we have plotted against you now, when you know about it in the future, you will inevitably have a grudge in your heart, and it will not be good for us. Cooperation isn't it? Too." Gao Yan smiled and nodded. "Then Brother Gao is willing to accept the goodwill of our Qin family?" Lu Yun asked nervously. "Of course." Gao Yan smiled and said, "Anyway, I have promised to cooperate with you. If I don't agree, I will get 300 million. If I agree, I will get more than 10 billion. Why don't I agree?" Lu Yun laughed and said, "Haha, that's great. Please take care of me, brother Gao. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Our Qin family will definitely help you. I really have one thing." Gao Yan narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter?" Lu Yun asked. "Do you have any information about the Ma family?" Gao Yan asked in a deep voice. The Ma family had sent people to assassinate him, and he had also cooperated deeply with the Qin family. He was considered a mortal enemy. Since he had already formed a mortal enemy, there was no reason not to go back with revenge. "Yes." Lu Yun nodded. "Brother Gao, what are your plans?" Gao Yan smiled. "The more comprehensive the better, send it to me as soon as possible." "Brother Gao, are you planning to take revenge on the Ma family?" Lu Yun asked solemnly. "Yeah." Gao Yan nodded. After receiving Gao Yan's reply, Lu Yun's face became more solemn. He persuaded in a low voice, "Brother Gao, don't be impulsive. The Ma family is not as simple as you think. Although you have entered the Huajin, you are only just a Huajin. In the early stage, the Huajin of the Ma family was in the late stage of Huajin. In addition, the Ma family also formed an elite gun team. The members of this gun team are all excellent in marksmanship, and they also have Ming gene cultivation. Even if Huajin is a master will suffer a big loss if he is surrounded by 8 such elite gunmen, and the Ma family has a total of 72 elite gunmen. On the other hand, the Qin family, although their background is worse than that of the Ma family, their geographical advantage is not as good as that of the Ma family. They have the strength to form a gun team, but they cannot do so. The Ma family is located on the border, and their gunmen are usually stationed outside the country. Once they receive orders from the Ma family, these gunmen can quickly enter the country within 2 hours and obey the orders. Furthermore, the Ma family has many secret masters. Even the secret wolf who assassinated you last night was only one of the top 10 secret masters under Ma Xiangyu. There are no less than 20 secret masters under the master of the family, Ma Songbai, and more. What's more, Nanyun is the territory of the Ma family, and the news that you are going to Nanyun must not be concealed. Once they use dark strength warriors to hold you back in advance, and then use elite gunners to shoot you with precision. With your early stage strength, you have to be severely injured even if you don't die, so Brother Gao had better think twice. In fact, the best way to get revenge is to win the first place in the gambling battle and cost the Ma family tens of billions. Gao Yan was not a brainless person. Hearing what Lu Yun said, he did feel that he was a little impulsive, but it was not his style not to retaliate after being beaten. So he said, I will think about it, but you still have to give me a copy of the Ma family's information. All right. Seeing Gao Yan's insistence, Lu Yun was helpless. He had to report the matter to the head of the family as soon as possible. If Gao Yan went to Nanyun too, avenged and was killed by the Ma family, then their Qin family would suffer a big loss. Lu Yun left with worries. But Gao Yan seemed very calm. He has a pill strength experience card. In addition, he also has 3 God level marksmanship experience cards. The 2 are superimposed. He doesn't think the Ma family can do anything to get him. But if you want to get firearms, you probably have to trouble the Qin family. By the way, he was going to have dinner with the employees of the milk tea shop tonight. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and called Qing Hao and booked a private room at the Qingnan store. Time flashes to 6 o'clock. Gao Yan took out the stock software and logged in. Today, the stock price of Aome Pharmaceutical has reached the daily limit. Again, with the closing price reaching 92.95 yuan. There will be another daily limit tomorrow, and the stock price will successfully exceed 100 yuan. 6:30. Gao Yan announced that he was off work. Then he took the 4 girls, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling, to the parking place. Brother, is this your car? Shen Lingling asked in surprise when she saw Gao Yan's car. You know him? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Of course I do, this is a Bentley, a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Shen Lingling said excitedly, Senior brother, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Do you have a girlfriend? If so, do you mind having one more? 7 p.m. Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, Qingnan Branch. 2 store managers and 6 store clerks from the Wanlong store and Hengda store have arrived in advance. Qing Hao left a large box for Gao Yan and personally delivered some exquisite snacks. Generally speaking, when the boss brings his employees to a dinner party, he must speak first. Gao Yan was not exempt from vulgarity. He briefly spoke a few words, mainly about opening a branch. The milk tea recipe he obtained has 32 flavors, but now only 7 are used. So a branch must be opened. Currently, Gao Yan plans to increase the number of milk tea shops in Nandu to 10 during the summer vacation. And he also said that the store managers of the 7 new stores will be selected from among the store employees. Hearing the news, except Shen Lingling, the other 8 clerks were very excited. After all, the store manager's salary would be much higher. Soon, the bottom of the pot was served. Once the bottom of the pot is boiling, start serving food. The hot pot at this brother's hot pot restaurant is really delicious. After tasting it, everyone except Gao Yan praised the taste of hot pot. Because the hot pot tastes so good, in the following time everyone kept repeating the action of placing the food, picking it up, and eating it again. I even forgot to chat. After the meal, Gao Yan went to settle the bill. Then he transferred 2,400 yuan to Zhang Qin and asked her to take everyone to the KTV. If she didn't want to go, she would divide the 2,400 yuan between them. Tonight, he was not going to go back to the rental house and go to sleep in Yujinjiwen. After Gao Yan left, a clerk couldn't help but said, Our boss is very generous. Lu Ran smiled and said, Our boss is indeed very generous. He offers a higher salary than other places, and he also likes to give out red envelopes. If you knew what kind of car the boss drives, you would know why the boss is so generous. A clerk at the snack street said mysteriously. Isn't it an Audi A4? Zhang Qin couldn't help but wonder. Of course not. The boss has already changed the car. The Bentley Mulsanne. I checked it online. It's more than 6 million, said the clerk. It's so expensive. Could it be that our boss is the second generation of rich people? That's not clear. By the way, what do you think? Should we go sing, or should we divide the money? Zhang Qin asked everyone. Split the money. So, Zhang Qin divided the 2,400 yuan into 12 parts and gave each of the other 11 people a 200 yuan red envelope. Yue, what do you think of senior brother Gao? After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Shen Lingling asked Chen Yue. Very, very good. Chen Yue's cheeks turned slightly red. Then do you have any ideas? Shen Lingling asked again. No. Chen Yue shook her head. Her biggest wish now is to study hard and find a good job after graduation. I think senior brother Gao treats you very well. If you can seize the opportunity, you can at least save a few decades of struggle. Shen Lingling is not blind, so she can naturally see that Gao Yan treats Chen Yue differently from others. Lingling, don't talk nonsense. I just want to study hard now and have no idea of falling in love. Chen Yue defended nervously. You are such a fool. Shen Lingling rolled her eyes speechlessly. What are you studying for? Find a good job. Then why are you looking for a good job? Make money so that grandma and little sister can live a good life. Chen Yue said seriously. Shen Lingling said angrily, didn't you listen to my senior brother tonight? He will open 7 branches during the summer vacation. When he opens more stores, he will definitely need to create a company to manage them. You are now the store manager, and senior brother is also, he has a special regard for you. As long as you perform well, you will definitely join his company in the future. Why should you abandon the near and far away? Of course, it would be best if you become the boss's wife. Then, you can just arrange a relaxing position for me. Hearing the word boss lady, Chen Yue didn't know what she thought of, and her cheeks turned red again. Hey, Hanin, did you listen to me? Seeing Chen Yue, who was distracted, Shen Lingling was a little dissatisfied. I heard it. Seeing Chen Yue's appearance, Shen Lingling felt a little resentful. Forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you. After arriving at number 15 Yujinjuan, Gao Yan logged into HuYu Live Network and first recharged the 5 million in the virtual currency card to HuYu.com. After all, the virtual currency card was refreshed every day. But the coins after recharging will not disappear. After entering Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, he found that Jing Xiaoyu happened to be competing with someone. Moreover, he also found that Jing Xiaoyu still had a bit of anger on his face. The anchor who was connected to Jing Xiaoyu had a slender face, and it looked like he had plastic surgery. At this moment, 2 minutes of PK time have passed. Jing Xiaoyu's PK value is only over 200,000, which is more than 2,000 yuan. While the other anchor's PK value is a full 1.2 million, completely overpowering Jing Xiaoyu. And there are many fans of the other party shouting and insulting on the public screen. Brother Yan is here, our Yubao can be saved. At this time, some sharp-eyed fans saw Gao Yan's account. Brother Yan, please help Yubao, he is going too far. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Gao Yan floated on the public screen. The enthusiastic fans hurriedly talked about it, and then Gao Yan knew what was going on. It turned out that the anchor who contacted me was deliberately looking for trouble. If you lose this PK, you have to lie down on the ground and learn how to bark 10 times. Jing Xiaoyu disagreed at first. As a result, the other party provoked the conversation, and the other party's popularity was far less than that of Jing Xiaoyu. In a fit of anger, Jing Xiaoyu agreed. Unexpectedly, as soon as the PK between the two parties started, a big brother appeared from the other side and swiped 2 luxury cruise ships in a row, and the scumbag was none other than Mr. Shen, the pig-headed boss who had been pressing her hard in the past. Obviously, this PK was planned by Mr. Shen specifically to humiliate Jing Xiaoyu. After figuring out the origin of the matter, Gao Yan directly bought 10 luxury cruise ships. Immediately, Jing Xiaoyu's PK value surpassed that of the other party, reaching more than 5 million. Thank you so much for your help, Brother Yan. I love you. Jing Xiaoyu's worries turned into joy, and she said happily. On the other side, there is the live broadcast room of the female anchor, Meng Meng. Shindali, who was in this live broadcast room, naturally saw that Jing Xiaoyu's PK value had surpassed him, and he also checked 10 luxury cruise ships, and said on the screen, the little brat who appears out of nowhere dares to fight with me. Wow, Mr. Shen is so powerful, Meng Meng loves you so much. Meng Meng was secretly happy, thinking that 2 luxury cruise ships were the limit, but she didn't expect that there were 10 more luxury cruise ships. The undercover agent lurking in the live broadcast room quickly sent Mr. Shen's words back to Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. Without saying a word, Gao Yan visited 40 luxury cruise ships in a row. Then the screen said, "Shameless old turtle, continue if you can." Similarly, Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room also had spies from the other party. Therefore, after knowing Gao Yan's reply, Shindali almost fainted and decisively followed 40 ships. This time, Gao Yan cleared 50 ships in one go. The fans in the live broadcast room were so excited that they even went straight to Ming Ming's live broadcast room to provoke and ridicule. Before, they had no big brother here, so they could only endure the ridicule and ridicule from the other side. Now, the eldest brother is here, it's time for them to vent their anger. 100 luxury cruise ships crashed down, and red envelopes rained down all over the screen. The popularity of Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room has also soared crazily. Unknowingly, it has exceeded 100,000, and it is still soaring at a rate of hundreds of people per second. In a certain villa, Shindali looked at the ridiculing words that appeared on the public screen in the live broadcast room, and his eyes turned red with anger. He originally wanted to spend some money to humiliate Jing Xiaoyu, but he didn't expect that "I'm not Brother Yan" came out again and stepped on him hard. Damn it, don't let me know who you are, or I'll kill you. Shindali gritted his teeth and said. In fact, he is not as rich as he thought. He did run a company, but the company has been losing money in the past 2 years, and the villa he lives in is rented and will expire next month. Even the Rolls-Royce in his WeChat avatar was rented to support the scene, and his original car was a Mercedes worth more than 2 million yuan. At this time, Meng Meng sent him a WeChat message, "Brother Shen, you have spent a lot of money on others today. That I am not Brother Yan is really fierce. Otherwise, we should just admit defeat." Shindali, who was hesitating whether to continue to top up money, saw this WeChat message and immediately became angry. Although he knew that Meng Meng sent this WeChat message to provoke him, he just couldn't swallow it, and it was him who took the initiative in this war. If he loses to a newcomer, he may not be able to use the account of Shen Wanwan to hang out in Hu Entertainment in the future. So, he replied, "Don't worry, he's just a fool, let's see how I suppress him." Then he decisively recharged 500,000 yuan into his account and continued to buy Meng Meng a luxury cruise. I saw Shandali continuing to brush. Gao Yan also started to move. Anyway, he wasn't allowed to top up the money with real money, so he didn't feel any distress at all while doing it. Soon, both sides each destroyed 100 luxury cruise ships, but Gao Yan was still ahead by dozens of ships. The PK time is only 30 seconds left. Shandali's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He planned to continue to top up money, but was reminded that his account balance was insufficient. What the hell? He slammed the phone to the ground and collapsed on the sofa. The 500,000 yuan was what he left for workers to pay wages. He was already 2 months in arrears of wages. If wages were not paid this month, the workers were afraid of causing a scene. Time gradually passed, and Shandali had no movement. Looking at the far-ahead PK value, Jing Xiaoyu had a thick smile on his face. At the same time, he sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan to express his gratitude. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds passed. Jing Xiaoyu won this PK. The female anchor named Meng Meng was very straightforward. She immediately lay down on the ground and learned how to bark like a dog. She is not a big anchor. The monthly income is only a few thousand yuan. Therefore, when Shandali approached her, she agreed to his terms without hesitation. She originally thought it would be good to earn a few thousand yuan, but she didn't expect to earn hundreds of thousands. This was far more than her annual live broadcast income. Lying on the ground and learning how to bark was nothing. Not only was she not unhappy at all, but she was quite happy. Gao Yan stayed in the live broadcast room for a while. Seeing that Shandali left the live broadcast room without further provocation, he still sent a WeChat message to Jing Xiaoyu. If Shen Wanwan was looking for trouble, send him a WeChat message directly. He got up and went to the study room on the second floor and turned on the computer. Enter the mailbox. I just received news from Lu Yun that the Ma family's information has been sent to his mailbox. After downloading the email, Gao Yan watched it silently. The Ma family of Nanyun emerged during the Republic of China. After more than 100 years, the Ma family has become a behemoth in Nanyun. The current head of the Ma family is named Ma Songbai. He is not a Huajin warrior, but he has reached the peak of darkness. The Ma family's Huajin master is Ma Songbai's second uncle, Ma Heian. Ma Heian is 52 years old. He was a martial arts fanatic when he was young, so he is unmarried. He majors in Xingyiquan, Tai Chi, and Bajiquan. He broke through to the late stage of Huajin 2 years ago. Ma Xiangyu is the second in command of the Ma family. She controls the intelligence channels of the Ma family. She likes to play with little blood. She has a vicious and sinister personality and is always merciless in her attacks. She is also known as the Black Widow. Ma Songbai has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son Ma Yulong is studying in a prestigious foreign university. It is said that he has obtained 2 doctorate titles and will return to China next month. The second son, Ma Yuhu, is a martial arts genius. At the age of 22, he has already joined the dark force. He loves martial arts and hates literature. He is not currently in the country, but serves as the leader of a warlord in Black Burma and serves as the leader of the main force. In fact, the warlord was also supported by the Ma family. Many important positions were held by people from the Ma family. The warlord was a mascot and puppet. As for Ma Songbai's youngest daughter, her name is Ma Yufei. She is 17 years old. She has a delicate and overbearing personality. She once forced the girl to jump off a building to her death when she tried to steal her boyfriend from someone at school. In addition, she also enjoys playing tricks on people. Students and teachers in the school have been teased and humiliated by her. Teachers and students often have to take a detour when they see her. Gao Yan was looking at the Ma family's information. Brother and sister Ma Songbai and Ma Xiangyu were also discussing him. Little sister, you let me down this time. Ma Songbai glanced at Ma Xiangyu lightly and said reproachfully. Brother, this is indeed my negligence, but don't worry, I will never miss it. Next time, I plan to send the Wolf King there. A murderous intent flashed in Ma Xiangyu's eyes. The Wolf King is the #1 master under her command. He is proficient in all kinds of assassination methods and is an absolute assassination king. The Qin family is already on guard, don't rush to act. Ma Songbai shook his head. During this period, first find out the details of Gao Yan. I feel, this boy is not simple. Ma Xiangyu's actions are quite fast, and it will take only 1 day to act. Nandu is not the Qin family's territory, but the mission failed. Then, the reason for the failure is very likely not because of the Qin family, but that Gao Yan and transfer an elite gunner back to prevent the Qin family from counterattacking. Ma Xiangyu said with some disapproval, Brother, there is no need for this. With the second uncle in charge, and Nanyun is our territory, even if there is a little disturbance, it will not escape my eyes. They can't make any waves. If they can really do anything, they won't wait until now. After all, their last gambling stone master was crippled by us. Better safe than sorry. Ma Songbai shook his head. The recent wind direction seems to be a bit wrong. Some people have opinions about our Ma family, and the Shui family, and the Hu family have been suppressed too hard by us. They know about this matter, and they may not do some small actions. Hearing this, Ma Xiangyu's face changed slightly, and a hint of viciousness flashed across her expression. I know, big brother, I will immediately order an elite team to be transferred back. And you, keep a low profile recently, don't let your shitty things give others an excuse to make trouble. Ma Songbai reminded meaningfully. Brother, you worry too much, don't you know my character? I have handled everything cleanly, and it's simply a dream to catch my flaws. That would be the best. Ma Songbai nodded, pay attention to investigating Gao Yan's affairs. After all, this is related to the income of the next 3 years. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan called up the system interface and checked the upgrade experience. He found that his upgrade experience had soared to 210 million, minus the experience gained in the milk tea shop and the game company in the past 2 days. The Sunday Mall brought him almost 200 million experience. In other words, the sales amount of the Sunday Mall today reached 200 million. However, all the goods are sold at a 20% discount. There is a certain profit for bulk goods, but ordinary goods are definitely losing money. Thinking of this, he directly sent a WeChat message to Han Weilin to ask about the data of the Sunday Mall. The Sunday Mall went online at 9 o'clock in the morning. In the past 14 hours, the number of downloads of the app directly exceeded 5 million. A new app had 5 million downloads on the same day, which is definitely a very scary data. Of course, there is a reason. After all, the advertising fee alone cost more than 100 million, and this advertising fee of more than 100 million will only last for 3 days. Secondly, it is word of mouth. There are many well-known brands in all the goods in Sunday Mall, and these are all negotiated by Feng Zhenzhen. The prices of well-known brands are relatively transparent. For example, the market price of the latest Fruit mobile phone is 5,000 yuan. And the price on Taobao or JD.com is only a few dozen yuan cheaper. And it only costs 4,000 yuan on Sunday Mall. It is 1,000 yuan cheaper all of a sudden. How can you not be tempted? This is because Sunday Mall has just been launched, and its credit is not high, which makes many people wait and see. After the first batch of buyers receive the goods, I believe that the sales volume of Sunday Mall will surge again. This wave is stable. Gao Yan secretly said that with the existence of the big killer of Sunday Mall, he will not have to worry about upgrading experience in the future. Just getting ready to go to bed. Xing Xiaoyu sent a WeChat message, "Husband, are you asleep?" Tian Shengwakai, just getting ready to go to bed, are you done with the live broadcast? Yubao, just got off the live broadcast, husband, do you know how much my peak popularity has increased today? Born to be a talent, it should be 200,000, right? Yubao, a full 280,000. I never dared to imagine such popularity before. Huyu is currently the largest live broadcast website in the live broadcast industry. Every time the top anchors broadcast live, the number of people in the live broadcast room is more than 100,000. If there is a hot spot or the big brother swipes gifts, the popularity can reach more than 200,000. Therefore, Xing Xiaoyu's popularity tonight is comparable to that of the top anchors. But to be honest, Xing Xiaoyu's potential is not as good as that of the top anchors, because those top anchors either have their own personalities or their own highlights. On the other hand, Xing Xiaoyu, in addition to being beautiful and having a good figure, her singing and dancing skills are very average. This is also the reason why her popularity quickly faded after losing the support of her big brother. Born to be a talent, then congratulations. Yubao, thank you, husband, but I know my own business. I can have the current popularity because of your support, husband. By the way, husband, there is something. The guild behind me has found me. They plan to change the contract with me. Do you think I should agree? Born to be a talent, what do you think? Yubao, I don't know. I signed a 5-year contract with them. Now the contract is less than a year old. They said that if I change the contract, my minimum guarantee will be raised to 10,000, the share will be raised to 60%, and my recommended resources will be upgraded to S level. Seeing this, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. Previously, the guild behind Xing Xiaoyu had repeatedly joined forces with Mr. Shen to force Xing Xiaoyu. Obviously, they are not good birds. Now that Xing Xiaoyu has become popular, they propose to change the contract. Obviously, they want to grab Xing Xiaoyu, the fortune tree, in their hands. After all, Gao Yan has already swiped more than 1 million for Xing Xiaoyu in 2 nights. Thinking of the virtual currency card he has, and Xing Xiaoyu really has little potential, it is better to set up a guild directly. Anyway, the virtual Currency card can provide 5 million every day. Instead of swiping all of it to Jing Xiaoyu, it will only enrich the guild. Behind her. It is better to set up a guild by yourself and cultivate your own anchor. This is simply a business without capital. Thinking of this, Gao Yan replied to Jing Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, are you interested in starting a live broadcast guild? Yubao, can I? Tian Shengwakai, if I say yes, then yes. By the way, how much is your penalty? Yubao, 1 million. Will my husband help me terminate the contract? Tian Shengwakai, not bad. The guild behind you is not a good thing. If I give you a reward, wouldn't it be cheap for them? Yubao, not bad. Those guys can't be cheap. Tian Shengwakai, send me your card number, I will give you a sum of money, and then you can find a lawyer to terminate the contract with the guild. Yubao, thank you, husband. Thursday is the PK competition. He promised to send Jing Xiaoyu to the finals. It would be too late to set up a live broadcast guild, so he could only acquire one. And the only person he was familiar with in Shanghai was Li Chaonan. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and called Li Chaonan. The call was quickly connected. Li Chaonan's enthusiastic voice came, brother, how come you have time to call? Me? Gao Yan, brotherly, did it disturb your rest? Li Chaonan, no, I just came out of a place and was about to have supper with my friends. Brother, if you have anything to do, just tell me. I will definitely not refuse if I can help you. Hearing this, Gao Yan's favorable impression increased greatly, and he said, brotherly, there is really something I need your help with. I plan to acquire a live broadcast guild. It's very urgent. Can you help me find out? Li Chaonan, it's a small matter. I know several people who run live broadcast guilds. By the way, brother, do you want to acquire a small guild for fun, or do you want to acquire a large guild? Small guilds are easy to acquire, but large guilds are more difficult. Gao Yan, a small guild will do. It would be best if it can be done tomorrow. Li Chaonan, this is really a bit urgent, but it doesn't matter. I just know that there is a guy in the circle whose guild wants to make a move. I'll call you to ask. Gao Yan, thank you very much, brotherly. When we get to Shanghai, I'll treat you to a drink. Li Chaonan, okay, it's settled. Wait a few minutes, I'll call and ask. About 5 minutes passed. Li Chaonan called again, saying that the other party did have the intention to make a move. The other party's guild had signed about 100 anchors and had been losing money for 3 consecutive months. The other party asked for 10 million, but because of him, the price was reduced to 8 million. If you are not in a hurry, you can lower the price to 6 million after a few more days. But if you are in a hurry, 7 million is not a big problem. Gao Yan pondered for a moment and said, brotherly, there is no need to lower the price. Tell the other party that if it is 7 million, I will fly to Shanghai tomorrow to sign the contract, and all the money will be settled on the same day. Li Chaonan, brother, it's a big deal. I will communicate with the other party first and then give you a reply. As Gao Yan expected, Li Chaonan told him that the matter was settled soon. It was not 7 million, but 6.8 million. He asked him to fly directly to Shanghai tomorrow to sign the contract. After thanking Li Chaonan, Gao Yan immediately booked a flight ticket to Shanghai at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Modu, airport, exit. As soon as Gao Yan arrived at the exit, he saw Li Chaonan and a skinny young man standing in the crowd. Brother, here. Li Chaonan waved to Gao Yan. Brotherly, I'm sorry to bother you to pick me up. Gao Yan walked up quickly and said with a smile. Hey, why are you so polite? Anyway, I'm just an idler. By the way, let me introduce you. This guy is called Zhong Xiaoming, the one in the car club who named his dog after his ex-boyfriend. When it comes to the moto car club, Gao Yan has the deepest impression of the for group members, because their nicknames are quite interesting. One goes shopping in underwear, one is called Kiss You with a cigarette in his mouth. One is called Night Raid Male Brothel, and the last one is Zhong Xiaoming's dog named after his ex-boyfriend. Mr. Gao has heard of your name for a long time. I am Zhong Xiaoming. You can call me Xiao Zhong or Xiaoming. Zhong Xiaoming stretched out his hand and said, I'd better call you Brother Xiaoming, it's more intimate. I'm Gao Yan, don't call me Master Gao, just call me by my name. Gao Yan said while extending his hand. Let's go, this is not a good place to chat. The three of them went straight to the parking lot and came to a black Rolls Royce. Li Chaonan took the initiative to open the door and said, Brother, get in the car. In the car. Li Chaonan smiled and asked, Brother, are you going to the hotel to rest for a while or to the live broadcast guild? Gao Yan said, No need to rest, I will also sleep on the plane. I will go to the guild to get things done first, and then I will treat you to a meal. However, I am not familiar with the Magic City, so you have to recommend a place to eat. Li Chaonan waved his hand. Hey, how can you treat me when I arrive in the Magic City? Don't worry, I have arranged a place to eat, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Brotherly, I don't know what to say. Brother, don't be so formal. Although this is the second contact, Gao Yan does agree with Li Chaonan, who gives people a sense of being very generous in doing things. Okay, since Brotherly has said so, we won't be so distant with you as brothers. Gao Yan said with a smile. More than half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the bottom of a building, and Li Chaonan introduced, the boss of this live broadcast company is Zhang Zishuan, a rich man. He originally liked to reward female anchors on the internet. Later, he failed to confess his love to the goddess and was rejected. He had to start his own business and invested 20 million, but he was not that kind of material. Look, it's only been 3 months, and it's almost gone. If you don't buy it, it will probably go bankrupt in 2 months. But he is okay and can play with us. As they talked, the three of them took the elevator to the 12th floor of the office building. Guild boss Chen Zishuan received the news in advance, so he stood at the door of the company to greet them. Brotherly, Brother Xiaoming, you are here. By the way, this is Mr. Gao. Right? Chen Zishuan greeted enthusiastically. The other party looked about 23 or 24 years old, quite handsome, but his temperament was slightly feminine. Hello, Mr. Chen. Gao Yan greeted with a smile, I'm Gao Yan. Mr. Gao, you're too polite. Just call me Zishuan. After a few pleasantries, Chen Zishuan ushered the three of them into the company, first showing Gao Yan around, and at the same time introducing Gao Yan. The company's area is not small, more than 800 square meters. After all, it's a rich second-generation startup, so it has to be impressive, so the rented company area can't be small. Mr. Gao, I paid 1 year's rent for the company's land directly, and there are still 9 months left, and the contract is also for 5 years. Chen Zishuan said. Nandu is not like Shanghai. The office building that Gao Yan rented before was only more than 1 yuan per square meter, but Chen Zishuan rented it for 4 yuan per square meter per day. Multiplied by the area of 800 square meters, which is more than 3,000 yuan. In a month, the rent alone is 100,000 yuan. Then there is the software aspect of this live broadcast company. There are 112 anchors, and these anchors are scattered on various platforms. Chen Zishuan is honest and did not brag about his performance. Instead, he smiled bitterly and told Gao Yan that the anchors he signed were all a bit lame and only 2 or 3 of them could make money, and more than a dozen could barely break even, and the rest were losing money. In addition, the company had to support 56 employees, and in a place like Shanghai, it was impossible to recruit people if the salary was low. Therefore, after working for 3 months, it lost money for 3 months. The 20 million funds he asked for from his family were only 5 million left. If he continued to work, the 5 million funds would be lost in 2 months at most. If he transferred the company to Gao Yan, he could lose less than 7 million. But he also explained in advance that he had to withdraw the remaining 5 million funds. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transfer it at a price of 6.8 million. Mr. Chen, is the contract ready? Gao Yan could see that Chen Zishuan was indeed very sincere, so there was no need to waste time and he went straight to the point. Mr. Gao, please be straightforward. The contract has been prepared. After signing the transfer contract in Chen Zishuan's rather luxurious office, Gao Yan asked the system to transfer 6.8 million to Chen Zishuan. Yesterday's profit was as high as 210 million. The system's 9-fold return allowed Gao Yan's system reserve to reach 5.662 billion. Therefore, 6.8 million is just a drop in the bucket for Gao Yan. After receiving the money, Chen Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He lost almost 8 million in 3 months. He was really distressed. If he used this 8 million to pick up girls, he didn't know how many legs he could break. Haha, thank you, Mr. Gao, I'm finally free. I'll treat you at bar 13. Tonight. Chen Zishuan said happily. Thank you, brother Zishuan, but I have to rush back to Nandu today. That's really a pity. Then Brother Li and Xiaoming can't be absent. Damn it. I was really mentally ill before. It was because the beauties weren't good. Looking or the bar wasn't fun anymore. I actually thought about starting a business. Chen Zishuan thought to himself, it can be seen that he is really happy to get rid of this hot potato. Later, Chen Zishuan introduced Gao Yan to the employees of the live broadcast company. These employees looked at Gao Yan with some anxiety. Although the boss Chen Zishuan is somewhat unreliable, he has never treated them badly in terms of salary. Now that the company has been sold, they don't know what the new boss's attitude is. Gao Yan said loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Gao Yan, your new boss. Let's get to know each other today." The company is currently maintaining its status quo. And a new president will come to take over in 2 days. Okay, let's go back to work. Ba bang bang. Chen Zishuan took the lead in applauding, and everyone quickly followed suit. Let's go eat. When Li Chaonan saw that the matter was over, he greeted, Zishuan is coming. 2. Even if Brother Li doesn't say anything, I still have to come and eat. Chen Zishuan said with a smile. After going downstairs, Gao Yan dialed Xing Xiaoyu's phone. Xiaoyu, where are you now? Xing Xiaoyu said, Husband, I am in the guild discussing the termination of the contract. Gao Yan, so how is the progress? Xing Xiaoyu said angrily, there is no problem in terminating the contract. But they want 2 million liquidated damages. Didn't you bring a lawyer? Gao Yan asked, with a frown. Xing Xiaoyu said aggrievedly, I took it, but they are not unreasonable at all. If I don't pay 2 million, they will not terminate the contract and ask me to sue them. Gao Yan's face turned cold, okay, just leave. I will help you with the termination of your contract. By the way, what's the name of the guild you're in? Okay hubby, I understand, the guild is called Morning Star Guild. Xing Xiaoyu said. Okay, I get it. I'll send you an address later and you can take a taxi over here. Gao Yan said. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan asked Li Chaonan for the address to eat and send it to Xing Xiaoyu. Then he asked Chen Zishuan, Zishuan, do you know the Daystar Guild? No. Chen Zishuan said contemptuously, this is a rubbish guild that likes to do some evil things. Their boss is called Lai Jilin. He was originally a bastard. Later, he fell in love with Zhang Su and set up a live streaming guild with Zhang Su's support. Why? Master Gao, did that guy offend you? Gao Yan said, a friend of mine is the anchor of their guild. Today she took her lawyer to terminate the contract, but she was unwilling to terminate the contract and seemed to be deliberately making things difficult. He Lai Jilin is nothing. He dares to make things difficult for your friend, Mr. Gao. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoming immediately became angry, Brother Yan. Don't worry, I'll call Lai Jilin and make sure he terminates the contract and apologizes to your friend. You won't be embarrassed, right? Gao Yan asked. At this time, Li Chaonan said, Brother, don't worry, with Xiaoming stepping in, there will be no problem. His uncle is the second in command of a certain department. Not to mention Lai Jilin, even his boss Zhang Su will have to give in. Brother Xiaoming, I owe you a favor. Gao Yan said to Zhong Xiaoming. Brother Yan, it's just a phone call. Zhong Xiaoming waved his hand disapprovingly, between friends, you help me, and I help you? Okay, it's my fault. If you need me in the future, please speak up as soon as possible. Gao Yan expressed. While talking, Zhong Xiaoming took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. As soon as he got through, he yelled, Lai, who do you think you are? How dare you embarrass my brother Yan's friend? I really thought you were licking Zhang Su. Then grandson, are you considered to be the number one person? On the other end of the phone, Lai Jilin was so angry that he couldn't help but said, what the hell, who are you? I am Zhong Xiaoming, your grandpa Zhong. Zhong Xiaoming said unceremoniously. Upon hearing this name, Lai Jilin's face changed drastically, and he quickly apologized and said with a smile, Master Zhong, it turns out to be you. I'm sorry. I was rude just now and deserved a beating. If you have anything to do, just ask me. I promise to help you get it done. Brother Yan, what's your friend's name? Zhong Xiaoming turned to ask Gao Yan. Xing Xiaoyu. Gao Yan said. Zhong Xiaoming continued, Lai Jilin, did someone named Xing Xiaoyu come to you to terminate the contract today? I'm warning you to get rid of the matter quickly. If you dare to make things difficult for others, I will make you miserable and walk around, even if Zhang Su, that bitch, can't protect you, I'm telling you. Don't worry, Mr. Zhong. I'll let you do it right away. No, I'll do it. Myself. Lai Jilin didn't dare to refuse, so he immediately agreed. You're a wise boy, that's all. Zhong Xiaoming hung up the phone directly, and then smiled and said to Gao Yan, Brother Yan, don't worry, that boy Lai Jilin will definitely not dare to do anything, just wait for the good news. Thank you, Xiaoming. By the way, who is Zhang Su? Gao Yan asked, curiously. That guy Zhang Su is a fraud. Li Chaonan said with disdain. Scammer? Gao Yan was a little confused. Zhong Xiaoming added, Brother Yan, have you ever heard of Panquan? Have no idea. Gao Yan shook his head. He knew about the currency circle. After all, Bitcoin has been quite popular recently. Li Chaonan explained, to put it bluntly, the so-called Panquan is a Ponzi scheme. You are asked to invest no matter how much money you have, and then you can earn more than 3 times the profit in 1 to 3 months. Does anyone still believe this? Gao Yan was even more puzzled. You must know that Ponzi schemes are nothing new. Of course, there are quite a few people who believe it, and they all know it's a Ponzi scheme. Zhong Xiaoming sneered. Since they know, why do they still believe it? Gao Yan was even more puzzled. Because it makes money. Li Chaonan said, and the speed of making money is quite fast. Even the profit that stock god Buffett can achieve is only a dozen%, but they can guarantee more than 3 times the profit. Do you think they cannot be tempted? They all firmly believe that they will not be the final takeover. Besides, Zhang Su has mastered the Ponzi scheme. They will spend hundreds of millions to acquire a club, spend tens of millions to decorate it, and then invite you to a dinner party. Finally, people tell you that I spent hundreds of millions to buy the club, tens of millions to decorate it, and the luxury cars parked outside cost hundreds and tens of millions. Is it possible that I will defraud you of those millions? Then, they will promise that all the principal you invested will be returned within 1 month or 3 months. If you can invite more people to join this scam, there will be commissions, but there is no risk, because there is a Zhang Su and his gang are telling the truth. You think, how many people can withstand the temptation of making money like this? Gao Yan nodded, that's true. After all, everyone has a sense of luck and believes that he will not be the final taker. But aren't there any relevant departments investigating them? Why not? Zhong Xiaoming said, but Zhang Su is a very good thief. They have been playing this kind of scam for more than 10 years and have gained experience. They know that something will happen sooner or later, but they are prepared in advance to take the blame. And the funds they obtained have been transferred away long ago. If they want to arrest people, there is no direct evidence at all. It's really eye-opening. Gao Yan sighed. Zhong Xiaoming said, isn't it? To be honest, that guy Zhang Su also came to us and wanted to recruit us into his team. In the end, he was scolded by us. Although we also want to make money, we will not make that kind of money. Li Chaonan said, okay, let's not talk about this grandson. I guess this guy will not be able to escape the punishment of the law sooner or later. 2. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. About 5 minutes passed. Jing Xiaoyu called Gao Yan and told him that Daystar Guild had terminated the contract with her and no liquidated damages were charged. Gao Yan said he understood and asked her to take a taxi over quickly. At the same time, he was also thinking about buying Jing Xiaoyu a car. After all, Jing Xiaoyu's favorability has been locked to 100 points. He will betray him in this life, so he must give him the benefits he deserves. The place Li Chaonan chose is also a private restaurant. The cuisine of this private restaurant is mainly Huaiyang cuisine, among which the more famous ones are Wenzi tofu, squirrel mandarin fish, etc. As for the place where the private kitchen is located, it is actually an old-fashioned bungalow. Old-fashioned bungalows are notoriously expensive in Shanghai, and are equivalent to courtyard houses in Beijing. Being able to open a private kitchen in an old bungalow means that the identity of the boss is not easy. Sure enough, after sitting down, Li Chaonan introduced him to him. The owner and chef of this private restaurant were both named Hu Xingli. Before his retirement, he was the Huaiyang cuisine chef of the state guest house, equivalent to the royal chef in ancient times. After retiring, the old man couldn't sit still, so he opened a private restaurant in his old bungalow. Of course, Mr. Hu is old and has limited energy. He only cooks 3 tables of dishes every day. Among these 3 tables, he only cooks 2 dishes for each table, and the rest are cooked by his apprentices. Of course, although Mr. Hu's apprentice is a little less skilled in craftsmanship, he is still at the level of an imperial chef. Wherever he goes, an annual salary of 1 million is the most basic treatment. During the chat, time gradually passed. Then Gao Yan received a call from Jing Xiaoyu. He spoke to a few people and went out to pick them up. After Gao Yan left, Chen Zishuan couldn't help but curiously asked, "Brother Li, what is the origin of Brother Xiaoming, Brother Yan?" Li Chaonan said calmly, "He is from the southwest and is currently attending college in Shanghai. I don't know his specific background, but he should not be short of money. He bought a Bentley Mulsanne and a Bentley Mulsanne from me at the last auto show. Ferrari 488, I think he has a good character, so I make friends with him." "So that's it?" Chen Zishuan suddenly said, "You can spend 10 million to buy a car, casually at such a young age. I'm afraid your family is not simple. People in Magic City have always been arrogant, and the rich second generation in Magic City are even more proud. If you don't have an identity that matches theirs, how can they make friends with you?" After a while, Gao Yan took Xing Xiaoyu into the box. Gao Yan introduced Xiaoyu, "Let me introduce to you. This is Li Chaonan, Brother Li. This is Zhong Xiaoming. Just call me Brother Xiaoming. This is Chen Zishuan. My name is Brother Chen." Xing Xiaoyu quickly greeted the 3 of them one by one. "Brothers and sisters, there is no need to be so polite. We are all our own people. Come and take a seat," Li Chaonan said with a smile. "Thanks." Xing Xiaoyu sat down next to Gao Yan nervously. "This meal is just a simple meal, there is no so-called wine tasting." After all, it was noon, and no one was in the mood to drink. If they wanted to drink, they had to wait until the evening. After meal, everyone moved to the tea room next door. "Brother Li, I want to buy a car for my girlfriend. The price is less than 4 million. What do you recommend?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Since they are both girlfriends, they naturally have to keep their balance. Shui Jiangyue has a Ferrari, so naturally he has to get one for Xing Xiaoyu. Li Chaonan smiled, "There are quite a few cars matching this price, it just depends on which one your girlfriend likes." Having said this, he looked at Xing Xiaoyu, "Brother and sister, what kind of car do you like? Ask as soon as possible. Even if I don't have it in the store, I will find a way to get it for you." Jing Xiaoyu said nervously, I don't know much about cars, so just let Gao Yan make the decision. And you don't have to buy something so expensive. I don't usually drive much. Li Chaonan laughed and said, before we get married, my siblings already know how to save money for their men. Jing Xiaoyu smiled shyly at first, and then couldn't help but glance at Gao Yan. Do you prefer sports cars, sedans, or SUVs? Gao Yan asked. Sports car. Jing Xiaoyu said. Brother Li, what sports car do you recommend? Gao Yan asked. Li Chaonan thought for a while and said, Audi R8, BMW M8 and Maserati MCR. All suitable for younger siblings. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyu was a little confused, Li Chaonan simply took out his mobile phone and showed Jing Xiaoyu the pictures of these cars. Then, Jing Xiaoyu fell in love with the bright red Audi R8. Brother Li, how much does this car cost? Gao Yan asked. Li Chaonan said, I have an existing car in my shop with pretty good configurations. If you want 2.4 million, you can just take it. Okay, then it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you directly. You just need to complete the procedures and let Xiaoyu pick up the car. Gao Yan asked Li Chaonan for his account number, took out his mobile phone and transferred 2.4 million to Li Chaonan's account. Brother Yan is so happy. Buying a car is like buying groceries. Chen Zixuan smiled and said that in fact, he and Zhong Xiaoming could both afford a car worth more than 2 million yuan, but they would never be as happy as Gao Yan. Suddenly, they gained a new understanding of Gao Yan's financial resources. Moreover, the other party transferred money without even blinking an eyebrow. In fact, Li Chaonan felt even deeper because he knew that Jing Xiaoyu was not Gao Yan's real girlfriend. His real girlfriend was the more beautiful girl named Shi Wen Zi at the car show last time. Moreover, he had already guessed that Gao Yan bought the live broadcasting guild for Jing Xiaoyu. He spent tens of millions of dollars just for a woman. And even he couldn't do it. I don't know whether to say that this newly acquainted brother is a sweetheart, or that he is a bit stupid. However, such people are also suitable for making friends. Therefore, he recognized Gao Yan a little more in his heart. After settling the car matter, Gao Yan chatted with everyone in the tea room for more than half an hour before saying goodbye. Because he has to go back to Nandu today. The ticket is for 4 p.m. Taking advantage of the time on the way, he planned to go to the hotel with Jing Xiaoyu to talk about his life ideals. In this regard, Li Chaonan did not persuade them to stay, but arranged a car to send them off. Opened a luxury suite in a hotel near the airport. As soon as she entered the room, Jing Xiaoyu took the initiative to kiss her. On the way, Gao Yan had already told her that he had acquired a live streaming guild, and she could choose a time to take over the live streaming guild. Jing Xiaoyu was quite moved by this, so she wanted to repay Gao Yan. Faced with Jing Xiaoyu's enthusiastic return, Gao Yan also accepted the offer. 3:20. Gao Yan arrived at the airport. Husband, when will you come to visit me again in Magic City? Jing Xiaoyu asked. It's hard to say. Gao Yan scratched her nose. If you miss me, you can just fly to Nandu. May I? Jing Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She subconsciously regarded Nandu as Jiangyue's territory. She had no intention of competing with Jiangyue for the position of the main palace. So, she tried her best to avoid appearing in Nandu to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to Gao Yan. Of course, but before you come, send me a message or call me first so that I can be prepared. Gao Yan said, although Zhuo Jianyue and Xing Xiaoyu's favorability level has reached the level of until death do us do part. The level of betrayal. But they are all living people with their own feelings and thoughts. If Zhuo Jianyue knew about Xing Xiaoyu's existence, even if she would not leave Gao Yan, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Therefore, it is better not to meet each other if possible. Yeah, I understand. Xing Xiaoyu nodded. Under Xing Xiaoyu's reluctant eyes, Gao Yan waved and entered the security check. There are still dozens of minutes left before boarding the plane. Gao Yan bought a business class ticket and could go to the first class rest area to rest. Generally speaking, there is no first-class cabin for short-distance domestic flights. The highest class is business class, and there is no need for that. After all, the whole flight only takes more than an hour. Lying on the sofa in the lounge, Gao Yan randomly picked up a magazine as a cover, and then called up the system interface. The first thing to watch is the upgrade experience. At 11 o'clock last night, the upgrade experience reached 210 million. In more than 10 hours, the upgrade experience has soared to 450 million. The revenue from the milk tea shop and game points is negligible. Altogether, it's just a few million. Therefore, the extra 230 million upgrade experience comes from the Sunday Mall. Thinking of this, Gao Yan sent another WeChat message to Han Weilin. Soon, the other party sent a piece of data. Today, the number of website views has reached more than 3 million, and the number of app downloads has exceeded 10 million, and the number of app views is much higher than the number of website views. It has reached more than 8 million. After all, this is the era of smartphones. Let me briefly mention that the two are calculated separately. In just over a day, the number of downloads exceeded 10 million. I have to say that this data is very eye-catching. But today is the second day of advertising bombardment. After 3 days, it is estimated that the number of downloads of the app will exceed 20 million. Then after the super discount on Sunday, the reputation of Sunday Mall will be completely established. Although Gao Yan hardly cares about anything now, he personally sets the general direction of the company. It is worth mentioning that Gao Yan's system reserve funds have reached 7.7 billion plus. I believe that in a few days, his reserve funds will easily exceed 10 billion. Thinking of this, he looked a little dazed. It seemed that he had obtained the system less than 2 months ago. Many people struggle to achieve a net worth of tens of billions throughout their lives. But he achieved it easily. Should I expand? But immediately, Gao Yan laughed, because with his own character, he really couldn't expand. Soon, boarding instructions came over the radio. Gao Yan left the VIP lounge and walked towards the boarding gate. He was in business class and could check in and board the plane in advance. After finding his seat, Gao Yan put on a pair of slippers, sat back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. He had received 2 consecutive rewards from Xing Xiaoyu in the hotel, which still took a certain amount of consumption and needed to be recovered. The return trip went smoothly. I didn't encounter a beautiful flight attendant who wanted to hook up with me. My neighbor was not a celebrity, but a middle-aged man. There was no so-called hijacking or anything like that. When he came to the parking lot and found his Bentley Mulsanne, Gao Yan drove towards Nandu University, a cafe outside Yongdong Science College. Song Yufei sat face-to-face with a young man with sunken eyes, but her expression was not very good, and there was a taste of disgust in her eyes. "Why are you here?" Song Yufei said calmly. The man stirred the coffee with a silver spoon and said, "My good sister, are you so unkind to me as your brother?" "Yes," Song Yufei said without mercy. The man's expression froze slightly, and then he immediately forced out a smile. "Actually, I'm here to see you." "Hee hee." Song Yufei sneered, "I would rather believe that you came to our school to pick up girls, but I don't believe that you came to see me. What you said really hurts my big brother's heart." "Okay, what's the matter? Tell me quickly. I don't have time to chat with you." Song Yufei interrupted the man rudely, her tone becoming more and more impatient. "All right." The man was also a little helpless and lowered his voice. "Yufei, can you tell me where you got the medicinal wine you got last time?" "Do you think I will tell you?" Song Yufei said contemptuously. "Yufei, I beg you, please tell me." Song Yujie begged, "You also know that I had a lot of fun in the past few years and became a little incompetent in some aspects, but since I drank a glass of medicinal wine you gave to Dad, I have improved a lot. You also know that for 2 years, because of this matter, I have been at odds with your sister-in-law, and even wanted to divorce me. You, the younger sister, can't watch my brother and your sister-in-law divorce, right?" Hearing these words, Song Yufei showed no sympathy at all. Instead, she gloated, "You deserve it. I think my sister-in-law should divorce you to avoid being dragged down by you." Upon hearing this, Song Yujie was a little angry. "Song Yufei, are you still my sister?" Song Yufei, "I do, but I couldn't control my reincarnation at the beginning. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't be a brother and sister with someone like you." She had no good impression of her brother Song Yujie at all, but only disliked and hated him. He was almost 30 years old, and he spent all day living, drinking, and causing trouble. His father had been so angry that he was sick and hospitalized several times. As for my mother's initial illness, it was because this guy was in a car accident. Although he was rescued, his body and bones were getting worse day by day. Therefore, in Song Yufei's mind, her mother's current situation has a lot to do with Song Yujie. After what happened to his mother, in order to change this guy, his father was going to lock him up and prevent him from hanging out with his friends outside. Unexpectedly, this guy actually started cutting his wrists. And he was the only male in the Song family. For fear that he would do something more extreme, his father had no choice but to let him go and ignore him. Later, his parents thought of a way to marry him a wife, hoping that he would mature after getting married. It's a pity that the parents overestimated this guy and underestimated his lower limit. After getting married, I just went my own way, often staying out all night. And even when I came back, I was drunk, and even beat my wife when I was drunk. My sister-in-law actually has a very gentle temperament, and she has been enduring it silently. Until one day this guy directly brought a woman home. The elder sister-in-law finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to divorce him. In the end, it was his father who gave Song Yujie a severe lesson and forced him to apologize so that his sister-in-law did not divorce him. After this incident, Song Yujie got better for a while, and then started to grow again. Fortunately, he was afraid of his father, so he didn't bring a woman home. However, the relationship with his sister-in-law also dropped to a freezing point. She even went to chat with her sister-in-law one time and found out that the two of them had already divided rooms. Therefore, Song Yufei did not believe at all that Song Yujie asked for medicinal wine to improve the relationship with his sister-in-law, but mostly to continue to go out and have fun. After hearing Song Yufei's words, Song Yujae's face became extremely ugly. Although he knew that his sister didn't want to see him, he didn't expect that it had reached this level. Yufei, please help me this time. I swear, as long as you help me this time, I will live a good life with your sister-in-law. Song Yujae said in a sincere tone. Do you think I will believe it? Song Yufei sneered. She and her father had been deeply disappointed with Song Yujae for a long time, and they would not believe his words easily. Song Yujae continued, Yufei, I really want to change. After all, I am almost 30 years old. Over the years, I have done all the things I should do and have seen through many things. I really want to change myself. Xin, I also know that I have hurt your sister-in-law's heart over the years, and I want to redeem it, but I have been such a jerk these years. It is probably difficult for your sister-in-law to forgive me. The best way is to have a child with him, so, Yufei, just be my brother, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Do you really want to change? Song Yufei stared at Song Yujae's face, as if she wanted to see whether he was telling the truth or a lie. Real. Song Yujae felt happy and quickly said, I am your brother after all. Although I have done a lot of bad things in the past, you won't even give me a chance to change, right? Suddenly, Song Yufei became a little hesitant, and said in a tangled way, how about this, you should behave well first and try to win back the sister-in-law's heart. If the sister-in-law is willing to forgive you, I will help you get that kind of medicinal wine. Hearing this, Song Yujae's face became ugly again. Yufei, this condition is too difficult. You also know the relationship between me and your sister-in-law. It is really difficult to ask for her forgiveness. So, you just lied to me? Song Yufei's eyes turned cold. Fortunately, she didn't really believe this guy. And this test made the target reveal the secret. No, I really want to change. Song Yujae hurriedly explained. Okay, I'm too lazy to bother with you, come to me when you really want to change. As soon as the voice fell, Song Yufei wanted to get up and leave. But Song Yujae unwillingly reached out and grabbed Song Yufei's arm. Song Yufei, don't you really have any brotherly love? I don't have a brother like you, let me go. No, unless you tell me where the medicinal wine came from. Song Yujae was too lazy to pretend anymore and threatened, if you don't tell me, don't blame me for doing something you don't want to see. Whatever you want. Song Yufei shook off Song Yujae's hand and strode out of the coffee shop. Looking at Song Yufei's back, Song Yujae's eyes couldn't help but have a bit more resentment. Evening. Shi Jianyue and Song Yufei went to the cafeteria for dinner hand in hand. Before they reached the cafeteria, Song Yujae jumped out. When he saw Shi Jianyue's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but flash a touch of surprise in his eyes, and then said to Song Yufei, Yufei, this is your classmate, why don't you introduce her to your brother? As soon as Song Yufei heard this, she knew what her brother was planning, and her face darkened. Song Yujae, I advise you to put away those dirty thoughts of yours, otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. She knew Song Yujae very well, and she must have had inappropriate thoughts because of Shi Jianyue's beauty. But is Shi Jianyue's idea something he can control? Although the Song family is also a wealthy family, there is still a certain gap between them and the Deng family. Even when Deng Yu and Gao Yan faced each other, they both lost money and the villa. Although she didn't know the process of the fight between the two, she knew that Deng Yu must be afraid of Gao Yan. Otherwise, how could he apologize? And his eldest brother, to put it bluntly, is a loser who only knows how to eat, drink, have fun, and cause trouble. He is worse than Deng Yu. What qualifications does he have to fight against Gao Yan? I mean, Yufei, you think too much about being a brother. Don't I care about my sister? Do I want to get to know your friend? Song Yujie did not take Song Yufei's threat seriously. Instead, he smiled and said to Zhuo Jianyue, "What do you call this sister?" "I am Yufei's brother." Song Yujie. "Jiangyu, don't pay attention to him, let's go." Seeing that Song Yujie was still leaning forward shamelessly, Song Yufei directly picked up Zhuo Jianyue and left. Looking at Zhuo Jianyue's back, Song Yujie couldn't help but licked his lips and whispered, "I didn't expect Yufei's classmate to be so beautiful. It's worth my deliberate trip." "Yufei, is that man really your elder brother just now?" Zhuo Jianyue asked in a low voice. The other person's eyes made her feel a little uncomfortable, and she also found that Song Yufei was also full of disgust for her eldest brother. No wonder she never mentioned that she had a brother. "Yes." Song Yufei nodded, "Although he is my eldest brother, I hate him very much. Because this guy can't hold up the wall with mud. My mother has always been in poor health. This guy made her angry. Fortunately, I have Gao Yan's medicinal wine. My mother's health has improved a lot recently. By the way, if this guy comes to you, you must ignore him." "Yeah, I know." Zhuo Jianyue nodded. In a rental house, Gao Yan had already finished eating and washed the dishes. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. "I am worth more than 7 billion, but I have to cook and wash dishes by myself. I am probably the simplest billionaire in history." Tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. After wiping the water stains on his hands, he took off the apron from his waist and put it aside. Gao Yan responded, then opened the door and found Lin Emoer standing outside the door. "It's Emoer, are you back?" Gao Yan asked with a smile, "Come in quickly." "Thank you, brother Gao Yan." Lin Moer stepped in, then handed him the bag in her hand and said, "These are some specialties we brought back specially for you." "Thank you." Gao Yan was not polite, took the bag, put it on the table, and asked, "Emoer, tea or drinks? There are frozen ones." "I can't drink cold drinks recently, just boiled water," Lin Emoer said. Gao Yan looked a little weird when he heard this. Lin Emoer really didn't treat him as an outsider and even told him such a thing. So, he poured a glass of warm water for Lin Emoer. "By the way, where's sister?" "Lin, have you eaten?" Lin Emoer took the water cup and thanked her, then said, "Originally, we were going to play for 2 more days, but my mother had something to do at the company and she needed to rush back to deal with it. She sent me to the community and went to the company. I had already eaten dinner, thank you, brother Gao Yan, for your concern." "You're welcome. By the way, brother Gao Yan, you said you would make a delicious meal last time, does that still count?" Lin Moer said with a change of tone. Gao Yan smiled and said, "Of course it counts. Tell me what you like to eat in advance and I will cook it for you tomorrow." "Really? That's great, but I'm not picky about food. I'll eat whatever brother Gao Yan does," Lin Emoer said with a smile. "It seems that you are easy to support," Gao Yan joked. "Of course," Lin Emoer said proudly. The two chatted for a while, and then Lin Moer said goodbye and left. Log into the stock software, and as expected, today is another daily limit. with the closing price exceeding 100 yuan, reaching 102.24 yuan. Based on the information in your mind. Tomorrow, Thursday will rise 8 points, Friday will rise 6 points, and then next Monday, it will rise to the limit again. Next Tuesday, market makers will continue to ship goods, and the stock price will not increase much. By next Wednesday, although the stock price was still growing, the volatility was relatively large, and it finally closed up only 1 point. The daily limit will hit next Monday morning. By then, Gao Yan will be ready to sell all the stocks in his hands, and the stock price will reach 128.73 yuan after the daily limit next Monday. The average price he bought the stock was only 15.5 yuan. Gao Yan calculated that after selling the stock, he would get 66.44 million yuan. In other words, through this stock, he earned 58.44 million. The real income is in addition to the system's 9 times rebate. If he had made so much money before, he would have been very happy, but now he seems very calm. After all, Sunday Mall can create more than 1 billion in revenue for him every day. When it comes to making money, he can already lie down. What he is thinking about now is the Ma family. This revenge of the Ma family must be avenged. He planned to go back to Jiangsu this time to solve the problem of his adoptive father and adoptive mother, and also take a trip to Nanyun. Early next morning, the first thing Gao Yan did when he woke up was to check his upgrade experience. Yesterday afternoon, he checked that his experience had increased by 230 million. Now, overnight, his experience had increased by another 150 million. With the system's 9-fold rebate, the system's reserve funds had directly exceeded 9 billion. By the early hours of tonight, it would definitely exceed 10 billion. After putting away the system panel, Gao Yan first washed up, then had breakfast at a breakfast shop near the community, and went straight to the vegetable market. Today he also had to treat Lin Xiumin and Lin Mower, mother and daughter, to dinner. He had to buy the food in advance and then go to school. Today was the last day of the semester. Yesterday, the class monitor Su Lingfeng notified everyone in the group that if there was no special reason, no one could be absent, and everyone would do a big cleaning together. After buying the food, Gao Yan trotted to school. Although the weather is very hot now, after breaking through to Huajin, Gao Yan's control over his body has become more and more perfect. As long as he deliberately controls it, his body will not sweat at all. "Howzy, did you pass the makeup exam?" When he came to the classroom, Gao Yan asked, casually. Qinghao smiled and said, "He has passed." "I heard that Zhou Yu failed all the makeup exams." "No way." Gao Yan was a little surprised. He failed all the makeup exams again. "How? Did he get into college?" Qinghao said, "I heard that guy was lucky in the college entrance examination." The scores of the 10 top students sitting next to him were all copied. Besides, he usually only cares about picking up girls and playing games. It's not surprising that he failed the makeup exams. After a while, the counselor Fan Xian arrived. He first talked about some precautions for the summer vacation, and after announcing the time to return to school, he asked the class monitor Su Lingfeng to lead everyone to do a general cleaning. After the general cleaning, the school officially closed for vacation. Spring cleaning is not just about the classroom of your own class. The school also assigned other cleaning tasks. Their class was assigned to clean a utility room. Gao Yan, you, and Qinghao go clean the utility room. I'll call a few girls to help. Su Lingfeng directly handed over the task of cleaning the utility room to Gao Yan and Qinghao. Okay. Gao Yan happily agreed, and then he and Qinghao went straight to the utility room with the cleaning tools. Just halfway through, Qinghao suddenly covered his stomach and said, "Ouch. Brother Yan, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the toilet first." "You go through the utility room first, and I'll follow you." Without waiting for Gao Yan's reply, Qinghao put the mop into Gao Yan's hand, covered his stomach and ran away. Gao Yan didn't take it seriously and came to the utility room alone. The utility room is indeed quite messy, with all kinds of things thrown around. He first put the cleaning tools aside and then began to sort out the debris on the floor. Less than 2 minutes passed. Another person arrived. Gao Yan turned around and saw that it was not Qing Hao, but Yang Yu. "Is it you? Are you here to clean the utility room too?" Gao Yan joked casually. "You think I want to come, but it wasn't arranged by the squad leader," Yang Yu said with twinkling eyes. "Okay, hurry up, finish it early, and leave early." Gao Yan said this and continued to clean up the debris on the floor. When the school affairs were over, he had to go back to cook. "No." Yang Yu responded coldly and started to work accordingly. But after a few minutes, Gao Yan found that not only Qinghao didn't come, but also the other girls Su Lingfeng mentioned didn't come, so he asked, "Has Su Lingfeng arranged for anyone else?" "I don't know," Yang Yu said angrily. Seeing that Yang Yu didn't want to see him, Gao Yan didn't continue to ask. Instead, he sent Qinghao a WeChat message and asked him if he fell into the toilet. Qinghao replied that he had severe diarrhea and asked him to hold on for a few more minutes. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Qinghao didn't come, and neither did the other female classmates. Suddenly, Gao Yan realized something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he vaguely guessed something. Then he sent a WeChat message to Qinghao, "Haozi, are you not in the toilet? Tell me honestly, what is going on?" Qinghao, "Hee, brother Yan, don't be so good when you get an advantage. How do you feel about being alone with the school beauty? I was born with a talent, who arranged it?" Qinghao, "I'm sorry, brother Yan, I promised to keep it a secret, so I'm going to take the first step. You can enjoy it. I am born with talent, enjoy your life." "Hey, why are you always playing with your phone? There is still so much work to do. If you continue to be lazy, you don't know when you will finish it." At this time, Yang Yu scolded. Gao Yan put away his cell phone and stared at Yang Yu with a half-smile. "You also know that there is a lot of work. If you know that, why do you have to send other people away? Tell me honestly, what are you trying to do this time?" Hearing this, Yang Yu panicked, knowing that Gao Yan knew what she had done. But he refused to admit it. "What are you talking about? I don't know." "Really, I don't know?" Gao Yan approached Yang Yu and said with a fake smile, "It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. Do you want to be spanked by me again? You dare, if you dare to hit me again, I will bite you to death." Yang Yu glared at Gao Yan, but why did Gao Yan think there was a bit of expectation and excitement in Yang Yu's eyes? "I didn't settle the score with you last time when I bit you. You actually want to bite me again. It seems you are stubborn." As he spoke, Gao Yan continued to approach. The strange thing is that instead of retreating, Yang Yu took the initiative to move forward and puffed out her chest. "Okay, hit me if you can. Since you have asked for it, I will satisfy you." Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, reached out and slapped Yang Yu on the buttocks. Gao Yan, you bastard, I will bite you to death. Yang Yu screamed and rushed forward to grab Gao Yan's hand, but this time he was prepared, so how could he be caught by her? With a flash of his body, Yang Yu jumped away. And he walked around behind her and slapped her butt again. Ah, I'll fight you. Yang Yu screamed, but for some reason, Gao Yan heard a strange sense of excitement in Yang Yu's voice. He was very doubtful about this. Yang Yu didn't have masochistic tendencies. Right? No matter how you look at it, it looks like the other party deliberately arranged for the two of them to be alone, then provoked him, and then asked him to hit her. However, at the moment when he was stunned, Yang Yu had already rushed in front of him, lowered his head and bit his arm, like a fierce little tiger. Hey, you really dare to bite, let's see how I teach you a lesson. Gao Yan intended to confirm his guess and slapped him several times in succession. Then he thought he had found the stone hammer, because he found that Yang Yu didn't use any force when biting him. Moreover, he also found that Yang Yu's body would tremble every time he hit him. After several slaps, the other person's body would tremble more and more. At the same time, there was also a suppressed humming sound coming from his mouth and nose. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan threw a data eye at Yang Yu. But I saw the favorable column. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, Yang Yu's favorability level for him was actually as high as 86 points. Thinking of this, he slapped him again. Then, throw the data eye again. The favorability level jumped, reaching 87 points directly. Suddenly, his expression became a little complicated, and he thought to himself, Yang Yu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. He took a deep breath and said, since I still have to clean up the utility room, I will let you go today. As he spoke, Gao Yan pulled back. But without his support, Yang Yu's body could not help but fall to the ground. Seeing this, Gao Yan quickly reached out to support her and asked, you are not so useless, it's just a few slaps. It hurts. Yang Yu raised her head. Seeing Yang Yu's expression at this moment, Gao Yan was refreshed, because the other party's cheeks were full of blushes at this moment, and her eyes were watery, and he could vaguely see his shadow. And she was biting her lips gently at this moment, and the posture was so tempting. You deserve it, let's see if you dare to provoke me in the future. Gao Yan pretended to be fierce. I'm not afraid of you. Yang Yu stared at Gao Yan with burning eyes. For no reason, Gao Yan was a little flustered and said in a deep voice, can you stand up by yourself? No need for you to pretend to be kind. Yang Yu shook off Gao Yan's arm. Do you think I want to? Gao Yan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and quickened the speed to tidy up the utility room. You can tidy it up by yourself, I won't accompany you anymore. Yang Yu, who got what she wanted, limped out of the utility room. Seeing this scene, Qing Hao and Su Lingfeng, who were hiding behind the flower bed not far away, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Oh my god. Brother Yan didn't take Yang Yu in the utility room, did he? TSK, Gao Yan is amazing. I didn't expect that he could even take Yang Yu. Su Lingfeng said with envy, but the time seems a bit short. Yes, it only took more than 10 minutes. Qing Hao nodded in agreement. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. 11 o'clock. Gao Yan returned to the rental house. First I wash my hair and take a shower, then I go to the kitchen and start cooking. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Gao Yan opened the door and welcomed Lin Mo in. Where's your mother? Gao Yan asked. My mother has something to do at the company and can't come. She asked me to apologize to you, Lin Mo said. The matter in your mother's company hasn't been settled yet? Gao Yan asked in surprise. Lin Mo said with some worry, I heard from my mother that there was a big problem with a batch of goods sent by the company. She is leading the company's people to remedy and compensate for it. So that's it. Gao Yan nodded, okay, you can watch TV for a while. You can eat soon. Brother Gao Yan, let me help you. Lin Mo took the initiative to ask for help. No, I'm enough on my own. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand in rejection. However, Lin Mo insisted on helping, so Gao Yan had no choice but to agree and give her the task of washing vegetables. Gao Yan asked, while chopping vegetables, Mo, which university do you plan to attend? Lin Mo said, I plan to apply for Yangdong Science. Are you sure? Gao Yan continued to ask. Lin Mo said from the channel, there should be no problem. After I estimated the score, it was more than 30 points higher than the admission limit of Yangdong Science last year. That should be no problem, Gao Yan said. Last year, the admission score of Yangdong Science was 8 points higher than in previous years. Even if the admission score continues to be raised, it will not increase by another 30 points. My girlfriend is from Yangdong Science Department. From now on, if you go to Yangdong Science Department, I will ask her to take care of you. Brother Gao Yan, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Mo said in surprise. What, can't I have a girlfriend? Of course not, it's just a little strange. I've never seen you bring a girlfriend back. Lin Mo smiled and said, Brother Gao Yan, I think your girlfriend will be very happy. Why do you say that? Because the food you cook is delicious. Lin Mo said, if I become your girlfriend, I can eat your food for the rest of my life. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. You think everyone is just like you, a foodie. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Lin Mo said with some regret, unfortunately, I am too young and have not reached the age of 18. Otherwise, I will be Brother Gao Yan's girlfriend, so that I can eat your cooking for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was a little dumbfounded. You really got yourself involved just for food? Hey. Lin Mo stuck out her tongue with a silly smile. Gao Yan's heart moved, and he threw a data eye at Lin Mo. His favorability score was just 70 points. It seemed that Lin Mo simply regarded him as a very good friend. As the saying goes, men and women can work together without getting tired. It didn't take long for Gao Yan to prepare 3 dishes and 1 soup. In fact, he prepared more ingredients. Just because Lin Xiaomin didn't come, there was no need to cook so much, otherwise it would be a waste if he couldn't eat it. Wow, Brother Gao Yan, the food you cook is still so delicious. Smelling the aroma of the dishes, Lin Mo couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Wash your hands and eat, Gao Yan reminded. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the meal and stayed at Gao Yan's house for a while before waving goodbye. In the afternoon, Gao Yan was busy at the milk tea shop. Because Shen Lingling has left the school, the manpower seems to be somewhat insufficient. But it doesn't matter. Nanda University will have a full holiday tomorrow, and Several universities in the university town will also have holidays in the next few days. Even two people can be busy. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoming calling. Let him go back and talk to him if you have anything to do. Sister Lin, let me get you a glass of water. After introducing Lin Xiaoming into the living room, he said loudly. Xiao Gao, no need, I'm not thirsty. Lin Xiaoming waved her hand, let's sit down and talk. All right. Gao Yan sat down and waited for Lin Xiaoming to speak. Her expression looked a little haggard, with a hint of sadness between her eyebrows. Lin Xiaoming said in a deep voice, Xiao Gao is like this. My company has encountered some problems and needs to pay a lot of money. Therefore, I plan to dispose of some real estate. I bought the 2 houses here to facilitate our schooling. Now, I have graduated and now I am in urgent need of money, so I plan to dispose of these 2 apartments, so I can't rent them to you. Gao Yan was stunned and asked with concern, Sister Lin, do you need to pay a lot of money this time? More than 20 million yuan in compensation. Lin Xiaoming smiled bitterly and said, we negotiated a big deal not long ago. In order to meet the needs of the supplier, I first invested 20 million to expand the scale of the mainland company. Unexpectedly, there was a big problem with the first shipment. It was too late to restock the goods, so I had to pay compensation according to the contract. I only have more than 15 million on hand at the moment. Selling these 2 houses will be enough, but don't worry, it's my breach of contract, I will refund the rent you paid this year as my liquidated damages. Sister Lin, how much do you plan to sell this apartment for? Gao Yan asked. Xiao Gao, do you have any ideas? Lin Xiaoming asked. I do have an idea. I have lived here for so long and already have feelings. Since Sister Lin wants to take action, I will take it. Lin Xiaoming thought for a while and said, I consulted the agent. The house price in this community is around 30,000 yuan. This apartment is 65 square meters. If you calculate it as 30,000 yuan, it is 1.95 million. If you want it, just give 1.9 million, including the transfer fee. Mine, but I only have one request, it must be paid in full, after all, I am in a hurry. Sister Lin, let's calculate it based on the original price. I can't take advantage of it. Gao Yan shook his head, the price you rented to me was very low. I have already taken advantage of you. How can I continue to take advantage of you? This. After a slight hesitation, Lin Xiaoming did not choose to be pretentious. Xiao Gao, thank you as a sister. Sister Lin, you're welcome. Gao Yan thought for a while and then said, okay, Sister Lin, I want this apartment. You don't have to sell the apartment you live in first. After all, selling a house doesn't take a day or 2. You can sell the apartment next door. How about pledging it to me for 3 million yuan and redeeming it after my company recovers? The suite next door is much larger than the one Gao Yan lives in, and its value is very close to 3 million. Lin Xiaoming looked at Gao Yan in surprise. Xiao Gao, can you come up with so much money? Sister Lin, to tell you the truth, I started stock trading this year, and later used the money from stock trading to gamble on stones. I was lucky and made a lot of money. This month I bought another 8 million shares of Aome Pharmaceuticals. Now, the market value of these stocks has soared to more than 60 million. You actually bought so many shares of Aome Pharmaceuticals? Lin Xiaoming asked in surprise. She also traded in stocks, but she didn't invest much and had been losing money. This month, Australian and American pharmaceutical stocks stole the show. In less than a month, the stock price soared from more than 10 yuan to more than 100 yuan. Unfortunately, she realized later that she had no chance to buy it. While talking, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone to log into the stock software and showed it to Lin Xiaomin. For a moment, Lin Xiaomin looked at Gao Yan with a different look. Xiao Gao, I will thank you for this incident. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan smiled. After all, Sister Lin, you have helped me too. Lin Xiaomin has been running a company in Nandu for so many years, so she still has quite a lot of connections. Therefore, it only took 2 hours to transfer the property that Gao Yan rented to his name, and the mortgage procedure for the other property was much simpler. The two parties have written an agreement, and it is enough to go to the notary office to sign and seal it. Then Gao Yan transferred 4.95 million to Lin Xiaomin. Xiao Gao, thank you very much this time. When the company's matters are settled, I'll treat you to dinner. It's okay, Sister Lin. I still have something to do, so I'll take the first step. After waving goodbye to Lin Xiaomin, Gao Yan drove to a certain restaurant. He is going back to Jiangsu City tomorrow. Before leaving, he naturally had to get together with his girlfriend. In fact, he wanted to stay one night with Shi Wen Zi in Yijinjuan. However, tonight Shi Wen Zi was caught by Qini, a beautiful associate professor of Yangdong Science Department, and had to rush back to school after dinner. The place to eat was chosen by Shi Wen Zi, a dry pot restaurant near Yangdong University of Science and Technology. You're here. As soon as she saw Gao Yan get out of the car, Shi Wen Zi trotted forward from the door of the restaurant and hugged his arm affectionately. Why don't you wait inside? It's so hot outside. Gao Yan scratched Shi Wen Zi's nose. I haven't seen you for several days, and I want to see you soon. Shi Wen Zi said with shame. These love words made Gao Yan feel warm in his heart. Baby, I miss you too. How about you ask for leave tonight? This won't work. After all, Professor Qin made an exception and asked me to join her project team, but I only need to get to the laboratory at 8 o'clock. Let's eat quickly, we still have more than an hour. At this point, Shi Wen Zi's face couldn't help but feel hot and hot. After receiving the hint from his girlfriend, Gao Yan's body perked up and he couldn't help but speed up his steps. Okay, let's eat quickly. The business of this dry pot shop is very good. Shi Wen Zi had already ordered dishes in advance, a portion of dry pot goose feet and a portion of dry pot pork ribs. Honey, try their goose paw. It's delicious. Almost every week, you Fei and I come here. Shi Wen Zi put a goose paw into Gao Yan's bowl. Thank you, honey, you can also have a piece of pork ribs. Gao Yan also gave Shi Wen Zi a piece, and then the two of them looked at each other sweetly and began to seize the time to eat. It only took 20 minutes for the two of them to finish dinner. After paying the bill, the two hurriedly walked out of the restaurant and prepared to go to number 15 Yijinjuan. Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked out of the restaurant, a man with sunken eyes and a look of excessive sexual indulgence came up to her. His eyes greedily swept over Shi Wen Zi and said with a smile, Sister Jiangyu. What a coincidence, no, I thought I could meet you here. Shi Wen Zi frowned when she saw Song Yujie. In the past 2 days, Song Yujie would always appear near her. Once Song Yufei was gone, he would greet her like brown candy, making her feel very comfortable. Mr. Song, don't you think you are boring? I already have a boyfriend. I hope you won't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, my boyfriend will misunderstand me. Hearing this, Song Yujie didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, he said greasily, so what if you have a boyfriend? You two are not married. So I still have the right to pursue you. If your boyfriend is pursuing you because of someone else, it's a misunderstanding, which means he doesn't trust you enough. Baby, what's going on? Gao Yan asked in a deep voice. Shi Wen said angrily, he is Yufei's brother, and Yufei hates him very much. After he met me yesterday, he deliberately had several encounters with me. If it weren't for the fact that he is Yufei's brother, for my sake, I would have called the police. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's face became gloomy. At this time, Song Yujie smiled and said to Gao Yan, you must be Sister Jiang Yu's boyfriend. How about I make a deal with you? What deal? Gao Yan said impatiently. I'll give you 100,000, how about you leave Sister Jiang Yu? Are you sick? There was already a hint of chill in Gao Yan's eyes. 100,000 is not enough, how about 500,000? If I don't guess, you are still a student. Even if you find a good job after graduation, it will take at least a few years to earn 500,000. How about that? Consider it? Roll. Gao Yan uttered one word coldly, for Song Yufei's sake, I won't argue with you this time. 1 million. Song Yujie still refused to give up, but said quite confidently, as long as you leave Sister Jiang Yu, I will give you 1 million immediately. Seeing Song Yujie, who felt good about himself, Gao Yan was speechless. Where did this idiot come from? They are obviously brothers and sisters, why is there such a big gap? So, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Song Yufei's number, and said, Song Yufei, your brother makes me feel sick. I want to inform you that I am going to beat him. I hope you don't mind. That guy is not my brother, you can hit him as you like, but it's best to kill him. Song Yufei said unceremoniously. Now that you say so, I'm relieved. Gao Yan put away his phone, raised his hand and slapped Song Yujie. Crack. Although Gao Yan didn't use much force, Song Yujie's body had long been drained by the wine and sex, and he slapped him to the ground. But Gao Yan still felt uneasy and gave him 2 more kicks, kicking him until he screamed repeatedly. Remember, don't harass my girlfriend again, otherwise, I'll beat you once I see you. Without saying a word, Gao Yan pulled Shi Wen towards the parking space on the street. After getting in the car, Shi Wen said worriedly, husband, if you hit him, he wouldn't call the police, right? He probably won't call the police. Even if he calls the police, it doesn't matter. After all, he was the one who pestered you first. Gao Yan said disapprovingly, besides, he controlled the force of hitting the person, and at most he made the other person feel pain, not even a minor injury. Even if he went to the police station, he would have to pay some money. At most. What a mistake. Seeing Gao Yan and the two leaving in the Bentley Mulsanne, Song Yujie got up from the ground and couldn't help but spit. If he had known that this guy was so rich, he wouldn't be so pretentious. Just then, his phone rings. As soon as he saw the caller ID, Song Yujie's face changed slightly. He hesitated but picked up, and then a roaring voice sounded, Song Yujie gives you 2 hours to get back to Yandu. If it exceeds 1 minute, I will stop all your cards. Dad, I know, I'll be right back. Song Yujie hurriedly said that if his card was stopped, how would he continue to live and drink in the future? At the same time, he felt a little resentful in his heart. It must be Song Yufei who had sued him. Gao Yan flew all the way to number 15 Yujinjiwen. As soon as he got off the car, he picked up Shi Jianyue and went straight to the bedroom upstairs. Shi Jianyue subconsciously put her arms around Gao Yan's neck and reminded, "Be careful, don't fall. Don't worry, you can't fall." Gao Yan went to full speed, and in a few breaths he rushed up to the second floor and entered the bedroom. He put Shi Jianyue on the bed and was about to press him up. "No, take a shower first. Save time and wash together." At 7:50, Gao Yan drove Shi Jianyue downstairs to the laboratory building of Yangdong University of Science and Technology. "Honey, goodbye, you will miss me in the next few days." After turning her head and kissing Gao Yan on the mouth, Shi Jianyue opened the door and got out of the car with satisfaction. After watching Shi Jianyue enter the laboratory building, Gao Yankai drove back to the villa. Today is the day for Jing Xiaoyu to participate in the Huyu PK competition. It has been almost an hour since it started. He has to see how the battle goes. It is worth mentioning that Jing Xiaoyu has taken over the live broadcast guild and renamed it Fable Guild. However, because Qin Zishuan withdrew all the funds, Gao Yan injected another 10 million funds into the guild. Virtual currency cards can generate 5 million recharged currency every day. In the first 3 days, Gao Yan recharged the account of I Am Not Brother Yan, and has not recharged today. After all, the anchors of Fable Guild are not all live broadcasting on Huyu Live. He plans to recharge some on other platforms and save them for rewarding the anchors of his own guild. Log into Huyu Live, enter Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, and find that she is PK. And she has an absolute upper hand. Now she is the president of Fable Guild. If the president plays PK, the operation must not focus on it. Therefore, starting from 7 o'clock in the evening, Jing Xiaoyu played 3 PKs and won 3, which happened to be the 4th one. There is only one requirement to advance to the semifinals, which is to win 10 PKs. Of course, there is a minimum requirement for the PK value. Each PK value must reach 10,000 points to be considered an effective PK. 100,000 PK values are converted into cash, which is 1,000 yuan. In other words, if you want to enter the semifinals, you have to spend at least 10,000 yuan. This is also to prevent cheating. Of course, the website's greater intention is to harvest leaks. I Am Not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise X1. I Am Not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise X2. I Am Not Brother Yan, I will give you Yubao Luxury Cruise X3. Although Jing Xiaoyu has the upper hand, Gao Yan still swiped 10 luxury cruises in one breath after his arrival, pushing her PK value to a number that makes the online anchor despair. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, the fans in Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room were instantly relieved, knowing that with I Am Not Brother Yan, the next PK would be stable. Jing Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude to Gao Yan as usual. Then he privately sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, telling her not to give gifts when she has the upper hand. It's a waste of money. Waste of money? Gao Yan chuckled in his heart, it really wasn't. At Gao Yan's urging, Jing Xiaoyu played 6 PK games in a row, and each game met the requirements and successfully obtained the semi-final badge. Then Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Jing Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, give me a list of The guild's anchors, I, as the boss, will take care of them. Yu Bao, wait a minute. Soon, Jing Xiaoyu sent a list of anchors. There were 32 anchors under the name of the Fable Guild who were broadcasting on Huyu Live. After all, Huyu Live is the leading live broadcast website in the live broadcast industry. There are 8 male anchors and 24 female anchors. 6 of the 8 male anchors are game anchors, and 2 are funny anchors. Among the 24 female anchors, there are only 5 game anchors, and the rest are either singing anchors or dancing anchors. After looking at the identity information and photos of these anchors, Gao Yan was very skeptical whether Chen Zishuan's criteria for signing anchors were based on appearance. Because these anchors all had good looks, only 2 male game anchors had slightly worse looks. Evening was the peak of live broadcast website traffic. So, 21 of the 32 anchors were online. Gao Yan searched them out first and followed them one by one. Then he clicked into the live broadcast room of a female anchor named Shi Gua. Shi Gua is a singing anchor, but her popularity is really not good, even worse than Jing Xiaoyu's worst time, and there are only more than 100 people in the live broadcast room. Gao Yan listened to her singing a song and felt that she sang well. With a thought in his mind, he threw out a data eye, and the appearance reached 83 points. Although it did not reach the level of the best beauty, it was also at the level of class flower. I am not Brother Yan. I rewarded Shigua Luxury Cruise X1. When the special effects appeared on the screen, Shigua rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She had been live streaming for more than 2 months, and this was the first time she received such a valuable gift as a luxury cruise ship. Thanks to me, not Brother Yan, for giving you the luxury cruise ship. Thank you. Shigua was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stood up and bowed. Because he was too excited, he seemed a little incoherent. Gao Yan has been in the limelight these days. Therefore, Shigua's fans recognized him on the spot. Oh my god, Brother Yan actually favored our Shigua. Shigua is going to be rich. That doesn't make sense. Isn't Brother Yan the only one who favors Yu Bao? Does he want to change his taste? TSK, I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Shigua, your spring is here. At this time, Gao Yan received an invitation message. It was Jing Xiaoyu who pulled him into a WeChat group, and the members of this group were all anchors of the Fable Guild. Yu Bao at everyone, I am not Brother Yan, but the new boss of our guild. Welcome, everyone. Gao Yan changed the group nickname to I am not Brother Yan, and then at everyone said, as the new boss, I will give everyone a welcome gift. From now on, I will use the account I am not Brother Yan to give you gifts, and the income will not be refunded. Seeing the news announced by Gao Yan, the anchors in the group were directly blown up. You know, according to the rules of the industry, the only benefit that the anchors can get from the gifts given by the guild is popularity, and they can't get a penny from the income from the gifts. Shigua, wow, it turns out that Brother Yan is the new boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you for the luxury cruise ship you gave me. Fair, boss is awesome. I am also a singing anchor. Welcome to my live broadcast room to listen to songs. Daong, so the new boss is Brother Yan, awesome. Next, the anchors in the group started to talk. Those who can flatter him offered their flattery, and those who can't flatter him also took the initiative to greet Gao Yan. I'm not Brother Yan at everyone, if you can live stream tonight, please hurry up. I will give you a welcome gift. If you can't live stream tonight, the welcome gift will be postponed. Long and I'm not Brother Yan, boss, I got it. I'll go back and start live streaming right away. Mengbao at I'm not Brother Yan, boss, wait for me, I'll start right away too. Choo-choo, +1. Gao Yan exited the WeChat interface and re-entered the live streaming room of Huyu. He typed in Shigua's live streaming room, play well, I'm optimistic about you, I'll go to other live streaming rooms first. Because of a luxury cruise ship, Shigua's popularity has reached an all-time high, exceeding 1,000 people. Then, Gao Yan clicked into Choo-choo's live streaming room. This was a dance live streaming, and it was also started after receiving the message. Therefore, there were only a few people in the live streaming room. As soon as she saw Gao Yan's account enter, Choo-choo said happily, welcome, Brother Yan, to my live broadcast room. Whatever dance you want to see, I will dance for you. I am not Brother Yan, just dance casually. Then, he threw out a data eye and found that Choo-choo's appearance was also 86 points, and her figure reached 91 points. Although not as good as Jing Xiaoyu, it was already very good. As Choo-choo started to dance, the popularity of the live broadcast room began to increase. After the popularity exceeded 100, Gao Yan directly smashed a luxury cruise ship. Choo-choo, who had been paying attention to the screen, couldn't help but feel happy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After staying in the live broadcast room for a while, Gao Yan went to another live broadcast room and also swiped a luxury cruise ship. Soon, Gao Yan swiped all the anchors of the Fable Guild on the Tiger Entertainment live broadcast network. A total of 50 luxury cruise ships were swiped out. There were only 32, why 50? Of course, it was because some of the anchors performed better, so Gao Yan swiped more. Afterwards, he had to go to other live broadcast platforms according to the list and present a welcome gift to all the anchors under his command. This approach greatly won the favor of 99% of his anchors. Of course, there was also one person who was dissatisfied. The dissatisfied anchor was named Zhang Zhang. She was broadcasting on Shuangyu Live Network and was quite popular. Before Gao Yan acquired the guild, she was the pillar of the guild and the most profitable of the 3 profitable anchors, providing the guild with a profit of about 50,000 yuan per month. In her opinion, she was a hero of the guild and the most profitable, and Gao Yan should not treat her as an ordinary anchor. But Gao Yan only rewarded her 5,000 yuan, which made her very dissatisfied. As for why Gao Yan only rewarded her 5,000 yuan, the reason is very simple. Although this woman's appearance has reached 95 points, there is a fake word behind it. Obviously, her face is not natural, but a surgery. Secondly, the other party's specialness is only 55 points. What does this mean? It means that the other party is sick. For this reason, Gao Yan also talked to the guild's agent and found out that the other party often went to send warmth to the big brothers in private. That's right, even if she makes more money, Gao Yan will not look at her differently. Besides, he is not short of money, and he doesn't want his anchors to make money in this way. Because she was angry, Zhang Zhang ended the live broadcast early. Then she clicked into a WeChat group with only 3 people. She asked everyone, what do you think of the new boss? These 2 are female anchors, and they were also female anchors who could bring profits to the guild before. So, they created a separate group. Xiaodan, I think the new boss is quite generous. After all, we don't have to return the gifts. Seeing Xiaodan's reply, Zhang Zhang frowned slightly. I bought your heart with a few thousand yuan. Your loyalty is too cheap, isn't it? At this moment, Xiaodan was still live broadcasting. Seeing Zhang Zhang's reply, she sneered in her heart. She knew that Zhang Zhang was a bit arrogant, because he was the most profitable anchor in the guild. But the new boss didn't treat her differently tonight, and he must be dissatisfied. So, she replied, "You can't say that. Although each of us only received 5,000 yuan, the total amount of more than 100 anchors in the guild is not a small number, hundreds of thousands." The boss said no, so he didn't want it. It shows that the boss is still very generous. At this time, the third member Yue Qin said, "I think what Xiaodan said makes sense. The boss gave us a welcome gift as soon as he took over the guild. It is better to follow such a generous boss than a stingy boss." Seeing that Xiaodan and Yue Qin were both on Gao Yan's side, Zhang Zhang became more and more angry. "That's because you are short-sighted. Recently, several guilds have contacted me to ask me to transfer. Has any guild contacted you?" "Xiaodan, my popularity is far worse than yours, so no guild contacted me." Yue Qin, "Me too. Unlike Zhang Zhang, you are a big anchor, Pisces. We are all small anchors. No one looks up to us, and we can't afford the liquidated damages. The two of them together don't make as much as Zhang Zhang in a month. Moreover, being in the same guild, they more or less know how Zhang Zhang tied down the big brother." Seeing the replies of the two, Zhang Zhang felt a lot more comfortable. "Fuhai Guild contacted me. They said that as long as I am willing to change jobs, they can help me pay the liquidated damages, and after that, they will recommend me to make a movie." Seeing this message, Xiaodan and Yue Qin both expressed envy and sent messages to congratulate her. At the same time, they did not forget to take screenshots and sent them to Jing Xiaoyu. Jing Xiaoyu, who received the chat screenshot, frowned. Now, Zhang Zhang is the most profitable anchor of the guild. If she changes jobs, it will be a big loss for the guild. Moreover, she just took over the guild, and Ajia changed jobs, which might affect her opinion in Gao Yan's heart. Thinking of this, she sent the screenshot to Gao Yan again. "Husband, this Zhang Zhang may want to change jobs." After reading the chat screenshots, Gao Yan said, "Let her change, just pay the liquidated damages. Yubao, we don't want to keep her, after all, she is the most profitable anchor of our guild. Tiansheng Wakai, no need to keep her, the sky wants to marry and the mother wants to reign, let her go. The other party only earns 50,000 or 60,000 yuan for the guild every month. To be honest, he really doesn't care about it. The money he earns in a day is more than this." Chatted with Jing Xiaoyu for a while again. Gao Yan found that it was almost midnight. With a thought, he called up the system panel. He saw that the upgrade experience had soared by 250 million, and the total experience reached 840 million. Why did it increase so much? You have to know that this increase has been from 7 o'clock in the morning to now, only 17 hours have passed. After a little hesitation, Gao Yan thought that it should be the first batch of buyers who received the goods, which triggered a chain reaction. Thinking of this, he logged into the Sunday Mall. He casually clicked on the comment page of the fruit phone. He found that there were more than 10,000 comments, and the praise rate was as high as 99%. This praise rate is very high. Sure enough, the comments in the comment area were all praising the Sunday Mall. Of course, occasionally some bad reviews were seen. Of course, these bad reviews were also nitpicking. Then, he clicked on the comment areas of several hot-selling products one after another, and most of them were good reviews, and there were few bad reviews. After exiting the Sunday mall, Gao Yan went to the software platform to check the download volume. He silently calculated that the download volume of several software platforms combined, the download volume of the Sunday Mall app has exceeded 20 million, reaching more than 24 million. It has exceeded expectations. You know, the large-scale advertising promotion will not end until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. He hesitated slightly. Gao Yan decided to continue the large-scale promotion. Hundreds of millions of advertising fees are nothing. If calculated from last night's early morning to tonight's early morning, the sales amount for one day is more than 300 million. The system returns 9 times, which is 2.7 billion. So, continue to advertise. It seems to be spending money on promotion, but in fact, he earns more. Thinking of this, he dialed Fang Zhenzhen's number. Boss Fang, are you asleep? Fang Zhenzhen, boss, you didn't even check the time. I finally fell asleep. And you woke me up again. Gao Yan, sorry, I want to ask you, is there any follow-up to the advertising promotion? Fang Zhenzhen, yes, the advertising promotion effect of these 3 days is very good, so we renewed the contract with them and invested 80 million to continue the promotion, but the promotion intensity is not as good as the first 3 days. Gao Yan, boss Fang, the promotion intensity is not strong enough. Didn't I just inject 300 million? You should spend as much money as possible on promotion. I will inject another 1 billion tomorrow. Try to make the download volume exceed 100 million within a month. Fang Zhenzhen, who was still a little confused, suddenly became energetic. Do you really want to spend 1 billion on promotion? Gao Yan, when have I ever lied to you? Fang Zhenzhen, okay, since you don't feel bad about spending money, I will spend it hard and make sure that after the 1.3 billion is spent, the number of downloads will reach 100 million. After ending the call, Fang Zhenzhen found that she couldn't sleep, so she simply got up and made a promotion plan. The previous promotion plan could not be used. After all, she had to consider the issue of funds. Now that Gao Yan wants to inject another billion in capital, she just needs to let go and play around. The next morning, Gao Yan got up early. After briefly washing up, he first went outside the community to have breakfast, packed another meal, and then drove towards Nandu University. He drove directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and saw Chen Yue waiting for him with a bag outside the dormitory. Gao Yan got out of the car, walked to Chen Yue, reached out to lift the 2 bags, and asked casually, "What did you bring? Why are they so heavy?" Chen Yue whispered, "It's nothing, I just bought some food and clothes for my grandma and sister." "Get in the car." Gao Yan put his bag in the back seat and asked Chen Yue to get in the car. "Fasten your seat belts, let's go," Gao Yan reminded. "Good." Suddenly Chen Yue was busy fastening her seat belt. The next moment, Gao Yan turned the steering wheel and the car turned around and drove towards the outside of the school. "I bought you breakfast, bring it and eat it." After leaving school, Gao Yan looked at the breakfast on the console and said, "No, I'm not hungry." Chen Yue said, "Eat even if you're not hungry. After all, I bought everything," Gao Yan said, a little domineeringly. Based on his understanding of Chen Yue, this girl usually skips breakfast in order to save money. "Thank you, senior brother." Chen Yue was somewhat accustomed to Gao Yan's forcefulness. She pursed her lips and picked up her breakfast to eat carefully. Senior brother, do you want to eat? Suddenly, Chen Yue noticed Gao Yan's eyes. I can't eat while driving. Gao Yan deliberately joked. I'll feed you. Chen Yue said with a blush. No, you can eat. I've already eaten. Don't call me senior brother in the future. Ah, what's that called? What do you want to be called? I have no idea. Just call me Brother Yan from now on. Oh. I don't know why, seeing Chen Yue like this, Gao Yan always wants to bully her. Chen Yue was a boring gourd. After finishing breakfast, she sat obediently in her seat. Gao Yan took a look and reminded, you can lower the backrest a little. It will be more comfortable to lie down and sit. After all, it will take more than 10 hours. I don't know how to lower myself. Chen Yue asked a little embarrassedly. Gao Yan naturally would not laugh at her. Under his guidance, Chen Yue lowered the backrest a little and placed her back on it. The riding experience was much improved. Yue, tell me about your family situation. Gao Yan said again, because he didn't take the initiative to speak, it was estimated that Chen Yue would always act as a dull gourd. Chen Yue nodded, my grandma and sister are the only ones left at home. Gao Yan asked, where are your parents? Chen Yue said, when I was in junior high school, my parents went out to work together, and then there was a car accident. It was my grandma who took my sister and me. People in the village saw that we were pitiful and helped us a lot. Gao Yan asked, strangely, didn't your parents receive compensation for their car accident? No. Chen Yue pursed her lips and shook her head, they were traveling in a private minibus. Almost everyone in the car was involved in an accident, and the driver also died. Therefore, there is no compensation. How is your grandma's condition? Gao Yan changed the subject. Chen Yue's eyes lit up, grandma was discharged from the hospital yesterday. The doctor said her recovery is not bad, and she will be able to walk normally after 2 or 3 months of training. That's good. Gao Yan nodded, is your family from the city or the county? Chen Yue said, a village below Tonghua County. While chatting, Chen Yue also started chatting, telling Gao Yan some things about their village and some things about her childhood. Before I knew it, the car was on the highway. Although Gao Yan didn't draw driving skills or anything, he was a master of energy. His energy, reaction ability, and judgment were far beyond ordinary people. His speed was always maintained at 120 yards, but he seemed quite stable. On the way, Gao Yan remembered his promise to Fang Zhenzhen last night to inject 1 billion into the company, so he asked the system to transfer 1 billion to the company's account. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. Gao Yan and Chen Yue had finished chatting long ago, and Chen Yue had already fallen asleep leaning on the chair. As for Gao Yan, he was thinking about how to show off his adoptive father and mother. Although the adoptive father and mother began to treat Gao Lang differently. Since they had Gao Lang, at least they raised him and sent him to college. He silently calculated that his adoptive father and mother should have paid more than 100,000 yuan to him since he was a child. If the price increase is included, it can be calculated as 200,000 yuan. Before Gao Lang was born, he also enjoyed a brief family relationship. After Gao Lang was born, although he was treated differently and often disliked by them, at least he was not beaten, which is considered very good. So, after thinking about it, he decided to give his adoptive father and mother 1 million to sever ties with them. Seeing that it was almost noon, we headed to a service area 5 kilometers away. Gao Yan planned to eat and rest in the service area for a while before continuing on the road. Soon, Gao Yan drove the car into the service area and woke up Qin Yue. "Brother Yan, where are you?" Qin Yue asked confusedly. After the previous chat, Qin Yue became more comfortable calling Brother Yan. Gao Yan said, "We haven't left Yangdong province yet, but we are getting there soon. Isn't it noon? Let's have a meal and rest in this service area." Qin Yue said quickly, "I heard that the things in the service area are very expensive, so I bought cold cuts, braised vegetables, steamed buns, and instant noodles. I'll get them for you." "All right." Gao Yan also knew that the food in the service area was really terrible and very expensive. Although he had money, he didn't want to spend money to suffer if it was not necessary. Qin Yue prepared a lot of things, including cold dishes such as 3 delicacies and cold pork heads, and braised dishes such as braised beef, braised duck necks, and dried tofu. And boiled water is also prepared. With Qin Yue's thrifty personality, she would definitely not buy so many things if she went back alone. Therefore, these things should be specially prepared by her, for Gao Yan. It's inconvenient to eat in the car, and it's easy to leave a smell. So, the two of them went to the bathroom first. Then he took his things to the rest area. After eating, drinking, and resting for a while, the two continued on their way. After sleeping for a few hours in the morning, Qin Yue did not sleep again during the rest of the journey, but kept talking to Gao Yan. Finally, after more than 8 hours, the car got off the highway and drove into Tonghua County. The village where Qin Yue's family is located is not a remote mountain village, only 5 kilometers away from the county seat. This village is called Laoyang Village, and most of the villagers in the village have the surname Yang. Qin Yue's father married into Laoyang Village. Before his marriage, he was an orphan. Therefore, Qin Yue did not have grandparents. Under Qin Yue's guidance, Gao Yan drove the car outside a cement bungalow. In recent years, the state has increased its rural construction. Qin Yue's family is a poor household, and the house they lived in before was also dilapidated. Therefore, the state funded the construction of a cement bungalow. People in rural areas always go to bed earlier. When Gao Yan and the others arrived, it was already early 9 o'clock, so Qin Yue's grandmother and sister were already asleep. "Brother Yan, I'm going to knock on the door." Qin Yue got out of the car, knocked on the door, and shouted, lingling, "Come down and open the door, I am your sister." In order to save the round-trip fare, this was Qin Yue's first time going home after going to college, so she seemed a little excited. "I'm here." It is estimated that Qin Yue's sister had just fallen asleep and responded immediately. Soon, the door opened and a petite figure appeared. When she saw Qin Yue outside the door, she said happily, "Sister, why are you back at this time?" "A senior from our school sent me back." "Go in and get dressed." Seeing that her sister was only wearing a vest and shorts, Qin Yue subconsciously blocked her body. "I know." Qin Yuling's face turned red and she turned around and ran away. Because she knew her sister was back, she was too excited and didn't know there were outsiders. In addition, the weather was quite hot, so she ran out like this. She is now 16 years old and will go to high school next term, so she also knows some things about men and women. "Brother Yan, it's getting late. Otherwise, you can stay at our house tonight?" Qin Yue walked back to the front of the car and said to Gao Yan, "Is it convenient there?" Gao Yan asked hypocritically. It's quite convenient. My sister and I will sleep tonight, and you can sleep in my room. Okay, I won't be polite. Gao Yan said, wait a minute, I'll get some things. While talking, Gao Yan opened the trunk and took out the gifts he had prepared in advance, but they were not expensive gifts, but milk and snacks. Brother Yan, why did you bring gifts? Qin Yue said in surprise. It's the first time I come to your house, I can't go empty-handed, right? Gao Yan smiled. Hearing this, Qin Yue's cheeks blushed slightly, and she didn't say anything else. After turning off the engine, Gao Yan followed Qin Yue into the house. Qin Yuling had already changed her clothes, and a pair of bright eyes were curiously looking at Gao Yan. Sister, is this brother your brother-in-law? Hearing this, Gao Yan was secretly happy in his heart. This sister is worth getting along with. So she smiled and said, you are Ling Ling, right? My name is Gao Yan, your sister's senior and friend. But Qin Yue blushed and scolded softly, little girl, don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I will hit you. Facing Qin Yue's threat, Qin Yuling was not afraid at all. She hid aside with a smile and asked, sister, husband, have you eaten? If not, I will cook it for you. Then trouble Ling Ling, we haven't had dinner yet. Gao Yan didn't mind at all when Ling Ling called him brother-in-law. Let me get you a glass of water first. Qin Yuling poured a glass of water for Gao Yan and Qin Yue quickly and walked towards the kitchen. Your sister is very cute. After there were only two people left in the living room, Gao Yan said with a smile. This girl is very strange. Brother Yan, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to help. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yue ran away as if running away. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled and took out his mobile phone to log into the stock software. Today's closing price has reached 117 yuan, and he can close the network next Monday. After closing the stock software, Gao Yan replied to Xiaoxue Jianyue's WeChat message. Classmate Xiaoxue knew that he was going back to his hometown, so he sent him WeChat messages at about 6 o'clock and after 7 o'clock, but he did not reply because he was driving. After chatting with classmate Xiaoxue for a while, Gao Yan appeared on Huyu Live again. After entering Jing Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, he found that the opponent's popularity was quite good. The preliminary round will last 3 days, but Jing Xiaoyu has already obtained the semi-final badge and only needs to wait to enter the semi-finals. Because there were too many people in her live broadcast room and Gao Yan did not turn on the special effects, Jing Xiaoyu did not notice his arrival. After Gao Yan's support during this period, her popularity has become quite stable. However, it is still difficult to maintain such popularity for a long time. But Gao Yan thought of a way to increase her popularity, which was to make jokes to increase her popularity, but she had to switch to the Douyin platform. There is no need to rush this matter, at least we have to wait until the PK competition of Who Entertainment live broadcast is over before we can prepare the jokes. However, the manpower to write the jokes can be recruited into the guild in advance. After charging the 5 million generated by today's virtual currency card into his account, Gao Yan withdrew from Huyu Live. Let's take a look at the revenue of the mall today on Sunday. That's right, in just 14 hours, we actually had sales of 280 million. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Most of it was brought about by advertising and promotion, and a small part should come from word of mouth spread among users. After all, you bought a genuine product at a low price on a website. Do you want to show it off to the people around you? If it is only a few yuan or tens of dollars cheaper, or no one is interested yet, but any product that costs 5,000 yuan can be more than 1,000 yuan cheaper. As long as there is a need to buy it, how many will not be tempted? Closer to home, the upgrade experience has reached 1.12 billion, and another upgrade is not far away. As for the system's reserve funds, even if 1 billion is transferred to the company account, there is still 12.852 billion yuan. The speed of making money is countless times faster than robbing a bank. The most important thing is to just lie down and do nothing. Brother Yan, it's time to eat. At this time, Chen Yue came to ask Gao Yan to eat. So, Gao Yan followed him to the kitchen and found that 3 dishes were already placed on the kitchen table. One was twice-cooked bacon, one was stir-fried rapeseed, and there was bean sprout soup. Brother-in-law, wash your face. Chen Yiling smiled and brought a wash basin with a new towel in it. Thank you, Lingling. Gao Yan smiled at her, reached out to take the wash basin, wrung out the towel, and washed his warm face. Give it to me. After watching Gao Yan finish washing, Chen Yiling quickly took the wash basin aside, wrung out the towel and hung it in the yard, and then poured out the water in the basin. Brother-in-law, I didn't know you were coming back, so I didn't prepare anything. I hope you don't mind. Chen Yiling said again. It's okay. I'll eat whatever's available. I'm not picky at all. You won't eat any more? Gao Yan said with a smile. No need, brother-in-law, my grandma and I went to bed shortly after dinner. And I'm still full now. Chen Yiling has an outgoing and lively personality, which is different from Chen Yue. Moreover, Chen Yiling's appearance is similar to Chen Yue's, but her figure is slightly thinner. Although Chen Yue blocked Chen Yiling's body in time when she opened the door, Gao Yan's eyesight was really good and he could still see clearly. Xiaohe just showed her sharp corners. Chen Yue glared at Chen Yiling from time to time, indicating that she was not allowed to call her brother-in-law anymore. Unfortunately, Chen Yiling pretended not to notice and continued to go her own way. This meal was accompanied by 2 beauties, young and old, and Gao Yan enjoyed the meal very well. After the meal, Chen Yiling neatly put away the dishes. Chen Yue went to clean Gao Yan's room and make the bed. As for their grandma, she was already asleep, so they didn't bother her and would wait until tomorrow. Brother-in-law, do you want to take a shower? But we don't have a shower at home, so we have to carry a bucket to the toilet. After cleaning up the kitchen, Chen Yiling asked again. No, just find me a pair of sandals, and I'll just wash my feet. Gao Yan said that he was a master of huajin and could control his sweat glands. Therefore, although the weather was hot, he did not sweat. Then wait. After a while, Chen Yiling brought Gao Yan a pair of sandals, but they were women's ones. There is no man in the house, brother-in-law, just make do with these. After putting down the shoes, Chen Yiling gave Gao Yan a basin of warm water and placed it at his feet. Brother-in-law, wash your feet. Thank you, Lingling. Gao Yan felt a little emotional. Chen Yiling was too virtuous, not like a 16-year-old girl at all. Of course, it was possible that a child from a poor family had already become the head of the family. Brother-in-law, who is chasing whom between you and my sister? Chen Yiling asked curiously. To be precise, I'm not your brother-in-law yet. Gao Yan smiled. But it doesn't matter, I guess it will be soon. Chen Yiling said disapprovingly. Why? If my sister didn't have a crush on you, she would definitely not let you take her home, let alone stay overnight. Qin Yiling said with a smile. You know your sister very well. Gao Yan joked. That's right. Qin Yiling said with some pride, although my sister doesn't like to talk and is a boring gourd, I understand her thoughts. Just then, there were footsteps outside. Qin Yiling quickly shut up, and then Chen Yue walked in. Brother Yan, the room has been tidied up. You can go and rest after washing your feet. Thanks for your hard work. It doesn't matter. After taking the towel handed by Qin Yiling and wiping his feet, Gao Yan followed Qin Yue into the bedroom. In addition to an old-fashioned wooden bed, there was an old wooden table in the bedroom, which seemed a bit empty. However, there was no mildew smell in the room, and it was obvious that someone had cleaned it frequently. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yiling came in with a plate of burning mosquito repellent incense. Brother-in-law, there are more mosquitoes in the countryside. I will put a plate of mosquito-repellent incense for you. Lingling is interested. Gao Yan smiled at her. After the sisters left, Gao Yan closed the door and went to sleep. Early next morning. Because he went to bed early, Gao Yan woke up at around 6 o'clock. Walking out of the room and living room, he glanced in the direction of the kitchen. There was an old lady sitting in front of the earthen stove, and Chen Yue was cooking. Hello, Grandma, I am Gao Yan, Yue's friend. Gao Yan didn't show any restraint as he strode into the kitchen and greeted the old lady. The old lady didn't answer Gao Yan, but smiled at him gently. Grandma, I heard from Yue that your leg was injured. How do you feel now? Gao Yan asked again. The old lady still didn't answer, but smiled at Gao Yan. At this time, Qin Yue said, Grandma has some hearing problems. You have to speak louder to her. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the old lady only smiled at him and didn't respond. So Gao Yan raised his voice and repeated what he just said. This time the old lady heard it and replied, It's much better now. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Gao Yan asked Qin Yue, Why? Didn't I see Lingling? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Qin Yue said, She got up early and went to the town to buy vegetables. Then, she took a wash basin and a towel and poured hot water for Gao Yan to wash his face. There are no extra toothbrushes at home. We have to wait for Lingling to come back. Qin Yue said again. About 20 minutes later, Qin Yue came back on a bicycle with the vegetables she bought in her pocket. Brother-in-law, I bought you a toothbrush and a cup. Thank you, Lingling. You're welcome. After Gao Yan took the toothbrush and cup and brushed his teeth with the toothpaste handed by Qin Yiling, Qin Yue invited Gao Yan to have breakfast. After breakfast, Gao Yan asked to leave. But the 3 grandparents and grandchildren all tried to keep him. Especially Qin Yiling pouted and said, Brother-in-law, I went to the town to buy vegetables. If you leave without eating, wouldn't it be a waste of my kindness? Okay, I'll leave after lunch. In this way, since we have nothing to do in the morning, let's go to the county town for a walk. Okay. Okay. Qin Yiling said happily. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of something and took out a bottle of medicinal wine from the trunk of the car and handed it to Qin Yiling. Lingling, this medicinal wine can enhance physical fitness. If you give the old lady half a cup every day, it should help her injured leg heal earlier. Really? Qin Yiling asked in disbelief. Of course, I never lie. Then I'll give it to Grandma. Chen Yiling took the medicinal wine and found a cup to pour half a cup into it for the old lady to drink. "How does Grandma feel?" Chen Lingling asked loudly. The old lady's turbid old eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled and nodded. "Brother-in-law, it seems to be really effective," Chen Yiling said happily. "Can I still fool you?" Gao Yan smiled. Then, after saying hello to the old lady, Gao Yan took the two sisters to the county town. "Lingling, what's fun in the county town?" Gao Yan asked in the car. Chen Yiling shook her head. "I don't know either. I just study in the town. And rarely go to the county town." "Do you know Yue?" "I don't know either." Chen Yue shook her head. "Then let's go shopping in a shopping mall." Gao Yan thought for a while and looked at Chen Yiling and said, "Lingling, you don't have a mobile phone yet?" Because he found that when Chen Yiling saw his mobile phone, she showed a touch of envy. "No. Then my brother-in-law will give you one." "No need, brother-in-law, I don't usually use a mobile phone." Chen Yiling shook her head and waved her hands. "Since you call me brother-in-law, what's wrong with giving you a mobile phone? Besides, you are about to go to high school, and it will be more convenient to have a mobile phone," Gao Yan said with a smile. And Chen Lingling subconsciously looked at Chen Yue. Chen Yue shook her head at her. But this scene did not escape Gao Yan's eyes, and he said domineeringly, "Don't refuse, otherwise I will be angry." This time, Chen Yue did not object. Chen Yiling was delighted and said sweetly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." "That's right," Gao Yan said with satisfaction. The 5-kilometer journey was not far, and they soon arrived at the county town, and then searched for the address of the mall with their mobile phones. "We're here, let's get off." After parking the car, the three of them entered the mall together, and there happened to be a mobile phone store on the first floor. "Lingling, what brand of mobile phone do you like?" Gao Yan asked. "I don't understand either, brother-in-law will decide." "Then let's take a look first," Gao Yan said. So, the three of them went to several mobile phone counters, and finally Chen Yiling fell in love with an Apian mobile phone, which cost about 2,800 yuan. "How about this one?" Gao Yan asked. "Brother-in-law, this one is too expensive, just buy a cheaper one." Chen Yiling shook her head. "Do you like it?" Gao Yan looked at her and asked. "I like it." "Then this one." Gao Yan waved his hand. After buying the phone, he used Chen Yiling's ID card to apply for a phone card for her. "Do you know how to use WeChat?" Gao Yan asked. Chen Yiling said, "I know, I used my classmate's phone to play, and I also have WeChat." "Then let's add a friend, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just find me directly," Gao Yan said. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Chen Yiling logged into WeChat with her new phone and added Gao Yan as a friend. And Chen Yiling changed Gao Yan's note to brother-in-law. In fact, Gao Yan also wanted to buy a mobile phone for Chen Yue, after all. Her mobile phone was too old, but he knew that even if he bought it, Chen Yue would not want it. Let's go upstairs and take a look." So the three of them went up to the second floor, where there was a clothing counter. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes hanging in the women's clothing store, Chen Yiling couldn't help but look around with curiosity. "If you like it, go in and pick out a few pieces, and my brother-in-law will give them to you," Gao Yan said again. Just when Chen Yue wanted to stop her, Gao Yan said first, "You are not allowed to stop me. Lingling and I are very close, so buying her a few clothes is nothing." Besides, she will go to high school soon, and today's children are all precocious. You don't want Lingling to be discriminated against at school. Right? Hearing Gao Yan's words, Chen Yue was very moved. The people she cared about most in the world were her grandma and sister. She was really happy that Gao Yan could think about her sister. The eyes he looked at Gao Yan were a little more tender. Brother Yan, thank you. Thank you, I'm Lingling's brother-in-law. Gao Yan raised his eyebrows. No. Chen Yue retorted with a red face, but her voice was very low, and she had no confidence. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan threw a data eye at Chen Yue and looked at the favorability score. First, which was a full 88 points. This number was already quite high. However, Gao Yan was surprised when he saw the figure column. He actually had 96 points. Although not as good as Jing Xiaoyu, he was still much higher than classmate Xiaozhua. But why didn't he notice it usually? Thinking of this, Gao Yan raised his eyes and looked at Chen Yue. Doubt flashed in his eyes, but it didn't seem big. Could it be? Suddenly he thought of a possibility. Could it be that this girl had her breasts wrapped? Feeling Gao Yan's malicious gaze, Chen Yue felt a little shy. What are you looking at? I didn't see anything. Let's go, Lingling, let's go to the store. Gao Yan quickly averted his eyes and led the two women towards the clothing store. After buying 2 sets of summer clothes and 2 sets of autumn clothes for Chen Lingling, Gao Yan wanted to buy more, but the two sisters disagreed. Yue, you can also choose 2 sets. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved and he said, I don't want it, I have clothes to wear. Chen Yue shook her head. What if I have to buy it? Gao Yan asked again. I still don't want it. What about this? Gao Yan reached out and held her hand tightly, but Chen Yue turned red. Let go. Then will you buy it or not? Don't buy it. Now it's just holding hands. If you listen to me again, don't blame me for kissing you. As he spoke, Gao Yan began to move closer to her cheek. Rogue. I buy it. Chen Yue was anxious and had no choice but to agree, but the blush on her face spread to her ears. Chen Yuling on the side smiled like an ant when she saw this. She felt that her brother-in-law and sister were so interesting, as if they were watching an idle drama. In the end, Gao Yan bought 2 sets of clothes for Chen Yue and 2 sets for the old lady. I bought a mobile phone and new clothes to wear. Chen Yuling was really happy and became more and more intimate with Gao Yan, her brother-in-law. Then the 3 of them went to the supermarket on the 4th floor for a walk. Bought some daily necessities and left the mall. It's still early. There happened to be a KTV on this street, so Gao Yan suggested singing. This proposal was supported by Chen Yuling. Went to the KTV and opened a small box and ordered some drinks and snacks. Lingling, perform a song for your brother-in-law and your sister. Gao Yan said with a smile. Then I will show my shame. Chen Lingling didn't show any pretense, she went to the song booth and ordered your answer. As the prelude played, Chen Yuling held the microphone tightly with both hands and stared at the screen nervously. Maybe the world is like this. I'm still on the way. No one can tell. When Chen Yuling's singing sounded, Gao Yan couldn't help but look at her in surprise. She was only 16 years old, but her voice was exceptionally full and powerful. And there is a strong appeal in her singing. Faintly, Gao Yan seemed to see a scene of a little girl moving forward stubbornly in the heavy rain and mud. Sing one song. Qin Yuling turned back and looked at Gao Yan expectantly. Brother-in-law. What do you think? Gao Yan clapped his hands and said, it sounds very good and very contagious. It has the potential to become a singer. Real? Qin Yuling's eyes lit up. In fact, she had always had a dream in her heart, which was to become a singer. Of course it's true. Gao Yan affirmed, your timbre is full and your voice is contagious. If you can enter the music conservatory in the future, you might even become a big singer in the future. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely work hard to get admitted to the Conservatory of Music. Qin Yuling was really grateful for Gao Yan's recognition. Go on, I haven't heard enough. Gao Yan said with a smile. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. Qin Yuling quickly ran to the singing table and ordered another song. Diao. This is a very difficult song, but Qin Yuling's performance is still very good, which also makes Gao Yan more and more recognized by Qin Yuling's singing ability. Brother-in-law and sister, please sing a song too. Qin Yuling said to Gao Yan and Qin Yue. I can't, you just need to sing. Qin Yue waved her hands quickly. Brother-in-law, come here. I'll help you with whatever song you want to sing. Qin Yuling looked at Gao Yan again. Are you sure you want me to sing? Gao Yan asked jokingly. In high school, he also went to KTV with his classmates, but after singing a song, he never had the desire to pick up the microphone. Later, Yang Yu, Shui Jianyue and Song Yufei went to KTV, but both times they drank, and he never touched the microphone. Of course we have to sing. There are 3 of us coming to KTV, so we can't let me sing alone, right? Qin Yuling insisted. Okay, just help me order a song called Arrogant. Brother-in-law, the order is ready, I'll give you the microphone. Taking the microphone handed over by Qin Yuling, Gao Yan sat up straight. When the prelude was over, he sang, there are too many, too heavy, and too cruel words. No entanglement, it's yours, the reason is too false. The moment Gao Yan's singing sounded, Qin Yuling and Qin Yue couldn't help but widen their eyes. Gao Yan enunciated each word very clearly, but strangely, he didn't pronounce each word in tune. Now that he was ready to show off his humiliation, Gao Yan had no intention of stopping and continued to sing. I think you don't need to make extravagant remarks. Pfft. Qin Yuling finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Even Qin Yue had a smile on her face. At this time, Gao Yan couldn't hold himself any longer, so he clicked pause and said, do you want to continue listening to me singing? Want? Qin Yuling held back her smile and nodded. Do you still want to hear it? Gao Yan turned to ask Qin Yue. Listen. Qin Yue also nodded mischievously. Since you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Clicking play, Gao Yan finished singing the song Arrogance very steadily. Then Qin Yuling laughed until her stomach hurt. But Gao Yan didn't feel embarrassed at all. The tens of billions of billionaires are just so thick-skinned. Next is Qin Yuling's special performance. While she was singing, Gao Yan teased Qin Yue a lot. Therefore, after leaving the KTV, Qin Yue's cheeks were still red. On the way back, Gao Yan said, Lingling, your voice is so good, have you ever thought about singing live? Qin Yuling said in surprise, can I? Of course you can. You sing so beautifully, and you're a little beauty. Even if you don't become a big hit, there should be no problem with being a little popular. Gao Yan said. But how do I live broadcast? Qin Yuling asked. Gao Yan said, live streaming is very simple, just have a mobile phone. If you have this plan, tell me in advance. I have a live streaming guild under my name. As long as you sign up, there will be a dedicated person to guide you on how to live broadcast. I can't guarantee it. How much can you earn? But a few $1,000 a month is definitely no problem. Really? Chen Yuling's eyes lit up. If she could earn several thousand yuan a month, she would not have to worry about paying for high school tuition. Would a brother-in-law still lie to you? Gao Yan promised, if you don't make a few thousand yuan, my brother-in-law will help you make up for it. Chen Yuling is an extrovert and has a good appearance. Her singing voice is contagious. She can make a few thousand a month without becoming a top anchor. Moreover, she has the support of her brother-in-law. As long as he gives her tips for a few days, she will not be worried about not having popularity. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll think about it. If I'm sure, I'll tell you. Okay. Gao Yan nodded. After having lunch at Chen Youwei's house, Gao Yan said goodbye. Knowing that Gao Yan was leaving, the old lady prepared 2 large pieces of bacon and several kilograms of sausage for Gao Yan. Gao Yan did not refuse, but thanked the old lady. The old lady was already inconvenient to walk, so she did not send Gao Yan out of the yard, but asked him to come and play when he was free. Chen Youwei and Chen Yuling's sisters sent him out of the yard. Youwei, I will pick you up in a week at most. Gao Yan said to Chen Youwei. Yeah. Chen Youwei nodded, Gao Yan's heart moved, and he threw out another data eye. And the favorability has reached 90 points. This favorability has reached the requirement of using the partner binding card, but Gao Yan did not intend to use it, because he was confident that he could also brush the favorability to 95 points without using the partner binding card. And Lingling, you should think about being an anchor. Gao Yan said to Chen Yuling again. Brother-in-law, I will consider it. Chen Yuling nodded, brother-in-law, drive carefully, and call my sister when you arrive. Okay, I will, bye. Waving to the 2 girls, Gao Yan boarded the Bentley Mulsanne. After driving a distance, Gao Yan found through the rearview mirror that the 2 girls were still standing outside the courtyard gate looking at him. Soon, Gao Yan arrived in Tonghua County and got on the car again and headed straight for Jiangsu City. More than an hour later, Gao Yan drove off the highway and entered Jiangsu City. Thinking about leaving this cold family behind, he was still a little excited. Gao Yan had no intention of driving the car back to his adoptive father and mother's house. He came back this time to cut off the relationship, not to show off. After parking the car in the underground garage of the shopping mall, Gao Yan took a taxi and headed towards the community where his adoptive father and mother lived. Gao Yan, you are back, but I haven't seen you for a while. Is your school on vacation? As soon as he entered the community, Uncle Li, the security guard guarding the community gate, took the initiative to say hello. Yes, Uncle Li, you are still so strong even after the holiday. Gao Yan replied with a smile. You kid can talk a lot more than before, you're not just a boring gourd like before. Uncle Li joked. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Let's chat when we have time. I'm going back first. Gao Yan waved to Uncle Li and strode towards Building 12. Looking at Gao Yan's back, Uncle Li murmured to himself, feeling that Gao Yan had changed a lot. If he hadn't watched him grow up, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him for a while. Just arrived in front of the unit in Building 12. Suddenly, the unit door opened and Gao Lang walked out. I'll go, Gao Yan, you're such a wide-eyed wolf, you actually have the nerve to come back. As soon as he saw Gao Yan, Gao Lang didn't give him a good look, but mocked him directly. Gao Yan's face darkened, and he didn't want to argue with Gao Lang. He asked, "Are Mom and Dad at home? Today is Saturday." The adoptive mother Yang Huishan is a full-time housewife and does not have to go to work. The adoptive father himself is a small boss of an advertising company. Unless there are special circumstances, he will not go to work. TSK, this person is really thick-skinned. He stopped answering the phone. He still had the nerve to call his parents. Could it be that he ran out of money and came back to ask for money? Seeing that Gao Yan did not continue, Gao Lang continued to mock. Hearing this, Gao Yan frowned slightly and looked at Gao Lang coldly. For some reason, feeling Gao Yan's eyes, Gao Lang felt a sense of fear in his heart. But immediately, he said even more fiercely, "Gao Yan, let me tell you, white-eyed wolf like you can't even get another penny from my parents. This is not your home. Hurry up and give it as far away as you can." "How far can I go?" "Don't worry, I'm not coming back to ask for money from your parents. When I come back this time, I'm severing ties with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Gao Lang and strode towards the corridor. This is an old-fashioned community with no elevator. The highest floor is only the 6th floor, and the adoptive father and mother live on the 6th floor. Sever ties? Gao Lang's eyes widened. He obviously wanted to drive Gao Yan out of the house, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably unhappy when he heard that Gao Yan came back and took the initiative to cut off the relationship with them. So, he quickly chased after Gao Yan and shouted behind Gao Yan, "Gao Yan, you have such a beautiful idea. You have been eating and drinking in our family for so many years, and my parents still support you in studying. Isn't it right? If you want to cut it off, just cut it off." Gao Yan still ignored Gao Lang's shouting, but accelerated his pace upstairs. Soon, Gao Yan arrived on the 6th floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Coming." The voice of adoptive mother Yang Huishan came from inside the door. The moment she opened the door and saw Gao Yan, Yang Huishan was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened. "You still know how to come back. Mom, this white-eyed wolf came back this time to sever ties with us." The panting Gao Lang shouted loudly. "Mom, let's go in and talk." Gao Yan said calmly. "Humph, come in." Gao Yan walked into the living room, sat down on the sofa, and asked, "Where's Dad?" "You wait." Yang Huishan walked into the bedroom, woke up Gao Jincheng from his nap, and said angrily, "That white-eyed wolf is back and said he wants to sever ties with us." Gao Jincheng frowned, his face became a little gloomy, and he walked out of the bedroom with a dark face, his eyes falling on Gao Yan. Gao Yan didn't have the slightest fear and smiled into his eyes. "Dad, long time no see. I heard that you are going to sever ties with us when you come back this time?" Gao Jincheng said coldly. "It's okay to sever the relationship, but you have been eating and drinking in our house for free for so many years, and you have to refund your tuition fees." And so on. Gao Lang couldn't help but interjected. Gao Yan still ignored Gao Lang, but said to his adoptive father and adoptive mother, "You adopted me because you couldn't have a son, but after you had a biological son, I became redundant in this family. In this case, why don't you all adopt me? Let's break off the relationship, what do you think?" Yang Huishan scolded, Xiao Lang is right, you are a complete white-eyed wolf. Now that your wings have become stiff, you want to sever ties with us. If I had known this, I shouldn't have adopted you in the first place. Have you thought it through? Gao Jincheng's face became increasingly gloomy. Think it through. Okay, I promise you. Gao Jincheng said coldly. No, I won't agree. He must pay. Gao Lang jumped out again, we can't give him such a cheap price. At this time, Gao Yan looked at him, are you sure you want to stop it? As far as I know, the adopted son also has the right to inherit. If I remember correctly, there are 3 apartments at home. In the future, when my parents get old, I can't do anything about the 3 apartments. Score set. Although Gao Yan plans to take money as compensation, he won't say it right away when they meet. He will have to wait until they agree to sever the relationship before giving it to him. Otherwise, who knows if they will use this as a blackmail? You're dreaming, the house and other properties belong to me, and you don't even want half a dime. Gao Lang shouted, jumping to his feet. You said it doesn't count. Gao Yan smiled and shook his head, everything I said has a legal basis. Even if you don't give it to me, I can get my share through a lawsuit. You are shameless. Gao Lang was furious. All right. Gao Jincheng shouted, Gao Yan, since you want to sever ties with us, we will help you. Okay, this is the severance document, Mom and Dad, please sign it. Gao Yan took out the document that had been prepared long ago and said, we are not your parents, we can't afford it. Yang Huishan snorted coldly. Okay, uncle and aunt, take a look at this document, if you have no objection. Just sign it. Gao Yan smiled and handed the 2 documents to the 2 of them. As for Gao Lang, he had shut up. He was worried that if Gao Yan regretted it, he would have to fight with him for property in the future. Uncle and aunt, is it okay? After a while, Gao Yan asked. Gao Lang, bring me a pen. Gao Jincheng ordered. Gao Lang hurried into his room and took out a pen, and then his adoptive father and mother signed their names on the document. Then Gao Yan also took a pen and wrote his name, and handed a copy to his adoptive father. Uncle, keep this document. No need. Gao Yan didn't care, put his copy away, then took out a bank card and pushed it in front of his adoptive parents, uncle and aunt, although you have treated me differently over the years, you have not lacked food and clothing for me, and you have also supported me to go to college. There is 1 million in this card, which is my reward for you. The password is 6 sixes. I have something to do, so I will leave first. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan stood up and walked out, without any intention of lingering. He originally thought that this time he came back to sever ties would cause a little ripple, but he didn't expect to achieve his goal so easily. But I think the adoptive parents should have had such an idea a long time ago. The living room inside the house. Looking at the card on the table, the family of 3 was quite surprised. Mom and Dad, that ungrateful wolf is not bragging, can he take out 1 million? Gao Lang questioned. Whether it's true or not, we can check it at the bank and find out. Gao Jincheng said in a deep voice. So, the family of 3 went to the bank's ATM together. Insert the card. Enter the password. Check the balance. When they saw the series of numbers displayed on the screen, the family of 3 were stunned. There was really 1 million in the card. Gao family. All 3 members of the Gao family have returned from the bank. There is also a bank card on the coffee table. Lao Gao, where do you think that guy's money came from? Yang Huishan finally couldn't hold back her doubts and asked. How do I know? Gao Jincheng said angrily, but don't touch this money for now, who knows if this money can be used cleanly? Why, we didn't ask him for this money. He gave it to himself. Why can't he spend it? Gao Lang said unconvinced. You know shit. Gao Jincheng glared at his son angrily. If this money is not clean, it will affect us. Just call that white-eyed wolf and ask him how he got the money. Gao Lang had an idea and said. Lao Gao, call and ask. Yang Huishan urged quickly. Both her and Gao Lang's numbers were blocked, and they couldn't get through even if they wanted to. After a slight hesitation, Gao Jincheng picked up his cell phone and dialed Gao Yan's number. Soon, the call was connected. A tall voice came from inside. Uncle, what's the matter? Gao Jincheng asked, where did the money you gave us come from? Gao Yan said, you want to ask if this money can be used cleanly, right? Gao Jincheng was a little silent. Gao Yan continued, don't worry, this money comes cleanly, you can spend it confidently and boldly, there won't be any problems. Gao Jincheng frowned, we all know your situation, but I don't believe you can make so much money? Gao Yan said again, I earned this money from stock trading. Anyway, I guarantee you that there will be no problem with the money. As for whether you want to spend it or not, that's your problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan hung up the phone. Because Gao Jincheng's cell phone was on speakerphone, both Yang Huishan and Gao Lang heard Gao Yan's words. Lao Gao, do you really believe that he earned this money himself? Yang Huishan was still a little skeptical. We only give him a few hundred yuan in living expenses every month. No matter how good he is at stock trading, he can't make so much. She still didn't believe Gao Yan. Since you don't believe it, why don't you give the money back? Gao Jincheng said. No. Can't retreat. Gao Lang and Yang Huishan, mother and son, said in unison. Gao Jincheng pondered slightly, we won't move the money for the time being. I'll ask someone first. If the money is clean, we can spend it boldly. If there is a problem, as long as we don't touch the money, there should be no trouble. In this case, you call that white-eyed counselor and ask. Yang Huishan encouraged. That's okay. So Gao Jincheng looked for the counselor's number in his address book, and when he found it, he dialed it. Before Gao Yan obtained the system, Fan Xian didn't pay much attention to Gao Yan, but after Gao Yan opened a popular milk tea shop, he deliberately inquired about it and found out that Brother Hot Pot restaurant is now quite popular in Nandu. There is also 30% of Gao Yan's shares. Some time ago, Gao Yan even bought a Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 6 million. Therefore, he was very doubtful whether Gao Yan was some super rich second generation. Moreover, he also had a very good impression of Gao Yan. Except for a conflict with a student from another school at a milk tea shop, he had never had any trouble with him and his grades were quite excellent. Therefore, after receiving the call from Gao Jincheng and after the other party revealed that he was Gao Yan's father, he was relatively polite and said a lot of complimentary words to Gao Yan on the phone. Gao Jincheng also learned from Fan Xian that Gao Yan had opened a milk tea shop with good business, and also opened an internet celebrity hot pot restaurant in partnership with his classmates. Because he had been prepared in his heart, Gao Jincheng was not too surprised, but continued to ask, Teacher Fan, does Gao Yan have any other unusual behavior in school? Fan Xian said, that's not true. It's just that he drives a Bentley Mulsanne. Which seems a bit high profile. After all, he is still a student. Bentley Mulsanne? Gao Jincheng subconsciously raised his voice. Don't Mr. Gao know? Fan Xian asked. In his opinion, Gao Yan's car should have been bought by his family. Gao Jincheng said quickly, I really don't know this. I'll ask him later. After chatting with Fan Xian for a while, Gao Jincheng hung up the phone, but his expression became a little complicated. Dad, that guy really drives a Bentley Mulsanne? Gao Lang couldn't help but ask, that car costs at least 5 or 6 million. Right? So expensive? Yang Huishan was shocked. That's a top-notch luxury car. Is it not expensive? Gao Lang said with jealousy on his face, Dad, why don't we call the police? How could that guy make so much money in 2 years? His money must have come from improper sources, and after making so much money, he gave it to we have 1 million, and a white-eyed wolf is a white-eyed wolf. It has to be said that Gao Lang became jealous after hearing that Gao Yan had made so much money. Shut up, you. Gao Jincheng said angrily, do you really think that the police are all vegetarians? If it is only 1 or 2 million, even if it is not the right way, he will not be targeted for a while, but he can drive a luxury car worth more than 6 million, which shows that his net worth is at least tens of millions. With such a large sum of money, the relevant departments will not investigate him? After all, Gao Jincheng is in business and knows that as long as his bank account exceeds 2 million yuan, he will be investigated. If you have no formal source of income and cannot tell how the money came from, prepare to go to jail, otherwise, there will be no money laundering group. So that ungrateful guy really made a fortune? Gao Lang said with a look of annoyance, damn, that guy got a bargain. If we had known that he had made a fortune, we shouldn't have cut off relations with him so easily. We should have let him take at least 5 million. That's right. Yang Huishan also nodded in agreement, we can't let him go so easily and let him take another 4 million, otherwise we will sue him. What are you suing him for? Do you really think the court is run by your family? Gao Jincheng was a little angry, and at the same time he felt a little regretful. If he had known that Gao Yan was so promising, he would not have let the mother and son treat him like that. From Gao Yan's giving them 1 million, it can be seen that they still know how to be grateful. After all, they broke off relations unconditionally, and it didn't matter whether they gave money or not, but they still gave it. What does this mean? It means that their family despised them in every way, but they still remembered their kindness in raising them. If they had been nicer to Gao Yan since they were young, wouldn't they have helped Gao Lang after Gao Yan made a fortune? Do you think it's too late for us to get back together? Thinking of this, Gao Jincheng asked Yang Huishan and her son, Dad, are you sick? You actually want to get back together? Gao Lang said speechlessly. You know nothing. Gao Jincheng wanted to slap Gao Lang in the face. Gao Lang had contributed the most to the severance of the relationship. He said in a deep voice, Gao Yan is only a sophomore, and he has made so much money. In the future, if we are still a family, if you, the younger brother, encounter difficulties, will he, the older brother, have the nerve not to help? Yes. Yes. Yang Huishan's eyes lit up, that's indeed the truth, Lao Gao. Call him immediately and tell him that we are still a family. Do you think he will believe it? Gao Jincheng sneered, I have written a Letter of severance, how can it be so easy to save it? Yang Huishan said sternly, he dares. If he disagrees, when he starts school, we will go to his school to make trouble and let the people in their school see that this is how he treats his adopted parents. As long as he doesn't want everyone in the school to know that he is an ungrateful person, he will definitely compromise. On the other side, Gao Yan did not leave Jiangsu City at the first time. Instead, he found a hotel to stay in. He still had to go to Nanyun. However, he did not plan to leave now, but on Monday, because the card mall would be refreshed on Monday, to see if he could refresh the cards that would be beneficial to his actions. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gao Yan frowned when he picked up the phone because it was his adoptive father. Gao Jincheng calling again.